This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Howdy, y'all. Jackson here. Welcome to the ranch. Let's read a book.
Welcome to the ranch. Spread the word and take a look. Welcome to the ranch. Grab a friend and read a book. Welcome to the ranch. We're so glad you came to play. Welcome to the ranch. We sure hope you want to stay.
The Legend of the Cosmic Cowgirl is a timeless, poetic tale for all ages of the sweet, rowdy, resilient, and pioneering spirit that lives in each Southern wild-eyed wanderer. A spitfire of a soul, plumb full of grit and barrels of grace, she seeks to spread hope filled to the brim of belief in the true blue goodness in all of us. Our brave, tiny, yet majestically mighty CC, Cosmic Cowgirl, seeks help with every ounce of her wild blue soul to help us always remember the fire for big time living and big time loving that lives in each of our hearts.
The Legend of the Cosmic Cowgirl, written by Tiffany Schreiner, creative direction and illustration by Cheryl Russell. Dedicated to my daring, darling, brave, and brilliant bambinos, Harpita Bonita, Hazy Boom, and Hutchie Kaboom, and to each of the fearlessly kind souls I've been so honored to love and ride alongside. Giddy up, y'all. Here's to our resilient, star-dusted souls, here, now, and forevermore. My wild, blue-hearted, deepest thanks to my loving family and my darling, brilliant friends, artists Cheryl Russell and Granger Esch for their bright as Texas stars, luminous contributions to the Imagineer Arts Company and Cosmic Cowgirl theatrical projects along these star-dusted trails. For more information, you can find us at Cosmic Cowgirl Book on Instagram or look up Tiffany Schreiner on Facebook. Long live the freedom, honey-loving darlings of the universe and all whom they both treasure and inspire. May we forever shake our brave and brilliant tail feathers and continue letting inspiration lead the way. XOXOXO, y'all. Our story begins. The Legend of the Cosmic Cowgirl. Once upon a dirt road dream, on a moonlit ranch not so far away, lived the legendary Cosmic Cowgirl. She was a legend for many a reason. Tale after tale of this luminous little cowgirl could be heard around the Cosmic Cowfolk campfire. Among the songs and embers, flames and whispers, tall tale-and troubadours would often paint her at full gallop, laughing along her star-dust-laden trails. Her long, wind-blown tresses that were more beautiful than autumn hay bales at sunset dancing playfully behind her. Her wild eyes as pure and fierce as the deepest winter oceans, illuminating the wild blue yonder surrounding her. Her smile, the stuff of spring cotton fields and summer streams, beckoning the world to join her awe-filled adventures. Her necklaces and buckles were the most mighty and magnificent armor fit only for the kindest and strongest of rodeo queens. Her chaps were lavishly laced with sugar, grit, steel, and dirt road dreams. Her spurs twinkled stardust, her boots bona fide and branded with high-flying hearts, singing stars, and magic mama moonbeams. Her pony she called Freedom. The pair were bound together like no two before them. And they rode through the deepest of valleys. They rode through the highest of mountains. And they rode across every winding, rowdy river they could find. Adventure was their calling, courage their name. They were running buddies for life-blazing trails fired with faithful friendship across the land. They rode far and wide, some say to the moon and back again. And along their terrific and tattered and glittered travels, the rowdy ranchitas met up with characters as varied as any true Texas rainbow. From Ranger Granger, Buffalo Banshees, and tough traveling tiffs, to Junkin' Gypsies, Cosmic Cowboys, Hooligan Harpers, and Moonshine Mary Misfittin' Mamas. Their compadres were a dirt road dreamer's dream posse, to be sure. With such a slew of westernly wild adventures a-brewin', those legendary campfire tales grew like wildfire. And they grew, and they grew. Well, more than a time or two, they'd happen upon a fellow friend in need of some TLC. That's tender love and care. The best kind, that is. The brave little cowgirl and her painted pony never turned away a pal in need. They always stopped to give a helping hand to every blessed soul along the legendary Lone Star Trail. From the mountains and valleys to the rivers and streams, one could hear unending ethereal echoes everywhere she went. Frontier folks would ask over and over, where'd that spunky little cowgirl get so rootin' tootin' brave? Well, some folks pondered if it was at least a smidge or so due to her legendary hippie gypsy mama, always living so wild and brave and strong. Legend holds that they were side-kicking dream slingers from the start. Her mama'd say things like, "Saddle up, sugar baby, let's you and me rope the moon." She was one brave, big, freedom-loving, honey-dreaming, little legendary spitfire of a mama, to be sure. Well, those cosmic cowfolk, they'd heard all about that brave little cowgirl's legendary kindness. Why, her delightful deeds were the sweetest marvels of molasses from here to Timbuktu. From the turkeys to the trees, the buzzards to the bees, she was a true blue friend to them all. They could recite countless tales of her wild blue yonder, blow your boots plumb off ways of living, her terrifying travels, and her way deep down true blue love of all things filled with courage, soul, and gutsy originality. Why, each of them, their tales, could stand alone in their own legendary right. Every single time, a tall-tailing troubadour would recount how that sweet little southern light of a soul just plain loved life, spreading stardust to friendly folks far and wide. The Cosmic Cowfolk crew hooted and hollered like no other. Why, when that little lassie got her boots a-tapping, she could be heard for miles and miles, pasture partying, hot diggity dancing, and singing her favorite one-of-a-kind tunes till the sassy cows came stomping on home. Truth be told, this brave little cowgirl, this brave little cosmic cowgirl, began life just like you and me. But because of her great big cowgirl heart and her creed, her living life the way every cosmic cowgirl should, brave, wild, kind, and free, she became the stuff of legend, one that lives on in the heart of every brave little cowgirl. To this day, some dreaming folks say that on the starriest of nights, they can still see that brave little cosmic cowgirl riding freedom high in the moonlit sky, spreading love, courage, and dreams to each and every dirt road dreamer who still believes. The love and potential of the cosmic cowgirl is unbridled. Long live the freedom riders and big-time believers along your stardust trails of resilience and rowdy renegade adventures in seeking true blue, kind souls near and far. We wish you all the love in the cosmos. Hey folks, help us in our quest to encourage creativity in young minds and to embrace the cosmic souls in all of us. You can connect to us by hopping on Instagram at Cosmic Cowgirl Book and come meet the Imagineer Frontier Arts Co. We're based in Texas, Sometimes in Salado, Texas, sometimes in Waco, Texas, sometimes in Lakey and Kerrville, Texas. We're statewide and we'd love to see you. So give us a holler. Hope to see you down the star-dusted trails. Happy holidays. The end. Or the beginning, as we call it.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Howdy, y'all. Jackson here. Welcome to the ranch. Let's read a book.
Welcome to the ranch, spread the word and take a look. Welcome to the ranch, grab a friend and read a book. Welcome to the ranch, we're so glad you came to play. Welcome to the ranch, we sure hope you want to stay.
Little Red Hot by Eric A. Kimmel. Once upon a time, there was a little bitty Texas gal called Little Red Hot. Folks called her that because she loved to eat red hot chili peppers. She ate peppers for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She ate pepper ice cream for dessert. She had hot pepper cake for her birthday with jalapenos on top, instead of having candles. Folks used to say that Little Red Hot could eat fire out of a stove. Little Red Hot would answer, "No, I wouldn't do that. Fire ain't hot enough." One day, Little Red Hot's mama said to her, "Little Red Hot, I heard from Grandma today. She's feeling poorly. I think she has a cold. Could you drop by and look in on her? She feels so much better to see you." "I'll do that, Mama," Little Red Hot said. "I'll bake a hot pepper pie, Grandma's favorite. It'll knock those cold germs right out of her." Little Red Hot got busy in the kitchen. In no time at all, she mixed up a hot pepper pie. She used Louisiana hot sauce instead of milk and filled the crust with eggs, cheese, and the hottest chili peppers she could find. Jalapeno peppers that could make a grown man weep. Tabasco peppers that could knock over a longhorn. Habanero peppers that could take the paint off a wall. And Nagajalacas from India. That's one of the hottest peppers in the world. Each one came with a warning label. Little Red Hot put the pie in the oven to bake. She didn't have to turn the oven on. That pie was so hot, it baked itself. Little Red Hot got on her pony and set off for Grandma's house. Along the way, she met up with Pico Bill and his cowboys. "Hey, Little Red Hot, where you going?" they called to her. "I'm taking a hot pepper pie to Grandma. She has a cold," Little Red Hot said. "Now you be careful on your way to Grandma's house," said Pico Bill. "We just talked to 3 little tamales. They say that Senor Lobo, the big bad wolf, is prowling around the neighborhood. You keep an eye out for him, you hear?" "I'll do that, Pico Bill," Little Red Hot promised. No sooner had Pico Bill and the cowboys ridden out of sight when Little Red Hot saw a big gray animal lopping toward her. "Hold it right there. Don't come any closer," Little Red Hot yelled. "I know who you are. You're Senor Lobo. Pico Bill warned me about you." The big gray animal stopped running. "You've got me all wrong, miss," he said. "I'm not Senor Lobo. I'm Senor Coyote. I may be tricky, but I wouldn't hurt a fly." "You're mighty big for a coyote," Little Red Hot said. "You're a mighty smart girl. And pretty, too. Where are you going?" "I'm going to visit my grandma. She's feeling poorly," Little Red Hot said. "What a good little girl you are. You tell Grandma, I hope she feels better." And off he went. Of course, that big gray animal wasn't Senor Coyote at all. He was Senor Lobo, and Little Red Hot had no business talking to him. But it was too late to do anything about that now. Even worse, Senor Lobo knew a shortcut that took him straight to Grandma's house. He stepped up to the front door and knocked. "Little Red Hot, is that you?" Grandma said. Senor Lobo made his voice sound like Little Red Hot's. "Yes, Granny. I heard you were sick. I hope you're feeling better." "I feel better already now that you're here. Come on in." Senor Lobo did just that. Grandma let out a yelp when she saw him. Grandma was sick, but she wasn't slow. She jumped out the window and ran. "I'll catch her later," Senor Lobo said. He rummaged through Grandma's clothes until he found a spare nightcap and nightgown. He put them on and hopped into bed, just as Little Red Hot arrived. "Howdy, Grandma. It's Little Red Hot. I'm so sorry you don't feel good. Why is your front door open?" "To let the breeze in, darling. To let the breeze in," Senor Lobo said. "I brought you a surprise, Grandma." Little Red Hot went into the kitchen. She cut a big wedge of hot pepper pie and put it on a plate. She carried it to Grandma's room. Senor Lobo lay on the bed with the covers pulled up to his nose. Little Red Hot looked at him real hard. Grandma, what big eyes you got. The better to see you with, darling, Senor Lobo said. Grandma, what big ears you got. The better to hear you with, darling, Senor Lobo said. Grandma, what big teeth you got. Now don't say another word, 'cause I know what they're for, said Little Red Hot. What are they for, darling? Senor Lobo said. They're for eating this hot pepper pie I just made for you. Little Red Hot shoved the wedge of pie into Senor Lobo's mouth. To say he yelled wouldn't do him justice. He hollered so loud, space aliens could have heard him over in the next galaxy. He didn't go out the front door or the back. He shot straight up like a rocket, right through the ceiling of Grandma's bedroom, trailing fire and smoke as he went. That's when Pico Bill and the cowboys arrived. Grandma told us that Senor Lobo came by. Where is he? Little Red Hot pointed up at the hole in the ceiling. He went that way. I suppose he'll be back. Would y'all like to stay for supper? I got hot pepper pie for everyone. No thanks, Little Red Hot, Pico Bill and the cowboy said. We're brave, but we're not that brave. So Little Red Hot and her grandma ate that hot pepper pie all by themselves. Every last crumb. And guess what? It knocked that cold and those germs flat out. Just as Little Red Hot had promised. The end.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Howdy, y'all. Jackson here. Welcome to the ranch. Let's read a book.
Welcome to the ranch, spread the word and take a look. Welcome to the ranch, grab a friend and read a book. Welcome to the ranch, we're so glad you came to play. Welcome to the ranch, we sure hope you want to stay.
Fandango Stew by David Davis. Slim rubbed his grumbling belly as he rode into the town of Skinflint. I'm so hungry. I could eat a boiled leather boot, he said to his grandson Luis. Neither of us has a peso. Abuelo, said Luis. Looks like Fandango Stew for supper again. Slim grinned and sang. Chili's good, so is barbecue, but there's nothing finer than Fandango Stew. When they stopped to water their Mustangs, the town sheriff collared them. You two cowpokes can just keep right on riding, the sheriff said. The hardworking citizens of Skinflint don't feed saddle tramps. It ain't far to city limits, and it's downhill all the way. We're not aiming to lasso a handout, said Slim. My grandson and I rode in to treat Skinflint to a pot of Fandango bean stew. The sheriff narrowed his eyes. I've never heard tell of a bean stew, especially a Fandango bean. Slim pulled a small bean from his vest pocket and held it up in the air. He sang, Chili's good, so is barbecue, but there's nothing finer than Fandango stew. What are you sidewinders trying to pull? Growled the sheriff. The mayor moseyed on over with the owner of the general store. Both men laughed. They said, You skunks can't make stew for the whole town with one bean. Lend us that big iron kettle yonder, and you'll see, said Slim. These hombres are loco, said the shopkeeper, but I want to see this. The sheriff twirled his mustache. Well, I guess it won't hurt anything to watch two fools boil water. He and the blacksmith rolled the huge iron pot into town square. Slim built a fire under it while Luis filled it up with water. When the pot boiled, Luis kissed the tiny Fandango bean and dropped it in. Slim and Luis sang in two-part harmony. Chili's good, so is barbecue, but nothing's finer than Fandango stew. The bank president poked his head out the bank window and yelled, "What's that ruckus going on down out there?" The mayor pointed into the pot. "Why, it's the nearest next to nothing you ever saw." Slim ignored them and stirred the pot with a long wooden spoon. "This stew is muy bueno," he said, "but if we added a little salt and pepper to season the fandango bean, it would be truly magnifico." The banker chuckled. "Shucks, I can lend you a little salt and pepper." He shut the window, ran outside with 2 fancy gold salt and pepper shakers, and sprinkled the seasonings into the pot. Then Slim, Luis, and the banker sang in a 3-part harmony. "Chili's good, so is barbecue, but nothing's finer than fandango stew." Slim tasted the stew and sighed. "What's ailing him?" asked the blacksmith. "Nothing," said Slim. "I was just thinking how a purple onion would bring out the flavor of this fandango bean." "I guess the wife and I could rustle up an onion," the blacksmith replied. His wife fetched one, and the blacksmith diced it in and tossed it into the boiling water. Then Slim, Luis, the banker, the blacksmith, and his wife sang in 5-part harmony. "Chili's good, so is barbecue, but nothing's finer than fandango stew." Luis sniffed into the air and said, "This stew smells good, muchachos." "Not as tasty as that batch over in Dog La Glutch, but good." "It can't be helped, amigo," Slim said. "We had potatoes in Dog La Glutch. This is Skinflint." A lawyer in a frock coat elbowed his way up to the kettle. "We've got passos and potatoes," he yelled. He disappeared and returned wheeling in a huge barrow of spuds. "Skinflint has more potatoes than Dog La Glutch. Case closed." While they peeled the potatoes, Slim, Luis, the banker, the blacksmith, his wife, and the lawyer were merry. They sang in a 6-part harmony. "Chili's good, so is barbecue, but nothing's finer than fandango stew." Skinflint's pretty schoolteacher tugged at Slim's arm. She opened a large cookbook. "Pardon me, sir, but it says here that you need more than potatoes for your healthful stew. Children need vegetables." "You're right as rain, ma'am. If this was the stew we cooked in New Summerfield, we'd have plenty," Slim said. "They grow lots of vegetables there. But Skinflint is just a 1-horse town." "1-horse town," yelled the sheriff. "Dagnabbit, I'll show you vegetables." He whistled up to his deputies. "Boys, make tracks to my garden. Pick up anything that even looks like a vegetable. Pronto. Even the orca." In a few minutes, they returned with baskets loaded with peppers, peas, cabbage, asparagus, squash, carrots, and okra. Slim winked at Luis and said, "Sheriff, perhaps you brought too many vegetables. They might smother the delicate flavor of the fandango bean." "Listen, Pilgrim, you'll add those vegetables and like it, or you'll spend the night in the jailhouse," the sheriff growled. "If you insist," said Slim. The teacher and the school children washed the vegetables at the town pump. Luis added all of them to the stew, even the okra. Just then, the Skinflint Culture Club ladies strutted over, twirling their parasols. Not to be outdone, they stirred in 5 pounds of brown rice and a bushel of prize-winning heirloom tomatoes. They had their men folks set up tables and hang paper lanterns all around the square. Then Slim, Luis, the banker, the blacksmith, his wife, the lawyer, the mayor, the deputies, the ladies' culture club, their menfolk, the school teacher, and the children sang in 47-part harmony. "Chili's good, so is barbecue, but nothing's finer than fandango stew." The stew simmered, and the aroma drifted over the whole town. When the fandango stew was done, the storekeeper and his wife served it with big glasses of sweet tea. Everybody had all the stew they wanted. Nobody ate more than the sheriff. He even took 2 bowls of stew to the desperados in the jailhouse. After supper, the mayor burped and said, "Fellers, I'm as full as a tick." He slapped Slim and Luis on the back. "Now tell me, if this isn't the best dang stew shindig you buckaroos ever saw." "It truly is a fine fiesta," said Luis. "I've never seen better," said Slim. When night fell, the moon rose over Skinflint like a big yellow balloon. Everyone strolled home, all tuckered out from the excitement, and nobody went to bed hungry. The next morning, the whole town turned out to say goodbye to Slim and Luis. The mayor dabbled his teary eyes with a handkerchief. He said, We sure miss you guys would stay a spell. We best be hitting the trail, Slim said as they mounted up. Before you go, the shoekeeper said, tell me where I can get some of those fandango beans. Luis pointed to the barrel on the porch. You've got plenty right there, amigo. Why, those are just common pinto beans, the shoekeeper's wife replied. Any bean makes a fine fandango stew, Slim said. Just add generosity and kindness. Well, hog tie me with a noodle, laughed the sheriff. Slim and Luis tipped their hats, and the whole town could hear their fine duet as they rode off into the sunrise. Chili's good, so is barbecue, but nothing's finer than fandango stew. The end.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
You got an encounter in your mind?
I have a couple.
Okay, came prepared. Somebody did their homework.
Well, I just live with them in my brain.
Okay, all right. Well, hey guys, it's Kelly.
It's Susan.
It's Stephanie.
Unchained and Polished. We are back for episode Cuatro. Okay, we're excited. So today we are going to be chatting a little bit about encounters.
Yeah, encounters. It's awesome.
I love it.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so Suze, what would you say is your top? I know. Okay, I'm just saying.
That's hard.
Top encounter, right? Because everybody meets him.
Okay, so I mean, it's hard to figure out which one is the top one, but I will say that one of the first ones, okay, the first significant ones. Now I was baptized because I was raised Southern Baptist, so it was I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't sincere when that happened,
I
but
got you.
it definitely was more of it was fear motivated. It was definitely probably fear motivated and out of obligation.
Like a turn and burn.
Yeah, and
Turn and burn gospel.
oof, it was rough, but church was cool, but
Yeah.
I had a messed up brain, so whatever. Anyway, so
Everything helps.
Everything
If you were like
helps.
me, you need the extra.
I know.
I had Catholics burning candles and burning the church down, and you got to pay for those. I didn't know that because I'm not Catholic. My aunt
you
sunk
don't have
some
to.
money into me being here. You know what I'm
You
saying?
don't have to, but it is nice. For
I'm
a
not
donation.
making fun of
I
Catholics.
know.
No,
I
okay.
was also not
Catholic
raised
I
Catholic.
did it. I did it.
Oh.
But let me tell you,
Everybody
my
did it
mom
for
taught
me.
me that. Yeah, my mom taught me. You make an offering
Yes.
for that candle. And now they put a little plaque on there hey, bro, these candles ain't free, okay? Don't just come in here praying for anybody.
Yeah, you got to pay to pray.
Throw a dollar. Throw a dollar. You
Okay.
already know. Okay.
All right. Anyway, squirrel.
We
Woo!
did squirrel.
So the first really significant one of my adult life was I was in Galveston, metropolitan Galveston, taking a vacation to try to get over my drinking problem, and I was drunk, and because you cannot.
That totally makes sense.
I know, yeah, because I had gone to the mountains to try to find myself,
Oh,
you know,
hey,
and
yes.
there are drugs
Yes.
in the mountains, and so that's what I found,
Okay,
and
some really good.
yeah, I did not find myself, but I did find the drugs. Yeah,
Wild growing buds.
I'll tell you what.
Okay.
All kinds of
We're gonna leave it
nutcases in
right.
Rientosa, New Mexico. Anyway, so I got to the mountains, and then I thought, it had something to do with sea level. So I go to the beach, and I'm trying to get over my drinking problem, trying to get the crazy out, and ended up getting drunk. And the person I was with at the time started having a conversation with me about, hey, I don't know, man. It was my day, and God called my numbers that day, and I hit the conviction lotto. And so this person was talking to me about who I used to be and who I was now, and I don't know why it was that day, or it wasn't it was this. They said all the right things, and I was like, oh my God, I can see it now. But my thought was, because I was angry that this person was talking about my drinking, and I was like, I'm gonna go jump in the ocean, because I was like,
Oh.
You know, I'm
Okay.
cool,
Yeah,
man.
man.
I'm a
Yeah.
memory maker.
I like it.
So I'm gonna go jump in the ocean because I'm gonna be 80 years old on my deathbed, and I'm gonna be like, remember when you were young and free and you jumped in the ocean? Anyway, and then over the course of that conversation, it just sort of surfaced that I should go pray, which was weird because I wasn't in the habit, of praying.
Yeah.
Sort of not my first thought all the time, and so.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, yeah. And all of a sudden it made sense. Like I needed to go pray. Like I knew, like, yeah, you need to go pray. Which was again weird, but I was like, okay, let's just go with it. And so I walked over to, we're staying in this like really sleazy, like yucky ick motel. And within our budget. And so we walked across the street and now, oh my God, I'm having a memory right now as we're talking that I literally had to go get, oh, you shouldn't say this on the thing.
Say it. It's all good.
I changed up polish. I had to go get like diapers because I had like a kidney infection because I'm an alcoholic, you know?
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
Shoot, dudes. We're being vulnerable. Anyway, so yeah, that was a real life thing. And but I'm a public school teacher now, so it's fine. And anyway, so I went over there and I prayed. Here's the encounter. There's a lot of setup. So I go over there and I
Better be a
walk
good
down the
one.
little steps, and I'm like not doing good. Like I'm having
Yeah.
kidney infections on the regular.
I got you.
And shoot, and I go over to the beach and it's like dark and it's it's like lots of stars and stuff, and I'm like drunk, but and I'm sitting there and I'm watching the water and this old Hank Williams song. I had a habit of getting drunk and listening to Hank Williams. Imagine that. And but he used to sing this song, "You're Drifting Too Far from the Shore," and for some reason that day, that song was playing like a record in my head. I could not get it out. And the lyrics were like, this is for real. This is a
Okay,
song.
all right.
He goes, "You're drifting too far from the shore. Come to Jesus today." What is it? Come to Jesus today. I can't remember the rest, but that's all I remember. But
Okay.
yeah, so anyway, that was the lyrics.
Hank
and it was
Williams.
playing. Yeah, and it's a good
That's
song.
enough.
Check it out.
Yeah, man.
That's enough.
Okay.
Check it out. And anyway, I'm looking over at the waves, and then all of a sudden, this voice comes in my head, clear as day. And the voice said, "You should get on your knees." Swear.
Yeah, man. I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it.
I do too.
And I answered the voice. I'm not getting on my knees.
Yeah.
And I didn't answer it out loud, but I answered it in my head. And I said, I'm
Uh-huh.
not getting on my knees. That's what weird spiritual people do. And this person that I was with was like watching me. I was like,
No way.
I'm way too cool
Right?
for school.
Like,
That's why I had to go get adult diapers, at 22. Killing it, knocking it out of the park, clearly. So don't get caught
Winner.
praying. Winner.
Not.
Big L in the life department. Anyway, so can't get caught
We're
praying.
only laughing because we're with you.
I know. And if you're laughing at home, it's because you also wet the bed, and you're my people. And so I won't tell nobody.
Welcome to the community.
Welcome to the. It's fine. Anyway, so I answered the voice. I'm not getting on my knees. That's what weird spiritual people do. And just as clear as the first thing comes this. Right now, I don't think it really matters.
Okay. All right.
And it was enough for me to be like, yes, sir. And I hit my knees and I said the like typical alcoholic prayer, which was, look, I'll say it just like I said. Look, God, I don't know if you give a shit,
Yeah.
but I'm in a big old mess and I can't get myself out of it. That was the
Oh,
difference.
a
So
surrender.
Yes.
surrender. So
surrender.
before it was always like, hey, help me out.
Yeah.
Help me out. I'm in the back of a
Bargaining.
squad car.
Yes,
yeah, help me
man,
out.
bargaining.
Just this was the first time I admitted I cannot get myself out of this mess.
Yeah.
And so I said the little prayer, got up, and of course I love to test God. Like I love to, I'm looking for the signs and the wonders. And so I go out to the end of this jetty, like in Galveston they have those little jetties. And so I go out to the end of this jetty, and it's nighttime. So, and I'm drunk.
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
I hear you.
There's rocks out there. And so I got to the end of this thing, and I'm like, hey, man, if you're real, I can't even get the whole thing out before this huge wave. I mean, it was like waves, waves, waves. And it was like, if you're real, and then this huge wave. And I was like, thank you. And just turned around and like,
Done.
check, got it, Roger. And that was, and so I went home, or I went back to the little sleazy motel, and I didn't have anything to drink for the rest of the night, which was significant.
Yeah, I mean,
because
that's
I don't
huge.
stop
That's
once I start.
huge.
Got up, drank the next day, but when I went home from Galveston, I started looking up treatment centers, and then within a week, I was in a treatment center, and I was sober.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Life changing.
Life changing.
Life changing. You knew without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh yeah.
The voice. I mean, the
Oh,
voice. Right?
and to this day, I know that
Yeah, man.
that was him.
Right?
That was him.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
That's
The fact that you can like
awesome.
hear the song, all the things. Like,
Oh
I mean,
yes, ma'am.
encounters. You know,
Oh yes, ma'am.
they happen.
Mm-hmm.
Even
I
though,
like it.
It was significant.
yeah. And I like that it was in the middle of the mess. It was in the middle of the chaos. It was in
Girl.
the middle of the stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's not like, oh, you have to be, because I think people believe like, well, I got to be all pretty and my clothes have to be right and I got to be on
Adult
like the third row
diapers.
at church with the,
No, ma'am.
you know what I'm saying? Like we got to get cleaned up for it to happen.
No,
Yeah.
thank God. And
Right?
like my other encounters have happened.
That way.
And I've had, and I've had,
Similar.
yeah, I've had moving, stirring moments where I'm just weeping because of
yes.
gratitude and all those things. But man, those ones that changed me,
Yeah.
those ones that altered the course of my life, that gave me a truth that cannot be unheard, mess,
Right.
wreck,
Got you. Check. Steph. Encounter.
encounter.
What do you think?
I'm like Suze. There's several.
I'm not gonna let it go.
Okay. Adult diapers. Join the adult diaper community. Whatever. Okay,
I would
moving
like
on, moving on.
Depends to
Yeah.
please sponsor this video. Looking for the check, Depends.
You're so funny.
You're so wrong.
We
I-
gotta go with it
It's
now.
so wrong. It's so wrong on so many different levels. I'm like, they now have period panties.
Well, thank God
I'm gonna
I'm not
check
drinking no
those
more.
out. Okay.
I'm not drinking no more,
Well,
so I don't need them. Okay.
last time we was talking about age. So I'm just saying.
I know we gone from depends to period panty.
To God. How all that ties in together, I'm not real sure. but-
Babe.
Okay.
Follow the thread.
Yeah.
Okay, here we
All
go.
right. Encounter.
Because we're women.
Yes. Hear us
We're
roar.
women.
Welcome to
Arr.
the community.
So one of my encounters, I had probably been in recovery for 5 years.
Okay.
At the time, I was expecting with my second child, and I was about 4.5 months pregnant. Gordon was going to have a physical, meaning,
Yeah.
hey, I just want to make sure everything's going on okay,
Ah,
yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, normal.
So, out of nowhere, we found out that his, at the time, liver wasn't as well as what we thought it was. And so, the way that the doctor explained it, and what I heard at 4.5 months pregnant, was he only had a few years to live. And I'm thinking, I'm sitting here 4.5 months pregnant, and what's going on? And I remember just like you with that, it's that inside deep cry, deep hurt of,
Yeah, ma'am.
okay, God, I found you. I'm back in with you, and I have been, and now we're doing this. Like, the idea was have the 2.2 children and the white picket fence.
Okay.
And what are you telling me now? That I'm going to be single again? Am I going, like, what am I doing? And, you know, mine happened when I got down on my knees. That it was that night of praying with my husband and letting God know what I felt. And then hearing the response back from God of, you have to trust me.
Yeah.
I am here with you right now,
Yeah.
holding you,
Yeah.
holding this baby, holding your husband, and you're going to be okay. And it might not be a quick answer, but there's going to be one. And I remember just going through that. And of course, there was a whole bunch of things in between, but the main thing was that he, out of that, you know when snot's coming down your whole face,
the
and then
ugly
you're
cry.
hurting because you're like
Yes.
bellowing over, and then you can't, and everything's red, and you got bloodshot eyes, and just and it was at that moment that I just had the peace of, we are going to go through this, and no matter what is supposed to happen, I know that you're going to be there. I
Okay.
know that you're going to be there. And so the answer came not until around 2013.
Okay.
Wow.
And that's the part for me,
Yeah.
is it doesn't mean it was a quick response. And he told me it wasn't going to be quick. And in 2013, they came out with some new things and some new medications, blah, blah, blah. And it took it away.
Okay.
And he's a walking miracle.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And if we would have taken what the other doctor said, or the first doctor,
Yeah.
we would have been completely helpless, hopeless. We probably would have been angry for years. And maybe something would have happened, but because I experienced that we could walk with our heads up. We could walk and know that we weren't making those plans. Like,
Right,
we were
right.
out to live life, and this family's going to be living life with their daddy,
Yeah.
But I just remember when he answered back, of the relief of, why do I think I've got to run it? And then the other big awakening for me was, I could be content and happy even though I was hurting. Like, God put me
Okay.
in a peaceful place,
Okay.
even though
That's what I'm talking
my world, I felt like, was crashing down.
That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
That's true.
And that was new to me. Like,
Yes.
real new.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I thought you're supposed to feel free and happy and blah, 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 skipping along and
Yes.
frolicking along through the flowers.
Unicorn and rainbow forest.
Yes.
sounds
No. It does sound great, and I think some of it we can.
Yeah.
But there's those times where it's like, it's not going to be. But we've got to trust. And I really think that even of the encounters I had before, or even after, that one is a memorable, because we really had to wait and trust God, and be there, and then look at it now. And that was in 97.
Right.
And
Yes,
then it was
I
gone in
remember.
2013. So it was like, you know what? God is good
All the time.
all the
All the
time.
time.
God is
God
good.
is good.
So
It's in the waiting.
it is in the waiting.
It's in the waiting. Right? It's in the waiting because we live in a very instantaneous world and we want it yesterday, right? Like today, I was complaining. I was like, man, this computer's so slow. And someone said, they heard me, and I wasn't really in a complaining voice, but just, hey, man, it's kind of running slow today, right? And they were like, excuse me, do you remember floppy disk and dial-up? I was like, okay, thank you.
Oh my
Yes.
gosh! I know. Get
I
off
do.
the phone.
Okay, thank you.
Gotta get on AOL.
Ding, ding, diddle
Did-
all the
when
things.
You were
If
like,
you
did
picked
I
up the
really say
phone-
that out loud for her
Yes,
to
it would
answer that?
disconnect. It would disconnect.
It would disconnect, but would it be like when you picked up the phone? Would it be like would it make the internet noise?
Oh, mine did.
Oh, I think so.
I remember that
know
years
for sure
ago.
The fax it would, right?
I know if you picked up the phone while somebody's on the internet, you picking to hear a yell.
Oh, well, yes,
the
you
house.
would have.
I was in the middle of my chat.
That or I was in the middle of a game.
I was in the middle of my
Yes.
game. Yeah, well,
Why are you
Squirrel.
on there?
yeah, it's a big squirrel.
But it is in the waiting.
It
right?
is
It is
in
in
the
the waiting. The most sweetest silver lining moments are in the waiting, or the struggle. It's in the struggle. Like the whole thing of the struggle is real. Yeah, it's real.
It is real.
You
That's
know,
true.
like biblically speaking, David did all these things in the shadows and in the waiting. Right? I mean, like
Yes.
you're a young little lad. You're picked up. You're the runt. You're some people, some scholars, biblical scholars, say he must have been an illegitimate child because he was away from all the others, right? And hidden out in the field. Yet, in the waiting, like,
Waiting.
and here you are, you're anointed king. You're the next king.
Okay.
And then you got like years that you're shoved back out there in the field. And I'm sure he's like, excuse me.
This is
Did you all miss the show?
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Beg your pardon.
who else was anointed? Right? You think of his
Yeah.
age, like, excuse me, please.
Why am I in the field?
And then you're waiting all this time, and you look at that in Scripture, and it's like, God was preparing him for everything he had.
Yeah.
But don't you know
Yeah.
that he was like, who is this Saul guy? Prophet?
Yeah.
What? All these lies, all the things. Like, I'm out here with the freaking sheep. Being a shepherd, killing some lions and tigers and bears, and all these things, and no one in my family is acknowledging either. I'm not worth that. That man was wrong. Don't you know all that played in
yeah.
his head in the waiting?
Yes.
Yet,
Doubt.
yet, Scripture says David had a heart after that pursued God. Like, so in all that, don't you know? And Psalm says it. Like, I mean, the struggles, and he pours his heart out, and he dances for the Lord, and he this for
That's
the Lord,
right.
and then
Yes.
he's like, hey, where you at? You
Yeah,
know,
that's right.
I'm over here, and this guy's gonna kill me. You know,
Yeah.
like,
Where are you?
what the crud?
It'd be a good
Like,
time to show up.
This is a yo-yo of a ride,
Hello.
right? And so when your guys sharing, I'm like, oh, there's so many I could share. I could share a bad one, like I could share a pit, but I could share a valley. I could share a mountaintop. I could share, you know, like all the things. And then I'm like, you know, it's really in the waiting. Like, well, before I got sober, like one of the things that kept me where I kept wanting to stay drunk was the voice in my head that was like, because I had been told at a young age I could never be what I really want to be.
Oh.
Because girls don't preach.
That's right.
You can't evangelize. Girls don't preach. Girls don't this. Girls don't that. You can serve. You can Sunday school teach. I'm not knocking churches. I'm
right.
just saying back in that time. Like, this is before Joyce Meyer and eat the cookie, buy the shoes, and all the things. And I love that, by the way, when she said, eat the cookie, buy the shoe. I'm like, preach. Anyway, so maybe that's why women aren't preachers. I don't know, but they are now.
It's too late.
Joyce Meyer, we love you. Okay, so anyway, I think she's kind of an all-star. But
She is.
all that to say, like, from that moment, I was like 8th grade. I felt like I didn't matter. Well, I was so confused. Like,
Yeah.
all these songs, Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me, all the stuff that I'd learned, right? And all these things, I'm like, I loved you. I'm a little girl, take my little mite box up there to the front when you could, you know, like so proud and all these things, choir singing, all this stuff. And then I'm told, no, you can't do that. And I'm like, wow, whoa. Fast forward through all that, like in the waiting, like, and all the struggles, all the drinks, all the things trying to fit in somewhere, because it was like no matter what I wore, my clothes didn't fit. No matter what I did, I wasn't enough.
Right.
Because if I couldn't be enough for God, how could I be enough for you people?
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and so you get in this pit,
That's
and this
right.
mire, and a broken neck, and overdose, all these things later. Then, like, cleaned up, sober, living, friends, gone to school, like, went back and kind of, you get a redo, right, in sobriety, kind of, and you're on this journey.
Yeah.
And it's a spiritual experience, right? Trying to have a spiritual experience, wanting all these spiritual experiences, and been through some really up and down things, or really good things. And then it happened. You know, then there's this earthquake. And then I go out to fundraise for this team, because again, I'm still believing the lie. that I am not enough or worthy or cannot be used by God like that. And I end up a girl who hadn't traveled out of Texas really a couple of times, handful of times, no passport, with a passport in a third world country. And I'm doing dental work, and then I have this encounter on this thatch roof. And I'm like snot slinging, like I'm just undone.
Yeah.
It looks like a war zone. I haven't been to war, but I'm pretty sure like a 7.8 earthquake, like no
Looks-
water, no electricity. I'm pretty sure it's what a war zone looks like. All the buildings are down. There's just
Yeah.
rubble everywhere. People are sleeping in cornfields to protect the little bit of corn they have, and keeping watch. Parents are keeping watch over what food they have left because it's scarce because there are
That's
lines
right.
everywhere. And I'm like, whoa. This is too, God, what? And I was on a rooftop crying out, like, why do you have me here? I brought the kid who had been miracle, no cancer, like all these things, like rooftop experience there. But I'm on a rooftop and I'm like, what have I got myself into? And it's like this voice. The voice comes to me and is like, don't you see? Like, stand up, look around.
Yeah.
Dry your tears, girlfriend.
Yeah.
This is what I created you for.
Yeah.
And then from that place, there have been so many encounters
Yeah.
that have poured out. But in that moment on that roof, I sat there and cried. It was the sweetest thing. It was like God himself came down and gave me this big hug and tore the lie down.
Yeah.
Like, no, you get to. Like, we're suiting up, showing up every day, and you get to be my hands and feet. You get to be God with skin on every day for the rest of your life if you choose to show up. Because you are enough. And this is what I created you for. And so go get them, Tiger. Right? You know, like, and I think it was from that place when I came back, I remember telling Stephanie, like, I remember, like, I wanted quadruple prints because it's back when you had to get your film developed, you know, like, and I paid for the rush, the 1 hour thing, you know, and I'm off a plane, I'm dead dog tired and all these things, but I couldn't wait to show everybody because it opened this door and this thing and it stirred up this hunger in me for like the more of God. And it was like, hey, it doesn't matter what you say.
Yeah.
Because God says I am.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I think when we have the encounters like yours with the diapers, okay, all right, diapers.
It wasn't
And-
the only one.
I know, I got you. Well, or illness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And battles, and like David, in the like he had highs and we all have highs and lows, right? Life brings
That's
us highs and lows. Wasn't there a thing that used to be like life is a box of that's Forrest Gump.
That's
Life
Forrest-
is a
yes.
box
What are you
of
talking about?
chocolates. Okay, and you,
You
don't
never
know
know
what
what you're gonna get.
It's so true though, but like
That is true.
That is true.
even with Jesus, like, so we get in this thing like, okay, unchained unboxed. We drop our chains, we drop our labels, we're walking on, we've had these encounters. Yet, are there not days, even from the encounter,
Okay.
that you trip up again? You're like, you believe
Yes.
that? I mean, I'm guilty of it. I'm gonna confess. Like, I have moments where I'm like, just like this thing. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing again? Like, you're not worthy of that. You can't lead people to. You can't share Jesus with people. Are you a pastor? I'm sorry. Have you gone to school? Right? And then I'm like, oh, wait a second. I had this encounter where he said, this is what I was created for. Was to be his hands and feet and all
That's
that
right.
do and say. And it's just that simple. And
Oh,
they
yeah.
loves me right where I'm at.
Oh yeah.
Whether it's in the dirt
Yeah.
in a third world country, or it's seeing a patient, or it's being mom, or how I wife, or how I friend. It's how I shop.
Okay.
You can be his hands. You can have encounters in HEB,
That's right.
Yeah.
right?
I know.
You can.
Okay,
I know. I went and I tried to pray for the deli guy,
there you go.
but he just told me he was hungover. He didn't need no prayer.
Right? So I'm just saying, like, you get into this thing with encounters. Like, people say, well, how do you have those? Well, I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. Just like you're drunk on a beach, and you're getting news from a doctor, and I'm on some thatch roof in some third world country. It is when I think God just shows up, and if we tune in just enough to realize it's not your voice, if it's not your voice, and it's something good, because God is not condemning. He's not telling you to go throw
No.
yourself in that fire or go hang
No,
yourself
he's
from
not.
a tree.
No, he's not.
Or hey, get another drink. That's not God's
That's-
voice. You are not having an encounter.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Insanity.
yeah, that's whew. But then it's like when these things come in, they're a thought far greater than anything I could come up with on my own. That's
Yeah,
what it
that's
is.
true.
In the middle of the chaos. Or-
And it's when you least expect it.
Yeah.
Like even if you're asking, you're still
Yeah.
are me. I am not looking for it. He just offers
it
for
drops.
free.
It just drops. Blink.
I know, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know everybody's experience, but I know, like for me, because being intellectually self-sufficient has sort of been a problem for me
Yeah.
in my life. That like it had to come. It came, and I had to surrender. Like I had to give up. I had to give up whatever it was that I was hanging on to, whether it was a idea of what life was supposed to be, or control in some place, or just this concept that I could do something myself. Yep. When that showed up, when the voice showed up, or when he
Yes.
showed up in whatever way he showed up, and this has happened since I've been sober, I had to surrender and say, basically, whatever,
Yeah.
whatever.
Your
You
way,
do it.
not mine.
You
yeah,
do it.
Yeah.
I can't. You do
Uh.
it.
So it's in the surrender
Oh yeah,
and the waiting.
and the waiting.
And you can even expect.
Oh yeah.
Live expectant.
Girl, walk
Oh,
out
live
like you're gonna see him
expectant.
today.
Yeah.
That's right.
Walk out like you're gonna see him today. You're gonna hear him today.
Well, and I think if we, like me now, like in the back of my mind, it's like, okay, God, what are we going to experience today? That doesn't mean it's always going to be
Yeah.
great.
What's on the roster
You
today?
know?
Yeah, I've been saying that as
But-
part of my prayers every morning.
But I can
Reporting for
tell-
duty.
But what I
Come here, coach.
Sorry,
I'm so sorry.
It's true.
Trying to be
We
good.
do, but when we stop and before bed or we are at home and we have that quiet time, it's like there was some experiences that I had,
Yeah.
and if I wasn't willing and open,
Mm-hmm.
I would have missed it.
Yeah.
So don't miss
And
it.
they were simple. They don't have to be big. They don't have to be
Yeah.
this.
No.
I can't explain phenomenon.
No.
You know,
Yeah.
no, it's these daily living.
So
of-
what I'm hearing you say is when you get the nudge and you're in the line, wherever it is, and it says, hey, I'm going to pay for the person behind me, do it.
do it.
Or there's somebody with a frown on their face. Maybe it's just a smile and I hope you have a really great day. Or the frustrated cashier that you really want to go, oh my God.
I know. Yeah.
But in all that, from the encounters, I think if we're receiving it in the right way, and what I'm hearing from our stories is, from those places, we get to. Like I love to tell people, you get to be his hands and feet. You get to have an encounter. You get to be the encounter or the person who's carrying it for another person, which is
For
even
another
far
per-
greater
yes.
for them to encounter.
Yes.
Like that's my thing. Like that's the thing in the encounter. I think for me, from that place and that thatch roof is, hey God, how can I go about my day to day in such a way that another person
Sees you.
encounters you and
Yeah.
sees you? Like that's
That's
Yeah.
that's even better
whole-
than the. I mean, not that the encounters are not sweet and I don't ask for them, but
Right.
the whole gist of it is that, right? Like,
Yeah.
and to live that out every day because we get to.
Yeah.
Because I'm sober and I'm free. And I love
Yeah.
Jesus, and so I get to.
Yeah.
So if you're hearing this, because we're gonna land this bird in the encounters, like there are so many more and more
Oh,
stories
yeah.
to come. Like we are just unpacking
We
the
are just
words,
beginning.
identity,
Yeah.
encounter, and community. But our hope and desire is for you to encounter.
Yes,
And
honey.
for you to experience in the
Yes,
same
honey.
ways we have with.
with or without the diapers.
Okay, you do not have to have a diaper.
You do not have to wear a diaper.
We are not gonna let you
Have an
experience
encounter with
God.
Jesus. Okay,
Yeah.
so we cleared that one up.
Glad we
And
mentioned
Joyce
it one
Meyer
more time.
doesn't have to talk to you. So, so I'm just saying.
Okay, all right.
You get to just experience, but you get
It's
to
fine.
be his hands and feet. And I've done this a couple of times. People ask me why, but I'm like, hey, when you pray, you want to encounter, you listen to this, you're like, I want to encounter.
Yeah.
Sit there, quiet. Find a quiet
Yes.
space. It doesn't have to be a mountaintop. Doesn't have
Yes.
to be the ocean. Doesn't have to be a thatch roof. It can be right in your bedroom or out on your porch, or I don't know what it is for you, walking or whatever. But when I pray for those things, I lay my hands open like I'm expecting to receive, like in a receiving posture.
Yeah.
And then I just thank him,
Yeah.
and I'm like, just bring it. Just bring it, and I don't even care what it looks like. Now, that's a bold prayer. I don't care what it looks like. But it is the sweetest spot to be in.
And that's the adventure train.
Adventure train.
That's the
Choo-choo.
adventure train.
So we pray, Jesus, that you would just bring to every person listening a full-on encounter of your love, your grace, your mercy, and that you would just rock their world in such a way that they are forever changed.
So that they can go
Be the hands and feet.
Be the hands and feet so that other people may be forever changed.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord.
It's a ripple effect, ladies.
Yes.
All right.
Amen,
so
and we love y'all.
We love you. We want you to check us out.
On Facebook, we're Unchained Unpolished. We have a group, and it's amazing. And we're also on Instagram, He Sees You Ministry, and you can check us out at heseesyouministry.org, where you can also register for the retreat.
Get excited for a retreat.
Yeah, you can subscribe for updates so that you can find out when our next retreat is. You can put in prayer requests. You can just hang out, anything and everything almost.
Oh, yeah. And the
Yes.
retreat, because we're talking about encounters, is a weekend of encounters. So come hungry for it. If you're sitting here thinking, hey, I could use one. It sounds kind of cool.
Baby.
Diaper-free weekend.
Baby.
Full-on
Won't he
Jesus
do it,
encounter.
baby?
I mean.
Cup of coffee.
Okay, so
Some
we will see you
tea.
guys next time.
Yeah. We love
Yes,
you.
we
Bye.
love you.
Bye.
Bye.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Hey y'all, I'm April.
And I'm Caroline.
And this
is your Bloody Happy Hour.
Caroline, are you ready for this?
This is your newest guilty pleasure.
It's the bloodiest part of your week.
Did we say something about it also being happy hour?
Show did.
Because we about to be sipping on some murder. Bloody Happy Hour. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkahs?
And Ramadan and Kwanzaa and all the things.
All of the things. We got a quickie for you today because we know that you have a busy schedule. You got to open gifts. You got to hang out with your family. You got
Wrap
to eat
gifts,
food. You got to do,
yeah.
well, I don't know what you have to do, but you got to do it all. So we're going to go through 12 murders of Christmas.
Yes.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love. Okay.
So we have 12 murders of Christmas for you guys.
For your first murder, we have the Who Lover murders, 2002 in Middleton, Pennsylvania. So on Christmas Eve in 2002, Ernest R. Wholever Jr. broke into his former home with the help from his brother after being prohibited entry from the courts after being charged with sexual offenses involving molestation of his own daughters,
Ooh.
Victoria, who was 20 years old, and Elizabeth, who was 15 years old. He had been evicted after his wife Jean obtained an order under the Protection from Abuse Act. And although this was prevented him from purchasing, possessing, and carrying firearms, this didn't stop him from using one to slay his own family.
Oh my goodness.
His brother waited about a block away and acted as a lookout as Ernest approached the house and cut the telephone wires and forcibly entered the home. He shot his wife Jean, 2 daughters, Victoria and Elizabeth. He left Victoria's infant daughter unharmed. Days later, Wholever was arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. His brother who aided him, Scott Wholever, also acted as a Commonwealth witness aiding the prosecution. Ernest Wholever, who sat on death row since 2004, while his brother was sentenced to serve 15 to 25 years.
I feel like that's still not enough. You read that so good. Were you in UIL
Maybe.
reading?
Definitely not.
Oral reading UIL. All right, I got a Texas Christmas massacre for you. 2011, and this is grapevine, y'all. Another Santa Claus tainted Christmas for another family in 2011 in Texas. Aziz Yazpandaha. In the same manner of Bruce Pardo, we just talked about him, knocked on his estranged wife's door on Christmas, dressed in a Santa Claus suit, and as the family was in the middle of opening presents, he opened fire on his family. He killed his wife, Fatima, their 14-year-old son, Ali, and their 19-year-old daughter, Nona. Also victims to his rage were his wife's sister, Zoraya, that's probably not right, her husband, Muhammad, and their 22-year-old daughter, Sahara Desert, I don't know. At some point before all the slayings finished taking place, someone had called 911 from inside the apartment. Okay, so after spreading bloodshed and committing the murders, Yazda Parana committed suicide. When the family was found dead by the police that Christmas morning, wrapping paper lay scattered throughout with opened and unopened presents splattered in blood. Can you imagine that crime scene? To add the chill to the tragedy, the last text Sarah would send would be to her boyfriend, just as her uncle had shown up, expressing annoyance at him doing so, and his Santa ensemble saying now he wants to be all fatherly and win Father of the Year because he fucked up before. Oh, she was about that life. She was mad at her daddy.
Crime number 3. We have body hidden beneath Christmas presents, 2011 in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm not surprised. Michelle O'Dowd, who's 67, never imagined that her giving and welcoming spirit would be what would lead to her death when she offered her friend Patty Michelle White, 41 years old, a place to stay after she found herself homeless. By early December 2011, somehow the friendship had gone awry and things had begun to sour between the two. O'Dowd's twin brother was always suspicious of White and grew concerned when she failed to show up for work or answer her phone. So he went to her house to check on her and found her foot sticking out from beneath the presents under the Christmas tree. Her dead body laid there, buried beneath the masses of Christmas presents intended for her family and grandchildren. Her face was bloodied. White had strangled her, beat her to death, and hid her body there. She also stole her debit card and credit cards and was arrested in South Carolina after being found when she used 2 ATMs. Family members said that White was part of the family and couldn't even comprehend what had transpired. They were sickened that she would bury the body beneath the gifts meant for the children under the Christmas tree O'Dowd took so much pride in. Christmas was her favorite holiday, and she had put so much effort and time into decorating for it.
That is shitty. That's real shitty.
It's real bad.
How about Valdez's Christmas present, in quotations? 2013, Chicago, Illinois, we are coming to you. 18-year-old Alexis Valdez lived with his aunt and her boyfriend Silvestri. Ooh, I might have heard a podcast on this. When the two males got into an argument in late December 2013 about him living there rent-free and not contributing to the household. After this, Valdez was pissed. He was told that he would have to move out if he continued this way. So on Christmas Eve, while his aunt was out after drinking all night, Valdez was angered and in unjustified, uncivilized rage smashed Diaz's head with a hammer. He reportedly shut the windows, closed the blinds, played some music, probably like we have playing right now, and jammed while he used a butcher knife to cut off Silvestri's ears, nose, and mouth. How do you cut off a mouth?
I don't know.
He also cut off his arms and used his bare hands to pull out his eyes. Why didn't we do a podcast on this? And then he decapitated him, leaving his head on his aunt's pillow as an early Christmas present.
That's so nice.
And now a word from our sponsors.
After becoming tired of mutilating the body, I'm sorry.
He got tired.
He got tired. He called 911 to report a dead body. Upon arriving, police found him saturated in blood. He confessed to the murder and said he would have killed his aunt too had she been home. He was sentenced to 33 years in prison. This was an 18-year-old. And he was just mad because they told his ass to don't be a deadbeat.
Yep.
Say, man, don't be
33 years after
don't be
that.
an Alexis.
That's all you get.
Firing squad.
He gets the firing squad.
Your turn.
Continuing on, what number are we on? 6? 5? 4?
I don't know.
No. Well, the next one.
4. Now this is 5, I think.
Christmas murder, number 5.
You want us to count and read? That's a whole lot.
I know, it's a whole lot of things. Los Feliz Mansion Murders. How do you say it?
Feliz.
Los Feliz Mansion Murders, 1959, Los Angeles, California. LA is no stranger to grisly murders, but in December of 1959, it became home to one of its biggest murder mysteries, with the Perelson family murder-suicide at a Spanish revival home at Glendower Place in Los Feliz. Around 4:30 a.m. on December 26th, cardiologist Harold Perelson struck his sleeping wife Lillian with a ball-peen hammer and bludgeoned her to death before she could even know what was happening and before she could even scream for her life. She died by asphyxiation? That's how you say it.
Oh,
she basically drowned in her own blood.
Yeah.
That's a hard word to say. The case would be different for his teenage daughter, Jude, who wailed and wailed, screaming for her life as he made his way into her bedroom. Neighbors could hear as she yelled, "Don't kill me!" Reportedly, they could also hear her father instructing her to lay still and keep quiet. Using the same hammer he did on his wife, he struck his daughter, but not with good enough aim. She was able to escape after seeing her mother laying there dead in a pool of her own blood. She ran to the neighbors to get help. 2 younger siblings, Joel and Debbie, had by now woken up. The patriarch of the family told them to go back to sleep and said his last words to them, "This is only a nightmare." Wow. He then took 2 doses of Nembutal and 31 pills, believed to have been a tranquilizer or some form of codeine. By the time emergency responders arrived to the scene, he was dead. The estate was sold at a probate auction to husband and wife Julian and Emily Enriquez. Here is where it gets even creepier. The Enriquez family apparently never moved in. After their deaths, their son Rudy inherited the house and is quoted by the Los Angeles Times saying, "I don't know that I want to live there or even stay here." The house reportedly sat uninhabited and still in time for 50 years and was only used as a storage by Rudy Enriquez. Those who peeked and those who had been inside the house say that the house remained unchanged and appeared abandoned in time and in place as it was before the murders. Rudy died in 2015 before the house went up on the market and was cleaned up. Pictures were taken of it as it was by the photographer. One word, eerie. The house looks lived in. Things seem to be left as they were before the murders. The mail still piled up together. There's even cat litter from the long gone family's pets. Though the origins are unknown, gold ribbon for presents could also be found inside the house. You can find these pictures online today with even video footage taken by the photographer.
Now we have Lawson Family Massacre, 1929, Germantown, North Carolina. So today, the last and one of the only portraits the Lawson family took remains very infamous. Just a few days before Christmas, 43-year-old Charlie Lawson, a rural and working class sharecropper, took his family shopping for new outfits to get their portraits taken. Back then, this wasn't really normal for someone of his social standing and financial means. Some in that era may have even called it peculiar and odd, which would later go on to lead to what had been a premeditated act on his part. Fast forward to the afternoon on Christmas Day, and all but one of the Lawsons would be dead. Waiting by his barn for two of his daughters, Carrie, age 12, Maybelle, age 7, to head out to their aunt and uncle's, Charlie saw them walk out and shoot them both with a 12-gauge shotgun and proceeded to bludgeon them almost unrecognizably. He moved their bodies into the barn and then stalked towards his other family members, shooting his wife, Fanny, 37, who was on the porch. Alerted by the shotgun, his sons, James, 4 years old, and Raymond, 2, tried to seek refuge and escape him by hiding. He shot his daughter Marie, 17, and then both boys. He then bludgeoned his youngest 4-month-old infant, baby girl Mary Lou, to death. Oh my God. He then walked into the woods and killed himself. Family annihilators even way back then. His oldest boy, 16-year-old Arthur, had been the sole survivor as he had been sent into town to run an errand on purpose, I wonder. Had he wanted to spare his life? We will never know. The bodies of each family member were found with rocks beneath their heads and their arms crossed. To this day, motive and reason behind the murders remain a mystery. It has been speculated due to statements by relatives of the family about Fanny voicing concern that Charlie carried an incestual relationship with Marie. Whether this had something to do with this family massacre, we would never know.
We should do
It's
that
a good
one.
story.
Yeah. Number 7. Good Samaritan killed for kindness. 2016.
You better have some big words in this.
Washington, D.C. Ready? Trisha McCauley was an up-and-coming actress and yoga instructor. On Christmas Day, Trisha was on her way to Christmas dinner with her friends, but Trisha never made it to dinner. Friends and family tried reaching out to her that night, but they never got any responses, so they filed a missing persons report. They spent that night and the next day looking for her. It wasn't long until the 26th of the next day that officers found her white Scion parked outside of CVS, and standing outside of the vehicle was Adrian Dwayne Johnson, and inside the car was Trisha's body. A man fitting Johnson's description was seen by a witness driving the vehicle around. Johnson has a criminal history of multiple theft charges. He was caught on camera robbing convenience stores, and he was ordered to wear an ankle monitor, but never showed up to get it put on. Johnson claimed that Trisha offered him a ride, a total stranger, and said The two of them had consensual sex, and she ended her own life by hanging herself in her car.
That's so easy to do.
And oh yeah, before that, she told him, "Go ahead, take all my credit cards and cash.
Please
I
do."
want you to have it all." When back in real life, her body was found in the back seat with no ligature marks around her neck, and he even picked up a prostitute with her corpse in the back seat.
Uh-oh.
When police asked him why he didn't bring her to the hospital, he said he didn't really think she was dead. He thought she was asleep in the back of the car. Turns out she had been severely beaten, her legs were tied up, she had been sexually assaulted, and her clothes were torn. So, Crazy Eyes Johnson, you should see this guy, he's got crazy eyes, was arrested and charged with her murder. He was convicted and sentenced to a whopping 30 years.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I know.
Are we going to Dayton, Ohio?
We sure is.
This was a story on my list. What number were we at?
7. I think we only have...
No. This is probably like 8. I'm the evens.
Oh.
8, maybe. We're almost there. All right, 8th story. From December 24th to December 26th, in 1992, 6 people were killed, 2 injured, in one of the worst killing sprees in Dayton, Ohio's history. The Dayton Daily News reported. The massacre became known as the Christmas Killings and began when Laura Taylor, DeMarcus Smith, Heather Matthews, and Marvelous Keene shot for their first victim. All the black people were like, oh, hail us black people. Joseph Wilkerson to death on December 24th inside his home. They continued their shooting spree for days. Their initial motive was robbery, but when Keene grew paranoid about snitches, according to Crime and Investigation, 2 of them were killed when the group became concerned they could implicate the 4 in the other deaths. The killers were arrested on December 26th, and Taylor, Smith, and Matthews are serving life sentences for murder. Keene was convicted in 5 of the killings and was executed by lethal injection in July of 2009. Oh, that was number 7. Now we got number 8. Oh.
Now we're on number 9.
Okay.
The John Benet Ramsey murder.
Uh-oh.
1996, Boulder, Colorado. Now, if you don't know this story or this name, I don't know what rock you've been laying under for the past how many years. So, I'm going to give you the facts. Here
I
we
didn't
go.
know it was in Boulder.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because, we were like 10 or 12 around this time. So,
were you?
Oh, well, I was probably 10.
1996? Oh, no, I was in high school.
Oh, oh my gosh, I was 10.
I was a sophomore.
Jean Benet Ramsey. She was 6 years old. She lived in Boulder, Colorado. Her parents were John and Patsy, and her older brother named Burke. So the last time anyone saw Jean Benet alive was around 10 p.m. on Christmas Day. The family returned from a Christmas party, and the parents put Jean Benet and Burke to bed. Around midnight on December 26th, a neighbor said he saw lights turn on in the Ramsey kitchen. At around 2 a.m., another neighbor reported hearing loud screams coming from the Ramsey home. And then around 5:30 a.m., Patsy wakes up and sees a 3-page handwritten note. The note essentially said that Jean Benet had been kidnapped and the ransom they demanded was $118,000. The most suspicious thing about this was that was the exact amount of the Christmas bonus that the father John had recently received.
It's a big-ass bonus.
Big old bonus. I wish I could get that kind of bonus. Police were called about 20 minutes later, around 5:52 a.m. Then at 10:30 a.m., the father, John, suddenly left to go check the mail, even though the mail was delivered through the slot in their door. And so, in an unbelievable twist, John Bonet is found in the basement of their home at 1 p.m. She had a skull fracture. She was strangled to death. She was bound by duct tape. And they suspected an intruder entered the home and from where she was found, but the window to that room had an undisturbed cobweb covering it, which would have been broken if somebody had climbed through it. But the brother Burke said he also had claimed that he slept through the whole thing. Also, in John Bonet's stomach, the contents showed pineapples and milk, which were her brother Burke's favorite meal. Handwriting, yes, a little sus. Handwriting expert showed that the ransom note matched that of Patsy Ramsey. In 2006, Patsy Ramsey died of ovarian cancer, and in 2008, the parents were cleared of any involvement in the murder. And to this day, the murder remains open and unsolved. And side note, John Ramsey is now married to Natalie Holloway's
mama. That's so weird. Fun fact. We have to cover this story at some point. I know it's everywhere, but I've never done a deep dive.
I haven't either. And so you think about it and you're like, oh, what? And then you really have no idea what even happened.
No.
Until you get into it.
No.
You can do this one.
My third question I'm going to ask Jesus when I go to heaven. What happened to John Bonet Ramsey?
Oh, I can't wait to hear about your first two.
Number 10, the Klopp Axe murder. This is 2014 in Paradise Township, Pennsylvania. Caroline, no playing. Your name's by it. Okay, a man killed his wife during an argument on Christmas Eve, then took their 2 children to celebrate Christmas with his parents before calling the police to confess. He didn't want to ruin their Christmas, I guess. Yeah. Dustin Lee Klopp, 36, punched Stephanie in the face, cut her throat, and repeatedly bashed her head with an axe and sexually assaulted her at their Paradise Township home about 10 p.m. Wednesday on Christmas Eve, according to Pennsylvania State Police in Lancaster. So Klopp then tried to clean up the blood and moved Kelfner's, his wife's, body to a shed at the property. He called state police the next day to tell them he killed Kelfner and wanted to turn himself in. A trooper arrived at their property and found Kelfner's body in a car carrier bag in the shed. Klopp was charged with homicide, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with or fabricating evidence. Lancaster County District Attorney Craig Stedman said the children didn't see what happened. Klopp was arrested in September 2009 on drug charges. He pleaded guilty and served a minimum of a 2 to 4 prison term. He was released in 2011. Klopp's criminal history also includes 2 guilty pleas to DUI in 2007, also with a plea to resisting arrest in one case, a 1997 guilty plea to burglary, and simple assault to a 2001 guilty plea to burglary and resisting arrest. He just kept it going. Klopp never made it to trial because in less than 3 months after the murder, he hung himself in his jail cell.
Way to
How
go,
ridiculous
Klopp.
are you?
Way to go, Klopp. 11. This is actually going to count for 11 and 12 because it's so good.
Okay.
The Carnation Murders, 2007, Carnation, Washington. In a small town about 25 miles east of Seattle lived the Anderson family. We have a lot of names here, so keep up. Wayne and Judy Anderson had been married for about 30 years. Wayne worked as an engineer for Boeing, and Judy worked at a local post office. They had 3 kids together, Scott, Michelle, and Mary. Scott was married to Erica, and they had 2 kids, 5-year-old Olivia, 3-year-old Nathan. Michelle was dating a man named Joseph McEnroe. Now, the Anderson family lived on a 10-acre property. On Christmas Eve 2007, Wayne and Judy had planned a family gathering to celebrate Christmas. Decorations were up, the kids were excited to open gifts, they were ready to see Santa. Well, the two people that were not present at the home that evening were Michelle and her boyfriend, Joseph. But soon, they would make their appearance, when both of them burst through the door, each holding handguns. Michelle fired a shot at her father, Wayne, while he was just relaxing, reading a newspaper, but she missed. Her gun jammed. And then Joseph approached Wayne and shot him dead. Joseph then turned the gun on Judy and shot her dead as well. They dragged their bodies out to the shed and waited on Scott and Erica and the two kids because they had yet to arrive to the home. About an hour after killing the parents, the rest of the family arrived at the home. But Michelle and Joseph, they both started firing immediately when they entered the home. And they also fired at the children. Scott was shot 4 times until he died. Erica managed to call 911 and could be heard screaming on the phone, quote, "Not the kids," unquote. And then the phone went dead. They shot Erica twice, killing her, and then Michelle's gun ran out of bullets. And she tells Joseph to kill the 2 kids who were clinging on to their dead parents.
God.
So he shoots them both and kills them. Within hours, police arrive and Michelle confessed that her brother owed her $40,000 and hadn't paid her back. And she was tired of being stepped on by the family.
Wow.
They both received 6 life sentences.
Was she the middle child?
Oh, we middle children have syndromes.
Wow. That does count for 2 murders.
That counts for 2 murders because that is a
Doozy.
good one.
That was a doozy. All right, y'all. Those are the 11/12 murders of Christmas. And we are so happy you guys ended the year with us.
We love y'all. We hope you enjoyed our reading voices. We hope you enjoyed our background music. We hope you enjoyed our smell, even though that's weird. And we hope you have a wonderful Christmas.
Hey, this is officially
Happy
6
New
months,
Year.
right?
I don't know. Oh, maybe.
Yeah. So we've been going for 6 months. So thank y'all so much for the past 6 months.
We love it.
And we
you.
look forward to 2022.
Oh my gosh.
And there's no telling what's going to happen because it's us. We are planning, but nothing's set in stone. So just get ready for January and some more stories and some more bloodiness.
And enjoy your holiday season with your family. And guess what? Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, cheers,
Take a
cheers.
drink. Take a
Take
drink.
a drink. All right. Don't forget, rate, review, and subscribe. And send this episode or one of our other episodes to a bunch of your friends. We will see y'all in 2021. 2022.
Are you in this year?
If not before. All right. Never forget to
Stay aware.
stay alive.
And always be DTF.
Bye, y'all. The classical music makes you very soft. It relaxes.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
My name is Austin Meek. I'm the host of Downtown Depot.
Hey, I'm Mike. Welcome to Podcast Diaries. These are the stories of podcasters who feel alone, just like you. Hey, welcome back to the show. Austin Meek is here with me to talk about his podcasting journey. Austin, how you doing?
I'm very well.
Good.
Happy to be here.
Good. So tell me about you. Who are you and what do you do?
So my name is Austin Meek.
Mm-hmm.
I am a righteous dude, live in Waco, single dad.
That. Yeah, that's great.
Podcast host since September 2016.
2016, wow.
But actually, technically, even before then. So I graduated from college in 2012 at A&M.
Okay.
And when I was in school, I had a radio show on our local A&M station, KAMU.
Yeah.
And that's where I got behind the board and learned how to be able to produce my own show, which was super helpful for me.
Yeah.
But
it
I
is
also
really helpful when you're in the studio and you know what's going on behind the glass. Yeah.
Even if these days I'm not the person who edits Downtown Depot,
Right.
but I could if I needed to in a pinch, and it has given me so much more respect and understanding for that process.
Yeah.
Like if I'm asking you to go in and make an edit here,
That's right.
I actually know what it takes to do that.
Yep.
And it's easy to say, we'll clean it up in post. And in reality, it's a lot more difficult to do that.
You know, we were just talking about someone that we will not name here, but that happens a lot with shows, you know, because if you don't have necessarily the experience of going in and doing those things, like we're doing a pretty labor-intensive show right now. Each one of the episodes is only like 8 minutes or something, but we're doing sound effects, we're doing soundscapes, music, all the stuff, you know. It just takes a while.
I realized on Downtown Depot, I would about once a month start my show with what I called a super spot.
Yeah.
And we called that the small business spotlight. So I would take my recording gear. I would go to a small business like the Shoe Cobbler there on 18th and Herring, or I'd go to Reckless Iron Works or Baked Bliss. And I want to get a recording of the door opening and the oven closing and the sink turning on.
Yeah.
And it made the 3 or 4 minute program feel so rich.
It's a whole different thing.
But it would take me probably 5 or 6 hours to put it together.
That's right. Yeah.
And yeah, when you're listening to a podcast or a radio show, it's really hard to know how much time and expertise went into making that sound the way that it did.
If you have not done it, yeah, it's tough. That's a really good point. So tell me about your show. Where'd it come from and what's it about and all of the things.
So in 2016, my wife and I had a business called Pokios, which was a cookie and ice cream business here. And we'd started it in April 2015. Was and still is, although
still
there's
is. There you go.
another
Yeah,
couple
sure,
who's running it now.
Yeah, it's great.
And I was essentially living in a food truck.
Yeah.
And was hearing all these stories about, oh, this restaurant's opening or this bar's coming to town.
Right.
And I would never see it written about in the newspaper. And that's simply because there's one person who's on the business beat. He's in his 60s. He's probably not off and out after 9 p.m.
Right.
So I was just privy to information that small business owner to small business owner you would talk about, but you wouldn't necessarily share with a member of the media.
Sure.
And so I just realized, gosh, there's so many stories that are happening about incredible entrepreneurialism in Waco, and no one is really hearing these besides the select people who are in this food truck group. So because I had my radio show in college, after that I worked for a company called Texags that covers A&M sports and did a lot of
they're big.
production and radio for them in 2012 and 13. And I literally sent my reel from Texags. I got to host the Texags radio show a few times.
That's cool.
And I literally sent that reel to Brody Bashaw at KWBU, and I said, hey, I used to do radio. I haven't done it in a few years, but I'm a small business owner. Would you let me have a show where I talk to other small business owners about what's happening in Waco, what their stories are? And I got to say, she was not super excited about it.
I've met her. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
She's
a bit
a
of
great
a personality
person,
for her.
But
yeah,
and I'm assuming with her job, you have to be a little standoffish. I mean, she's running a radio. She's got to get ideas from just random people all the time.
Oh, absolutely. But cookies were always a really good bargaining chip. So show up with cookies. I'd sent her my reel, told her a little bit of the vision. And very non-committally, she said, "Hey, we're not going to record anything live, of course, but if you want to come in and tape something, you can bring a guest.
Sure.
We'll try it." What they didn't know was that my father-in-law, not my wife's, but my sister's father, is this guy, Kyle Deaver, who was the mayor of Waco.
Yeah.
So I actually showed up to the studio for my very first interview to tape it with the mayor. And apparently, Kyle's one of those guys who's
Look
got
at
a
you
million
dropping
things
names
going
and stuff.
on.
Yeah.
So, like, apparently they had been trying to get a hold of him to do an interview for
that's
many
great.
moons.
Yeah.
And he had always just kind of willingly or knowingly or not had kind of said no thanks. But so I was able to bring this guy, and they were like, "Okay, clearly you can pull. You didn't trip over yourself during the interview, so we'll let you record with someone else."
Yeah.
And so all that to say, that was September 2016. It's now, December 2022. I've done 141 episodes.
Wow, that's great. That's a good run. So we were talking earlier, and you say you do it twice a month, right? So I hate the term biweekly because it doesn't sound like it's biweekly.
Yeah.
You know, but that's what it is. So tell me about you're unique to this type of environment because you do a podcast, but you're also on the radio. So tell me about that tie with like NPR and how that all works.
So 103.3 FM is the NPR affiliate in Central Texas.
Right.
So my show is technically an NPR show. If you wanted to hear it first, you would listen on a first or third Friday of the month at 11:30 on 103.3 FM.
Wonderful pitch.
After that finishes at noon, the embargo lifts, and that's when the podcast gets uploaded to Apple Podcasts and to the NPR app,
Sure.
NPR One.
Sure.
And so it functions largely like a podcast. It's basically a podcast that people can listen to live when it drops.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the way that Nielsen measures listenership,
Oh,
it's just
come on.
quite silly.
Yeah.
And Waco itself is what's considered a diary market. So literally for Nielsen to know how many listeners are here, they're going to send random people in your community
Pieces of paper and they have to
asking
write
them
it down.
to fill it out.
That's crazy.
But so it's a little bit difficult for me to know exactly how many listeners I have. But what I do know is that the time slot that I have, which is Fridays at 11:30, on average there are between 16 and 20,000 listeners of 103.3 at that stage. So I always tell myself, if it's just my mom and my grandma, that's enough for me. Like I want to go have a great conversation.
I think that's going to be on every podcaster's tombstone, right? I mean, that's the whole thing. If my mom and grandma listen, that's wonderful. That's great. That's all I'm looking for.
That should be the rationale.
Yeah, it really
because
should.
So many people come into starting a podcast as if it's a monetization event, and it might well be for you.
Absolutely, sure.
I wonder what the statistics are of people who make more than $5,000 a year on advertising revenue, $600 a year. I mean, very, very little. So as long as it's about something that turns you on, it doesn't totally matter if other people are listening or not, because some people are trying to find a way to externally process the stuff that they're learning. And worst case scenario, you get to dive into a subject and you get to learn it and study it intimately and hopefully have some level of expertise that comes in and helps guide your exploration of it. But to me, that's what podcasting about. It's not about trying to make money off of it. It's trying to just
be a celebrity and make money.
Just like commemorate moments.
Sure.
And use this interesting medium to do that.
I think it's very good at that. And, you having said that, let me ask you, what is your personal motivation to keep doing this?
One, it's my best networking tool.
Okay.
Pretty much anyone who's in the Waco area, I feel confident that I could get their number or I have their number.
Yeah.
And even if they don't know me personally, when I can say, Kyle Deaver, the mayor of Waco, he's been a guest. And Dylan Meek, the current mayor, every city council person, that's the kind of stuff that builds me credibility. So that's one of my motivations, is just being able to have a wide network of people. But secondly, it's definitely my best personal development tool.
Okay.
Like I've got the professional side, but getting to talk to someone, there's this guy, Dave Ennis.
Yeah.
So Dave Ennis, he was
Restless Heart.
He was in a band called Restless Heart, exactly. And I interviewed him last week on KWBU, and this guy, his band was nominated for multiple Grammys. He's played the Grand Ole Opry where I was last month.
They were huge in the 80s.
And-
Huge.
And just the getting to ask this guy, what was your process? What was it like writing a song? Learning from him and the ability to learn from guests I have on the show, that is by far the way that I have gotten smarter over the last 6 years and really helped tighten some screws that I had in my own entrepreneurial tool belt. And I've been able to find more tools and add to those and sharpen the tools that I have.
This does seem like kind of it's a super icebreaker, right? And it is a character builder. It is a talent revealer, right? You get behind the microphone, you get into this room. You know, we do audio and video both. My favorite is audio because I feel like people come in here, they hear their voice, they hate it, and yet they keep talking, right? And it's amazing what comes out of people sometimes. That if you, I think of it this way, right? I've told my wife several times, and I think our engineer, Reagan, and I have talked about this before. If you ever said out loud the things that people say in songs, you would be put in a mental institution, right? Because it's ridiculous. This is like a song almost sometimes. Things come out in here that you just wouldn't get in a normal conversation, you know? So have you had that same experience in your radio show / podcast?
One thing that I like about podcasting in general is that there's an air of informality to it. With my show being an NPR show, it's recorded at KWBU Studios. I'm not going in, 3 beers deep, passing around one with all my friends. So the conversations that I would have in a more informal setting like this are different from the ones that I have there. So they're both opportunities to learn differently, and the conversation that would sprout up between you and me in this environment is different from the one that would sprout up there, but they're both totally genuine sides of me and my personality.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about listening to podcasts too, is I imagine, I wonder what I would say if I was on the Tim Ferriss show. Or if Tyler Cowen was having a conversation with me on his show, Conversations with Tyler, which is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
How would I respond to this question? So I feel the same way when I watch a movie too. I watched Avatar yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Just thinking about how I would manipulate my tail to swim through.
How blue would I be? Yeah, things like that. Sure.
Exactly.
So we talked a little bit about monetization and not going into it with that sort of mind. But what do you, as a podcaster, see as success in this field?
I was at the Grand Ole Opry
Yeah.
in Nashville in October, staying at the Opryland Resort, and I chased down an elevator and said, "Hang on, wait for me." And I said, "Floor 4." And then someone at the back of the someone in the back of the elevator said, "Are you Austin Meek from Downtown Depot?"
Oh, wow.
A lady who was in this hotel room, not in a hotel room, she was in this hotel elevator with me.
Yeah.
And it turns out she was from Waco, and she happened to be there, and she had known the show. She's a supporter of KWBU.
Yeah.
That felt very successful to me. But I think ultimately I try not to put my success too much in metrics because once again, we know how wonky those are. I try not to measure my success based on the responses of the guests that I have on, because sometimes people will come in and I don't really vibe with them.
Yeah.
I don't only interview my best friends.
Sure.
So for me, I measure.
That's a good point right there. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
For me personally, I measure the success based on what do I know today that I didn't know 6 months ago, or what I know today that I didn't know before this conversation.
Yeah.
And there are always going to be synergy points if you were, wise enough and willing to open your mind enough to see the connectors.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it for me. A question that I really like asking people is, what's something that you've changed your mind about?
Yeah.
And I try to ask myself that question after every conversation that I have.
That's
Because
really great.
I come in with what I want to talk about, and I'll have 2 or 3 things that are most important for me, but the rest of it, I want it to be free flowing. And
Sure.
as much as I can make it feel informal in this kind of antiseptic NPR studio,
Mm-hmm.
I want to, because that's what's going to allow people to feel more open and give you that kind of response that you really want.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure you have experienced this too, but the power of the pause, like being okay with that awkwardness between you, because one of us is going to fill it. And if I'm willing to, stand on my hill longer than you, you're probably going to get so awkward that you fill it in with an additional detail that maybe you thought at first glance, oh, I probably shouldn't share this racy part of the story.
Yeah.
And that's the part that everybody loves. So learning some of those conversational tricks and really just giving people space to talk, that's something that I've learned a lot.
I tend to phrase it in a different way, but I have learned to shut up, during an interview. I don't have to talk while you're talking. Now, I've interrupted you a couple of times, so I have screwed with my saying there. But being a good interviewer, seriously, is just shutting up about half the time.
I keep this business card in my wallet.
Yeah, that's it. He just handed me a white card that just says "Stop talking" on it. That's absolutely right.
I just have to remind myself sometimes. I literally keep it in my wallet where I
Yeah.
should have my driver's license, because if
Where
I
I
could
should
just
have my
open up and
driver's
remember.
license. Yeah. This show is honestly, it's very self-gratifying for me, because I get to talk to other people who do this, who have experienced some of the pitfalls and the successes. But there's something about just getting people in a room that have had the same experiences, right? I mean, that's a huge deal. So how often does that happen to you? Like, whenever you're interviewing somebody, like, let's say the mayor. Say the mayor wasn't related to you. What's the commonality? What's the bridge that you find sometimes? Is it just being a human?
For me, it's being a Wacoan.
Yeah.
That's all it really is on my show. The first question that I ask any guest is, what's your Waco history? How'd you end up here? And for some people, Mike, that'll be a 15-second question. For other people, that'll be the first 5 or 6 minutes of the show.
Yeah.
And that tells me a lot about how I want to direct the rest of my questions based on how you answered this one when we got to the first gate.
I literally have 6 questions on my phone here that I've written down, and they are by no means any. Honestly, I don't use most of them during the interview, because according to how the first couple go, that's how the interview is going to go, And it is super interesting to talk to you, because you and I have not talked a ton. We've seen each other and we know each other through things and stuff like that, and through other people. But I have listened to your show, and I do enjoy your style, because it's very calming. It's very NPR. And I don't know if that's something that you have crafted or not, but you do a great job. And I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you coming by, and how much I appreciate you reaching out to me when I put out the stupid post that said I want to talk to people.
Totally.
If
I can prevent anyone from
starting
an
a podcast.
ill-fated podcast that you're probably going to regret,
yeah,
I would be happy to. Yeah, it's just, I do think that podcasting over the last 10 years, 8 years has been one of the most interesting things happening.
Yeah.
Because I think about, what if there were podcasts in the 1940s and I could have heard like Winston Churchill going on someone's podcast and actually giving his unfiltered thoughts on, like, I know how you felt about the Allies and I knew how you felt about the Nazis. But how did you feel about the sandwiches that were being served at Katz that week?
Right. Yeah,
right?
Sure.
Like, what is your favorite after work drink?
Yeah.
And I want to hear how you mix your martinis.
Yeah.
That's the opportunity that podcasts provide, because there is a level of informality with it, especially doing stuff on Zoom, where a lot of podcast interviews happen. Mm-hmm. You're just willing to say things when you're in the comfort of your own bedroom that you wouldn't say if you were in a more formalized studio situation. So I just think that the upside for podcasting is so wide, because we're going to get to know these personalities in ways that ordinarily wouldn't have been able to.
I just wish the Zoom audio was better.
That's going to be one of those things where, like, even if you watch I was watching Barry Sanders highlights on the Detroit Lions. That's what I like to do when I don't know.
Sure.
And it's like early 2000s, and it looked so bad.
Mm-hmm.
And that was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And what's this going to look like 5 or 10 years from now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that the issues with Zoom on podcasts are clearly real, but we're not going to have to deal with those. And at one point, we'll probably look back with some nostalgia.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's just like the VHS effect on things, right? I mean, now we go out and buy a filter. We could put it in Premiere to make it look like a VHS tape. It's screwing up, you know. Okay, last question. If knowing what you know now and using your experiences that you've had over the last few years doing this show, if you could start a brand new show, what would that show be?
I would love to have a Joe Rogan style show.
Okay.
Where you have built up enough credibility as a host that people are willing to listen to you talk to someone about archaeology, then another person about underwater breathing techniques, and then another person about baseball history books. I just like a bunch of different things, and that's one of the tough things about Downtown Depot is that I feel a little bit regulated in some ways to keep this germane to Waco and specifically downtown Waco and specifically business in the Waco area. But as I've gotten older and matured with the show, I have expanded it to be a bit more cultural, and I'll have, you know, someone who comes on and they're the head of the Waco Pride Alliance or something like that, right? Something that's not explicitly business. And I get some comments from people who say, hey, kind of stick to your lane, like stick to sports, as they tell LeBron. And so I have some people who say, hey, I'm really looking for hard business news. And I have companies in Austin and Dallas who listen to Downtown Depot because they want to know what's going on in the Waco process. Yeah. And so I want to respect that because there's so much business news that needs to be shared. But I also have my own desires of getting beyond that and understanding, okay, well, sure, housing prices are going up, but what are the causes of housing prices going up? And if you buy in this neighborhood, what's the schools going to look like? Okay, let's talk to the school superintendent and see how they've changed their preparations for school safety. You know, all these things are connected. And if I had another show, it would be more of just a wide-ranging show about things that I'm into, but mostly I'm into Waco.
Long-form conversation, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'd love to, you know, crack a couple beers and hang out and have a conversation. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that doesn't usually get recorded.
Well, anytime you want to come by and crack a couple of beers and have a long conversation, I'm willing to do that with you.
Well, I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I especially love, I saw that there was a show that y'all put out that's in all Spanish.
Yeah, so that's a big market for us now, trying to get into the Spanish market, and we have released a true crime Spanish show, and it is there are just not many of them out there, and so I have learned a lot going through that process. I do not speak Spanish, so we had to hire a Spanish editor, and in addition to that market. Specifically, listeners in Mexico listen to podcasts completely differently than anybody else. And so you're talking about learning stuff from your conversations. Man, I have learned so much in the last 3 years through meeting people, talking about things, and just failing. You know, sometimes you just fail at things and then you learn. I mean, I guess that's really our best learning tool is failing. Anyway, I totally agree with you on that. And like I say, anytime you want to come by and have a long conversation, I'm happy to do so.
Thanks for what you're doing, Mike. Appreciate you.
Tell me one more time, full name and your show.
I'm Austin Meek, host of Downtown Depot.
Thank you, Austin. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Check out more podcast diaries and plenty of other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. If you have a story to tell, reach out to us. info@RogueMediaNetwork.com. This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
My name is Amy Fagan. My podcast is called Grounded in Maine. It's a weekly podcast. It is a podcast about sustainability. It's an open conversation about how we show up for the world.
Hey, I'm Mike. Welcome to Podcast Diaries. These are the stories of podcasters who feel alone, just like you.
I personally, in life, tend to get intimidated easily and give up before even starting.
Yeah.
So I was talking to a friend while we were volunteering at a farm, and we were talking about how cool it would be to learn how to be homesteaders. And we were thinking it would be cool to start a YouTube channel and talk to different people who are homesteaders and try out their tips and like report back. Like try it for 1 week and say, this could totally be incorporated into my life. It's not that big of a deal, or this was really, really hard and it's going to take a lot of working to figure that part of homesteading out.
Right.
But then it ended up being just me, and I'm not someone who loves to be on camera. Definitely not talking to myself.
Yeah.
It is really, really hard. But so I decided to, because that's still an option. We are still friends. We are still talking about that. So I decided to do like sustainability. It is something that I've always wanted to be more proficient at. And I thought it would be cool to, and it's also it's an overwhelming word. It's a big word. There's so many different aspects of sustainability. And so for me, that just to say, I'm going to be more sustainable sounds big and overwhelming. And so I wanted to talk to different people who are doing sustainable things and to kind of break it down to make it less intimidating.
Okay.
And also just to kind of put the word out, just like get the message out that you don't have to be super sustainable, superhuman. You just want to be doing something on that path to be doing your part to lessen your carbon footprint and lessen our imprint on the world.
So before I ask you any other questions about what you just said, can I ask, and you don't have to tell me and you don't have to be real specific, but what is it that you do in the real world?
I work in medical records for a health company. Okay. But I also worked for many years. I worked in elder home care. Okay. So, but it was in office positions.
Mm-hmm. So tell me about homesteading. I'm sorry, I'm dumb when it comes to that. Tell me what that means. Because I think I know what it means, because I think I used to work with some folks, but tell me what it means and I'll tell you what I know.
Yeah, well, homesteading is also another big kind of generic, but it's also a very exclusive. It's kind of a very exclusive word as well. But homesteading is really just, it's like an upper level sustainability sort of. It's like fending for yourself is not. It's a little bit of a harsh term, but it's like it's self-sustainability. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're able to take care of yourself and do all the stuff, like you're making your own clothes and you're, growing your own food and stuff like that.
I'm not near as stupid as I thought I was then. I used to work with some folks that were at a place around here called Homestead Heritage, and they made all their furniture. They made their own food. They grew their own crops. I mean, they did everything, right? What was weird to me is like, when people see them, they assume Amish or one of those sects, right? And I'm like, that's not what they are, because like I worked in programming, and that's where they were. Like they were programmers. They're not Amish people, they're not that sort of thing. And so that makes much more sense when I hear the word homestead now, and I realize that it is just fending for yourself. I get that. Look what you taught me. I said, you taught me that. That's fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that. So cool. What is your, and maybe you've already kind of told me this, but what's your motivation for doing this show?
The podcast,
Yeah.
it kind of was a fluke. I
Okay.
mean, I literally had been talking to my friend about this homesteading plan for a couple of years.
Okay.
So it was like July of 2020.
Okay.
Yeah. And that, it was kind of on the back burner. And then a friend who knew that I was kind of toying with that. And also my friends know me and know that I also will talk about something to death and never act on it.
Yeah.
But so this friend of mine who lives in Florida said, I just found out about this podcasting workshop in Florida. If you pay for your way to I can use my flight points to get you there. You just have to pay for the workshop.
Okay.
And I was like, dude, that's huge.
Yeah.
Like, Maine to Florida is no small thing.
Yeah. Sure.
And if he's willing to pay for that, then I can't really say no, because
Yeah.
that's a huge gift. So I did that, and that's where I came up with, like, I had not really been thinking about the sustainability thing, but it's a little bit more broad, I think, than homesteading. And so it was something that if I plan to continue the podcast, you need to come up with a bunch of ideas. And I know homesteading, you can come up with a bunch, but I don't want to have to seek out. It's hard to seek out niche guests, I think. It's for me it's a little bit tricky. There's like another podcast, a homesteading podcast that's literally called like the Homestead Podcast, and they're booking these, and they've only recorded like 3 or 4 episodes, and they've already got these big names, and they've got these huge sponsors, and I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
how?
Yeah.
And they're in Minnesota, like, what? But so anyway, so sustainability, I was like, this is something that I can constantly be learning, and I have a lot of friends.
Yeah.
So I can start off easily with people that I feel comfortable with and get more comfortable asking people questions.
Yeah.
And so and I've met some amazing people and had some really great conversations.
That's the thing I think people don't understand about podcasting. If you do it the right way, you're going to meet so many cool people. Like brand new people. You and I were talking about that before we started this. We never would have met,
Right.
had somebody not put a post out and said, "Hey, let's do a thing," and then you took a chance on it. So I it's fantastic. So you're 27 episodes in. Is that what you said?
I just scheduled my 27th to publish.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when do you come out?
Tuesdays.
Tuesdays? Okay.
So this one, the 27th, will come out Tuesday, January 2nd.
Okay.
3rd.
So are you weekly or are you bi-weekly or what?
I am weekly. I took this week, and I'm taking this next week off just because I also have a jam business, and I've been hustling to get orders in for the holidays.
I would imagine. Yeah, this is your time of year, right?
Yeah, this is when I'm busiest for sure.
So a jam business. How long you been doing that?
3 years.
Really? What's your favorite? Wait, hang on. That's a bad question. Okay. That's an easy question. What is your least favorite? What's the one you hate making?
Blueberry jam. Sadly, because Maine is known for wild blueberries,
yeah, sure.
And everybody loves blueberry jam, and it's so pretty, but it is so hard.
Really?
It's hard.
Why is it so hard?
I don't know. It makes me really mad. But like, I think because they're such tiny berries and they're hard to mash, and they often will like start to break down, and so I think that it's enough, and I think it just needs more like flesh opened.
Gotcha.
I don't know, honestly, but it makes me so mad. It just doesn't
dread
set.
that one, huh?
I do.
That's funny. I mean, I know it's not funny to you because you have to do it, but it's funny to me being a guy sitting here in Texas that blueberries and
you're like blueberry jam.
Whatever.
Yeah. I also feel the same way. I love fresh blueberries. Blueberry jam, I'm like, I don't eat blueberry pie. It's such a big deal, but I just don't.
It seems like a very big commitment to eat a blueberry pie,
It seems so. I don't know about everyone else, but I like my teeth show everything. So I eat blueberry pie, and I got blueberries stuck in my gums, and I'm like, I can't talk to anybody. I'm gonna be like covering my mouth and talking because I can't. I'm so self-conscious.
Is that a big thing in Maine? Do a lot of people just have blue teeth?
I will say I bought blueberries from a lady about an hour and a half away last year, and she had blue teeth. Like she had been picking blueberries that morning, and I was like, dude, this lady loves her job.
Yeah,
I mean, how do you not eat the blueberries? Of course you're eating the blueberries. And I was like, they must be good. Okay. But I don't notice that a lot of people do. I think I just have really special bad teeth.
Sure, I got you. My this is just a little side story, but it reminded me of it. During the holidays, my daughter came in. Like I say, we're in Texas. She is living in Seattle, and her fiance came in, and apparently, what is it? Huckleberries are huge in Seattle. And I'm like, I don't know, whatever a huckleberry is, sure. But she like brought us up huckleberry candle and huckleberry jam and huckleberry, I don't know, pants or something. I don't know what all the huckleberry stuff was she brought, but it was all huckleberry all the time. And all I could think of was how bad in Seattle do people hate huckleberries? You know what I mean? They just have to get so sick of them.
Huckleberries already.
That's what I'm saying, and I'm thinking it's the same way in Maine with blueberries. Like at some point, you just go, okay, enough with the blueberries. Around here, it's not so much eating stuff; it's bluebonnets. When the bluebonnets come out, every person within a 500-mile radius comes here, throws their kids into a bluebonnet patch, and starts taking pictures. And I get so tired of the bluebonnets. I'm just so tired of those flowers.
Oh, that's so funny. In Maine, we have lupins, which look so much like the bluebonnet.
Gotcha.
And they're everywhere. They grow wild, but they don't grow in my yard.
Well, they grow wild here, and we're not allowed to pick them or mow them. So, they're the state flower. I won't tell you that I've never mowed one, though. So what, let me ask you this. 27 episodes in, you're doing something you love, right? You're doing something on a subject you love. Let's put it that way. It sounds like this is a real challenge for you to keep doing, and it is like a personal milestone kind of thing because you don't like talking in front of people. You certainly don't like speaking into a void like you've been doing, right?
Right.
So what? It just sounds like I'm trying to get you to quit your podcast, but what is?
It's cool because it pushes me to. I'm stubborn. I'm also stubborn.
That's great. That's a good quality in a podcaster. Be very stubborn.
The chances are you're probably going to fade out, and I'm just like, no, I'm not me.
My question though was, what does success look like for you in podcasting? What is success to you? Does it mean, oh, I get this many followers and you don't have to give me a number, or I get this many sponsors, or I get a sponsor? What does success mean to you in this world of podcasting?
In podcasting, I want to be able to, success means for me to be able to gather with other podcasters and not have to spend all my money. Like,
there you go.
I'd love to have sponsors who will say, I'll give you some money, I'll send you to this conference, or I'll just, I'll donate this amount of money. And I'm not going to lie. It's about money. Like, I want to make money because I don't want to work full time. I want to be able to, do something like this and share my voice because I have a voice, because I have opinions and I have thoughts and I have friends. I definitely want to make money. I'm going to a podcast gathering in February, and it's going to cost me so much money. And I'm like, man, if I had a sponsor, I have a sponsor, but it's not financial at all. It's just it's an ad on their website, which is cool.
Yeah.
And I will say I love hashtags.
Okay.
I've learned to love hashtags. Like I'm just on Instagram and Facebook. Really, I'm a little bit on Twitter.
Yeah.
But this company contacted me out of nowhere, and so I have a sustainability podcast. This company is called ESG Review, and I'd never heard of them, but they're an ecological company.
Okay.
So, environmental governance. No, environmental sustainability governance is, I think, ESG.
Okay.
And so an environmental company contacted me and asked if they could sponsor me, and I'm like, dude, that's amazing. Like, so many podcasters are, and I'm not saying I won't, but like a lot of podcasters do like mattress commercials or mattress ads, and I'm like, my first sponsor doesn't want me to advertise for a mattress. That's so cool.
That's really great.
Even though there's no money.
Yeah, well, you got to start somewhere though, right? I mean,
exactly.
If you don't have one, you got none. I mean, you have 100% more than you ever had.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, and it's just more, and it's more visibility, and so much of business for me. I'm a terrible business person. Like, my jam business is not that successful, and in fact, like I was saying, I'm super stubborn. The person that I was mentoring with said, 99% of small businesses fail within a year. Oh my gosh. And I'm like,
what a great thing to say.
I know, I stuck my heels in, and I'm like, I'm gonna sink all my money in, and I'm gonna make it not fail. And so I am 3 years later, still doing it.
Yeah.
And every year I tell myself I'm going to quit, and I still don't. And so the podcast, I'm not making any money. I haven't been spending a lot of money until this February, but I'm like, I love it. And the people, for real, the people that I've met are amazing.
Isn't that something?
Like, in the podcasting world and aside from the podcasting world, like sustainability people and in the podcasting community.
It almost restores your faith in humanity to a certain
100%.
point, because
I would say plus, like more than 100%. It's like better than I could ever have imagined.
Yeah, because I mean, we can sit behind our TVs and watch the world go by, or sit behind social media and watch the world go by, and it looks like a terrible place.
It does.
But when you start talking to people and you realize, oh my gosh, you've been through this and you've been through that. Oh, well, let me tell you my story and you tell me yours and all that. Man, people are just people. They just want to get through the day. The vast majority of us are pretty good folks. We don't want to fight. It's all the other people that want us to fight. So
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh my gosh. I just had this conversation with a lady this week, a podcast interview, and she said this phrase that was so like simple to me, but at the same time it was so profound, and I was like, yes, like I don't even need to do anything anymore. So what she said is, we need more collaboration and less competition.
That's
I'm like,
exactly right.
Hallelujah.
Yep.
That's so perfect.
No, you're absolutely right about that. And you know what? You can trace that back to your advertiser too. I mean, that's a collab that you've got, right? You've got a collaboration with these folks, and they happen to be in the business that you want to talk about. I mean, that's a huge win. It's a huge win.
I know.
And people out there,
I know, it was huge.
yeah. People out there that are starting podcasts, or people out there that are about to quit their podcasts or whatever, man, just keep going. Just keep going. Yeah. If you just keep going, you're going to outlast 90% of these folks. They're all going to fall by the wayside, and you're still going to be standing there. And that is the best tip I can give anybody. Consistency and follow through. Man, those are the two things.
Right.
Do what
I know,
you
and
say,
people
say
are
what
like,
you
do you sure you want to do every week? Because it is, it kind of is exhausting. And I know there have been a lot of weeks where I've been like scrambling to find my guest and get it scheduled and get it done. And I've like published 3 hours before it aired or something, because it airs at like midnight on Tuesday morning. And I'm like, sometimes it's like so exciting and fun, and I'm like, I'm really going for it. And then sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, again. Or, if my guest cancels and I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to talk to myself to get something up there. But I, as a podcast listener, I love that consistency. Like, I totally notice if my podcast is not airing at the normal time.
100%.
So,
when shows come into us, I always tell them, if you're going to start a show, that's wonderful. Let's start your show. I want to hear your voice. I want to hear your stories. However, if you're going to start bi-weekly, great. Let's do that. If you're going to start weekly, great. Let's do that. Do not start weekly and go bi-weekly, because everybody will forget about you. Nobody will care. Pick one or the other. If you want to start slow, that's great. Let's do it that way. But weekly is the way to go. I talked to a guy today. He does... Okay, I don't know how long is your show? generally?
It varies. It's half an hour to 45 generally.
Okay. Well, because you're sane. And so,
Because I'm sane.
yeah. So I talked to this guy earlier, and I think he's sane as well. But I'm thinking of the Joe Rogans of the world or whatever. He does 45-ish minutes every week where he just talks. It's just him, right? Just him. And then he does another show with 3 other guys. Does that for about an hour and a half once a week. And then on top of that, he goes live on Facebook for about 45 minutes a pop, like 5 days a week. I'm like, I can't hear myself that much. I don't understand how to do that. That's too many me's.
Right. But like a group of 3 people for an hour and a half, that would be so sweet. It would be so easy.
Yeah.
Because the conversation just flows.
Well, and you say that because you're not doing that, right? You're like, oh my God, if I could bounce an idea off somebody, that would be so good,
Yeah. I mean, I generally have guests.
Do you?
Typically, it's an interview podcast.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I have
That's my misunderstanding.
Oh, I apologize.
No, it's me. It's not
so
you.
I want to learn to be more sustainable. So I'm talking to people who are doing stuff, and that's how I've met so many cool people and learned so much.
I was starting to wonder because here in my mind, I'm thinking you're just talking, and I was like, who is she meeting? I don't know who these people are, but yeah, that's great.
I'm not an authority on anything. I just want to learn.
That's what that's like 75% of it right there. Just be willing to show up and learn.
Right. And that's why this was an easier in for me, because people are like, oh, I want to talk to experts about this. I'm like, I'm not an expert on anything, but you want to talk about podcasting or something like that. I'm happy to talk about it. I just don't ask me to tell you everything I know.
Okay. Well, here's a couple of final questions for you, and then I'll let you go because I know you got a family and you got things to do. Number one, I want to know what was for dinner.
We've got vegetables roasting right now.
Okay.
Dinner has not happened yet.
Okay. All right. You and I had kind of a back and forth on this. It was all my fault because I was like, oh, well, we can wait. And then you were like, well, I got to go walk and then this and that. And we went back and forth. And then I was like, let's just do it now. And then you were already gone. So
I was already gone. Yeah.
And then the last thing you told me is let me get dinner started. And then, so I was hoping that you could tell me all about your yummy dinner, but that's okay.
Oh, it's going to be delicious.
It's going to be delicious.
Squash, sweet potatoes, beets, potatoes.
So a lot of root vegetables that you're roasting.
Yeah.
We used to go to the farmer's market, my wife and I, and we would buy like the little bags of like the smaller root vegetables, and just cut them up and roast those things. Ooh, man, those were so good. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so good.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, we have an organization called Farm Drop, which I love. It's like a farmer's market, but it's almost like an Amazon of farmer's market. So you can like order your own online and then just go pick it up. It's all put together for you. Okay. And then this one particular farm, you can just say, I want to order a half weekly share.
Right.
And it's just like the surprise me, whatever it is. And it's, this time of year, it's going to be root vegetables or greens.
Right.
And I'm cool with that. $20 and I get, potatoes and garlic and onions and lettuce.
This is the part of the show I cut out so that my wife never hears this idea that she can pre-order these things and then go pick them up. Yeah.
Maybe she could start it. She could start Farm Drop in Texas.
Again, I can't understand you because all this part's getting cut out. So, okay, last thing. Tell me about the equipment you use, the software you use, where you host, things like that. Just give me a general idea because I know it had to be a slog getting through it by yourself.
I'm totally not a tech person. Mm-hmm. At the workshop that I went to back in March and February in Florida, mm-hmm. Focusrite actually sponsored the workshop and sent microphones and Scarlett.
Yeah, I know
a Scarlett thing. Yeah. And so I don't even know what the microphone is.
That's okay. That's all right.
And so I just got myself a boom arm for Christmas, and so I can sit up and not have to like find my mic every time.
Sure.
And then, so I have my Scarlett and my mic, and then I use my husband's hand-me-down laptop with Audacity and hosting on Buzzsprout.
That's perfect. Thank you for running me through that, especially a person who's not like a big gearhead or anything. That's
oh my
fantastic.
gosh.
Yeah. No,
it's some microphone and.
But you know what? That's the thing. I mean, like there's going to be some more folks out there that listen to you run through that, and they're going to be like, well, that was what was stopping me, and then they'll start a show, or they'll start believing in themselves and start recording something. So.
Right.
I feel like all of that helps folks. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if there's anyone interested in podcasting, I would say just reach out, look up podcasting groups on Facebook or something like that. Connect with people, and you'll get support and advice.
Yeah, just don't go to Reddit. Other than Reddit, it'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. They're just downers.
That's speaking from experience. That's all that is. Well, Amy, thank you so much for taking some time out of your busy life. I know that you got stuff to do and podcasts to put out, and sustainability to sustain. I don't know how to say that, but I just want to thank you again for responding and for showing up and for doing this thing with me. One more time, give me your name, your show, and when it comes out.
My name is Amy Fagan. My podcast is called Grounded in Maine, and it comes out Tuesday morning.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I really appreciate it. All right, we'll see you soon.
I'm happy to do it. Take care, Mike.
Check out more podcast diaries and plenty of other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. If you have a story to tell, reach out to us. info@RogueMediaNetwork.com. This has been a Rogue Media Network production. Hi, my name is Mike, and I run a podcast network. Something has been bothering me. In the 3 years that I've run this network, we have seen a lot of shows come and go. The national average says that people record 8 episodes and then quit. There's so many orphaned shows in the world that it's not even funny. I want this show, Podcast Diaries, to be a reflection of those shows out there that haven't quit. The shows that keep going. What's your motivation? Why do you still do the show? What's your show about? Who are you? Those are the questions I hope to answer. This show should provide hope. Hope to those who podcast on a regular basis, who feel very alone doing so. Or maybe you're thinking about starting a podcast, but you don't know if you can stick to it. So listen to their stories, realize that you're not alone, and get some hope. And keep podcasting. Check out more podcast diaries and plenty of other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. If you have a story to tell, reach out to us. info@RogueMediaNetwork.com.
Hey! Welcome to the ranch.
Howdy, y'all. Jackson here. Welcome to the ranch. Let's read a book.
Welcome to the ranch. Spread the word and take a look. Welcome to the ranch. Grab a friend and read a book. Welcome to the ranch. We're so glad you came to play. Welcome to the ranch. We sure hope you want to stay.
Santa is Coming to Texas. Written by Steve Smallman. Illustrated by Robert Dunn.
Well,
Boom, Santa.
have all the children from Texas been good this year?
Well, mostly.
He answered the little old elf as he bustled across the busy workshop to Santa's desk. Santa peered down at the elf from behind the tall, teetering piles of letters that the children of Texas had sent him.
Mostly?
Asked Santa, looking over the top of his glasses.
Yes, but they've all been especially good in the last few days,
said the elf.
Jolly good,
chuckled Santa.
Then we'd better get their presents loaded up.
Even though the sack of presents was really, really big, and the elves were really, really small, they seemed to have no trouble loading it onto Santa's sleigh. Though how they managed to fit such a big sack into one little sleigh, even they didn't know. Somehow they did.
Splendid,
boomed Santa.
We're ready to go.
Not quite, Santa,
said the little old elf.
One of our reindeer's missing.
Missing? Which reindeer is missing?
asked Santa.
The youngest one, Santa,
said the elf.
It's his first flight tonight. I've called him, but...
Just then a young reindeer strolled up, munching on a large carrot.
Where have you been?
asked Santa. But the youngest reindeer was crunching so loud that it was no wonder he hadn't heard the little old elf calling.
Oh well, never mind,
said Santa, giving the reindeer a little wink. He took out his Santa nav and tapped in the coordinates for Texas.
This will guide us to Texas in no time.
With a flick of the reins and a jerk of the harness, off they went, racing through the sky.
Ho, ho, ho,
laughed Santa.
We'll soon have these presents delivered to the Lone Star State.
Santa's sleigh flew through the starry night, heading south across the Arctic Ocean. On they flew in the crisp, wintry air, crossing over Canada. In the wink of an eye, the sleigh was flying above Oklahoma, and then over Fort Worth. The youngest reindeer was very excited. He had never been away from the North Pole before. They were just nearing Round Rock when suddenly they ran into a thick fog. Mist swirled around the sleigh. They couldn't see a thing. The youngest reindeer was getting a bit worried, but Santa didn't seem concerned.
In 2 miles,
said the Santa Nav in a bossy lady's voice.
Keep left at the next star.
But ma'am,
Santa blustered.
I can't see any stars in all this fog.
Soon they were hopelessly lost. Then, through the foggy blanket, the youngest reindeer heard a faint ringing sound. Ding dong. He looked over at the old reindeer with the red nose, but he had his head down. Ding dong. There was that sound again, like church bells ringing. The youngest reindeer turned around to look at Santa. Santa wasn't listening. He seemed to be arguing with that little box with the buttons on it. With a flick of the harness and a jerk of the reins, the youngest reindeer gave a sharp tug and headed off toward the sound of the bells, pulling Santa in his sleigh behind him.
Whoa,
cried Santa, pulling his hat straight.
What's going on?
Then, to his surprise, he heard the ringing sound too.
Well done, young reindeer,
he shouted.
It must be the University of Texas Tower. Don't worry, children, Santa is coming.
Then suddenly, crunch! The sleigh hit something as it plummeted through the fog.
You have arrived,
said the Santa Nav unhelpfully. Finally, when the fog had lifted, Santa discovered exactly where they were, stuck right at the very top of the dome of the Texas State Capitol.
Everybody pull!
The reindeer pulled with all their might until at last, with a screeching noise, the sleigh scraped clear off the dome and Santa steered them safely, past the Paramount, over the Congress Bridge, around the Umlauf, and down into Zilker Park. Luckily, there was no real damage done, but all the packages had been jumbled up. Santa quickly sorted the presents into order again.
All right,
said Santa.
Thanks to this young reindeer, I know where we are now. Don't worry, children. Santa is coming.
Santa drove his sleigh expertly from rooftop to rooftop all over Texas, popping in and out of chimneys as fast as he could. There were big chimneys in Amarillo and small chimneys in Houston. He squeezed down thin chimneys in San Antonio and plummeted down fat chimneys in Fairview. The youngest reindeer was amazed at how quickly they went. Santa never seemed to get tired at all, and it looked like the children of Texas were going to be very lucky this year. The youngest reindeer was starting to feel a bit weary, and quite hungry too. And house after house, Santa delved into his sack for packages of every shape and size. He piled them under the Christmas trees and carefully filled up the stockings with surprises. House after house, the good children of Texas had left out a plate of cookies, a small glass of milk, and a big crunchy carrot. Santa took a little bite out of each cookie, a tiny sip of milk, wiped his beard, and popped the carrots into his sack. From Dallas to Laredo, from El Paso to Austin, from Pecos to Galveston Island, and all the places in between, Santa and his sleigh visited every house in Texas. Santa delivered presents to Andrew, Allison, Anna, Arabelle, Archie, Ashley. The list went on and on. Zach, Zara, Zeb, Zoe, Zybel. Finally, Santa had delivered the last present on his long Texas list.
Great moon and stars,
sighed Santa.
It's past midnight, and my sack seems as heavy as ever. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone.
Santa opened his sack to check, but it was full of juicy, crunchy carrots. Santa divided the carrots among all the reindeer.
Well done,
he said, patting the youngest reindeer gently on the nose. But the youngest reindeer didn't hear him. He was too busy munching. Then it was time to set off for home. Santa reset his Santa nav once more to the North Pole, and soon they were speeding over Dallas through the crisp, starry night.
Ho, ho, ho,
laughed Santa.
Merry Christmas, Texas.
Hey! Welcome to the ranch.
Howdy, y'all. Jackson here. Welcome to the ranch. Let's read a book.
Welcome to the ranch. Spread the word and take a look. Welcome to the ranch. Grab a friend and read a book. Welcome to the ranch. We're so glad you came to play. Welcome to the ranch. We sure hope you want to stay.
Cowboy Night Before Christmas. Written and illustrated by James Rice. 'Twas a cold Christmas Eve on the southwestern plain, and the north wind was blowing through a broke window pane. In that sod shanty shack, far from home warmth and care, shivered two lonesome cowboys, such a scraggly pair. They crowded the fireplace where the flames flickered low from smoldering embers that heated too slow. Then a knock at the door and a bang on the wall. Over the sound of the storm, they heard a voice call.
Please open the door and let me come in. I'm near froze to death and chilled to the skin.
The door was unbolted and then opened wide, and a fat little old man jumped quickly inside. There was frost on his whiskers and ice hung from his nose. He shivered and shook from his head to his toes. In spite of discomfort, he didn't complain. His expression was jolly as he paused to explain.
I was moving this cargo and making good time. I'd covered the country from desert to pine, till I crossed the border to this panhandle land, and a southwestern norther commenced stirring the sand. The temperature dropped more than 100 degrees. My team soon fled north, where they'd less likely freeze.
The old cowman had doubts about the strange little man, but in Southwest tradition, he put out his hand.
You can shake off your boots, you're welcome to stay, or we can help you to be on your way.
The answer came quickly, with a twinkle of the eye.
I got many miles yet, before the sun hits the sky. Could you find me a team? I gladly will pay. Then point my nose south, and I'll be on my way.
The only critters we have that can pull a full load are the ornery longhorns, and they'd have to be showed. They ain't ever been hitched to a wagon with reins. They'd be too much trouble. They're a mite short on brains.
They made an odd threesome as they went out on the range, the old cowhand and the youngster, and the old man so strange. They saddled 3 broncs in the dark freezing night. With cold, stiffened fingers, they made the cinch tight. While roping the longhorns, they bumped and they stumbled, and numerous times from their horses they tumbled. It took all 3 working an hour or more to hitch up the wagon in 2 rows of 4. The longhorns at first refused to obey when the strange little man tried to get underway. Then one lifted his head and gave out a bellow, and the rest, one by one, they started to follow. The longhorns were straining and pulling together. They built up their speed, then just like a feather, on a strong gust of wind their feet gave a bound, then man, wagon, and longhorns all at once left the ground. The old cowboy and youngster stared up in surprise, a trick of the storm, too much wind in the eye. Those were their thoughts as they looked at the sky. Any fool knew darn well that such things can't fly. The young cowboy grumbled as they moved toward the shack. The old one stayed quiet, pert near all the way back. They reached the sod shanty and opened the door. They couldn't believe what they saw on the floor. 2 pairs of new boots with spurs made of silver, with a note but no clue as to who was the giver. They made out the words in the dim fireplace light.
Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Howdy, y'all. Jackson here. Welcome to the ranch. Let's read a book.
Reading Ranch, hosted by Cowboy Jackson. Each episode, he reads you a new story with sounds and music and fun. Come join us at the ranch. Reading Ranch is available anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. This is Central Texas Life with Ann Harder.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Central Texas Life. Ann Harder here with you. And it is my joy to bring you all the way from Nashville, Tennessee, Liz Bohannon. She is a Nashville-based singer-songwriter working in the music industry for the last decade as a writer and a performing artist. And Liz, we had the opportunity to meet sort of by happenstance not too long ago in St. Louis, Missouri, of all places, at a Colonial Dames national conference. You are one of our Tennessee dames, one of our young dames.
So much fun. Yes, that was wonderful. That was my first conference to attend. It was a ball, and met so many lovely people from all over. And yes, so fun to meet other music industry people involved in the Dames as well. So fun.
Yes, well, it really was a delight for me to get to meet you. And I mentioned having a podcast, and I was able. You sent me a link to your music, and we'll be sharing some snippets of your music throughout this time together. But I really don't know you at all, so let's just find out. Liz Bohannon, who are you? How have you always lived in Nashville?
I have. I'm born and raised, and I've been involved in music in some shape or fashion since day one. Started at Opryland. I had my first job with the headsets, and Gaylord Entertainment hired me. Instead of going to summer camp, I was just dead set on taking this big job to play 5 shows or 5 days a week for a few years, kind of Mickey Mouse Club vibe, but it was a lot of work, and it was just so much fun. My first stab at the entertainment world, and it really opened my eyes. And I kind of dabbled in other stuff like choirs and stuff, but I always knew that music, and I tried other things. I tried acting and kind of was a jack of all trades, but music just kept coming back. And when I got out of college and I graduated and lived in California, I had my first songwriting session, and that's when I really knew I didn't have any question of what I wanted to devote my life to, basically, or career.
Can I ask, how old were you when that sort of epiphany happened with the songwriting?
So actually, it was a writing session with the amazing songwriter and producer Jeff Trott. He produced my latest work that would love to talk about on this podcast. But yeah, so that was my first session about 8 years ago, and it's really cool to have reconnected with him, and for him to have, it took lots of winding roads, and then to have this body of work, him produce it's been really special.
Now, and he's kind of a big deal.
Yeah,
Cheryl
definitely.
Crow, if you've ever heard of her, yeah, he's worked with her, and so I'm sure it was a sort of a joyous collaboration for you to work with him.
Oh, absolutely. It was just so cool all around. I could tell you so much about it.
So
but
I'm
yeah.
I'm always, in fact, I have a longtime friend who lives in L.A. and is a singer songwriter, and I'm just always interested in hearing about the process. And like I said, I've been checking out some of your music videos. We can start out with "I Want It All," and I don't know if chronologically this is, the order that you wrote these different songs, but so how do you get your inspiration for writing a song? Do you think, okay, I need to write a song today? Here comes,
Yeah, I mean, you try to. It's always like you just show up, because even when you don't think you're going to get anything good that day, you'd be surprised. Just going through the motions kind of is the best way to approach a creative, a life of and doing that. I can't even explain it very well, but it's really important to the inspiration just comes from all over the place. And I grew up across the street from an amazing songwriter, and he early on just told me, even in the middle of the night, write down, if you have a good idea, write it down. So you're just kind of always watching your thoughts, and the good ones tend to stick with you, so you kind of have to sit down and just try to, I don't know, try to tend to the idea.
Yeah,
it's really hard to talk about creativity. It's still,
I know it's kind of interesting to kind of sort of put it into words, the process, and that's why I'm curious about it. But you get the kind of the poetry of it, you get the lyrics, and then set the music to you, or do you get a melody first and you go, oh, that's I like how this moves, let's see what fits that.
It's pretty much all. There's really no there's no formula for it. Sometimes it's an instrument, sometimes you have a lyric first. There's just really no one right way.
Well, let's talk about then your debut EP is "Gotta Give It Up."
Yes.
And this was produced and co-written with Daniel Tashin. And
yes.
This is in 2016, so it's been a few years ago.
Right.
Let's talk a little bit about that.
That one was that was pretty much my first official body of work that I've been writing music for so long, but that was kind of my first debut EP. Got to write it with one of the best most talented people in town, and it really that was really opened my eyes going through that process of kind of how it all works. I've been doing this independently for a while now, so just kind of learning little bits here and there on how it works. You kind of have to be a label and all these other things, which
that it's got to be somewhat complicated.
Yes. So, but that was kind of just such a cool project. And where do I begin? Yeah, it was just we wanted to do like a reggae type vibe, and it's all pop music, and he's a multi-instrumentalist and just the most talented person. So it was very exciting that one. It just came together so quickly, and it was a total thrill.
Well, and listening to different ones of your music, what genre would you say? I mean, it doesn't really sound country. It's not really. Is this what we call the new country, or is it?
It's kind of the Nashville sound, I would say.
The Nashville sound, okay.
There's really, genres are so open now.
I guess so, yeah. Well,
So,
especially
like,
when Dolly Parton's now in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I mean, there's a lot of overlap.
right. Oh, for sure. It's like everybody wants to do a country record, come to Nashville to do a country record, or, you know, Dolly's doing a rock and roll. Like it's so cool how people it's just the sky's the limit. If you get inspired by a certain type of music, go do it. And, you know, it's more about like what you're interested in, and I think what inspires you. So genres it's a whole another umbrella of it's so interesting to see it evolve.
Well, I just have to say, I mean, your music is listenable. I mean, it's just got kind of a mellow, not, I don't know if mellow is the right word. It's just pleasant to experience. And so do you have like a target market or audience, you're shooting for, all ages or?
Yeah. Just really whoever it connects with. I play a monthly gig at Brown's Diner, which is a really fun venue in town, and it's a really cool. It's kind of like the Bluebird. It's been around for 100 years, and it was, the Everly Brothers played there, and gosh, Chris Stapleton. All these people have come through there, and it's kind of like the test kitchen for a lot of these big artists, and just wherever you are, like legends and just kind of everyday songwriters. And so I've loved playing there because it's almost just like this revolving door of just you connect with so many different people from all over. It's not one it's not like Taylor Swift, and which would be amazing, but she has I don't have a market. I just kind of do music and who shows up and that kind of thing. So my focus is always just the creative stuff, and I let it take on its own journey.
And it's got to be fulfilling to you to do that, to be able to do that.
Right.
I want to pick a song, pick one of the songs that we have access to, and we can maybe drop some of that and then come back and talk about it. So, I have What You Can't Have.
Yes. Okay. That was such a cool song. That one came together so quickly. We wrote it several years ago, and my producer heard it and picked it out. And it's just we wanted it to be just this cool kind of like college party vibe, kind of like just easy, fun, upbeat with like a fun rock and roll flair. So yeah, I wrote that with this really talented writer, Micah Wilshire, and just was one of those like when you just kind of the ball is rolling, and that's when it's a good collaboration, and how those kind of you're answering each other's sentences, and then it's just those are dreams to fall into those sessions when they come in your path. So that one is definitely a favorite.
Okay, let's take a little listen to some of What You Can't Have.
Sugar sweet on my lips, forbidden fruit, fingertips. I gotta have it, I can't quit. Burning up, the fuse is lit.
Back. So you had the chance to do these music videos. I mean, of course, that just picture's worth 1,000 words. Tell me about the process of that, of doing the videos to go with the songs.
So that was a ball. One of my friends helped me throw that together, and we just kind of went out to this park in Nashville and ran around and shot cool footage, and had this really cool convertible. And it was just kind of very fun and effortless. And
yeah, I mean, you look like you're just having a good time.
Yeah, so that was the goal. We were trying to make it fun. But yeah, it is definitely fun to have the visual like these days with all the engagement. So you try to just do something that you're interested in and you think people will like. But yeah, the heart of it is the music, and it's just all icing on the cake when you can get a cool visual to go with it.
So when you're doing the visuals, is the music playing and you're lip syncing? How does that work?
So, yeah, no, we just had the music playing in the background. There's different ways to do music videos these days. But that one was kind of more just like background.
Right.
I don't think I was singing along with
Yeah,
that
I
one.
think you're right. Yeah, now that you mentioned that, of course, yeah. So when did you know you wanted to pursue a music career? You say you've always been involved somewhat in some way with entertainment and doing this kind of thing. When you were a little girl, I mean, was it like, oh man, this
Yeah,
is
I
what
was
I
kind
want
of
to
one of
always do? Yeah.
it kind of was. I
Uh-huh.
started singing and I got a microphone at a family wedding early on, and I always just sang Judy Garland at everybody's wedding, and my grandfather called me Judy, and it just kind of I don't know, I just knew what I wanted to do. I asked for singing lessons in the second grade,
Did
and
you really?
I did. And what the fun part is we would get to go off script and I would get to make up my own melodies. And that was always my favorite part, when we could just sing and like into nowhere and just kind of run with your imagination. I don't know how I ended up having a teacher that knew that was something that's not very common to do in voice lessons.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. So your folks, how are your folks always embrace this path for you?
They have. Yes, I've had such a supportive family. Really and truly, they're on the bandwagon. They come to my shows, and so yeah, I'm very lucky.
Yeah, I'm sure they're so proud of you. So Cowboy of the Canyon, is that your newest one?
That one we actually wrote on Zoom with Jeff Cohen, one of my favorite people to work with. So it was during the pandemic, and we started a song on Zoom, and we wrote a bridge, and our antenna went up and said, okay, this doesn't sound like the song we've been writing. Like, that sounds like another song. And luckily, we both had the time to sit there and just write 2 songs. So that one is a total thrill, and it's a dream that I get to sing that one. I still pinch myself because it's you always try to go for the commercial hooky stuff, and I don't know. I'm not really a country songwriter, so that was fun.
Okay, well, let's take a little listen to Cowboy of the Canyon.
I know you'll forget me soon when somebody else shows you the moon. Yeah, one more round of shooting whiskey. Say goodbye and kiss me.
And we're back. I tell you what, Liz, I mean, your imagination is so wonderful, and the way you've been able to collaborate with other people, professionals in the industry, and to create this music. And you've been doing this a while. I mean, it's been a years long process for you. Where do you see yourself maybe in 5-10 years?
Gosh, it would just be so lucky you just go project by project, and I'm just kind of still like, okay, what's next? And I just hope to keep creating. That would be I think I always will. So that's just my goal, to keep on working towards the next thing. And I'm so lucky to get to work with fabulous people. So that's hopefully still doing this.
Yeah. Well, do you ever get a request to write a song? In other words, be drafted into into writing a specific song for a project? Have you done that?
I've done some TV work, which is so much fun to do when you get those jobs.
Oh,
and
tell me about that.
So, you'll get a script in, and it's like, write a Christmas song with, they give you like parameters, which is really good for creative people that kind of gets to get handed a little box to keep something in. It's always good with limitations. But so it's really fun. I've done a Valentine's commercial, and I don't think that one got picked up, but I did write one. And I've done some Christmas music, and the songs of mine that have been on national TV have been original music, but they were not like specific commercial plugs. They were just kind of my original stuff that I'd written. But it is really fun when you can kind of write a jingle, I guess.
I know. Well, listen, a lot of people have made huge careers out of jingle writing. That's because in marketing, if there's something that sticks with people, becomes a little earworm, as we say, then that's going to help sell a product for sure.
Totally.
Um, it's just really been interesting for me to hear about you, hear your work. What are you working on now? Something specific?
Right now I've just been playing some shows and trying to get the word out about this new project. And always working on the next thing. I'd love to do a little Christmas project. It's coming up, but yeah, I'm not sure what's going to land in my path next. I've just been kind of playing out and promoting this EP, which it was really a year in the making. So I'm just happy to be to this place.
You've been
so.
working on it then, and
Right.
this, yeah, and then the name of this newest one is
The whole project's called I Want It All, and
Want It All.
yeah, it's 5 songs, but the title song is I Want It All, which is I love that one. So I was happy to make that the title song.
Oh, that's great. Well, it's always a delight to chat with people, and I do a little thing at the end.
Okay.
It's a little questionnaire similar to the one the late great James Lipton would ask on Inside the Actors Studio. So, so here we go. What is your favorite word?
Gosh, let's say happy.
That's a good one. What's your least favorite word?
Gutter. I don't know. That just came into mind. Maybe it's the leaf blower outside.
The leaf blower. No, yeah, I've never heard that one from a guest before, but yeah, that's a good one, really. What turns you on creatively, spiritually, or emotionally?
Let's see. Good music is always so inspiring. I've been freaking out over the new Beatles song that just dropped this week.
Oh,
which is,
really? Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard it yet, but
No.
just yeah, like that really always speaks to me. And let's see. Gosh, I don't know. Nature, just being out in nature.
Mm-hmm. What turns you off creatively, or spiritually, or emotionally?
I think just spreading yourself thin and trying to, saying yes to too many things and not being centered and putting yourself in mental stuff, like, how it is. But like I think, yeah, staying centered is the most important thing for artists.
That's good. Okay, I'm going to ask a musician. What sound do you love the most?
Gosh, I mean, I love acoustic guitar. That is just piano, I guess music.
Yeah, acoustic guitar, that is your instrument. Do you play other instruments?
I do. I play guitar and a little bit of piano, but guitar is my main instrument.
And that's what you use to write with.
Yes, and I do like wind chimes. If I'm not going to pick an instrument, I would say wind chimes.
Yeah, that's good. What sound do you hate?
Gosh, well, construction and leaf.
You mentioned both. You're dealing with that right now, I guess.
Right. I'm just shooting straight over here.
Yeah, hey, that's great. What other profession would you like to try or to have tried?
Gosh,
it sounds like you always knew what you wanted to do, so you're kind of living the dream. But is there anything you thought,
I mean, yeah, there's tons of things. I mean, I've actually like worked in several fields. I've done work in the television world, which was like a total blast. So maybe something, maybe something like, I don't know. That one's really hard.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't think I have an answer.
Okay, well, how about this? What profession do you would not want to do? No, thank you very much.
Let's see. I guess I would not want to be a lawyer. My sister's a lawyer and she found her thing, but I don't think that I would be very good at that.
Yeah.
I'm not good at,
All right.
winning arguments, I guess.
Well, and when you need a good one, you need a good one.
Right,
But
for sure.
we're glad there are people that do that. Finally, what do you want to hear God say to you when you arrive at the pearly gates?
Oh, well, I love that one. Gosh, this is so personal. I would just say, like, yeah, I think the race that's set out before you, just trying to run the race is my goal. And And yeah, that was like kind of like you did it. I don't know. Like it's very, that's such a big question. I think just a big old pat on the back would be nice.
Well, I'm going to give you a virtual one from here from Central Texas. You are doing an awesome job, Liz, and it's just a delight to get to visit with you and to hear a little bit about your process and about your music. And again, it's very easy. Liz Bohannon Music, right?
Yes, my actual website is lizbohannon.com.
lizbohannon.com, and we'll include that in the header as this podcast is available for folks. Anything else you want to share before we say goodbye?
I'm just so happy to be on here. Thank you so much, Anne. And it's always like a challenge to get your music out there. So I'm just so thrilled that you're able to have me and to put the word out. So thank you.
Well, I hope people will take a listen because it is lovely and it's great. And I just think you have a wonderful, wonderful career ahead.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Thank you. And next time I'm in Nashville, it's the Brown. You say the Brown Cafe?
The Brown's Diner. Yes.
Brown's
it's
Diner.
Fabulous. Please make your way there.
Good. Well, thank you again, Liz. It's been a joy and a delight. You have a great rest of the day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. And thank you for joining us for Central Texas Life. I hope you have a great rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Central Texas Life with Ann Harder is part of the Rogue Media family. Be sure to check out our other shows at RogueMediaNetwork.com. Please rate this show 5 stars on iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Join us again soon for more Central Texas Life with Ann Harder. This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Breathe, breathe, and all my people just breathe. And all my people just breathe, breathe, and all my people just breathe, breathe, and all my people just breathe. And all my people just breathe, breathe, and all my people.
Hello, welcome. This is a Give You Blues music show where we discuss our blues while listening to the blues. That is blues that was, is, and has come to be in terms of music. And today we have the intriguing Groovy.I here with us today.
Yes.
He is a rapper, an artist, a model, and yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let him introduce himself. You know, tell us your name, your birthday / sign, if you're so willing to share, you know, a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I'm originally from Atlanta.
Ooh,
I grew up in Brooklyn, New York.
Okay.
If you want to get technical, I kind of like grew up in Far Rockaway, Queens first, and then we moved to Brooklyn.
Okay. What part of Brooklyn?
In the East. I'm in East New York, Brooklyn.
Ah, okay. My friend is from there. That's cool.
So it's not too like far from like downtown and all that. I feel like I'm in the heart of everything. Like it's perfect.
Yeah.
You know, so
Okay.
with that being said, it's easy to travel like in New York. I got friends basically like in Staten Island and they just struggle to just get to certain spots and stuff like that they want to be at. So I'm grateful for, you know, growing up where I'm at.
Yeah, of course. I be
But
shading
other
people
than-
from Staten Island.
You said what?
I said I be shading people from Staten Island because it's
Yeah.
like not really a borough, but it is a borough. But I'll
Nobody want to claim it. That shit crazy.
Yeah, it is. 'Cause you know, Staten Island, not much really goes on out there.
Yeah,
To be fair.
that's true.
That's cool. Do you want to share your astrology sign?
I'm an Aquarius.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
cool. That's cool. But anyways, before we get into all of that, I gotta ask a little bit because Aquarius, they are like this sign that's hella friendly, but they have like, these different reps about, kind of being airy because y'all are this air sign. What do you have to say about that?
As far as like just being an air sign in general, or
Yeah,
like
just being an air sign in general, to be honest. We don't have to do too much for the Aquarius if you don't really want to share about it.
I'm not. it wouldn't even be that I wouldn't want to. It's just the fact that I don't really like know like too much. Like
That's fair. That's fair. Then we won't wait too
yeah.
much on it. That's fair. But anyway, so speaking of like you as a musician and things, I was
hmm
introduced to you from your album The Grooves. And so that was a
Yes.
really good album. It was like a mixture of like some hip hop but also very much like R&B and soul as well. And so I don't know. Also, I kind of want to know how you kind of came up with the name behind it because for a long time I thought Groovy.I that you were a duo. And so then when I started seeing you do
Mm.
like more singles, not knowing that you also had music before that I now know now. But like when I first saw you, I was like, dang, okay, like this is kind of cool to see like this cool duo that's like hip hop but like also R&B out here in New
Mhm.
York. Like what kind of feelings did you have with doing like a whole collab album like that? Like how was that?
Mhm. I was like, well, obviously like my first like um project,
Mhm.
but not only that, but like first time with somebody throughout the whole project. So
Yeah.
that was already like an experience within itself. Um, it was fun. Like the process of writing everything. Like me and Keisha, like we clicked at the time. So it's
Yeah.
like we wouldn't even really be together half the time of the writing process. Cause I would just have my verse. Like we'll just dip and dab. Like okay, you want to do the verse? Okay. Keisha obviously a god at making the hook.
Mm.
So I have most of the time I'll have her just do the hook. I'll just make sure I come through with a verse and shit. And then
Yeah.
we'll link up and then it just goes together.
Nice.
You know, some songs we did say like, okay, let's try to be on this topic, or she'll tell me what she's saying within the song. So I'm like, okay, I could try to, fit the topic of the song.
Yeah.
But other than that, we really just did our own thing on our own timing and then came together and it just came out just like how
Oh,
you
that's
see it.
cool.
So
Yeah, that was really cool. And also, I guess now tapping back into your newer music, because now it's not giving blues as much anymore. You kind of in your bag trying to flex on people.
yo,
So,
listen. Nah, honestly, I'm glad you even said that because that was me the whole time in general.
oh,
Like
okay.
with the EP with Keisha, I was tapping into her world, like as far as the
Oh,
R&B and stuff like that.
yeah.
So to come out with singles, and I'm about to drop more singles, like you're gonna really see like who's groovy.
Okay, okay. And so, why do you call yourself Groovy?
That's a very long story.
That is why we're here. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'll keep it PG. It was like
Okay,
like
okay.
the PG version of it is more like I was just always like not like quiet and stuff. I had my days where I would just extrovert, you could say,
Yeah.
but I was predominantly more introverted and stuff like that, but like I'm still in the loop. Like I was like one of the quiet people like that still know what's going on without having to do too much. You know what I'm saying? Or even
Yeah.
say that much. I'm like, bro, you a groovy nigga, bro. Like I just always been smooth with every like a lot of things that I do without like trying so hard to do it.
Yeah.
So that came about.
Okay.
And then another PG version is when I made my Instagram. Me
Mhm.
and my sister Magenta, she had her name Groovy.M because her name is Mia, but she go by Magenta now,
Mhm.
and mine was Groovy.I, for my real name. So
Yeah.
it was just like a twin type of thing, also as well. Like everything just started making sense and stuff like that, and then people just got used to just calling me Groovy like since a young age.
Dang, that's cool.
So I
So
stuck
wait,
with it.
are you a whole twin then?
Not on the same birthday type of thing, but we definitely look alike. Like people really think we're twins and shit. So you
Okay,
could say
okay.
that.
Oh, okay, okay. I
Yeah.
was like, dang, the twin connection. I was like, what is that like? Because that's wild. Okay, that's cool.
hmm
Do you believe in twin flames, by the way?
Hmm. That's a good question. I don't know. I
That's
really
funny.
don't. I do feel like people do click. You got people like that look alike, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they not even family. But maybe. I don't know. I'm 50-50 with it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But also to get into your modeling and things as well, because you were just out here for the Brooklyn Fashion Week. What was that like? Are you out here just modeling for like the side hustle? Is that something that you're really into? Like, let's talk
Um,
about it.
I would say like before I really got into the music, I was on my modeling stuff.
Mhm.
Then when I got into deep into the music aspect of things, I wouldn't say the modeling slowed down, but I was more focused on just making music and putting it out there and stuff. But people kept saying like, "Yo, you should model," without knowing that I already used to do it.
Yeah.
Or they used to tell me to do it since I make music, because those worlds intertwine with each other.
Mm.
So
That's true.
I'm gonna say like basically I did the modeling, slowed down because of the music, but now I'm finding a balance with them both. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of models do make music, or at least into that lifestyle. And then
Mm.
people that do make music obviously love fashion, things like that, 'cause that's what we talk about.
Mm.
So,
That's true. That's true. And whenever you kind of like go for the casting calls, do you like to be more so in like the streetwear side of it, or do you like to dabble in other kind of realms, like like formal
mm,
wear, or like what's your fashion sense of style that you kind of gear towards?
yeah. Lately I've been getting a lot of casting calls, like, off of like this group chat that I'm in,
Mhm.
full of photographers, models, and just event planners and everything. So anything that we hear, like, oh, it's a casting, we'll just throw it in the chat, you know. Um, this year, honestly, I haven't even been to a casting call,
Oh,
to be
okay.
honest. Yeah, like, it's weird. Like, I just been doing things like off of the strength of relationships and connections.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, okay. And now, how would you define your sense of style then?
um, I don't know. I feel like my sense of style is kind of like it's so versatile, and like I just one day I may wake up and want to wear a suit on some random, and then the next day I'm on my regular streetwear, and that could last me for like I don't know, like 3 days out the week. And then by the end of the week, I just feel like I want to be preppy, wear a cardigan or something. Like, I just feel like it depends on like my mood.
Okay, okay. That's
Cause
fair.
I do feel like I look good, in almost anything I wear. Like
As you
if I
should.
really dress up in any type of style,
Mm.
So I'll say versatile.
Okay, okay. Something that I've been always thinking about too is like people always have like this kind of discourse where they say like, men's fashion doesn't like have that versatility that like women's fashion does.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a minute too myself. Like
Yeah.
y'all got everything,
Low
literally.
key. Yeah.
Y'all got all the accessories, even with shoes. Like
True, true.
Nike could come out with a shoe, and then like if it's like all right, like the SBs for example, they smart with how they doing as far as making every color for it and stuff.
Mm.
But they could come out with like they could do a collab with Disney for example, and 9 times out of 10 it looks more catered to female than a male.
Mm. That's
Like they did
interesting.
something with Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they had like the all white one with the yellow heart and stuff like that. It was like a limited edition.
Mhm.
But like they didn't have nothing for like boys like that look, masculine and stuff. So it's like y'all just got it. And then y'all could wear boy stuff and still look good in it,
True,
you
true.
know?
Do you feel like there are masculine and feminine colors? Because as a child, I used to think like red
Yeah.
was a masculine color. But like, is there really masculine and feminine like connotations to colors aside from maybe pink because everybody is thinking that pink is very feminine? Like, do you really believe that?
Is there masculine colors or
Yeah.
is there feminine colors?
Yeah.
Like you said it. I'm trying to think of how you said it. Like, is there masculine colors in feminine ways or
No, like, are there just like masculine, like colors that are kind of like giving masculine and colors that are giving feminine?
oh, definitely.
But like, Is there really? Because I feel like at any given point, like anybody can rock any color at this point. Like I don't think any one color is really giving any one kind of
Well, I mean, if you want
champion.
to say at this point, then yeah, you do have a point because the world is changing.
You
Like
think
even
before?
like with the color pink, nobody, no
Yeah.
man wanted to wear that until what they saw somebody like Cameron really pop out with it, knowing that he's not on that type of timing.
Yeah.
So it made like men like really like, oh shoot. Even back then, like it used to be not a saying, but at least from where I'm from,
Mhm.
they used to be like, oh, real men wear pink, this and that, because people will always portray it as a feminine color, you
That's
know.
fair. Yeah. And I guess that makes sense too, cause like breast cancer awareness is definitely like pink. So I don't
Hmm.
know. That's fair.
Exactly that
But
too.
like, is there a masculine color? Because I feel like blue isn't really that masculine. Like I don't know.
Mm.
Nobody is afraid to wear blue.
Nah, blue. I feel like blue is versatile.
Yeah.
I can't even pinpoint like it being masculine or feminine.
Right. So it's like, are there only feminine colors, but there aren't any masculine colors? Something seems wrong about that.
Nah, actually, I would say black,
Oh,
maybe
okay.
red, like what you just said. You
Yeah.
know,
Hmm.
I just feel like with every color, it always depends like on how you really present it.
That's true. That's
You know what I'm
true.
saying?
Yeah. Dang.
Like it always gonna fall into what's that person wearing, how they're wearing it,
That's true. But
despite the color. I think society just put that out there, like, oh, you wear this color, then I'm gonna portray you as this, or you know what I'm saying?
true, true. Cause
It
like,
shouldn't be like that.
yeah, cause different colors also kind of have like different emotions that kind of
Exactly.
arise. So that's fair. That's interesting though, for sure. Dang. So, what's your favorite color out here
Oh man,
to
my favorite
wear?
color is
Actually,
orange. My favorite color is
oh,
orange and black.
okay.
I'm
Do
keep
you
it a
like to
hundred.
wear those colors often?
I've been wearing black often. I've slacked on orange. I was wearing orange last night.
Okay,
I
okay.
was wearing orange last night.
Spooky season.
Um, I've been trying to dip and dabble into other colors to see like what I also look good in opposed to that. So I do be like sleeping on my favorite color as far as orange, but I'm gonna always throw some type of black in there. Like it's just automatic.
Okay, okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
Dang. So, as a model, are you out here knowing all of your angles and colors and things like that really complement your skin? Because for a long
Yeah.
time, I never really believed that that's like a real thing, that like different colors and things like that could really,
Nah, I really do.
yeah.
It really do.
Dang, that's fair.
Mm. What
But
about you? Like, what's your colors?
my colors are definitely, I've been really tapping into lavender. Purple has always been like my favorite color, but I feel like lavender is really like that color. But I don't have a lot of lavender like in my closet to wear. I don't really see a lot of clothes that have lavender also though.
Mm.
But I also like a dark blue as a nice color. And like burnt orange, but I have like this whole
Okay.
like discussion with my sister that is like close to my birthday, so I call her my twin. And we
Uh
have
huh.
this whole thing where like burnt orange and like mustard yellow, they're like the same color, but they're not. And so it's a whole thing.
Like I have like a debate on it.
Yeah, like we're pulling up different images every single time. Like, no, this is the color, but it's a different color theory, man.
Not interesting.
Yeah.
Burnt orange. I feel like if I like a color too, I don't care like what shade it is as well.
That's fair.
You know. So if I like black, I definitely gonna love gray, light gray, dark gray.
Yeah,
You know.
I feel that. Definitely so. That's how I am with purple as well. But speaking on your favorite color, orange, and transitioning into your song called Yams, you out here with the yams? Cause
out
there's
here
so
with the
many
yams.
there's so many meanings behind yams. So like what does yams mean for you? Are we talking about sweet potatoes? Are we talking about somebody with the cake? Are we talking about money? Like what is yams?
Definitely money. I was in the yams, aka Florida, for not too long before we even made that song. If I'm not my brother came up with that name too. I can't fully remember if the name of the beat was already Yams. But I think my brother Sharif came up with that name as well. We were
Okay.
just in the studio, we freestyled it. My engineer Casey like, what we gonna call it? You know, and he just came out of nowhere with Yams. Like it's crazy how you asked that because I never really took the time out to be like, yo, bro, like what's your meaning behind this? Like, you know?
Yeah.
You were just geeked up making songs.
That's fair. That's fair. You've been also having a lot of collabs with Sharif Shakur lately.
My fucking brother, yo.
Yeah, that's real dope. I see y'all moving around in these streets. That's pretty cool too. So
Yes. We got mad other shit on the way too. I'm just in a space where I want to present Groovy right now because I don't want people to think like, oh, he could only make a song with his brother or if he got a feature. Like, nah, like these next couple of songs I'm about to drop is gonna be straight singles, so people can really know like I can really rap, you know.
okay, okay. Whenever you go down to write, like, do you have
Mhm.
certain topics in mind, or are you just kind of like going with the beat and kind of just like talking your shit kind of thing? Like, are you freestyling in the booth?
Yeah, I used to write a lot. I still write. Don't get me wrong. Like if I'm traveling somewhere, I got time. You know, got my headphones. I'll write. But even that, like I'm at a point where like if I do write, it just got to be the chorus. Like that's it.
Okay, okay.
You know.
Yeah.
So like Yams, we freestyled that. The other song Style, we freestyled. We actually freestyled and made the song at Sharif House,
Yeah.
but it was a whole different beat, everything. And then I came across this one beat. I'm like, bro, this it fits perfect. Like we already got the melody, the lyrics, everything. Like let me just rap over it again, but on this beat.
Yeah.
That's how that came about.
Okay, okay.
And honestly, Sharif's really the main person that really helped me like start freestyling and stuff. Cause he got the studio in his crib. If I'm with my real engineer KC, like obviously that's paid studio time, so you got to be on your shit a little, you know.
True, true.
Sharif crib, I could chill, I could vibe, I could say a line or two, stop, think, say another line without feeling, you know, pressure with Tom. So that also helped me freestyle. So now when I'm really in the studio, I could come up with a lot of things, you know.
Yeah. Do you feel like freestyling really lets you kind of just like let go and be as creative as possible, or do you kind
Yeah,
of like
because you gotta think about it. Like when you freestyle, those especially like if when you first hear the like this what me and Sharif like to do. We like to record ourselves when we first hear the beat, like off the rip, like when we first hear the beat and when we first um making references and freestyling and stuff, even if we mumbling just to get the melody and stuff like that, the words gonna come. But if we freestyling and then we stop and then freestyle again, it could still be a vibe, but it's not gonna be how you first encountered that that first, you know, interaction with the beat.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like that's how artists come up with their best creativity and stuff. You
Okay,
know,
okay. So
on
whenever
paper, it's crazy. Like after a while, I'll just get over it, and then I'll be so used to just replaying that melody in my head, so where it's like I just want to switch it up. But if I laid it off the rip on recorded it, everything like without thinking twice about it, then it's different. You know.
Yeah, that's fair. So whenever you feel like you're tapping most into your creativity, like
Mhm.
do you feel like it's whenever you're just kind of going with the flow, like is it hard to kind of force the creativity out? I feel like that's something that I've talked about with like some of my friends who are also like producers as well. Like you can't just like sit down all the time. Like sometimes obviously like you can sit down and just kind of force it out, but like is it something that you have to like tap into in a way that it's not like I'm always gonna be out here just like spitting, for example, or something like? Do you have to be in a certain mindset?
Not, not really. I have my days. Don't get me wrong. Like, I definitely have my days, but it's weird. Like, cause when I first got into the freestyling aspect of things, I used to be, especially if I'm like at the real studio where I'm paying time for, and I feel like I'm not like feeling it, whatever I'm freestyling. I'll get back home or on my way home, I'll be bumping it on my headphones, and I'm like, wait, this actually sounds good. And then next thing you know, I'll just go back to the studio and just amplify it, like whether I'm saying it louder, more clearer, or whatever the case is, and then it will become like an actual song that I felt like, I didn't like. So lately, that's another thing too, like with the freestyling. That's why I'm like, all right, now when I do freestyle, I'm gonna just go crazy with it off the rip.
Okay. Oh, that's
So
cool.
yeah.
Well, that's cool. I don't want to keep you here too long now, so I gotta ask my pivotal question.
Okay.
What gives you the blues, and how do you get out of them?
And how do I get out the blues?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question. I feel like writing definitely give me the blues. If I'm in the process of writing, or like if I'm in my zone, and if somebody give me out my zone, I get out the blues. Like, it just all depends on like what I'm doing.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like me just working and just being in my zone with whatever I'm doing, I'm in the blues.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay, well, thank you again for coming on the show. If you want to shout out where people can find you, social media, websites, all that good stuff.
Yes. I mean, I have 2 accounts now that I do photography and everything. So my first main account is groovy.I, GROOVY, period dot, letter I. A lot of people think the dot and the I is connected, so I have to make that, because people be like, Groovy J? I'm like, no, it's groovy.I. And then my photography page is groovy.I as well, but instead of the letter I, it's the word I, EYE. And yeah, that's where you can find me at. Link in bio, type in For Another Day out right now, featuring me. On my boy Vondre, going crazy.
And when can we expect the new singles that you keep talking about? Are you filming music videos too? Like, what's next for you?
Yeah, I'm shooting music videos now. The song I just shouted out, For Another Day by my bro Vaughn, that's my first like self-filmed music video. I'm featured on it, but after doing that, it really showcased that I could, when I ready to, post my own songs, I could shoot my own music video, like damn near by myself.
Okay.
So, but I do have a single coming out. It's gonna be straight pictures. It's gonna be a music video, but it's motion pictures. So it's more like a lifestyle type of video, not necessarily me rapping to the camera like your average video, I just need to get the song mixed and mastered, change a few things. But I was honestly, to be honest, I'm thinking about dropping that at least within 2 weeks.
Okay.
Because after that, I'm just trying to just keep dropping like crazy.
Yeah. Well, we're ready to hear it. That sounds cool.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming on, and we'll tap back in with you.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Have a good day.
You too.
Breathe, and all my people just 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 breathe, and all my people.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Boobies.
Hello.
And hi.
And welcome
To hell.
to house.
Whose house?
My house.
Hell's house.
Hell's house. Hi, this is
LLC.
Ooh Bays.
Boo Bays, that's right. We're your host. I'm Caitlin.
And I'm Joshua.
And that's Mike.
Hey.
Mike's in the room.
So,
For 5 minutes.
does anybody ever talk about why it's a limited liability corporation during these movies?
I don't think it's been mentioned.
I don't think it has
TBH.
either.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I think we should have.
Maybe it's because him and Mac went into business together.
Yeah.
So
I
they
think we
made
should
it
have
the
a
LLC.
prequel that is just about forming an LLC.
That's a horror movie in itself.
It
That's
is.
right.
I just did it.
Did you?
Yeah.
For what? For your
Love
clothes
Lady.
thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
It's a lot.
Is Sloppy still around?
Yeah.
Okay. So both.
Both. But Sloppy Seconds is a sole proprietorship.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I funded it all myself.
That's the one you're going to get fleeced on then, right?
Yeah.
All the bill collectors are going to come to that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
LLC, you can just maintain here. And then when you move, you're just like, oh, I don't know. It's that place in Waco.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sole proprietorship's a lot more responsibility on
Yeah.
your shoulders.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So what
It's a lot.
are we talking about?
The movie itself?
Which one?
Hell
Hell
House
House
3,
3.
Lake of Fire.
Lake o' Fire.
Lake of Fire, Lando Lakes.
Lando
Yeah.
Lake of Fire.
It's
Yeah.
kind of the same thing.
It's just a tub of butter.
That's it.
Yeah, we're
Is
gonna.
Lando Lake's real butter? I don't think it is.
No.
I think it's just
don't think it
grease.
is.
I think it's hardened grease.
It's artificially.
Don't come at us, Lando Lakes.
It's vegan.
Is it?
Is it
No.
vegan? No.
But they make
If
that's
it is,
country
they make
crock
vegan?
that makes vegan.
What is vegan butter? Because how is it butter?
It's
Because
just
butter
grease,
is
man.
milk.
It's just grease.
I don't know. I used it on my quesadilla today though that I made.
It's mostly leftover car oil.
That makes sense.
They recycle it, turn it yellow,
Hmm.
put it in a tub.
That's what Priuses are for.
That's right.
Yeah, dye number yellow.
Prius
That's
is
why I
number
dye
egg,
them.
Dye yellow
butter.
number
Drive
5.
them.
Yeah.
It's margarine, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Because margarine's that weird term they use for things that aren't really butter, but they think they're butter.
Yes, it's just oil.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Hell House 3,
Yeah.
Lake of Fire. So the reason you wanted me to come on this one was so that I could talk about how people don't like the third one.
Yeah.
Now, when I say
I'm
people,
curious.
yeah,
I
when
want to know.
when I say people, I mean Reddit folks.
I wanna know
don't
why
that
they're wrong.
I don't know that they're actual people, but
True that.
so for instance, I looked up a thing on Reddit. This guy, Tyler Amel467, says this was 57 days ago too, by the way. So,
Oh, so
this is
pretty
recent.
recent.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I loved the first Hell House and thought that the second one was passable as an enjoyable follow-up. I think he's wrong there. I thought the second one was good.
I liked it as well.
I finally got around to watching part 3 this weekend, and I cannot believe the drop in quality. This was maybe the worst acting, writing, and effects I've seen in a reasonably well-recognized franchise. I did honestly enjoy myself, but I never understand those kind of things. I really liked it, but I hate it.
It's
Yeah.
like when people say they didn't like their food, but they ate it all.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I want that taken off my bill. I ate it all. I did honestly enjoy myself, but mostly because of how bad it was. What happened here? Did they just have absolutely no budget whatsoever?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's an independent movie. I felt like it was way too ambitious for how limited the first 2 movies were in their scope. I'd love to hear some others' thoughts. So,
What does he mean? How
Interesting.
limited the others two were? in
yeah,
their
I don't
scope?
really understand what that means because all of these movies set up that world, that we
Mhm.
talked about. So this person responded and said, Baker Yeast, by the way, responded and said, that always flies in the face of credibility for me. Your
name, your
username.
tag name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baker Yeast says had same thoughts. First 2 movies were good just because of good scares and overall creepiness, which that's not spelled correctly. Sometimes you need movies like that. Period. That's not a sentence. In third movie, I guess he said, they tried to explain the story and what happened to the characters without any scares. The story and characters weren't interesting at any point of first 2 movies. Again, with
It's not a
the
code.
grammar.
Maybe they should read it out loud
Without
back to themselves.
well, they don't have anybody in the basement with them to read it to.
Yeah.
Without scares, there was no point for this movie. Story was stupid and acting was bad.
Was that you or me?
Sorry, that was me.
That was Tully.
That was a
That's
bodily.
Tully. Right in.
That was a
Yeah.
bodily reaction to that review.
It made my acid reflex act up.
So last one I'll read.
Yeah.
This Mr. White 42216, so big Breaking Bad fan, I'm sure. I personally found part 3 to be a vast improvement over 2.
Oh.
Neither lives up to the first film. It's like, yay, you suck. Neither lives up to the first film, but at least part 3 kind of feels similar. Part 2 lost me with that awful drawn out conversation with Andrew Tully. It's like this isn't even found footage. I agreed, but at some point you got to get out of the found footage thing.
Yeah.
In their universe anymore. This is literally proof in the paranormal that the entire world in their universe can view. The third movie ends crazy, but I found it more like the first with creepy stuff going on in the background more often and not blatantly over the top crap. Plus, the acting in part 2 was easily the worst in the trilogy by far. Okay.
What kind of review is that? It was like,
It's
I
not
love
a
it,
good-
but I hate it, but I love it, but I
I
hate
love
it.
it. I hate it. I love it. I hate it. Please kill me.
Yeah.
So I thought 3 was the one where they start to actually build the world, right?
Yeah.
Because 1 was, let's say they never made anything but 1. It's still a good standalone found footage first try, right?
Yeah, 1 would stand alone really well.
2 takes some of what you know from the first one and just, kind of builds on it.
Elaborates
Right?
and it
Yeah.
sets some Easter eggs up for, like we talked about. It ends
Mhm.
up setting up some Easter eggs.
And
for-
answers some of the questions from the first movie.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yes,
it sets
absolutely.
up 3 and 4.
Absolutely. So Baker Yeast, for 3, I thought I know what they're talking about because when Tully's there and all that stuff, it does not feel like a found footage movie anymore, right? This is the one where he's banging on the table and and the cloak guys are coming out of the big hole, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I do understand what they're saying, but again, I think broaden your scope a little bit, because for Abaddon Eyes, the podcast that you guys are executive producing, that's basically a spinoff of this show. When you go back and you tell the story of Tully and these guys at the fair, there's no way that can be found footage.
Yeah.
Because it happened a long time ago.
Yeah.
I mean, unless it's, found drawings or
For real.
something. But
Yeah. Cave
I just,
paintings.
Yeah,
No, I'm just kidding. It's
found
not
cave
that old.
paintings. I love that genre. So anyway, that's my take on it. I just felt like it was a world builder, and that it really increased.
And I thought 3 had some pretty decent scares in it. Like,
Yeah.
I
It's
mean, it
Yeah.
still was the clown and stuff, but there was
4 is my favorite just because, and maybe it's because it's the newest one. I don't know. But I love the fact that, again, like they've gone to another planet, basically. They're spreading this story out.
Yeah.
I like that part of it because now it gives them the freedom to kind of spread out and do other things. But I think Casey and I had that same talk, 5 and going forward, you're probably going to need to make an actual movie, not just found footage stuff.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
And when hopefully, like Casey was even saying that hopefully some, more money can come into Flux as well and help build those to be better,
Absolutely.
bigger projects.
Well, I mean, if it's another Shudder exclusive or whatever, obviously Shudder's throwing some cash at them because the 4th one, you can tell it took a lot more money to make that one.
Which is good, which is great.
Yeah.
And I think, like you said, to Baker Yeast about the scope, like I think that there has to be also a bigger picture kind of understanding of like that these movies, they are building a bigger universe.
Yeah.
And so like even 2, like I would say even 2 is like you couldn't watch that necessarily standalone because it's building off of everything that we learned on the first one and then pushing the narrative and the story even further for what we go into the third one. Like how we have in the second one that all of this was, put together by Russell Wynn, but we never even see Russell Wynn in the second one. But yet he is our main guy in the third one.
Yeah.
And I love how they did that. And it's kind of the same thing what they did with Mitchell from the first one and going into the second one.
Yeah.
And I really love that too, because it's like he keeps having these threads that go throughout the movies. And regardless of like the whatchamacallit, the budget, because if anything, it's even more commendable how much story and how much progress he's able to get through with such a limited budget.
I agree.
Like, you make a movie, Baker Yeast.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see the Baker Yeast movie.
That's like every time someone comes into my store and complains about prices, and I'm like, "Do you want to run a business?"
That's it. That's it.
Like,
this is not a garage sale.
Yeah, you try to run a business, and then come talk to me about
It's very
what
hard.
your prices
And
are.
you can charge your prices.
But like, let's keep it in the movie world. Go back and watch the original Star Wars. It's not the best made movie in the world.
Yeah.
2 improves on it because 2 is my favorite. Empire Strikes Back is my favorite of all of them. But without the first one, you wouldn't have 2. And without 2, and you couldn't just go in and watch 2 and not know what came from the first one and things like that. So, I mean, this is a tried and true tradition in making trilogies or universes or whatever. You got to make the first one. You got to make the second one. You got to keep telling the story.
Yeah.
It's like a cake, you know? You
That's
got to
exactly
keep
it.
adding the layers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or an onion,
An
as
onion.
Shrek would
Or an
say.
onion. That's right. World is an onion.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay. So
Thanks, Mike.
I'm going to check out.
Yeah.
And now a word from our sponsors.
And so just like that, I think it'd be great to segue into our opening of the film.
Yes, we're talking about, if you haven't garnered, I don't think we officially say Hell House
at the
3
beginning,
Lake of
yeah,
Fire?
yeah,
Okay.
uh-huh.
2019 is when this film came out.
Also directed and written by Stephen Cognetti.
Yes.
And yeah, it's
Friend of the podcast.
Friend of the podcast. And yeah,
We talked to him once. He probably immediately forgot who we are.
like do not know these
No,
people.
he probably remembers me as that one bitch who interviewed him and hadn't watched the 4th film.
No. I mean, I doubt, but I mean, I feel like that's really understandable though. It had just came out. It's not like this is like
And I'm a
it's
busy
been
life.
out. You are, and you own like 5 businesses and you run a podcast.
Busy.
So we open up with some information on our, of course, beloved Abaddon Hotel. It was finally going to be condemned and burned down and like, yeah.
It was set to be demolished.
Demolished,
But it
that's
was
the word.
purchased.
It was purchased by Russell Wynn, who is this it's basically like an Elon Musk type of guy, I
Yeah.
guess, or a Jeff
Oh.
Bezos. Supposed to be like a really rich dude.
Rich entrepreneur type
Yeah.
who is into theater.
Yeah, very much so. And he
and
is
9 years have passed since the original Hell
Oh, yeah.
House crew disappeared.
It's
now
been 9 years. And it is a year after what happened prior with the Morning Mysteries and
Crew.
the Insider Investigation mystery people.
Yeah.
And he is the richest man in the country. I also, they did say that. So yeah, he's the richest man in the country. Not even just a rich man, but the richest man. And he, like you said, is in theater. He's producing a show, has produced a show called Insomnia. And it's really popular. It's really like, lucrative or whatever. And he has decided that he's going to take the show and take it to the Abaddon Hotel. So that's pretty much where we kind of enter in on this 3rd chapter of the franchise.
And the whole, it says with our little typeface and everything we get, it says the following documentary is trying to retrace the events that happened on October 1st, 2018. So it's kind of setting all of it. Eventually later on, we get like the Morning Mysteries footage from September 13th to August 2nd. 2018, but
Mhm.
everything happened October 1st this time.
Yeah.
It would have been kind of fun had it happened again on October 8th.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's old news.
It is. We're switching things up.
Yeah.
With our third film. And we have it going into this is where we learned that Vanessa Shepard is taking over from Susie McCombs.
Yes.
Because something happened to Susie McCombs. Did we ever get a mention of what happened to Susie McCombs?
No, I think she just like retired or something.
She just
yeah.
She was young.
Yeah. Retired from the show.
Yeah. She just left. So now it's up to Vanessa Shepard.
And we get to see
Mhm.
Robert Lyons again, the author of Abaddon tapes.
Yes, the beard dude.
Beard
That's what I like
dude,
to
yeah,
call him.
from the
beard
first
guy.
film.
Yeah. And we're asked. He's giving more of his, what's the vibe? What's the word I'm trying to look for? Like I think Mike mentioned it on the last episode, or on the episode we were talking to him about how he was really like giving very like, I forgot what he said. It's like, well, if you believe that would happen or something like that. He's very ominous and very funny. He's just funny.
He is.
But
and
then
he's kind of explaining
Mhm.
what happened at Insomnia, but without really
explaining
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we then, I guess, cut to them, Vanessa Shepard and her team meeting the cast, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. We open with Gregory, who plays Faust.
Yeah.
And they're basically
Asking
kind of
them questions about the production.
yeah, and then what they like about the Abaddon Hotel, if they like anything about it. Gregory's kind of like, what? No, I don't like anything about this hotel. This place fucking sucks. It's worse than high school theater.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. But Wynn is playing us pretty well.
Yeah.
So
That's kind of our
we're
first
gonna
mention.
stick around.
And that gets brought up a lot of times throughout the whole film with our cast members. They also get asked if they aren't disturbed about what has happened here prior in the Abaddon Hotel. And a lot of these cast members like don't have really the slightest clue of what has happened here. And most of them haven't even seen the documentary of like
Yeah.
all the footage that has basically been taken here at the hotel.
Except for Max.
Yeah.
Because Max, who plays Mephistopheles, is like, seen it. I own it.
Mhm.
Yeah. And he's definitely seen all of it. And he's like kind of in on the lore and stuff behind it. He's like
he's the
really
one-
excited about like being at the bar and like
Mhm.
saying like, the last time people were here having drinks was when the Hell House crew 9 years ago was blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. So Max is pretty in on it. And you can tell he kind of believes it, but also doesn't, to a point that he's still there.
It's like he definitely feeds on and loves, like, I feel like the dramatics of it. Like, I feel like he definitely doesn't feel like it's real, but he definitely feeds on like the stan culture of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, he's a fangirl, but he also doesn't believe, like, he thinks it's all a hoax, I think, still. And like, he loves that. Like, he's in on it. Like, he's in on the joke. So that's why he hypes it up more, I guess. I don't know. But
there are some moments in the film where he seems pretty serious about it, though.
Mhm.
Like when Gregory asks, like, what do we do if we catch a ghost on camera? And Max is like, good question. Like, and it seems like he's legit, like, serious.
Mhm.
Like, oh, that is a good question. Like, why the
Like,
fuck is
what do we
everyone
do?
else laughing?
He's kind of like the second coming of Paul.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
He almost looked similar to
a little
Paul,
bit
too.
Yeah. He's got that lighthearted energy to him.
Paul is Jesus now.
He is. And we are, getting all these separate and individual cast, crew, little member
We meet
interviews. Jane. You already mentioned Greg and Paul, not Paul.
Max.
I think that's it so
Yeah,
far, right?
that's really
on the
the-
cast part.
Yeah.
And then we end up, I think this is where they start to set up the morning mysteries.
Yeah, and well,
why they're filming.
One point too, Max is like, he does say, to go back to a little bit to what we were
Mhm.
talking about a second ago. Max does say,
I don't normally interrupt these things.
Yeah.
But we just got confirmation that Tully's gonna do an interview.
Whoa, that's
Andrew Tully?
freaking awesome.
"That's so cool, neat."
Literally. Okay.
We're gonna get
breaking news.
Breaking news. Pew, 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 pew.
This is an exclusive. Yeah, we're gonna have Andrew Tully on and to be interviewed. That's pretty cool. Ew, I wonder if his voice actually sounds like that, or if he hammed it up, or like put on a little like inflection
yeah.
for it. That's gonna be pretty cool. It's gonna be pretty creepy if he sounds like the exact same.
Yeah, that is going to be kind of creepy. Oh, it kind of reminds me of
What if Tully isn't even an actor?
Barbarian and
Oh,
the
yeah.
guy whenever the kids saw him in the theater who played the old man.
Barbarian, old man.
The old man who was like locking all the girls up in the
Yeah, yeah,
basement
yeah.
and stuff.
Oh.
And whenever his actor
yeah.
went to go see the
The
movie,
movie and
and
saw him
people
there.
were like
Why is he
scared
here?
of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be a little scared of Tully.
It's true. And so, well, that's awesome. You said you were talking about Max?
Yes.
Maximo.
Max was basically saying, they were like, well, do you like, and you're okay with being in here still? And he's like, well, let me just say I know where all the exits
That's
are
true,
in the
yeah.
building. But then it's also like, well, it's not really that helpful, buddy.
Yeah.
Because
Everybody knows where the exits are, and they can never get out of them. 'Cause
Yeah.
they shut and they lock.
they lock him out.
Yeah.
Or lock him in, rather. But yes, then we're with the Morning Mysteries people. So we're with Vanessa and then also Sam, who's the Morning Mystery producer. And they're kind of talking a little bit more on like
The production and on Russell Wynn and how he told them that he wanted them to film everything, right?
Yeah.
And for him, I love how he was like, that should have been a red flag.
Yeah, he gave us like no bars,
Mhm.
barrings. Like you can just do
Which
whatever
is
you want.
highly unusual for people to usually be like that and stuff.
Yeah. It is pretty sketchy.
Yeah.
But then we get the Morning Mysteries footage, September 13th through October 2nd, like 2018, like I mentioned earlier. Also, Russell Wynn looks like one of Andrew's best friends, Rob.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Shout out Rob.
Shout out Rob.
Maybe he's an angel.
Maybe.
Rob backwards is Boar. That's an angel name if I've ever heard one.
It probably is.
And so, but yeah, Russell, and he has this what's it called, scar kind of going, gash line thing going through the middle of his eye,
Yeah.
face. whole
Rob
situation.
doesn't have that, but
Gotcha. But yes, our Russell does, and we're also getting a little background on him. On basically, he's the millionaire. He bought Insomnia, or not Insomnia, but the Abaddon Hotel, and wants to use it for the Insomnia production and all that. I think when this is where he's talking to, or no, this is where, what's his face? John? Is his name John? He does look like him.
they look
Wait,
kind of
that one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, not the.
Yeah, I was like, okay, with the
him.
beard guy. Yeah, that does look like him,
It looks-
actually.
they're like the same height too, and they have like kind of the same gait with how they walk and stuff.
Yeah.
And so that I was just like the whole time I was like,
That looks
this
like
guy
John.
looks like
him.
Rob.
That's
But
funny.
He's got crazy eyes in this photo.
Oh, he does. They're scary. That's funny.
He's not normally crazy eyed.
Aw. That's fun. Shout out to Boar.
Boar.
And so this is where Vanessa is now. She's shown up to the Abaddon Hotel, right? She's there in front of it, and she's talking to what's his face?
Jeff.
I'll call him John for some reason. Jeff, yes. Jeff. And he's basically, I love how he believes it, but he doesn't believe it at the same time throughout his whole character.
Yeah.
It's just like in the way that he like talks about things, and like the way he's like, so like, yeah, no, it's fine. We're all in here. Like, it's going to be
It's just
okay.
wood
Like
and nails.
nonchalant.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then like other times he's very cryptic, or like, I don't know. Like the
Abaddon eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
When he says
I guess.
that.
Yeah. I'm like, well, if you don't believe in it, then why would you believe in that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. But Vanessa also we're getting like that she didn't want to go in, kind of Molly vibes. She was a
Yeah.
bit apprehensive, I guess.
She
was like stalling.
Yeah, whenever Jeff goes to go in, she stands back a bit and he's
Mhm.
like, "Are you scared to go in?" And she's like, "Aren't you?"
Mhm.
And then whenever they get to the front door, passing Hector on the way, "Hi, Hector."
Shout out Hector.
Shout out
Mhm.
Hector. They
Also note this is happening on September 16th, right? And
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, that's my sister's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah. And that's a few months before your birthday and Andrew's birthday.
It is.
Yeah.
All on the 16th.
Mm-hmm. It's also Mexican National Independence Day, September 16th.
It is, yeah.
Mhm.
That is exciting.
But yes, this is 15, and it's 15 days before the showtime, I believe.
Yes.
Mhm.
And but once she gets to the front door and stuff too, she even like won't go in.
Mhm,
And he's
mhm.
just like, come on, it's just wood and nails, like I
Yeah.
said.
And
And
then-
he's like, it's fine, you can go in.
And then she points out, and he points out that like there's Hell House LLC property, like shit, that was left there that they're kind of just leaving out, kind of looks like ruins on the front of it.
Yeah, we
I guess
get the
to add the spook
sign,
factor.
which the sign is moved all over this
Yeah,
building.
mhm.
In the second film, it was out back, and the entrance whenever they came in, the
Yeah.
Insider crew,
That black door.
Jessica's crew, yeah,
Mhm.
and it was out back there, and then now it was out front. And
Mm-hmm.
then whenever Diane Graves and them got there, it was with the most likely place that it would be. It was down at the base of like the balcony, kind of near the underneath the balcony,
Mhm.
which it was on the
Hung.
side, yeah, where on the balcony, off the balcony.
Like where
So,
the old Abaddon Hotel sign was.
yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
And so that made the most sense for it to be there. But yeah, someone's picking it up and moving it all over the
Mhm.
place. Or the Ghost Star.
It's the Abaddon itself. And so she what happens? Oh yeah. Whenever she's talking to Jeff, and whenever she does come in, she asks him another question or something like that. And I think it's right before he like it segues to a different part, or she's talking to someone else, because he's like, she asked him like, are you excited to be here or stay here or something like that? And
She asks, can we get an interview? Like, are we good to interview everyone, including you? And he says, like, I'll give you a statement right now.
Oh yeah, he's like, I can't wait to get the hell back to New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I was like that. I was like, what? Like, what? If you don't think it's dangerous, then why would you say something like that? Yeah. But anyway,
I mean, also probably if you're used to big city life, then living out there is probably
it's boring.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You don't
I can
have
see that.
a bagel at fingertips length.
A bagel.
Have you had a bagel yet?
I haven't had the bagel yet.
God damn it,
Sorry.
Josh.
But I just don't want to
We're
go.
gonna fly you to New
I was
York
like, I
just
don't
to
want
get
to
a
go
bagel.
like where do you get a bagel? Like, I'm not gonna go to HEB and like buy bread and like make a bagel, because I wouldn't even know what I'm
Well, they
doing.
have
I wouldn't even
bagels
know how
at
to
HEB.
I don't know how to prepare it right. You know what I mean? Like,
You
I want
toast
to
it.
go somewhere and have a bagel prepared for me.
You can go to Panera.
They have bagels,
Yeah.
like prepared bagels.
They'll toast them, put cream cheese on it for you.
I can say, I want that bagel toasted with cream cheese, please.
Yeah. And then they'll ask you what cream cheese, because they have different cream cheese
Oh, what are the
flavors.
flavors?
They've got like a honey, walnut, almond, not almond,
Which
honey,
one?
walnut. They've got like a chive one, I think. They've got one.
Tastes like onions.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's good on like the sesame bagel or the Asiago
savory
cheese
thing.
one. Yeah. They've got just regular cream cheese. I think they got fat-free cream cheese.
what do you get? What's your pairing?
I really like the chocolate chip bagel with just regular cream cheese. And
Okay.
or the Asiago cheese bagel with, again, regular cream cheese. I don't know if they actually have a chive one.
Okay.
They do have some sort of savory one, I think.
Okay.
I like chives, though, so I'd probably get the chive.
I'm intrigued now. I want my bagel. All right, bagel for Christmas. Give me a bagel for Christmas.
Oh, okay. I will.
Just wrap it up with cream cheese on it already, please.
It'll be-
I can unwrap it and it has cream cheese on it.
And you can eat
That's
it
perfect.
right away.
Mhm.
Like a little sandwich.
And so we have them going to. She's talking about the wine. They're talking about. I have in my notes for some reason talking about wine.
Yeah, they're talking about how he's replaced all of the wine bottles with his own signature wine.
Oh, that's right.
Blend, the
Mhm,
Win
the Win
wine.
wine. Mhm.
Win wine.
Win wine.
And so it's just there. It's a quick, and they're joking about like how many cases can you fit back in your car on the way home?
Mhm.
Like you got room for 17, 20
so
cases.
many
We're not
more.
hauling them back all ourselves. So
Yeah.
you can just take whatever the hell you can fit in your van.
Mhm.
Because she was like, ooh. And then he was like, take them, please.
We have too many. And then the power goes out.
Yep, power goes
Mm-hmm.
out, and then he's like, "No worries, it has been a little glitchy lately,
Yeah.
and it'll be back on in about 10 seconds or so." And
Which it does.
Yeah, it comes back on, and everyone just all like, "Oh, this is normal."
Yeah.
But so creepy.
But then this is whenever I think we're supposed to go to the basement, right? We're heading down to the basement, but Jeff
Yeah.
doesn't want to go to the basement.
Yeah, Jeff doesn't want to go to the base because that's where Russell is with
Yeah.
Harvey.
That's right.
And
Harvey, shout out to Harvey.
Harvey's
it's pretty funny.
I love his "if you can make me a size 2 again" line that he delivers right here.
Yeah.
Because Jeff is like, "What do you need?" And he's like, "I need you to make me a size 2 again."
But if you can't do that, I guess.
It's funny.
Harvey is very funny, very sassy. And so we have, I think this is the same part too, where they're on their way to get to the basement area.
Yeah,
he's
they
gonna
have
go
to
drop
cut
her
through
off.
heaven.
Yeah, heaven. Which Jeff is like, this is pretty literal the way Russell has it, but this is what he wanted. And
It's all white.
very white, just sheets everywhere, these like mannequins covered in like white sheets that are supposed to be angels. And that's whenever Vanessa kind of stops everything and is like, wait, I thought I saw something. And then that's whenever Jeff is like, aha, Abaddon eyes. Like,
Yeah.
everybody, it happens to everybody.
It's basically like when you see stuff out of the corner of your eyes or you feel like someone's watching you. We call that the Abaddon eyes. So shout out to Abaddon Eyes podcast.
Abaddon eyes out everywhere on to be determined.
Insert date here.
Yes. We are also now meeting Russell in the basement. And Russell kind of off the bat gives like, smug entrepreneur-ish in a way.
Yeah.
Like, he's not necessarily outright mean, but he's also kind of gives a little dick vibes.
Yeah, when he was like, "Oh, too bad. I really liked Susie."
Yeah.
And it was like, "Okay, well, I'm the new Susie bitch." So
Yeah.
what you mean?
Yeah. It gives like time and place. It gives like read the room. It gives like social awareness wasn't always like there sometimes in the way that he said things. It just kind of seemed like a bit rude, I guess. And that's whenever, like you said, he said that she's talking to him. They're going over on like, what basically why she's there and why he wants her to film essentially. And then he starts to take her to the cast, right, and crew, and wants to introduce her to everybody.
We're going to meet all the actors, which we're meeting in the dining room area now.
Yeah.
And this is where Gregory happens to ask, "What happens if we catch a ghost on camera?" And Max was being supportive and stuff and was like, "That's a really good question." And everyone else is like laughing and stuff. And I was with Max. I was like, "That is a good question. What do we do? What do we do if we catch this ghost on camera?"
What can you do? Is the question.
Cry.
What can? That sun is so bright.
You need me to close the blinds?
No, it's okay. There's none there.
Oh.
Or maybe they are, but they're just like
JK.
Yeah, I don't know. But we have them all meeting and talking and like kind of like what's the word? They're definitely taunting. It's not. Is it Greg they're taunting because of his like theatrical? What is it? He was in a play
Shakespeare in the Park.
Yeah, Amy Adams.
Amy Adams.
Yeah, Amy Adams. Got it. And then he was tree number 3. Apparently, they were like, yeah, there were 2 trees that were better the trees than you.
Yeah.
And that's whenever we are.
After that, we cut to
going over some footage or something because we caught something on the footage.
We're with Vanessa, and she's basically telling us that Hell House was not the first incident, that there was a Billy Braddock's thing and an incident at the county fair that happened in 2002. Yeah.
I liked how this is where we get that shot of the carnival, right? Over air. I thought that was pretty cool. It's aerial, like fake carnival going on.
Yeah, like a little drone shot.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. It was fun.
I was like, did they actually like set up a carnival and film that, or like did they just go
maybe hopefully they just happened upon a carnival and then we're like, let's get this drone.
Let's fucking film this shit.
Yeah,
this will come in handy
instead of setting up a whole carnival for one shot that was like 2 seconds of a movie.
That's wild.
That would be.
And so they're I think at this point for some reason I'm like, OMG, what was that? For some reason they catch something on the footage and they're going up to the meeting to have
Louis came up and was like, "Hey, when you thought you saw something, I think the camera actually caught something." And she was like, "Do I want to see this?"
That's right. And he was like,
and
"No."
he was like, "Yeah, no." And so But she watches it anyways, and there's like something. It almost looks like one of the angels.
Yeah.
Standing in the corner.
But it's very like almost faded. It's gradient. You can barely tell and make it out.
Yeah. And then it zooms in on it for you,
Mm-hmm.
which was fun.
Yeah.
I liked that.
It's kind of like how they did it in the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
That's when we're having a meeting in the attic. And this
and they scare Jane with the clown.
That's true. Oh, the boys do. Yeah.
So we already know that they're playing tricks on one another.
That's setting up a big part of the movie.
For them to gaslight the shit out of the crew.
Yeah.
But yeah, the boys play a trick on Jane with the middle clown. So not our big scary main clown, but the middle one that's got the weird mouth. Its mouth is weird. Right?
Yeah. It's more colorful. It's the colorful clown.
And
That's what I call it. It's the colorful
got
clown.
like scary teeth.
And then the black and white clown. And then there's the other clown.
Yeah. The other clown.
No one ever talks about the
Poor
other clown.
other clown.
Yeah. It's the middle child, I guess.
It didn't get kissed.
Or
It didn't get nothing.
It's the Michelle of the Destiny Child.
Oh,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? And then obviously we know who the Beyonce is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Hill House Clown.
Which is, what's his name? We need to give him a name.
I don't know.
There was no, I know, yeah.
We follow Hell House Clown. Oh, speaking of, right there.
Aw, there he is.
It's the official unknown biography. I don't know what his name is.
Maybe the fans can come up with a name. Kind of like how Pinhead wasn't really Pinhead. But
Oh, look, I found a
fans call him
not
Pinhead.
private Stephen Cognetti
Oh,
account.
did you? That's cool.
I followed him.
I wonder how I found the one that I found.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's not even really him. And so we end up after that having this meeting in the attic where I just know that there's blood on the table because apparently we didn't get a new table or anything. This is still the table that some blood is on. And that's whenever we are having a conversation with Jeff because he's talking about how the banks are calling and he's like, why are all of your banks calling? Like there's a problem.
Yeah, he's like, I have one bank, and if they called, I'd be worried.
Yeah, because Russell is obviously, he's just like, I don't care, whatever. We'll,
It's fine.
It's fine. I'll deal with that later. And then Harvey's up here and he's talking to them too, and he's being sassy and funny. And I don't remember
And
what
Isabel is asking. Harvey's asking on
Yeah.
Isabel's behalf if she leaves, will she still get her pay?
That's right.
Which is kind of setting it up later for her to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And even after being offered double pay, as we see later, what happened to her makes her not stay.
But then we cut to the priest.
Yeah, Father Paulus.
Mhm.
And they're basically talking about how the gate is open again, or like how
Mhm.
that est porta
Esporta aperta. Or something like that.
aperta porta means that the gate is open or the
We
door
butchered
is
that up.
open. Es aperta porta.
Yeah.
I think.
Aperta porta. Yeah.
Aperta porta.
Yeah.
Aperta porta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Latin.
Latin.
It gets me confused because it sounds almost like Spanish, but it's not. It
Yeah.
would be like puerta abierta. So that's why I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
La puerta abierta. That's the door is open.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's la puerta.
It's similar. I can
yeah.
hear the.
I'm
I
like,
can
my
hear it.
mind is like, yeah, uh-huh.
I can't say it though. I'm not.
But the right way is at porta. Oh Lord.
Aperta.
Aperta porta. Aperta porta. And then aperta porta abierta. Yeah. See.
It's a tongue twister.
Yeah. And so and then I think what he's telling her how the gate is open. And then he's talking about how why do I have we are the servants of snakes? Written in
Oh,
my
I
thing.
think it.
Of the snake.
I think
yeah.
it flashed back to Tully
That's right.
and the second one saying we are the servants of snake
Mhm.
of the snake
Of the
or
snake.
something. Valak,
It is very Valak. The profane. The defiler.
the Marquis of Snakes.
Yeah.
What if plot twist? This is
Tell
part
me.
of the Conjuring universe.
That'd be sick. Or like not necessarily a part of it, but like a collaboration. Like a
Yeah. Offshoot.
universes collide.
Parallel.
Yeah, parallel universes. And so we have them somewhere in a parallel universe. Multiple things of us are happening in multiple parallel universes. That's crazy.
That is wild. Yeah, I try not to think about that.
It's gonna hurt my brain.
Freaks me
Okay.
out.
So this so we then get Russell talking to Vanessa about ticket prices and stuff. I believe because we're back
And
with
while we're talking with Father Paulus, sorry, the
Oh.
piano ditty starts playing.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We get. I think this is the first
time that we hear
time
it
we hear
in this
it
movie?
in this film.
Mhm.
Yeah. But yes, we're walking with Russell on the Old County Fairgrounds now,
Mhm.
and they're talking about how they lowered ticket prices 30%
Yeah.
to get more people in there, even though Russell was like, I think people will pay whatever I ask them to, and they'll get out here.
Yeah.
And Vanessa's like, yeah, me too, kind of thing. But Jeff
Mhm.
was like, no, we need to ensure more people get here. So they lowered ticket prices.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're walking along together.
Yeah, and she's kind of talking to him, asking questions. And she finds the planchette after they talk, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
because they're walking together. Basically, they're talking about God.
Yeah.
And whether or not,
It's
like,
because she mentions the word. She's like, "Why something about this godforsaken place?"
Yeah.
and he's like, "Godforsaken? Why would you say it like
why
that?"
would you say that? Yeah.
Mhm.
And she was like, well, he was like, do you mean that literally? And she was like, does anyone ever mean it literally?
Yeah.
And she was like, I don't even believe in God. And he was like, I used to not.
Yeah.
And
And
then,
then she was like, "Don't tell me you're born again."
yeah. And I was like,
I was like, "Damn, girl,
she's savage.
for real." Some people are, and that's okay.
It is okay.
Some people can be wrong. That's all. I'm just kidding. But yeah, we have them talking about it, and it's kind of funny because it's not funny, but it is also kind of setting up where kind of the rest of the film is going, because it's very, and also like it's ironic because the play that he's putting on, Insomnia, is about Faust, which is about basically, the
Heaven and hell.
and that that thing that we all go through on a daily basis. I feel like, of where we have to choose like our best self or our worst self,
Yeah.
and bargaining with the devil on your shoulder and the angel on your other shoulder. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. But then Russell gets called in due to wardrobe malfunctions happening.
Mhm.
And Harvey's like, I need you in here, stat.
Yeah.
And so he walks off. And then this is where she finds Brock's planchette
Yeah.
out in the middle of this cornfield looking area. I wonder how it got out there.
Yeah, me too. Probably something to do with like the spirits or the house, or maybe it's Brock's spirit itself left it out there.
Yeah.
For other people to find it.
I love how she just tosses
Whatever.
it away. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
This is weird. Oh, let me throw it away. I would have been like, this is cool. Let me keep this. That's the hoarder in
Was
me.
this was also, I think we got to mention from her to Russell, she was also kind of mentioning that like she was not admiring, but like this is where we get real rules brought up, where she was like, oh yeah, nobody's allowed to be in there after 9 or something like that, or
Oh yeah, I think so.
because he's kind of there. It's like subtly brought up a little bit how like nobody's supposed to be in there
I'm
after
sorry,
9.
I thought you said sluttily.
No, subtly. Yeah, my bad. I probably did sluttily say
Sluttily.
that. And nobody's supposed to be in there after dark. And he kind of has these rules set up in order to keep people protected, in essence, from the things and the stuff that's in the hotel. Because then we cut to, after they're having, she finds the planchette in the conversation, we cut to the cast rehearsing for the show and discussing Faust and discussing like, I think what's her name, Jane, is the one like mid scene where she's like, wait, I don't get it, like what is his what is the
What exactly are his doubts, and do I share these doubts with Faust?
she's getting really into her character.
Yeah.
But after this, it's because we get the bonfire happening, and this is where it really comes into play, where it's like, oh, we're not supposed to be in the building after hours, because even before like the producers leave, Jeff, I think, is the one that is like, y'all remember the rules or something like that, like
Everyone
leaves-
back in by 9 o'clock or
Mhm.
whatever sharp. We're gonna go check rooms at the hotel and
to make
stuff
sure that
like
nobody is still out there on the grounds after
Yeah.
dark. Yeah.
And basically, we just have the cast drinking around and daring one another to go into the basement and back go into the basement and then come back basically for free drinks.
Yeah.
And that was it. And
That's
I'm
it.
like,
no cash, no nothing. Or what? At first, wasn't it 500 or something like that, or something?
Yeah,
But then
I
it got
think
down to just like a
free
beer,
drinks.
and then it got down to just Jane just wanting to do it because she was just like, "Oh,
Let
fuck
me
it, I
just
don't
prove
believe it."
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I would have not gone in there for anything less than
Some cars, some cold hard cash. That's what I'm
cold
trying to-
hard cash.
Yeah.
Cars too.
Cars too, yeah. But she ends up, and I love how whenever she's like fuck it, I'll do it. And then Isabel looks at her and she's like, really? And so she ends up going into the whatchamacallit,
Into the hotel.
the hotel.
And
The-
she's like, I don't have to make out with it, right? And then Max is like, if you do, I want to see the tape. But then she's just like, okay, so I just have to go down there, touch Clown on the nose, and then come back up, right? And
Little
they're
boop.
like, yep.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And so she's like, all right, fun, fuck it. So she starts to go into the hotel, goes in there. We start to get in through it. And I mean, it's kind of fine for right now, although we are kind of getting like the little glitching in the camera. And like, so it's like, oh, we know this is already starting to be like, something's off. And then she ends up going into the heaven. And I love how she just like looks at one of the angels and she's like, Razzmatazz.
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 And I was like,
what? I rewound it because I was like, what? And I put the captions on. At that point, that's when I was like, why am I watching this with no captions? So I had to put captions on. And I was like, she did say Razzmatazz. I was like, what is the point? But okay.
Yeah.
It
was
works.
really
It
weird.
was just her character. And then she ends up, after she says Razzmatazz and turns around, like 2 seconds later, we start hearing the piano in the background. And she's like, wow, that's weird. But she
Yeah,
doesn't
she's
even,
like,
she's like,
stop it, guys. I know it's you. And I was like,
Mhm.
ooh, it's not the money.
yeah, she goes past the bar. And I think this is whenever she is in there, kind of stops for a little bit and she turns the camera on herself and is filming herself, but obviously she can't see the monitor, little monitor thing, I guess.
So she can't see all the people behind her.
Yeah, all the ghosties.
It was the Hell House crew.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was definitely Alex and Mac. I saw them for sure.
Yeah.
And then
I think Sarah was there too.
It was very like dark, but yes,
Yeah.
they're behind her. And so she ends up then proceeding to go to the basement. And she gets into the basement.
Which makes me think, sorry,
No, you're
if
good.
time is just like one big
A lot of this movie gives cyclical time works in a cycle
yeah.
as opposed to linear.
like, because at the end of the film, whenever they're like, let's all go to the bar and have a drink, that
Mm-hmm.
maybe they were already, well, but I guess the
That was
portal
after-
hasn't been closed yet.
Yeah.
But maybe they were just already there and that's where heaven is for them.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, the movie also gave that it's not linear in time because of like when we even go to the end and we see like, Russell had been in places where we guessed it and think that he was already.
Yeah.
And I guess even with Alex, I don't know. In the second one, how he went back to, we found out that he had been at the Abaddon. And then that opens the thing, like Casey mentioned, like, was he there the whole time?
Yeah, there the whole time. Yeah.
Never even left.
Exactly. So maybe they had already gone to the bar like they had at the end.
Yeah.
And that's why they were in there.
And so they are, oh Lord, yeah, she's back to Miss Jane. She's in the basement now, and she is getting to the clowns. So far nothing's like too far off from or a miss, and so she goes down. She's like filming herself, turns it on herself, and the clowns we should mention that all of their heads are like facing forward, so it's like they're not moving, and so we have her look at the camera and be like, all right, this is for you boys, and then plants a big old kiss on the clown.
Yeah, bonus, she
Mhm.
said. And I can't believe she kissed the clowns.
Yeah, that's gross.
Oh,
It's just dirty
nasty,
and creepy. And then
scary.
it as she pulls back, the camera then gets to show us that the big bad clown turned his head and is now facing her, and she notices immediately. I believe, right? Yeah, she has to notice that because, of course, she's like, "Oh my god!" And she kind of gets up slowly, and then it turns its head as
she's
like getting up.
His head is following her.
Yeah,
which
pretty
is
scary.
just terrifying.
And she's just kind of like moving slowly and like coming to like a hyperventilation, but like in a slow like way that she like gets to the steps of the bottom of the basement, but then like proceeds to not go up out the basement.
Yeah, she turns around,
can just-
realizes now that the clown is standing up behind
Yeah,
her.
yeah.
So she freaks out and screams a blood-curdling scream and then tries to get up the basement steps but ends up just like freaking out on the steps instead.
Yeah.
And is just like losing her mind. And I was like, bitch,
Run.
get up, run.
She was definitely.
Run, what are you doing?
It
Oh.
wasn't flight or fight. It was freeze.
Yeah, she froze. And it was so scary for her. And then
I thought she was dead,
Yeah.
honestly, but apparently not, because the boys start to come in and they're like, and she's like, oh my God. And they're like, what's up? And then it cuts to the next day because Russell was pissed off that she didn't listen to anybody. Sorry. She didn't listen to anybody. And he's like, where is she now? And all that. And they're like, well, she didn't show up to set today. So Russell's big plan to fix everything is just to double her pay to bring her back.
And then
So that she doesn't say
basically
anything.
gaslight the rest of the crew into
Yeah.
saying it was just a prank.
Yeah.
Um,
Even though nobody's like everybody knows it wasn't them.
yeah, because Jeff was like, I looked at her camera.
Oh, yeah.
She's not lying.
Oh yeah, and then it's the way that even later on though, was it Max and Greg are talking how like, oh, it could have been we weren't together the whole time or something. Were we together the whole time? I don't know. It was like a little joke about that or something. Like
Yeah.
that. But
And Max definitely says, well, I know for sure it wasn't me.
yeah.
So
Mhm.
I know I didn't do it.
And so this is whenever, like they're basically, no one can know about this. They're keeping it hush hush. And so at this point, we even, I think, get a few more interviews from some of the other actors about how like they won't leave because the pay is so good. And then it goes to, we're talking about Russell Wynn, and we're talking about his car accident, right? His car crash. Did I skip?
I don't know. I might have just not written that part down.
Oh, okay.
My
Because
next note is that we're doing Isabel. We're doing makeup.
the
with
makeup, yeah.
Isabel.
Right before that, Isabel with the makeup, we got to learn that Russell Wynn was in that car accident in 2008, and he was lucky to be alive.
Mm.
And but ever since then, something in him has changed. Like he's not the same Russell, essentially. And I think the person who was
'cause he has
talking,
major head trauma.
yeah,
And yeah, I think it was Max.
yeah, someone was bringing it up. But then we cut to the makeup with Isabel. And this is the part where we were talking about how Max and Greg were having that little banter between them. And then something, for some reason, I don't know why, Greg is the one who's like, I'm going to poop my panties or something like that.
Yeah. Something like that.
I was like, what? Okay, but this at this point, after doing makeup, and the actors leave, Isabel walks out into the hall. Or she gets beckoned out. Something happens to where she walks out, and in the the hell hall, she sees Sarah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The boys walk back inside,
Mhm.
and then she's like on the thing with the walkie-talkie with Harvey, and he's like, send them back down my way stuff once you turn them from drab to fab.
Mhm.
And then so I think she's just walking back inside,
Mhm.
and she gets down to the hallway, and she sees Sarah Havel standing in front of 2C, just looking inside. And then Sarah turns her head and beckons her towards the doorway. And so she goes and is like, what the hell? And then she looks inside 2C, and there's just this sheet ghost kind of thing, figure sitting on the bed. And then she's like, Jane?
Yeah.
Thinking it's Jane, playing a joke on her.
That it is not Jane.
Tis not Jane, because then she gets locked in there with Sarah. The door slams shut, and then the sheet is gone.
Like it
And then,
disappears.
she sees, we get a flash of like Sarah in the corner, and then Sarah's like right up in her face and is like, rah. Well, she doesn't actually say rah,
Yeah.
but
It's very much like that, though.
yeah.
And obviously Isabel is freaked out. And then that's whenever we have the next day, I believe Harvey, Jeff, and Russell are talking about it. Right? Kind of in the same way that they were talking about Jane, but this time Isabel is not coming back because she's not taking the double money. She's like out of here.
She's does not stay. And this whole time Harvey's like kind of spitting facts, because they're like, well, we can just spin it as Isabel was tired and stuff. And he's like, I've known Isabel for years.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way we can just say that she was too tired to do a gig kind of thing. And he's like, Hell House didn't listen to the warning signs, and now we aren't either.
Mhm.
He's like, maybe we should really shut this thing down. And everyone else is like, absolutely the fuck not.
Yep.
But Harvey was the only one speaking sense at
Yeah.
this moment.
And then that's whenever they get interrupted by Vanessa, and she's like, "Hey, sorry, like I know this is kind of important, but by the way, we have Isabel's camera, and for some reason the memory card is missing from it. Do y'all know like what happened to it? Do you know
Yeah.
where's the footage? Yeah,
It was so like random. And
Yeah.
I was like, girl, maybe not the time.
time and place. Yeah,
But I mean, they probably don't want that footage to get out.
They took it out.
So
yeah. It's very heavily implied that
Yeah.
like it was like we took it, because then they don't like answer really and they're just like, well, we don't know, we'll have to get on top of that. Basically that's what Russell says, or something like, oh wow, like we'll have to find that, I guess.
Yeah.
And then that's whenever we cut to our cameraman, what was his name? Lionel?
Louis.
Louis, yes, Louis. What a name. Louis, he went to go get some shit because he needs to fix his camera or something like that, right? And he
Yeah.
leaves Vanessa in the
Oh,
room.
well, first we see pictures. We see Isabel's Instagram.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And we
learned that she was posting pictures, and that in these pictures that like for some reason she didn't notice, I guess.
Yeah.
that before she posted them.
I was a little confused about that. The one with Mac,
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I could see that.
Uh-huh.
Like her not noticing that one.
Yeah.
But the one with Tony down there at the base of the basement, I would have
Yeah.
been like, who the fuck is this?
In my picture. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the one in the attic with Alex hanging in the
Yeah.
background, I was like, what?
Especially if someone's hanging.
How do you not notice this?
Yeah. Maybe she just thought they were props.
Maybe.
Yeah. It could be. And then we see that they were in the picture, so it's very, very strange business happening. But after that, we have them, Louis going to get something and leaving Vanessa by herself, and she ends up hearing something, and she grabs the camera that Louis usually films with and goes into the heaven area. And
Yeah.
that's whenever she ends up seeing Jessica, I
Yeah.
believe.
She finds Jessica in the corner.
Mhm.
And it's like it really kind of leads you up. We're going through heaven and stuff because we're sitting there and you're kind of expecting something to pop up in the
Yeah.
hallway behind her as the camera's just kind of sitting on her. But then we see the lights for heaven turn on and this like ethereal music start playing. And then she's walking back through heaven and it just kind of like you're kind of expecting something around
To pop
every
out.
corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, ooh, something's leading her over there. And then you get all the way to the other side. And then, back behind like another half wall or something is Jessica standing there. But of course, the zoom lens was broken on the camera. So that's what Louis was going to go fix.
Yeah.
And so we can't actually like really see Jessica, but you can infer that it's Jessica.
Yeah.
Because they kind of like flash to Jessica at the police station.
Yeah. A
and
lot of this
stuff.
movie has flashes, by the way, throughout of previous movies
Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah.
I think
They happen really
you could
fast.
almost watch 3 as a standalone.
Because it gives you, it informs you of all the prior things that happened, because it either shows you clips from the actual movies or has someone talking about it in a narrative type of way, or like the interview with
It
the
does
other
such a
dude.
good job of circling back and giving you like a brief recap of what happened in the previous films that I think, you could just watch it almost by itself
Mhm.
and be chill.
I agree.
But we find Jessica in the corner, and then we flash to Jeff, Russell, and Louis and Vanessa all talking, and Jeff is kind of like savage as fuck. He's like, our sets are not malfunctioning. She is.
Mhm.
And I was like, damn, that's rude.
Yeah.
Rude as hell.
They're gaslighting her, being a dick to her.
And into forgetting the whole thing. Because
Mhm.
then she's like basically like, well, I don't know what I saw. Like,
And I love how even Louis is like, no, don't let them don't let them bully you into feeling like you didn't see something. She's just like, no, it's fine. I'm gonna stay.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay. Yeah, which is not a great idea. But she ends up then. This is where we end up getting. What's the beard man name? What's his name? I forget his name. But beard man is
Robert Lyons.
Robert Lyons is talking about more people who went missing. I believe about the people who went missing. I just remember that I saw him at this point talking about that. And then Vanessa, we cut to Vanessa, who is trying to show Russell the video of, I guess, what she saw with Jessica, but he's like refusing to even like look at it or cooperate or like kind of.
When they go to his hotel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because basically she's like, I want to go see him right now. Because Louis was like, you want to talk to him tomorrow? And she was like, no,
now,
bitch, we're going now.
Yeah.
And so they go to his hotel, and
because she can actually prove what she sees, what she saw. Yeah.
And she's like, we need to you need to let your staff know,
they're in
let
danger.
them know what they're getting into, kind of thing. And he's like, I'll hear none of this, and shoots her
in the head.
Room. Shoots her right dead. And that's the end of the movie.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
And then that's whenever we do, I think it's the next day or something, and we're with Harvey and we're starting to do a light test.
Yeah, it's September 26th now. So we're just a few days out from opening day.
Yeah.
But yeah, Harvey's doing a light test in Paul's room, which I'm assuming it was Paul's room.
Yeah,
it looked like Paul's room. And every time he's like, okay, go full dark. And so all the lights turn off, and then he's like, okay, desk lamp kind of thing. And then it turns on the lamp, and then all of a sudden someone's sitting in the chair behind him. And you're like, ugh,
freaky.
Not again.
Yeah.
Someone's coming to get him. And then he's like, okay, full dark. And then it goes dark again. And then it's the red lamp. And the red lamp turns on, and now she's standing.
Yeah.
And then you can see her kind of inching slowly towards him as they then turn off the lights again. And then his face is illuminated just because he has the camera on him.
Yeah.
So you can see his face. And then all of a sudden you just see these little like fingers creep up around his neck. It was so creepy. And then just touch his neck.
And he definitely feels it. And he's like, what the fuck?
He's like,
and,
lights up, lights up.
Yeah. And he's kind of looking around. And I love how fast he's to be like, oh my God, but then be like, oh, I guess it was nothing.
Yeah.
Let's do it again. Let's run it again, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, no, something just touched you.
Yeah.
That's so scary.
And so Harvey dismisses it, and then we start to do the test again. And then after this, we go to, I believe, Mr. Gregory, talking to some fan or someone at the hotel, right?
Yeah. We're rounding the corner with Jeff and I believe Harvey.
And they're overhearing.
Yeah.
Or Louis.
Maybe it was Louis.
Cameraman, yeah.
And Jeff for sure is there.
Yeah.
And we're rounding the corner, and they're about to turn the corner whenever they hear Gregory talking. And so they're just kind of like, I think at first they're kind of like, oh, he's got a fan. Like, let's just hear this out kind of thing. And we hear Gregory talking with this individual, and she's just like saying,
she's praising him basically.
Yeah, like, oh, good job. Like, oh, I love the confidence kind of thing. And then he was like, yeah, I just can't wait to get back to the city. And she was like, oh, silly. You're never leaving here. And he was like, what?
And then she's like, you're all going to hell.
Yeah.
And then that's whenever, because Jeff is over eavesdropping, he's like, this is weird. Let me go in and save my buddy. And he's just like, hey, what's up, Greg? And then as Greg like turns around and they turn back to look at the table, nobody's there.
Nobody's there, but he's saying that she had somewhat dirty blondish hair with a gray t-shirt and jeans. And they're saying that it sounded like Sarah
Havel. Yeah.
Havel.
And so he's like, what? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, what? And so it's a little weird. And then that's whenever we cut to Russell and this is where we're talking about Russell and Alex, kind of comparing and contrasting them both together.
Yeah, Vanessa's saying
they're both had a bunch of enablers around them, right?
Yeah, but the comparison stopped because Russell knew what was coming opening night, and Alex had no idea. But maybe
Russell
Alex did have an idea.
I feel like he did. Yeah. But very much it's giving so like Russell deliberately knows what he's getting everybody into. And at this point in the film, if you can't really, you're also like not really knowing exactly what Russell's motives are at this point, because it's like, is he good? Is he bad? I don't know. What does he want?
Yeah.
Because you're just kind of like, huh? Because it gives Alex in a way, but also not Alex in a way. You know,
Yeah.
from the first movie, because we understood Alex's motives in the first movie, and this one not in a we understood Alex's motives to an extent. We knew like, well, because it's his business and we want it to work. He wants it to work out, right? Obviously, but in the second one, we obviously learned he needed it to work out because of financial instability. But in this one, like, we don't necessarily like what Russell when is just some rich dude and he just wants to put on a good show. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It feels like there's obviously he's got a second agenda under there, especially what we've been learning about. So like with that thing about the banks and stuff earlier, it's kind of foreshadowing stuff that's about to happen. And so at this point, we are with the whole cast and crew. They're at a bar for dinner, right? Trying to get some grubs, some drinks, kind of like a bonding time, which we have in every film, essentially.
And it's the same old bar that Jessica
Yeah.
and her crew went to, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's now September 30th. So it's
Mhm.
one day before opening night.
And Russell ends up showing late to this dinner.
Yeah, of course, fashionably late. And he comes up and, you know, they're all just kind of shooting the shit. And he's like, you know, wanting to get dinner and stuff. But then they're like, sorry, our kitchen closed at 10:30. And he's like, okay, I'll just take a really pretentious wine. And then it was like,
some
sir, you're in a
rolls.
dive bar.
For real. He's like, the dude's like, I don't think I have any Le Chateau anything, but I got some
Chateau.
Pinot Noir.
Yeah, he's like, I've got the Win Merlot. And he was like, no, way too overpriced, which is his own wine.
Yeah.
And then they're like, he's like, I'll just take the house red. But they're sitting there. Vanessa starts to kind of interview him, like, about what he thinks it's going to be like.
Yeah.
And he's like, and then he says the line, you know, because she's like, oh, you're out here amongst the people and stuff. And he's like, yeah, I got to spend some time with my crew because after tomorrow, it's going to be hell.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Very foreshadowing.
dun, dun, dun.
And then he ends up, you know, eating he asks for the rolls and stuff, and it comes out with the wine, and that's whenever everybody
Everyone
starts eating
eats his rolls.
and stuff. And it's not my no credit to me whatsoever, but and like, you know, looking up stuff for the movies and stuff, a lot of people pointed out that this was a direct reference to like Jesus and breaking wine and breaking bread with his disciples. And that's what it was supposed to be a reference to.
Yeah.
It's because he's, you know, like an angel, you know, in a sense. And so he was breaking bread with his
disciples.
Yeah.
Wow. Who he all saves.
Yeah, exactly.
He saves them all because they all die, but
he sacrifices himself.
But and then saves their souls.
Yeah.
And saves them from being stuck in the hotel for forever. Wow. Now we all pray to Russell.
For real. And so we have Vanessa was mentioning how they're sold out for the first week, and he's like, yeah, it's really great. And then that's when he brings up like, you know, actually, I have an idea. I really think for the opening, and like, you know, I think y'all should leave. I don't think y'all should actually be here for the opening.
And she's like, what?
Like, we've been filming everything. Why would we not then stop at like not
yeah,
film the
you
opening?
gave us full access. Like, we
Mhm.
want to be there for that. And he was like, you could just film the dress rehearsal and get the same idea. And she was like, no, like, I want to be there for that.
Yeah.
And then basically at that point, he kind of gets up and he's like, no, you should come a different night.
Yeah.
And then he gets up
To leave.
Yeah.
But you know, he's barely halfway out the building, and she gets up to go chase after him, and she's like, you know, Russell, stop. And she gets to him, and she's able to like whisper something in his ear, but then he looks at her, and no, sorry, reversed. She's like trying to, you know, be like, why? Like, what's going on? And he whispers something in her ear, and she's just
Yeah.
kind of left there and then looks at the camera like,
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't know what he even told her.
No clue, but it gave her the idea to go talk to Father Paulus again.
Yes.
So they're going to talk to Father Paulus. Louie's asking her like, what the hell's going on? And she's like not answering at all. And basically Father Paulus rolls up and they're like, hey, are you receiving money from Russell? And he's like, yes, basically. She tells him that it's off the record and puts the camera down. And then they're like talking about the portal to hell.
Yeah.
basically talking about.
And we get to see his feet the whole time, feet and legs.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's talking about the portal to hell, and he is telling her how Ruskell asked him to, after the opening night, get all of his to liquidate all of his money and to give it all to charities.
Yeah, to suitable charities. And Paulus also says that Russell's carrying a large burden. So hinting that Russell's possibly doing something that's bigger than himself, just like Jesus was.
Yes.
And so turns out it wasn't off the record because bitch drops the story the next day.
Yeah.
And trying to get Insomnia shut down or get the crew freaked out enough to be like, why is he liquidating all of his assets? And be like, and once the story drops, they're like, are we still getting paid? Like, what's going on? They're rightly freaking out.
Yeah. And that's whenever Jeff is like, you know what, guys, like whatever Russell's doing has nothing to do with like the production money company, and like you were all getting paid. Like, don't worry.
Yeah, but Jeff runs upstairs and is like, what the fuck is going on, Russell? And he's like, it doesn't concern you. And he's like, bitch, I'm the COO. This does concern me. And I was like, it does concern him.
Yeah.
That's true.
It does.
But then they're basically fighting about that. And this is where we then flash back to the footage of the Hell House crew having the news broke to them that, not broke to them, but like proposing the idea of having Hell House at the Abaddon Hotel outside of the city. And as they're going to leave the restaurant, it's the same footage we got at the end of 2. As they're going to leave the restaurant, we pass a booth, and who's sitting there?
Russell Wynn.
Russell Wynn is sitting there the whole time. And then we flash to Jessica and Molly sitting in some other little diner thing. And then as they get up to leave, Russell passes them on the way in.
Yeah.
And so Russell's been there the whole time, like throughout all of this, which is pretty wild.
The other Tully, like, you know how Tully's orchestrating everything and pulling strings on one end. That's what Russell's doing on the other end, apparently.
Yeah.
And so he's kind of been here throughout the whole time. Also, right before the unseen footage was shown, I love how whenever Vanessa and Russell were the last people in the room, when they were like, she was trying to get him shut down, he like puts his hand on him. He's like, nice try. And so, yeah, it's now opening night. We have Russell, like it's at the beginning, like, hi, welcome everybody. It's, come to Insomnia, and giving his whole spiel. And that's whenever
battle our innermost demons.
And that's when we have everybody going through with the mask on, like what's it called? Like masquerade party, basically.
Yeah,
like
they just got all little white masks, like the Blue Man Group, but with a white mask.
Yeah. And so then that's whenever they're going through it. It's pretty much like a walkthrough play. You're just watching Faust and this whole thing go on.
As they walk throughout the building, yeah.
And then at a certain point, they enter into this, like, I forget this, like, place where you have to come around the corner, and the clown pops up. Big Daddy Clown Boss pops up out of nowhere and freaks everybody the fuck out. And I believe even because we're following through the perspective of POV of Vanessa, right?
Yeah.
And her Louis, the cameraman, and I think even them are like, that's not
They're like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
what is that
that's not
doing there?
That's not supposed to be here.
Yeah.
And so then they end up going through there, and that's whenever I think we have what's his name is looking at the cameras. Is it Harvey?
Yeah, Harvey's up there with some other woman who we never really get introduced to, and Jeff, and they're like, someone's in 2C, and they look on the cameras, and Andrew Tully, who we know to be Andrew Tully, they don't know it's Andrew Tully. Andrew Tully is like flashing up on the screen and kind of glitching in and out. And then basically we kind of cut to Russell going up into 2C himself.
Yes.
And
go check it out.
Russell goes in there and then ends up seeing Tully. Yeah. And is like, who hired you? And then Russell, basically Tully's like saying that Russell's role is complete and that we will all enter the lake of fire together. The beast time has come at last, is what he says. And I'm assuming Russell's probably like, the fuck?
Yeah.
But
also
also
expecting
probably
this.
like,
He's definitely, I think, playing dumb at this point.
Yeah.
He's like playing dumb, like in a way where like I know what I'm here for, but don't necessarily know all the facts, but you just kind of confirmed what I needed to know. And I guess I'm supposed to take you down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're the bad guy.
Yeah. You're the person I've been waiting for. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And so then that's whenever and he's also playing into Tully because Tully at this point believes that everything's going according to plan. Like this, Russell was supposed to bring everybody, and now we're all, this is it. This
All
is
these
the main
souls are
thing
going to go into the
we've
lake of
been-
fire.
we've been
So many
working
more
for.
people.
Yeah, and so this is whenever we have then Tully going out into the main audience area because Max and Greg are still giving their big, dialogue and act going on, but then Tully just comes out and interrupts it.
Yeah.
And I love how Max was very like, "Oh, who are you?"
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then Gregory immediately was like, who are you, goddammit? Like, you're
Mhm.
messing up my show,
Mhm.
kind of thing. Because we know that he's the one who's very full
Super
of
serious.
his work.
Mhm.
And then Tully's like, there is no God here, or God is not here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's like, I don't bargain or something like that. And then that's whenever we have we have then Tully grabbing Greg's eyes and head and gouging them out. Just a good little squish. Everybody it breaks out into pandemonium. We are freaking out. Everyone is like, what the hell? And that's whenever we have, basically all the cult people coming out in robes and starting to murder everybody in the building. And we have Vanessa make her way to the bar area where I believe she's hiding on the other side of it, but there's like they left the camera there, and so it's just kind of doing this thing
It's
where
going
it's
on the
spinning around.
Lazy Susan.
That's what it is. Okay.
That they asked Max to turn off at the beginning of the thing
okay,
because
yeah.
it was causing too much noise.
That's true.
But it's like a mechanical Lazy Susan.
And so we're seeing everything kind of from the perspective of us just watching basically people getting murdered and sacrificed, I guess.
Yep, the gates open, all the hooded figures swarm in the place. Some people make it out, but the hooded figures get out too. Basically, it's a massacre inside the bar. We watch like people get their throats slit. We're watching just one other one like inches way down the abdominal area of some person.
Yeah.
And then you're watching like people outside get yanked out of their cars and stuff. So like they made it out of the building, but they're not safe.
Yeah.
And stuff,
At this
which
point,
was wild.
The Lake of Fire is firing on all cylinders. You know, it's basically, what we were told that this would be a hell on earth, essentially, is the opening. And so, this is all happening. It's super crazy. We have then Vanessa. She's getting out from underneath the bar, and she's trying to, escape. But as she's getting out, we see that Tully is there, but then he flashes away from behind her. She doesn't see that, and so as she's going, for some reason, she decides.
And while she's going up there, and like while she's getting out from the bar and stuff, we flash to Russell getting something out of the safe.
Yeah.
You can assume it was what Father Paulus sent him in the beginning of the film. At least that's what I assumed.
Yeah, I'm assuming.
But we see Russell getting something from the safe and going back downstairs. But then, we see her
making her way downtown.
Yeah, I almost said that you said that. I almost said it last episode.
Yeah.
Because you said that they were making their way down to the basement. And
yeah.
it made me think of that.
And so she does make her way down to the basement, unfortunately. I guess there's not really many
We also
options.
see Jane get dragged off screen,
Oh, yeah,
too.
we do. Yeah.
So we watch Jane die. But then, she's like looking at the basement. And then basically Vanessa gets dragged down by one of the hooded figures.
Yeah.
And then they like slit her throat or something
They
right
pin her
there.
up against the wall, and she gets her throat or something slit.
Right in front of Tully.
Yeah.
And then basically someone that we can't really see comes on screen, and Tully's like, who are you? Kind of thing, and is asking to, and basically is like, you can't do anything. Like
No,
the Lake
man.
of Fire is open. Yeah. And but then we see that it's Russell. comes on screen, and they start fighting each other, and the lake of fire opens, or like the ground splits, and hell is coming out of the floor.
And it's very quick. It happens so fast, but you know, in their little arm tussle, the whole building starts to collapse in on itself with them inside of it. And as soon as that happens, it's just kind of like we cut to news footage of, like, you know, the Abaddon Hotel and their coverage of how it caught fire, and it's
but all staff
fallen
and
in
crew
itself.
were found safely in the cornfields behind the hotel. And Jeff, then we flash to Jeff and Vanessa sitting there, like, kind of going through the rubble, and
very
he's-
aware of like what had happened.
Yeah, because Jeff's like, I don't know what happened. And he was like, I thought I was dead. And then she was like, well, we did die, but Russell brought us back.
Yeah.
And then we flash to an interview of them explaining that Russell essentially died twice and was legally dead for 2 minutes before, during the car accident. Like, they almost pulled the plug and stuff because he was legally dead. But essentially he's gone to the other side. And so then he must have been tasked with this or something from the other side. And then Vanessa finds a picture of the original Hell House crew, the
Alex.
picture that's on the original film, which was cool. And I was like, that picture is remarkably unburnt for being in this fire,
right?
And rubble.
And it's a good little nod to them. And then that's whenever we have, after all of that, and I guess, you know, happily ever after, everyone's still alive, we cut to our Hell House LLC gang back in the house, and they kind of like pop up, and they're like, and this is like during like the credits kind of sequence.
And someone said, I don't know who it was, maybe it was Father Paulus, said, no man can close the gateway. It would take an angel from God himself.
Yeah, I have that
kind
in my
of
notes
thing.
too.
Yeah, but
To
I'm
set
not
up,
sure who said it.
I'm not sure either, honestly. It was probably Father Paulus, because I don't know who else would have.
Yeah, that would make the most sense, I guess.
And then in the credits and kind of like coming back to screen, we see our gang, and they're like, "Oh my God, we're back! Like,
We're
you know,
alive."
Yeah,
I was like, oh, yay. Whenever we flash to Paul's crotch.
yeah, and he kind of comes back up. That's right.
I was
how did
like,
that happen?
oh, good, they're alive again. I was like, what? So everyone who's died in the hotel has been like rectified. Like, they're all
Getting to come
all
and
of
set
their
free.
death is being reversed. And
Boy, were we played.
we were, because shortly thereafter,
Russell.
Russell walks in, and they're trying to leave, and he's like, none of you can leave. You died in the hotel. Like, the whole hotel took your like soul, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And but essentially, I think it's basically time for them to move on.
Yeah, it's almost like they were in a limbo or purgatory in a way.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, now you're able to be free. So now you can just move
Now
on.
your soul can pass on, but you're not alive again, so you're not allowed to leave. And he explains that he's the one who closed the gateway, and that y'all were the ones who helped open it, and tells them basically that, you know, it's time to move on to other things now instead of being there. And then basically, I think Paul's like, well, shit, should we just go see if the bar's still open? And Tony's like, let's do.
Yeah.
And then they all start slowly walking off to the bar. We get Alex embracing Sarah and crying because, well, they're dead and he's killed them all.
It's his fault.
Yeah. And then it ends with them all walking off towards the bar area.
Into the sunset.
Into the very unhappy sunset.
And that's the end of Hell House LLC, The Lake of Fire. Yeah. But yeah, overall, the third entry in the trilogy,
Did you see this? And Tully apparently said,
meet your interview next Tuesday.
Look forward to having your soul. That's funny.
That is funny.
I love it. I love that he's so in character. I won't be able to go to that. Neither will you.
I was like, this is everybody, or is this just me, you, and Tully and Mike? It's like, that's not Casey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
But anyways, sorry, we got text messages about the interview with Tully, which is exciting. But Yeah. Anyways, that is 2019's Hell House 3, The Lake of Fire.
Next Tuesday, the 28th. Gotcha. Okay, I was like, when what? Okay. Lake of Fire, yes. We'll get into the Boo rating. Overall, I would say I'd probably give this one a lower rating than 1 and 2, just because it didn't necessarily give me the hype that 1 and 2 had. It was also done in a different style, almost. Not style, but I think there was definitely more of like the interviews with the cast and stuff were a little bit less found footagey than the
Yeah.
other 2 films were, I would most definitely say. And I think that overall, because probably of budgets, or I don't know, it was the shorter, I believe, film in all of the entries so far. And so it kind of seemed a little bit rushed when we got towards the climax of the film, especially the fight between Tully and Russell. It was a bit kind of fast for me, especially when the whole series we've been building up, like, how big of a baddie Tully is and like all of that. But doesn't mean that it necessarily it still conveyed like its story and what it wanted to get across, like, and what was supposed to happen, I guess.
Yeah.
And how Russell, defeated Tully and saved the day, and like yada yada. It took a divine intervention. But overall, I think some of the acting, like on the actors' parts, not the best.
Like who?
Like, I'm just being more like Jane and Greg, I guess I feel like, on some parts, and even Isabel. Even though they were super minor roles, I guess because they were so minor, it almost felt like
See, their acting didn't bother me.
no.
No.
Yeah, it
But we
bothered
all know that I was bothered by
by
Molly in the
yeah.
last film.
I think their
But y'all
acting
weren't.
at
So-
times kind of bothered me more a little bit than even Molly and Jessica's at times. But overall, like, it was still a good story. I thought that it was a creative way to like keep it going and have this Russell Wynn come in, which, if you think about it, it's kind of like, it was almost like, who's this guy? It's unrelated. That kind of seems out of left field, but then they were able to somehow give us like no, this is how he's connected, and because of this, and he's, an angel. But overall, I would say I'd give it a 4 over out of the 3, out of the 4.5 and the almost 5 that the other one's got.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
A 4 is about where I was sitting as well.
Mhm.
I think it was really necessary for
Mhm.
it to be a part of this trilogy.
Mhm.
And I thought it did a really wonderful job of capping off the trilogy and kind of ending Hell House
Mhm.
or ending the Abaddon Hotel, so that way we could move on to the Carmichael Manor
Yeah,
and
to other
explore
things.
that planet, as Mike would
Mhm.
say. So I think it did a great job of really rounding out the story. And it did feel a tad rushed towards the end,
Mhm.
which I said the ending felt rushed too,
As well.
to me. But I still think it did a good job of explaining everything away. And
Mhm.
Russell's character and like his role and everything and why he was so important during the third film really came into play in the last like literal 2 minutes, which was pretty cool. I like when a film will wait to the last second to tell you kind of everything, if it's even going to tell you everything. So I thought it did a great job with that. It did feel much less found footagey. You're right. It was much more documentary style.
Yeah.
But I still enjoyed that.
Mhm.
I thought that was really cool. And I think it leads way to like what we were talking about earlier, for it to move forward to something that maybe is a little less found footage
Yeah.
and to be an actual
Traditional.
full-fledged production. Yeah.
Traditional film.
Which I would be fine.
Yeah.
We all know that I love found footage. It's one of my favorite horror genres, but I think I would be completely fine if Cognetti needed to step away from found footage to make a more full-fledged production.
Yeah.
I think that would be really cool, and I would be super happy for him if he was able to do that. So
I agree.
yeah, I think an overall 4 from me. None of the acting bothered me. The story itself, I still really liked it. I just wasn't as intrigued as I was in the other two films, until the last little bit where I was like, oh shit, what is going on? Like, what is Russell's role in all this kind of thing? And then it really getting explained to you. And then I was like, oh, that was cool.
Yeah.
I liked it.
And maybe it's because 1 and 2 are very, like, they're more similar in their styles of the way they were shot and stuff.
Yeah.
That this does seem a bit of like a departure from the other two. But like you said, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Departure is good. It's a little bit of change, a little bit of the same, but a little bit of new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do you have any funny facts?
I have one.
One fun fact.
The show Insomnia is based on a similar New York City performance art show called Sleep No More, wherein guests move about in masks watching a series of vignettes played out by the actors. I don't know if I said that word right, y'all.
Vignette, isn't that like a shadow or something?
Yeah.
Vignette, I know in a photograph, isn't it that like that? That's what like
Yeah.
makes the corners dark or white. So I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But the show even switches themes from year to year the same way the fictional Insomnia was set to debut a show based on the story Faust. So that's pretty cool. That's the only fun fact that I have. But yeah, a solid 4 for Hell House LLC 3, The Lake of Fire. I thought it was a
fine film.
Fine film.
It was a great way to end a trilogy that we've been like working our way towards getting more information and having like a good, solid finish to.
Yeah. I thought it went really well.
Yeah. What happened?
Have you given your boo base ratings?
Yeah.
We just gave our boo ratings right now.
Okay. I apologize because I've been texting back and forth with Brian David Tracy, the guy who played Tully.
Yes. I loved how he was so in character.
Yeah, he was very much in character, and that's what I wanted to say real quick. So in texting back and forth with him, I said, thanks for agreeing to the interview. What would be a good time? Blah, blah, blah. I said, by the way, it creeps me out a little bit that I'm texting Tully, right? And so he answers, and he tells me what time and all that stuff. And he said, and don't be creeped out. We still have the ability to text from the Lake of Fire, which I thought was fantastic. And so
I love it. That's so fun.
I agreed, to the Zoom time and all that. He said, look forward to having your interview. So
that is so funny.
Yeah. We were laughing
it was
about
fantastic.
that.
So I just thought I'd jump in once more and let you guys know that.
Do you want to give us your boo rating? 1 to 5? 0 to 5?
So 3, I would say probably a 3.5. And it's only because it's it's more diverse than the other two.
Yeah.
And so it changes the style a little bit, but I think it was needed.
Yeah.
Literally
that's
our whole
exactly
conversation.
What we just
Yeah,
said.
I think it's exactly what you guys were saying. Yeah.
That's funny.
All right.
But yeah. And that was
That's all I
mainly
got.
my drawback too, was like, I guess in a way that numbers one and 2 were so much alike in style that this definitely feels like a departure. So it's almost like you have to it's like a new haircut, you know? You have to have a few days to kind of get used to it.
How is the sun not making you blind?
Oh, the whole time.
Oh,
the whole
my
time.
God.
I tried to close the blinds, but there are none.
It's like Caitlin the Archangel or
Yeah,
something.
it
It's,
is.
your head is lighting up. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry,
been gradually making its way lower and lower.
Yeah, that's what the sun does.
Yeah.
But yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right.
It goes up. then it
I'm
goes
new
back
at
down.
this. I'm new at this. But yeah, that is Hell House LSC 3, The Lake of Fire, everybody.
2019.
Look forward to us covering the 4th film by Mr. Stephen Cognetti, Origins, The Carmichael Manor.
Yes, super
And-
excited to cover this film. It was really good when I watched it the first time, and so I'd be excited to watch it again with the lens of our
perspective,
notes and everything.
Just real quick, I want to thank you guys for continuing to do this show. It's always fun when you guys come in. I enjoy talking about these movies with you.
This is the moment Mike chooses to fire us.
Well, no. And I just want to say thanks for letting me rope myself into this thing. And also thanks to being open to helping me out with the new show.
Yeah, it's been
because
fun.
there's nobody else in the network I would have chosen to do this kind of thing.
Aw.
Number 1, because you do horror movies, but number 2, because I like you guys. So.
Yeah.
Aw, thanks.
There
we
you
like
go.
you too, Mike.
We
All
like
right,
you too.
3.5.
3.5 and a solid 4
Best I
from
can.
us.
From the 2 boo bays. Yeah. So that makes it like a 3.8.
3.8
Yeah,
for
pretty close. Yeah. Pretty close.
2019's Hell House 3 Lake of Fire.
And like we said, we're going to be covering the other ones, and then hopefully stay tuned to seeing the launch of Abaddon Eyes, everybody, giving a nice little perking your ears up for that. And the wonderful interviews we're going to be hopefully having with all the characters and actors who played them so fine and well.
Yeah, Tully's kind of forcing my hand to get this thing out earlier there rather than later.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's, I mean,
I would say sometime in December.
Okay.
Okay,
We're
yeah,
sitting in
for sure, you
November,
guys.
so sometime in December.
Fun.
Looking forward to it.
That's exciting. Yeah, and then you'll hear at least our interview with Cognetti, but maybe possibly some of the other interviews on our feed as well.
Absolutely.
So that's exciting. But as always,
we are in the lovely Rogue Media Network studio.
right, they take great care of us.
You can listen to our podcast and a lot of other podcasts on their website called RogueMediaNetwork.com.
That's right. And then you can listen to all of those podcasts and our podcast on a slew of podcasting platforms, the biggest two being
Spotify
and also Apple. But wherever you do listen, don't forget to
rate, review, like, and subscribe.
That's right, because that's the only way we can get ahead in this world.
Mhm.
And tell word of mouth, tell your friends, we're all going to join the Lake of Fire together. So tell your cult.
Spread the word, Bird.
We'll tell Andrew Tully, and
Tell your
then he'll tell people too.
Tell the congregation, please. Spread
Yeah.
the word.
Tell everyone at the fair.
Tell everyone that we have cunty communion.
Carnival. Yes, literally.
And then if you want to reach out to us, let us know your thoughts on Hell House and the world that they're building and whether or not you like this film. If you're, what was their name? Stale Yeast?
Bakery Yeast.
Baker Yeast.
Baker Yeast.
yes.
Baker Yeast. Oh,
That's for you too, Baker Yeast.
sorry. Their review was stale. So I thought.
Good one.
Little hot take there. That's good.
Oh, we're
Needed
gonna
a little
get
bit more time in the oven, it sounds like.
Nice job. Yeah.
They're going to come for us in our reviews.
I'm ready to
They
stick
don't-
and fork in that one.
They're not.
He's
They
done.
don't leave the house. They're,
That's true.
they're not coming after anybody.
They're keyboard warriors, Caitlin.
Yeah, but they could come leave a nice review for us on our show.
Yeah.
And say that we're stale.
That's okay.
Do it.
But I'll say we
publicity's
made
good
it.
publicity.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, you can reach out to us on our one social media platform, which is Instagram, and that is at
Boobays Podcast, and that's at BOLBAES, because we're your boobays, not your boobabes.
That's right. And we'll stay tuned for Hell House 4
Origins.
the Carmichael Manor.
It's a mouthful, but it's a good mouthful.
It is a long name, but worth
You
it.
gotta keep doing
It's like
that
a good
pop.
indie song.
Yeah, after the whole "we're your boobays, not your boobabes." Yeah, I like that. That's a little
Okay.
signature thing you can start doing.
Okay.
Do it.
Um,
Okay.
Well, because it's like it
I
just
can't do
because
it.
that's what it's like. That's what I feel like because you got to like have the in there.
Yeah.
The boobay, not we're the boobas, not your boobabes.
See,
Okay.
it just belongs there. Yeah, from now on.
Okay. Well,
Yay.
from the head honcho himself.
All right, I think I've added enough.
And
to
I
this.
think we're done too, you guys. So until next time,
Until next time, you guys.
bye, bays.
Bye, bays.
Sounded more like a goat.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Hey y'all, I'm April.
And I'm Caroline.
And
This is your Bloody Happy Hour.
Caroline, are you ready for this?
This is your newest guilty pleasure.
It's the bloodiest part of your week.
Did we say something about it also being happy hour?
Show did.
Because we about to be sipping on some murder. Bloody Happy Hour. We're back, and it's Bloody Happy Hour time.
It is Thirsty Thursday, and I'm back on the Trulies.
I'm just triple fisting over here. You don't
She's
even
got-
know. I have 3 hands
She
today.
actually does. She
Yeah.
does.
So I hope you're thirsty. Get your drinks.
Get your drink. You actually should be on break right now. Like, people should not be working.
So you can go and binge any episode that you have yet to hear.
Go back, catch up if you haven't, start from the beginning. I went and got my teeth cleaned the other day, and my teeth clean lady, she was like, I'm starting from number 1.
Did she
right
know
now.
that you did it?
Yes. Well, she has only heard one, and we went to school together a long time ago, and she was like, I didn't know that it was that was yours. And so she's about to go binge. Anyways.
I was talking to my teeth cleaning lady, and she said she was into true crime, and I told her to listen too.
There we go.
So here's to our teeth cleaning ladies, our dental hygienists.
Yes.
That's what they are. What if I'm going to talk like this the whole time?
Yeah, okay. I like the new voice.
Yeah, I like to change it up every episode. I can't.
She's got multiple personalities.
Yeah, it's a disorder. It's fine. Don't worry. It's
okay.
normal. It is what it is.
So y'all won't be hearing this when we're recording it, but we're recording this on the day that Scott Peterson just got a new.
Listen, we're going to call this Court TV Corner.
Court TV Corner, because I need to know, like, Caroline, what do you think about Scott Peterson? I know you haven't probably did a deep dive in that story. I haven't heard it for so long, but do you think he'll get a new trial?
The only reason I want him to get a new trial is so I can watch the whole thing.
She does not even watch regular TV anymore. It's only court cases.
Because you can have, because court TV it's live. It's right there. I can have it on in the background while I'm doing my territory checks. What did we say? What did you say?
I think he will probably be granted a new retrial.
Because there was issues with the jury, or what?
I don't know why I think that. I just think that he probably will get it.
Yeah.
I didn't follow that case. I followed the David Temple case, which is like the coach from Houston that killed his teacher wife. We're going to cover this because it's a great story. And he was convicted, years later, came back, had a whole new trial. Right now, it's kind of still in limbo. So I just think that when you're good looking, white Protestant male, like, anything can go for you.
So he's been in there for like 19 years, is that right? Or 16?
A long time.
He looks like he hasn't even aged. I mean, he still
looks good.
I know. I'm like, that is actually not fair.
He's probably going to have another Amber Fry waiting on him when he gets
Oh,
out.
you know how many people are writing him letters.
Yeah.
I think I should write him a letter.
Let's do it.
We have to write like 14 letters. I don't think I'll ever get to it.
Ed Kemper. Yeah, but you don't even know the difference between a stamp and a label. How we going to write a letter?
Hell, I was never going to get there. I was going to get sent back every time.
Okay, so what I have for you guys is a great Santa story.
Ho, ho, ho. Here
Y'all
we go.
know what I feel about Santa after the last. You to say, hello, Santa Claus.
Hello, Santa Claus.
You may or may not be excited about Santa after this story. You may feel for Santa the way that I feel for Santa after this story.
I mean,
this may give you some Santa PTSD. I just want to bust everybody's Santa bubble. I'm probably going to say Santa 17 more times. So let's take a drink every time I say Santa.
Do we need to pour one? Do you want me?
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Give me the sound effects. Oh, there's a new one.
Wow, that was impressive. Here we go.
Nice.
You're welcome.
The sound.
That was live, so.
Of the holidays.
Yeah. I mean, you have to have extra substances for the holidays to get through it.
Wait, can you tell me one of your favorite family holiday traditions before we go? Before we start?
I like opening gifts.
Okay. But every family does that. Do you have like a specific what do Czechs do for the holidays? Get drunk.
Okay. I do like hang on. This is obviously a very difficult question. My
processing time.
Yes. Favorite holiday tradition. It's really fun so my stepmom likes to have she likes to make it the longest possible time to open presents.
Oh.
So we'll open presents for like 10 minutes and then we'll take a break. She has some kind of like rhyme or something she says, and there's like a hidden like she hides a tiny snowman somewhere, and then everybody has to go and look for it. And if you find it, then you get to pick something out of the grab bag. So And then the next time it's like a tiny star, and the next time, so it's just a fun little intermission while we're
In
opening
between
presents.
presents.
So then it takes like 4 hours to open presents.
Oh my goodness.
Which used to be fun.
That's creative though.
It is very
That
creative.
makes you
She's
feel like you
very
got
creative.
a lot of presents and really you
Yeah,
got
and
like
it's fun, even though you get like a little, just like a little gift card, you know.
Yeah.
But it's really, it is fun.
gift cards are the best.
I know.
So
What about you?
We eat tamales every
Oh,
Christmas
actually,
Eve.
we do a fish fry.
Fish fry, yeah. So we always have like our tamale assembly line. And so this year, like we'll make tamales at my mom's house. And so I was like, you know what? What's this going to be? Tamales, tequila, and true crime. So we're going to wear our aprons. We're going to have true crime on in the background, probably Bloody Happy Hour playing. And then we're going to make our tamales.
Do you think
that's
that
exciting.
every person right now is going to be coming to your house for Christmas? Because I need to be there for that.
Come on. You can come.
And now a word from our sponsors.
All right, let's go back to got the story.
I'm still thinking about what you said. and I love
Tamales,
it.
tequila, and true
Yeah,
crime.
that's the best thing I've heard.
That needs to be
Why
a new
is that
podcast.
not the podcast? Yeah, we're changing the name. Podcast name change.
There we go.
Yep.
Triple T.
Oh my gosh, triple threat, triple T.
Okay, so let me tell you. I'm going to tell you about the Santa Covina murders.
Tell me everything.
So we're going to start off. First of all, you're going to have a horrible taste in your mouth after this.
Yes.
Not the red wine.
Oh, that's not a horrible taste.
It is the guy that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like he is as dirty and as scandalous as
Dirty Chad.
Dirty Chad.
Trad.
Fritzl.
It's like a hanging Chad.
Castro.
Just can't get rid of him.
Christian Longo, like he's the worst.
He's sounds pretty bad.
Like right now, him and Joseph Fritzl are probably like fighting over who's taking tickets at the gate. Like
that's
the gates of hell.
Wow, that's a pretty impressive.
Like it's bad.
Wow.
So let me tell you about Bruce Pardo. All right. First of all, if your name's Bruce, you should probably just go ahead and change it right now. But Bruce started off pretty legit, right? He's from San Fernando Valley. He went to like a polytechnic high school, and he later went to college, Cal State. That means nothing to me because I'm not in California, but I think it's a good college.
Yeah.
He graduated with a degree in computer science, and he became an engineer. So like right now, it's like, great catch, right? You swipe right. You see all those, and it's like swipe right, swipe right.
For sure.
He got a good job at a jet propulsion lab, and he made good money. But he didn't do shit. Like he sat there and he hacked other people's. He hacked his job's computer system. So he was like hacking in, trying to figure out, how much does this person make? I'd probably want to share offices with them because I would want to know all that information.
That actually reminds me of the other court TV case I was watching that I forgot to tell you about. First of all, look at Ugly Face Cry.
Yes.
Okay, it's the Josh Duggar.
Oh yeah.
He did a lot of those things, but that's with his child porn, so that's real bad.
Oh, well, that's what he did at. Well, like he got paid great money, but he just really just didn't do like work.
Yeah.
And so, you're like, so what? How much? So it's like, okay, that's not that bad, right? It's not that bad. That's not Joseph Fritzl bad.
Right.
Well, when he was working there, he met a girl named Delilah. And him and Delilah fell in love.
Oh, it's precious.
And they were engaged to getting married.
Wow.
So, that's what happens, right? If you do it right, you go to school, you go to college, you get a job, you get married. They were doing it all the right way.
Yep.
Delilah was excited, but I guess Bruce wasn't because Bruce was not paying, like he was not giving up the money to pay for this wedding.
Okay.
At all. So Delilah spent her all her money that she had saved up. And let me just say that till this day, like, people don't know really who Delilah really is, because she's kind of like kept herself quiet. So she used all her money to pay for the wedding and the honeymoon.
Wow.
Okay. And so she's like, it's okay. Like, it's an investment into our future, right? He didn't pay for anything. She didn't make them. So here's the wedding day. June 17th, 1998 was the big day, right? So she's there. Her family's there. His family's there. Their friends are there. But where's Bruce?
He's not there?
He is not there. He did not show up.
At the wedding.
Left her at the altar. But, like, he didn't call. He didn't send a message in a bottle. He didn't, like, send a letter with like, he didn't know. There was no DMs about. He didn't do anything.
No.
So she didn't hear from him.
Ghosted her.
For weeks.
Oh.
Until she figured out the rest of the money in her savings account was gone. And he withdrew it. And instead of marrying her, he went to Palm Springs and had a badass vacation on her money. So she had, she did some dirty chat shit.
Yep, that's great.
So she had to, like, pick up her life and, like, start all over, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she had a great credit score at that point.
Here's the thing. But she did. Here's the thing. Still, I told you Delilah has nothing to do with them. But right now, like, what you're going to hear, Delilah dodged a bullet. So
Clearly.
Bruce did her a favor. So now it's 2001, right? And so here's another douchebag, like, douchebagism, because he's the biggest douchebag
I love
ever.
That. It's a good word.
Douchebagism.
Yeah.
It's 2001. He meets Elena. They move in together.
Did Delilah send Elena a message?
She should have.
Warning her.
But she, like, totally, like, had nothing to do with it. Or maybe she did, but I didn't read the book.
But maybe
that's why this is supposed to be a quickie.
Elena didn't read the message.
Maybe so. Hint, hint, hint.
So if you notice a message in your DMs from somebody who was married to the guy that you're dating, you probably should read it.
You should read it, and you should believe them.
And you should absolutely believe it, because, girl, you don't even know. It's worse than
You
the DM.
don't know.
Go ahead.
You don't know. So they have a kid together. They don't get married. And things are kind of normal for about 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
And it's New Year's Day, and Elena goes out. Like, not out, but she's, like, out of the house, and Bruce is watching their kid, right?
Oh, yes.
But he's not.
Yes.
And this 18-month-year-old gets outside, and he falls into the swimming pool. What's Bruce doing? Watching television.
First of all, you have an 18-month-old. You cannot do anything except for watch. Like, the kids, like, walking, what is that? 1.5-year-old. Like, you're on the move. You're on the go.
Yeah.
You're grabbing everything. You're putting stuff in your mouth. You're eating crayons.
Yeah, that's why I don't hang around 18-month-olds. I don't got time for all that.
But, like, you can't just sit there and watch TV with this 18. Okay.
No.
Yeah, so clearly.
And so clearly,
Yeah.
that's what happened. Like, the kid wasn't watched. He got out. He went in the backyard, and he fell into the swimming pool. And he had to go to the hospital. An 18-month-old baby boy, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so, but people say that Bruce felt horrible about this.
But he did.
He was at the hospital with this little boy, like, by his side for, like, he didn't leave. And it was, like, a week into it. He didn't die. Okay?
Yeah, he's brain dead.
He didn't die. He is now brain dead. So the doctor came in, and he basically took them aside, and he says he's not going to die, but he is permanently brain damaged, and he will be a paraplegic.
Oh, my gosh.
So instead of Bruce saying, oh, my goodness, I'm just so glad he's going to live, Bruce packed his shit.
He gone.
And he is gone.
Mm-hmm.
He left his, like, this is not his stepchild or,
Yeah.
you know, like, he left his child and the mama. Like, how can you do that?
It's because you're a sociopath and you have no empathy for other people.
Anybody else.
0%.
Anybody else. Luckily, this baby had an amazing mom, and she was, like, dedicated to this kid. Okay, so let's move on to the next girlfriend because,
Douchebag.
you know, he moves on pretty quick.
Yeah.
Left the girl at the altar in 98, new woman in 2001. Now it's 2004 and he meets Sylvia.
I bet Sylvia didn't even know he had a kid.
Nope, did not. Sylvia is from Covina, California.
Oh, here we
Okay.
go. Here we go.
And Sylvia, poor thing, ends up marrying Bruce. She was married a couple times. Her first husband was killed in a car accident. Second husband, I think she got divorced from. And so she had these kids from these, before marriages. And so now her and Bruce together, they got married, but like there's no honeymoon period. Like Bruce wasted no time to show her how much of a douchebag he was.
They never do.
They wasted no time.
They never do.
So, of course, the argument was over money. So, he didn't want a joint bank account, and she had 3 kids. He was not going to put not 1 cent of his money towards her kids.
The money, whose money was it? His money from his first wife that he stole?
He just was not going to contribute at all.
Yeah.
Like, and she was an administrative assistant, so she made, what's the
Smollett, guilty.
Guilty. He
Of
should
5 of 6 charges.
He should be.
He's so dumb. Okay.
So, then, okay, so he wouldn't help her with her. They are her kids, but like you married her and them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But that wasn't why Sylvia left him. She ends up leaving him. She leaves him because she's doing taxes. And she sees his taxes and she sees that he's claiming a dependent.
Oh, he's claiming his brain dead kid who he'd even tell her about. Oh,
and so she's like, wait, he has a kid? Who is this kid? So she calls the mama. Bruce's mama, because they're married. Not the kid's mom.
Okay,
She calls
yeah,
Bruce's mama.
Yeah.
And they're really close. Okay.
Bruce and the mom are close,
No.
or
wife Sylvia and Bruce's mom are close. So Bruce's mom was like, "Oh yeah, he's got a kid, and this is why he's not in the kid's life, and he should not be claiming him." Like Bruce's mom knew what a shitbag her son was.
Wow, that's not my situation at all.
Yeah, that's usually not the
Yeah,
situation.
it's typically,
So let's recap. Bruce left this kid, a paraplegic and brain dead.
Yes.
But he's still claiming him on income tax to get money for him. So this is
Absolutely.
3 years afterwards. Like, how low is that? So Sylvia, was like, oh no, I can't have anything to do with this.
Get it, Sylvia.
So she packed her shit.
And she
was
out.
disgusted. She was gone. But first she asked him, she was like, the kids are in school here and I hate to uproot them in the middle of the year. Can we stay in the house at least until the year's over with, right?
Yeah.
Bruce packed all their shit up and put it on the front porch. So she came home from work one day and she was like had to move in with her parents.
That's a lot of packing.
I know. Like he put a lot of effort in
he put a lot
that.
of work into that packing.
So, so they're officially separated in March of 2008. So she was with them for a little bit. She had to deal with him for about 4 years, right? And they had a lawyer, a divorce lawyer, and the lawyer, like he had to pay spousal support. We don't have that here in Texas, but in other states, it's kind of like child support for the wife. So it's spousal support. And you had to pay like $10,000.
Did they actually ever even? I
No.
feel like this is
another douchebagism.
This is what happens. You steal from somebody who you're married from, and then you have your divorce, and then they owe you all this money. But guess what? You never see
Never
any
get
of that
it.
money.
And do people even? Do you have to pay it?
I don't know. I don't
Who,
know if it's like a
follows
lien
you
or
around?
something, or you. But I think you have to pay, like, if you have child support, you got to pay that first. But that's first in line, so they'll collect that from you first. Then if you have any other, I don't know, debts, because somebody else I know has about $12,000 in child support, and then
Wow.
Several other debts that he owes to banks and liens on different items. And
so
then
they
he
don't
also,
give a shit. So it just goes in your
yeah.
credit, and they don't give a shit anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. The credit's
Yep.
bad.
Yep.
So that's crazy.
That's
I
good.
always
It's
wondered,
good
like,
time.
when you go to court and you sue somebody and you get all this money, right?
I'm like,
But will they really get it?
I
If
don't
it's
know.
a person.
I would love to know.
I don't think they do.
Probably not.
So here's another douchebag ism.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. That's
So
what we're doing.
the first check that he wrote for spousal support bounced.
So he's writing your checks for it? At
For
least?
spousal support, I think you have to.
I don't know.
Or it's gonna come out of they're gonna like garnish your wages.
Yeah, but if you don't have wages.
He had wages. He still had his good job as an engineer. So he
Yeah.
was like, let me write this check. Well, it bounced. And the second one would not have bounced, but he purposely stopped payment on it. So he wasn't going to give her a dime. Dime, a dime, a dime.
Nope.
So she never got spousal support. Then he was fired from his job. So you see kind of like how his life is kind of like slowly going down. Like it's already shitty. Like you're already shitty.
You're
Now
already
you're
a
like-
terrible person.
Yes. So he gets fired from his job for billing for fake hours.
Shock.
He was getting paid for like things he did not do. So he's
Yeah.
charging other people for things.
Mhm.
So so now he's fired. So now it's June and he's like, I'm gonna go buy this gun, semi-automatic. He conjures up this plan.
Okay.
So it's June and he buys this gun. And then it's, what's the next month? July. And he
Yeah.
buys another gun.
Oh, multiple
August,
guns.
September, October. He buys 5 total
Oh,
of
okay.
these expensive. And that was like the gun laws. I guess if you buy a gun like this, you can't buy another one for 30 days.
Okay.
So he waited another 30 days and he'd
wow.
buy another one.
Real
and he'd wait
premeditated.
another. Yes.
Like
Real
real
premeditated.
Yeah, like he knew I'm going to do this on Christmas. Okay.
So on September 8th, he ordered a Santa Claus outfit.
Oh, that's nice.
I mean, and he wasn't
He's
going
gonna
to go ring
to
the bell at Walmart.
Oh, he's not gonna go. No, he's gonna
Nope.
go sit at the mall and
Not ringing the bell, not
No.
taking pictures with kids. He actually had the Santa suit customized.
Oh.
He asked for extra space and a bunch of extra pockets.
oh, because in case he needed
Candy,
to,
right?
Yeah, candy
Like-
for the kid. Candy canes.
Candy canes.
Candy
Let's pass that. He
canes.
wanted all the extra
Yeah.
pockets for the candy canes.
And maybe a fireball shot. You know, a little
yeah,
or two
to
for
deal
the
with all the
adults.
kids.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
at all.
No.
So
No.
then he books a plane ride and he goes and visits a college friend from Iowa. I'm just weird. I mean,
Yeah, that's
surprised that he had a friend.
Yeah, it's.
But he really didn't want to see his friend in Iowa. He really wanted to go to the gun shop there.
Oh,
And at that
they're
gun
really-
shop,
yeah, no
he bought
friends.
16 handgun magazines.
Oh.
That contain 18 bullets each.
Okay.
So now he's got all his shit. He's got
It's my
his
kind of
guns.
magazine.
He's got his guns. He's got his Santa suits. And he's got his bullets.
Yeah.
And now the divorce is finalized, and it's 1 week before Christmas.
Well, he's ready to go.
He never took his ring off. So he's. Do you think he's happy or sad about this divorce? Can I have another Truly, please?
Oh, absolutely. I thought it was like they were all the. It was. Never mind. Go ahead. Okay, I get it now. I had to Google it, so I made sure. I'm very visual.
So she's at her parents' house. Let me
Okay.
tell you a little bit about the parents. They've been married for 50 years. It was love at first sight. They came from Mexico and started their paint company and like built the American dream, had about 77 kids, and they had about 77
So
kids.
Andrew G would love this family.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they, like, people loved them. Their neighbors talked about them. They were just genuine, loving family. And
Yeah.
usually at this party, neighbors would come to the party. So they go and they have dinner. And after dinner, they play like, the kids are playing outside. And then they're playing Texas Hold'em at the table.
Yeah.
Teenagers are upstairs playing video games on the computer and on the video games. And then there was a knock at the door. There's an 8-year-old little girl named Katrina. She answers the door. And when she answers the door, there was Santa Claus.
Oh.
With a big beautifully wrapped present in his hand. So what do you think an 8-year-old little girl does when she sees Santa at the door?
Gets super excited
and
yells and is like, Santa's here.
Yes. And usually Santa comes to this party.
Right, yeah, so they typically, like, that was their tradition every year, right?
One of the neighbors would like dress up as Santa, and so it wasn't a big deal that Santa.
Yeah, it was like a normal, like they were just like waiting for Santa to come over.
Yeah.
And then Santa comes with the present. And then, yeah, of course, I'm the 8-year-old. I'm freaking out.
So Santa puts his present that he has in his hand down. He picks up Katrina and he picks her up like, you know, a daddy would pick up their daughter.
Yeah.
Or Santa would pick up their kid. Puts her down and then shoots her square in the face. He pulls out from all these pockets in a Santa suit 2 semi-automatics. So he's like Clint Eastwood on these shoot-'em-ups, like on these westerns. And he's going in with 2 guns in that house, and he's shooting and shooting. All the siblings, the parents, everybody's getting shot at. Okay? Like, he thinks he's Clint Eastwood. It's chaotic. People are screaming.
And he's
They're
been to
hiding under
Christmases
tables.
before, so he knows that
He's been to the last 4 Christmases because they were married.
Yeah.
He knew what they were doing. He knew when to come. Like he just knew.
Yeah.
He knew. One of the family members recognized him, and they were finally like, "That's Bruce," and couldn't even finish it. And Bruce shot him in the face. Sylvia's brothers, or Charles and James, they were shot, but they tried to take Bruce down. After they got shot, they were bloody. They were trying to fight him, and he shot them again. So, of course, that wasn't successful. A bunch of the other siblings hid under the dining room table where they were playing like poker and Texas Hold'em. They were all killed, including Sylvia was one of the ones that was killed. There was only one sibling survivor. So of all the Sylvia's brothers and sisters, there was only one, and her name was Letitia. And she's the one that gets away, runs a couple houses down, and calls 911. Wow. Yes. So then Bruce obviously was like out of his bullets or like tired of the gun. So he goes to that beautifully wrapped present that he had, and he pulls out what he has made. He's an engineer, a homemade flame thrower. Yes.
What? What's a flamethrower?
Just exactly like it sounds. Like you push a button and it's throwing fire. So he is like engulfing the house in flames.
Oh my
So teenager Michael Ortega's upstairs. He didn't get shot, but he dies in the fire.
Oh my gosh. Because did he set the whole house on fire?
The whole house has been engulfed in flames.
Oh.
Letitia, like she's the one that ran and called 911. Total, there were 9 people killed in this house. Luckily, all the kids were outside in the back playing. So they got to run. They knew what was going on. There was only like a couple of the kids that died.
Wow.
He shot them execution style.
Who? The kid?
The
No,
other people.
Other people.
Yeah. Execution style. And the fire was so
he just
bad.
like went up to them and just like
Boom,
shot.
boom.
Oh
Like,
my gosh.
I feel
What?
like you haven't watched Clint Eastwood Western.
Oh, no.
Or a Western.
No. Nope.
When you just, it's like boom, and you just take him and you're just like shooting. Just
I
like
mean, I've
Clint
seen like Elmer Fudd or whatever.
No, that don't count.
You're welcome.
This fire was so bad that they had to pull like dental records to identify the bodies.
Oh my gosh.
And it took a while to determine cause of death because their bodies were so charred.
Yeah.
So they didn't know which ones died from the fire
or from
the gunshot.
Wow.
80 firefighters it took.
And they probably couldn't go. I mean, they had to wait for it to like cool off.
It took them 2 hours to even put it out to go and like get the bodies. So imagine 2 hours in a fiery flamed house. So I have to list the victims.
Okay.
There was Joseph and Alice Ortega, their son Charles and his wife Sherry, and another son, James Jr., and his wife, Teresa, their daughter, Alicia, and her son, Michael, and their other daughter, Sylvia, which was Bruce's wife, ex-wife. Nearly all of them had been shot with that 9mm semi-automatic. And based upon, like, after the autopsist did it, its bullet trajectory said that they were, like, executed.
Wow.
Like, just shot. So what's so good is, like, the surviving family members were able to tell the police, like, exactly what happened, and they got to identify Bruce Pardo. So they knew who they were looking for, right? So it's like, what's next? They got to find Bruce.
Yeah.
So 40 miles away. So now the police are here fighting the fires.
Yeah.
40 miles away, Bruce has a brother that has a house about 40 miles away. So
Yeah.
Bruce leaves. Like, after he does his dirty, like, he changes from his Santa suit and he leaves and he gets in his car and he drives a Dodge Caliber. Like,
Did a neighbor
douchebagism number
77.
77.
Did a neighbor identify the vehicle leaving? I feel like I heard that somewhere.
Well, so Letitia called 911 and she's a couple houses down. She's able to see. So she sees him leaving.
Okay, so she probably was able to give an identification of the vehicle that he was driving.
Yes.
There we go.
So now he's at his brother's house, but his brother's not there. He has a Christmas party. But when he comes home, like in the middle of the morning, like in the middle of the night, he sees his brother lying on his couch in his own pool of blood from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He still had his wedding ring on. He actually put his gun in his mouth and
This
he blew
is
his
Bruce.
own brains out. Yeah.
The
Bruce.
brother came home from his Christmas party.
And Bruce was on
and
his
he saw
couch.
Bruce on his couch with, looked like he had been
He was dead on his couch in his own blood.
Yeah.
And he had put the gun in his mouth and blew his own brains out. So
Oh.
yay, Bruce, you finally did something.
Yeah, good job, Bruce.
Good.
Way to
You should
go.
have. But okay, and so he had parts. He had 3rd-degree burns because he burned himself in that damn
Yeah.
bootleg ass flamethrower he made. And part of his Santa suit was like melted into his skin. So he was probably in extreme pain.
Yeah.
Yay, right?
Yeah, yes.
He had traces of cocaine in his system, and he had $17,000 taped to his leg.
What?
I don't know where. I don't know if he has saved all that money because he's been
Taped
to him. Taped, like, because he was gonna run. So imagine like a big like stacks of money he taped like around his leg because he was just gonna run. You can't like use credit cards anymore. You're gonna need all this cash.
He probably accidentally got caught on fire and it was like hurting so bad and he couldn't go to the hospital and so he had to shoot himself.
That's what, his initial plan was to run, but he got burned so badly, like you said, and he knew he could not get away.
Gosh.
He knew he couldn't go to the hospital, so he was like, let me go out like a...
What an idiot.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
So...
I hope it hurt. I hope it hurt real bad.
That Dodge Caliber was parked outside of his house. Inside of that Caliber was a burnt up Santa suit. Okay? Because the brother had now called the police, and so now the police are like, come in here. There was his burnt up Santa suit, another 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and the car was rigged up like a booby trap.
Yes, I remember hearing that.
So I am putting a link to Murderpedia. Had like amazing pictures. Like it had before and after. It had the Santa suit, it had the flamethrower, and it had the Dodge Caliber after exploded. So luckily, whoever was on this bomb squad in California, they saw it, and it still blew up, but not as bad as what it was. So it didn't injure anybody.
Yeah.
It didn't hurt anybody. There was still a massive explosion. And so at the same time the police are looking at this Dodge Caliber, they get a call from a guy named Scott Nord. And he's somewhere else in Cali. And he's like, there's this weird Toyota RAV4 suspicious parked by my house. Yes. First of all, what grown-ass man drives a Toyota RAV4?
Anybody who's suspicious.
If your name is Bruce Pardo. So he was driving a Toyota RAV4. Inside of this RAV4 was a map of the United States, a map of Mexico, a bunch of food and water, computers, and clothing. So what do you think this car was?
Getaway car, maybe?
Getaway car.
Oh, getaway car.
Why was it parked at the lawyer's house?
Oh. He was going to kill the lawyer.
Yes.
Oh, my
He was
gosh.
pissed at that lawyer because he was on, I mean, it was the wife's lawyer, and he's the one who ordered Bruce to pay this spousal support.
So he
he's
was going to
pissed.
ditch it. He was going to go to drive his whatever car he drove, ditch his car, kill the lawyer, take this car, and then go escape with his $17,000 attached to his leg. Bye.
He had this planned out.
He had a pretty good plan, but too bad you dumbass burnt yourself up.
Yep, too bad you got all burnt up.
Too bad you charred yourself.
So instead of killing him and getting away, he shot himself.
He killed
anyways.
himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The end. Goodbye.
They find out that he was actually going to also kill his mom. In this,
because his mom told his wife.
So his mom actually kind of alienated him. And when they would go to court, he would sit on Sylvia's side. And he was on Sylvia's side, and she was very good friends and loved the Ortega family.
Yeah, because they're
Bruce hated this.
Oh my, because he didn't get all the attention.
He didn't get all the attention, and his mama chose her side. So now she's the enemy. She was supposed to be at that party like she is every year. And the only reason why she was is because she got sick. And she called them and told them that she could not come. So Bruce knew that, and he was going to kill her in addition to everybody else that was there. Police are 137% sure that that's what was going to happen.
Gosh, then they're really for sure.
So that night, 13
so
kids.
mad he killed himself. I wish he would have got killed by firing squad.
Firing squad. Let's bring back the firing squad just for Bruce Pardo.
Or hanged.
Hanged him.
Hanged. Ugh.
So 13 kids that night, this is Christmas Eve. 13 kids lost their parents. They are now 13 orphans.
Oh my God.
How traumatic do you think Christmas is to these kids?
Oh, they probably hate it way worse than you do.
Way more than me. So I just think about the true PTSD that they have. So the one sister that was living, Letitia, she ended up adopting a lot of these. I mean, you can't adopt 13 kids.
Yeah.
But she ended up adopting a lot of them and raising them. And little Katrina, the girl who answered the door, she lived. And she
even though he shot her?
Even though he shot her. But she lived. She had to have all these surgeries. She's had to have, of course, intense counseling. And still to this day, when it's Christmas time, she becomes almost like agoraphobic, like a hermit. She can't go out because even though she's had counseling, every time you see Santa, every time you see presents like that, it just brings back all
terrible.
of this.
See, that's what's terrible. It's he did this one thing, but he's scarred all these people for their whole life, and he just gets to go and just die. That's why I hope
take
hell.
tickets at the gate.
Hell is real bad.
Oh, it is.
I mean, I hope
we can't even fathom how bad it is.
Oh my, that's just. Ugh, I hate it when people kill themselves.
But Katrina, she's doing good things. She goes and speaks publicly against gun violence and gun laws. She has gone to visit different schools that have school shootings. So she's very active.
Yeah.
Just around this time of the year, she kind of regresses a little bit, understandably.
Yeah. I would just go to I don't know if I'm going to Mexico, but I want to go to a beach on a little vacation during Christmas.
You probably need to go to I don't know, Africa?
I mean,
wherever they
I
don't
wanna go
celebrate
Africa,
Christmas.
I just want to be if it's Christmas time, I'm going to go to the beach and just it's gonna be summer and
Yeah.
I'm gonna skip Christmas.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good. I would actually do that
Actually,
right now.
I think I'm gonna
Me
do it
and
this year.
Katrina should actually. You and Katrina should travel to the beach during
yes,
Christmas.
Yes, after we make tamales.
After the tequila and tamale party.
Yeah.
Okay, last thing. Bruce Pardo's mother, like, she's so innocent. She had a shitty son, but it wasn't her fault. She did not she had no excuses for her son. Like, she knew how shitty her son was. The Ortega family, what was left of them, still loved her, embraced her. They kept in touch. She's still connected to this family even after this Christmas massacre. So that just says a lot for this Ortega family.
Yeah.
And love.
Yep.
Versus evil. And Bruce is dead as a doorknob. So Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. That's lovely.
Merry Christmas. What's a song? Can you sing them as a Christmas song?
What did we sing last time? Papa and Mama?
Oh. Ain't no Santa, ain't no Claus, ain't nobody but your ma and pa.
April come up with all kinds of songs.
Y'all, there's your story.
There's your it's your second Christmas story.
Is it?
Did the Tita family.
Yeah.
Last week.
Yeah. And then next week, we're just going to tell you 12 murders at Christmas.
Just back and forth.
Yeah. Outside the box. We're going to do something different.
Super quick.
So
there could be music.
You got to be able to pay attention.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I won't be able to.
We will see y'all in 5 minutes.
Don't forget to rate, review, and subscribe. People, go leave some reviews.
Yes, we have new comments to read.
We do have new reviews. We should read them at the beginning of the next episode.
Yes.
Because they're great.
Yep, we'll end the year that way. All right, we will see y'all in a second. Never forget to...
don't forget to stay aware.
Stay alive.
And always be DTF.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, bitches.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
You got snow shins, like I got snow shins? Get yourself some shin jelly. It's good when you got snow shins. Shin jelly, available at Megalomart and other fine retail stores.
This is Hank Hill again from Strickland Propane. Today I'm talking with someone you might know, Chuck Mangione. He wants to tell you about propane. Take it away, Chuck.
Thanks, Hank. You know, just because I don't work for the Megalomart anymore doesn't mean I don't love propane and propane accessories. You know, it's clean burning and efficient fuel for your grills and heating your home and anything else you might want. I love propane. It fuels so good.
Brought to you by the Texas Propane Association. Charlie Fortner, President.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Hola, mi nombre es Jessica Torres.
Hola, yo soy Jackie Espinosa.
Y esto es Zona del Crimen.
Hola y bienvenidos a otro episodio de Zona del Crimen. Yo soy Jackie Espinosa.
Y yo soy Jessica Torres.
¿Cómo has estado?
Mejorada.
Ay, todo mejor ya.
Güey, siento que he estado enferma como por un mes. No chingue. No mamen.
Para que ya vaya empezando el frío y te vuelvas a enfermar otra vez.
Sí. Pues,
hoy te toca a ti.
He estado recuperándome, en recuperación.
Ya.
Ya. Sí, me toca a mí. Todavía seguimos en este mes. Estoy lista como quiera ya para Navidad. Cuando menos lo pensé, ¿no? Se nos va a venir súper rápido.
Ya. Como que la gente no le pone tanta atención a Thanksgiving. Porque yo ya miro Navidad en todo lugar. Lucecitas, la música.
Desde octubre.
No, ya.
Desde octubre.
Ya.
Pero a mí sí me emociona un poquito. Ya se va a acabar el año y lo volvemos a empezar. A ver si ahora sí enflacamos. ¿Quién sabe?
No te prometo nada.
Pero bueno, hoy les traigo un caso también cortito pero interesante. Estaba disfrutando estos...
De los short ones.
Ajá, estos casos como...
cortitos pero satisfactorios.
Ándale.
¿Cómo se dice?
Que he estado investigando este tipo de casos que son como más cortos pero con un gran impacto.
Ajá.
Me gusta.
Ey, no importa el tamaño. Okay.
La historia.
O de la historia, ajá, exacto.
Estamos hablando de la misma cosa que yo, porque creo que te fuiste para otro lado.
Chiquito, pero intenso.
La historia. Okay.
Ajá, la historia.
Ok, bueno, hoy les voy a platicar la historia de, espero pronunciarlo bien, ok, porque este caso se los traigo desde Rusia. Y ya saben que los nombres son un poquito, pero voy a hacer mi mejor esfuerzo.
China, lo sabes, sí.
I know. Se llama Anatoly Moskvin, ok, que tiene una historia, como les dije antes, pues muy interesante. Se trata de un delincuente muy particular, ya que acumuló a 29 víctimas.
Uh-huh.
No las mató porque no se puede matar 2 veces en esta vida, ¿ok? No. Dice, Anatoly nació en Rusia un 1 de diciembre de 1966. Era un hombre muy, muy inteligente y muy reservado, según lo describen colegas de su trabajo. Hablaba 13 diferentes idiomas que él mismo aprendió.
¿13?
13 diferentes idiomas.
¿Existen tantos?
Yes, Jackie, what the heck?
Yo nomás sé 2 y muy apenas.
Y muy apenas. Bueno, él sí aprendió 13 idiomas. ya que él llevaba pues una vida muy solitaria y no tenía muchos amigos, pues por lo menos digo,
estudiaba.
Déjame aprovechar mi tiempo, ¿verdad?
Uh-huh.
Académicamente tenía un éxito tenía muy buen éxito, perdón. Era un reconocido historiador de su universidad de Moscú. Era un lingüista, filósofo e historiador. También se especializaba en la cultura celta, que es una cultura que existía hace muchos años en la Edad de Hierro, en las ramas de la indoeuropeas. Esta cultura tenía diferentes dioses, pero el principal era uno llamado Dagda, que para ellos era como el dios supremo de los panteones irlandeses y señor de los elementos. Era el señor del conocimiento y se le reconocía por ser un maravilloso y terrible guerrero. También tenía ciertos conocimientos en el mundo paranormal y la magia negra. Nunca se casó y al parecer tampoco nunca tuvo novia. Era un hombre muy pacífico, muy callado y compartía apartamento con sus 2 padres que ya eran de edad muy avanzada, muy mayor. Este hombre conmocionó completamente a Rusia después de enterarse de sus crímenes. Y todo comenzó cuando en el 2009, en la ciudad de Nizhny Novgorod, en Rusia. ¿Quién sabe si chingado lo dije
It sounds
bien?
right.
Pero it sounds right, right? Se empezó a sentir un cierto terror y la incertidumbre porque algunas tumbas estaban siendo profanadas en los cementerios locales. O sea que las estaban vandalizando y sacando pues los cuerpos. Las autoridades intentaban hallar a los responsables de tales hechos, pero no encontraban ningún indicio o patrones que les dieran con una ruta de seguimiento para capturar a los que estaban haciendo estas cosas. Sin muchas opciones, en aquel laberinto recurrieron a muchos expertos en temas de necrofilia y santería, ya que se pensaba que los cuerpos que estaban siendo extraídos pudieran estar siendo utilizados para algún tipo de ritual o se trataba pues de alguien pervertido que disfrutaba de la necrofilia. Lo único que era algo constante era que los cuerpos que robaban o extraían de los cementerios eran todos mujeres y eran desde niñas pequeñas de edades de 3 años hasta adolescentes entre sus 16 y 18 años. Un contacto de la policía contactó a nuestro amigo Anatoly porque él había participado en algunas investigaciones pasadas en los cementerios locales para un estudio antropológico con el fin de tratar las causas de las muertes de las personas que enterraban en esa ciudad. Este hombre tenía amplio conocimiento en este tema y conocía de pies a cabeza muchos de los cementerios locales y de sus alrededores también. Él relató que siempre había sentido una fascinación por estos lugares. Contó cómo desde pequeño se pasaba merodeando los cementerios y pasaba mucho tiempo en ellos. Incluso contó cómo llegó a pasar alguna noche en ellos y que llegó a dormir en algunos ataúdes que estaban siendo preparados para algún entierro. Yo no sé, es diferente aquí, allá en Rusia,
¿Quién sabe cómo
que
le
en
harán?
Estados Unidos y México, porque usualmente el ataúd
Ujú.
ya llega con el muerto. Quién sabe, eso estuvo raro. Dijo que entre el año 2005 y 2007 visitó unos 752 cementerios con el fin de hacer investigaciones, ya que tenía planeado publicar una investigación. El trabajo permanece inédito, pero ha sido descrito como un trabajo único. Nunca sabremos realmente si es buena la investigación o no, porque se suspendió. Este contó cómo muchas veces fue detenido por la policía porque sospechaban de vandalismo, porque pues se las pesaban ahí, se les hacía como sospechoso. Pero rápidamente explicaba sus razones y mostraba sus identificaciones académicas, y aunque fue multado porque necesitaba permisos para estar ahí, nunca fue arrestado. Otras veces solo era escoltado por vigilantes para que se fuera de los cementerios. Con el tiempo él contó que de hecho él también se hacía pasar por vigilante para pasar desapercibido. La policía le dijo todos los detalles de la investigación y las pequeñas pistas que tenían en ese momento, que eran solamente 3. La edad de los cadáveres extraídos, que todos eran mujeres, y el tamaño de la misma suela de zapatos que se había encontrado cerca de las tumbas. Ok, bueno, hasta ahorita, para que entendamos bien lo que está pasando con el caso, este hombre, o sea, de la persona que estamos hablando, se llama Antonelli. Él había hecho una investigación previa por medio de su universidad en los cementerios para determinar diferentes tipos de muertes, ¿verdad? Entonces, en el 2009 empiezan a pasar todas estas cosas que empiezan a extraer cuerpos de cementerios locales. La policía contacta a Anatoly porque era un hombre respetado y reconocido en su área. Sabían que él tenía experiencia en los cementerios, que los conocía muy bien porque había hecho investigaciones antes. Entonces, por eso decidieron ir con él. Dijeron, tal vez se nos está escapando algo que no estamos mirando, o a lo mejor él nos puede proporcionar un poquito más de información que nosotros no sabemos. Por eso fue de que la policía lo contacta a él para ver si les puede ayudar con la investigación para resolver qué está pasando o posiblemente quién se estaba llevando estos cuerpos, ¿ok? Hasta ahí nos quedamos. Lo contactan, le dicen, esto es lo que está pasando, queremos que nos ayudes. ¿Puedes? Sí, aceptó, y de ahí siguieron. Empezó a cooperar con la policía él. Al pasar del tiempo, la investigación seguía sin avanzar y parecía como si nunca se fuera a resolver el caso. Anatoly les daba pistas demasiado absurdas para crearlas, o pistas que se alejaban cada vez más y más de resolver el caso. Y aunque esto les parecía un poco extraño debido al gran conocimiento que Anatoly supuestamente tenía, ellos siguieron confiando en él, sin saber que si la investigación no avanzaba era porque tenían al culpable en sus narices y claramente no quería que se descubriera lo que realmente estaba pasando. Las autoridades a cargo del caso, preocupadas porque este parecía no poder resolverse, fueron a la casa de Anatoly un día, just randomly, fueron, para ver si tal vez este tenía nueva información, porque había pasado ya como unas 2 semanas y no les había proporcionado nada. Dijeron, vamos a ir
A preguntarle. Ujú.
para ver si tiene nueva información y nosotros tenemos una nueva información y pues así ayudarnos mutuamente para tratar de encontrar más respuestas. Tal vez había algo que estaban pasando por alto, o tal vez la respuesta ya estaba ahí y solamente no se habían dado cuenta. Ellos solo querían encontrar respuestas, y vaya que las encontraron. Cuando los oficiales entraron al apartamento, se enfrentaron a una escena algo espeluznante, digna de una película de terror. Observaron cómo este vivía en un completo desorden. En el apartamento había pilares y pilares de libros. Esto no era muy extraño, ya que pues incluso había llegado a dar clases en la misma universidad de la que se graduó. Él le encantaba leer, eso no se le hizo raro, había basura por donde quiera. Lo extraño fue que tenía muñecas muy extrañas, de todos los tamaños, aparentemente hechas a mano, lo cual les daba
¿The Wax Museum? ¿Qué pedo?
pues algo así, lo cual les daba aún más una apariencia pues muy tétrica y que sí daban como miedo. Estas muñecas daban miedo e intimidaban a cualquiera que se les quedaba viendo, además de que el lugar tenía un olor muy particular, pero que al mismo tiempo los investigadores tenían muy bien identificado, y para ellos era algo muy muy familiar. Uno de ellos se acerca para investigar a una de las muñecas, mucho más cerca, así como más detallada. Inmediatamente, él se dio cuenta que no se trataba de muñecas comunes, sino que eran cuerpos embalsamados. Empiezan a ver todos alrededor y se dan cuenta cómo hay incluso algunas colgadas por toda la casa, como si fueran adornos, güey. ¿Haz de cuenta?
What the fuck? That's scary.
I know. Nada más imaginarme así con que what the fuck, todos los ojos mirándote. Porque era un apartamento, ni siquiera estaba tan grande. Era un apartamento de 2 habitaciones, creo, más una cocina pequeña, una sala pequeña y un baño. And that was it. It wasn't like a big, big house. Inmediatamente, Anatoly fue cuestionado y arrestado. Un total de 29 cuerpos de niñas embalsamadas fueron encontrados en ese apartamento.
What?
Las había vestido como muñecas.
Apenas iba a preguntar, ¿y estaban vestidas
Sí,
como muñequitas?
estaban vestidas como muñecas. Los rostros de los cadáveres eran tapados con una máscara y llevaban una capa de cera muy gruesa para ocultar los restos de los cadáveres, que algunos pues ya estaban
más avanzados.
En descomposición, ajá. Algunos de los cadáveres estaban incluso maquilladas, otras completamente vendadas de la cara y solamente dibujaba como el rostro arriba de las vendas, ya que se encontraban, como dije antes, en un estado demasiado avanzado de descomposición. Utilizó sal y carbonato de sodio para tratar de conservar los cuerpos y otros elementos. Él trataba de conservar los cuerpos lo mejor posible en un estado de momificación. En los cuerpos también se encontraron que Anatoly les había introducido cajas de música, así como otros artículos personales de cada víctima. La caja de música fue puesta en su pecho de las víctimas para que produjeran un sonido agradable cuando fueran levantadas o movidas por Anatoly. Así como las muñecas convencionales, güey, que ya ves que antes eran como las muñequitas de música. Haz de cuenta. Muchas de ellas llevaban la ropa con la cual fueron de hecho enterradas originalmente, pero la mayoría ya llevaba una ropa diferente. Uno de los artículos personales que antes dije, de los que me refería, eran pedazos de la piedra de su misma tumba que también la había introducido adentro de ellas. como parte del relleno de los cuerpos. Confesó que había colectado y preparado las muñecas por 10 años.
What the hell?
Ay, no. Muchos de los cadáveres ya tenían los orificios de los ojos huecos cuando él los había encontrado, así que le sacaba cualquier cosa que podría tener restante y los rellenaba con algodón y les ponía ojos de plásticos de muñecas. Algunos eran fijos y unos sí se podían mover. Y lo hacía porque tenía noches de película para que así ellas miraran las películas con él. Y otras veces temprano por la mañana se sentaban también a mirar sus caricaturas favoritas. También les contaba y las miraba y quería como si fueran sus propias hijas. Las trataba como si estuvieran vivas.
What the fuck?
Yes. Los cadáveres fueron examinados ya que se sospechaba de necrofilia, obviamente. Y me alivia decirles que todas las pruebas realizadas en todos los cadáveres y en el mismo Anatoly fueron negativas.
Qué bueno.
Nunca utilizó a los cadáveres con este propósito. Y aunque vivía con sus padres, estos dicen que nunca sospecharon de nada. Su madre dijo que había visto a las muñecas, mas solo pensó que era un tipo de hobby medio raro, ¿verdad? Pero que nunca imaginó, pero que nunca imaginó lo que realmente su hijo estaba haciendo, ya que aprovechaba que sus padres se ausentaban por largos periodos de tiempo del apartamento. O sea, vivían ahí, pero realmente no estaban ahí. Se iban por meses, sobre todo en el verano, y luego volvían a regresar.
¿A dónde chingados se iban?
Con otros familiares, por lo que pude leer, familiares, y pues ya estaban los dos retirados.
So viajaban.
Ajá. Ambos padres fueron internados, de hecho, por paros cardíacos después de conocer más detalles de lo que había hecho su hijo.
Ahí me quedo yo con la muñeca ahí tirada.
So I kind of believed them, porque en un principio realmente mucha gente no les creyó que is no way que no supieran. Pero cuando empezaron a salir más detalles, yo miré las entrevistas, y aunque están en otro idioma, están traducidas al inglés, si gustan verlas. Realmente yo creo que no sabía nada de eso. Realmente yo creo que sí. Su mamá dijo que se les afiguraba a unas
ni alguna
muñecas,
sospecha.
Ellos dijeron que no. Que ellos se les imaginaba como que había antes en Rusia unas muñecas que eran hechas también a mano y que ella se imaginaba como que eran así. Claro que pues como él no era un profesional, pues estaba.
¿Y el olor qué pedo?
Bueno, para allá voy. Déjame decirte eso. Te digo, supuestamente los papás nunca supieron nada, unos les creyeron, otros no.
I don't believe it.
Anatoly les dio nombre a cada una de ellas. Eran su compañía. Platicaba con ellas, comía con ellas, incluso dormía con ellas.
Santa cachucha.
Familiares dicen que solo una vez cuestionaron a Anatoly y a sus padres. Y esto pasó tras un día festivo en un año nuevo donde Anatoly introdujo a una de las muñecas a la familia, sentándola en la mesa familiar.
Hello, this is my friend.
Yes. Well, no fue así, pero...
Güey.
Sí, güey.
What the hell. Ey, ¿sabes que hay gente que se casa con monos?
Güey.
¿Con muñecas?
Más String Edition en TLC creo que salía.
Ya. Es como un fetish, yo no sé qué.
Ya, es un fetiche.
No, I think it's something more than a fetish.
Obviamente, es un fetiche, güey, pero para mí son muy retorcidos. Obviamente ya no estás bien de acá arriba cuando haces ese tipo de cosas.
Porque se casan con ellos. I don't know what they call it. No sé cómo se les dice, pero sí, like, se casan and they have, like, tienen como una... Así como regular, like, no sé.
Como pareja normal, o sea, como si fuera pareja
y la mona nomás ahí como, like,
tú dale, yo aquí me quedo. Pues, haz de cuenta que sí fue. Dice que llegó a la mesa familiar, la sentó y la presentó con el nombre de Masha.
¿Masha and the Bay?
No.
Ya no voy a ver esa caricatura.
M-A-S-H-A, Masha, así. Él dijo, hola, ella es Masha, se las presento. No le tengan miedo. Así le dijo, güey.
No mames, que llegue tu tío y que te diga sobre like...
Güey, este hombre hizo que convivieran con los cadáveres.
No.
Y neta, nadie se alarmó.
Nadie,
O sea, nadie dijo.
No mames. Porque tan bueno que seas tú, un cadáver nunca se va a parecer a una pinche muñeca.
Güey,
Yo me lo hubiera quedado en el like,
te lo
güey,
juro
no
que yo nada
mames.
más digo de que es neta, güey, que todos
Todos
se
no
quedaron.
dijeron nada.
Y que todos solamente fueron como que, ay, el primo es medio raro, pero es
I
familia
would
el
have called the
primo.
police 100%. No
Yes.
mames.
O sea, más personas vieron a estas muñecas, no realmente nada más fueron sus papás. Familiares, familiares cercanos también llegaron a ver por lo menos a una de ellas.
Ajá.
So, no manches, güey.
No mames.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Vecinos declararon estar en shock cuando salió la noticia y se hizo pública. Ahora contestando a lo de tu olor, a lo del olor,
Ujú.
no de tu olor, perdón, a tu pregunta del olor.
Hey, yo tengo your secretary right now, por favor.
My bad, my bad. Se escuchó medio raro, my bad. Ellos dijeron que simplemente estaban en shock porque él era muy reservado y callado y que sus padres eran realmente excelentes personas, de lo más amables. Ellos dijeron a los vecinos, dijeron, bueno, sí, de repente se le da un olor medio extraño como a rancio del apartamento. Pero la verdad uno no quiere ser grosero.
No,
solo
fuck that.
dice, espérame.
Mm-mm.
Solo pensamos que se trataba de falta de higiene y de humedad, que en los sótanos de esta ciudad es algo muy común aquí, de hecho. Y yo así de que, miren, no me preguntan por qué.
No.
Si alguna vez ustedes han olido el olor de que sale de un cuerpo, es un olor que nunca vas a oler en tu vida.
Yo
O
quiero
sea,
oler
como
uno.
comparar, no te lo puedes comparar.
That's what I'm saying. Ok, no, yo no creo. Tú puedes pasar un pinche año sin bañarte. Pues yo creo que
it's a
todavía,
different smell.
yo todavía no creo que nunca va a llegar al olor de un cuerpo
No.
desechándose a
diferente.
perder.
Hay diferentes tipos de olores. O sea, creo que todo el mundo hemos olido cuando un animal muere o no
Ujú.
sé, ¿me entiendes? No, huele diferente.
That's what I'm
Huele
saying.
diferente.
No mames.
Y bueno, algo que creo que todos nos estamos preguntando es el por qué este hombre hizo estas cosas. ¿Qué lo llevó a cometer este delito que
He
hizo?
was lonely.
De acuerdo a su propia declaración, todo empezó cuando él era muy pequeño, entre los 12 y 13 años, y atendió un funeral de una compañera de escuela que había fallecido. Era una niña de 11 años de edad. Él cuenta que no solo la muerte de su compañera le impactó grandemente, sino que fue más el sentirla, ya que él dice que varios adultos, incluyendo los padres de la niña, lo animaron no solo a él, sino también a los demás compañeros para acercarse al ataúd de la niña y darle un beso en la frente como despedida. Güey, tú y yo sabemos que esto de hecho es común.
Esto es lo que a mí me caga. Los niños no pertenecen en funerales.
Yo no sé si es algo generacional, porque nuestros papás lo hacían. Yo iba, güey, a los funerales cuando era pequeña.
Ujú.
Yo sé que tú no llevarías a tu hijo a un funeral.
No, I wouldn't.
Ni a tus niños. Por eso te digo, no sé si es algo generacional, porque nuestros papás lo hacían y sus papás lo hicieron. No
Yeah.
miraban absolutamente nada malo
Mm.
con eso. Ahorita obviamente ya creo que es raro ver a
Güey.
los niños en funerales.
Yeah.
Estoy completamente de acuerdo contigo. Es un trauma innecesario, gente.
No, es que es tu abuelita y quiere
Sí.
que... No mames. What? I would be like, no.
Ahora, si es de servicio con cuerpo presente y está abierto el ataúd, usualmente sí a mí sí me ha tocado, yo me acuerdo de que despídete, ya es la última vez que lo vas a mirar. Incluso sí, es verdad, lo siento mucho, pero es verdad. Yo sí tengo recuerdos de familiares diciéndome,
Ujú.
pues si le quieres dar un besito o le quieres besar la mano. Y yo
Ok,
así
en primer
de-
lugar, besarle la mano a la gente cuando están vivos es guácala. Y luego
Y
más
muerto.
y ya muerto
Es
está
que
más.
yo te digo, ellos
Yeah.
lo miran como si estuvieras rindiéndole un tipo de respeto. Yo no sé.
No, that's
No
not
quiero
okay.
malinterpretar esto ni ser grosera ni nada. Si es como alguien tiene esa costumbre o es parte de tu
Ujú.
religión, yo no sé. X, cada quien, ¿verdad? Pero personalmente es que esa imagen no se te olvida.
No, that's not okay.
Es completamente innecesario realmente. No
Yeah,
lo es.
no, I don't-
Entonces, él dice, no, aclarando que no estoy justificando las
Lo que
acciones
él
de
hizo, ya no.
de este amiguito, ¿verdad? Pero entiendo como de que, ok, como que despertó algo en él,
Ujú, ujú.
muy cabrón de que
Y
él
luego a
dice,
los 12 años es cuando todavía estás like...
te estás formando, es
Yeah.
como la transición de niño a adolescente,
Yeah.
más o menos. Entonces él dice que eso a él es como su primera memoria de esto y lo impactó. Él dice que él sabía que era su compañera, pero que no se miraba como su compañera.
Ujú.
O sea, obviamente porque estaba muerta. Y que recuerda muy vívidamente cómo sentía su piel en sus labios cuando él se acercó y le dio el beso en la frente. O sea, lo impactó todo, lo impactó lo impactó de que un día para otro su compañera ya no estuviera. Lo impactó que su compañera obviamente ya no tenía el mismo aspecto de cómo él la recordaba. Por eso
Ujú.
es muy importante que se queden con esa
Imagen.
imagen. Y tercera y más culera, de que él siente muy vívidamente cómo se sentía el
Su-
contacto
de piel
humano
con
ya
sus
con
la-
una persona que está muerta.
What
Ok.
the hell?
Dijo que era una sensación como tocar cera de una vela, no la de una piel humana. Ya lo hemos dicho aquí antes, como te digo ahorita, por favor, traumas innecesarios.
Mi cara es like...
No lo hagan, sí, la cara ya quise que what the fuck. Pero eso él lo tiene como muy presente.
Ujú.
También él dice que él deseaba tener mucho una hija,
Oh.
pero que encontraba el concepto del sexo demasiado intimidante y la verdad algo asqueroso. No
So
le
he
llamaba
was
la atención.
asexual.
No le llamaba la atención. O sea, realmente dice que ni siquiera el contacto así humano, o sea, como que tenía
Físico,
que
ajá.
socializar con otras personas, ni
Ujú.
siquiera le gustaba eso. Por eso pasaba mucho tiempo en los cementerios, le parecían lugares muy pacíficos, no sé. desde
So
muy
prefería a la
pequeño.
gente pero muerta.
No sé, no fui tanto a detalles.
No, igual que la...
Aparte que no creas, no dio muchas declaraciones. Por lo mismo, igual, siempre fue muy reservado. Bueno, él decía que encontraba todo el concepto del sexo un poco asqueroso, pero que su deseo era de ser padre, era muy grande. Él dice que a los principios del año 2000, tras una discusión muy fuerte con sus padres, cuando éste les comunica su deseo de ser padre, pero por medio de la adopción, él nos dice que sus padres estuvieron completamente en desacuerdo y que tuvieron una pelea, y que esto le causó una pelea muy fuerte entre los tres. Dice que se encontraba tan frustrado no solo porque sus padres no aceptaban que él quisiera adoptar, sino también porque cuando trató de adoptar, la agencia de adopción le negó la adopción por dos grandes razones. La primera era de que no estaba casado,
Ujú.
y la segunda era de que no generaba lo suficiente, pues, económicamente como para sustentar a un hijo. Esto lo frustraba tanto que es cuando él decide robar su primer cadáver de una niña y empieza a experimentar con él. Él dijo que el cadáver ya estaba en una descomposición avanzada, pero que aún tenía suficiente piel para ser rellenada. Era una niña y tenía el pelo muy largo, llevaba un vestido y los zapatos ya estaban muy viejos. Dijo que cuando lo llevó a su casa, lo rellenó de trapos y calcetines, unos rellenos de arroz y otros de harina. Lo coció, lo cubrió con sal y bicarbonato por varios días en un lugar oscuro y seco y después lo barnizó con cera y esmalte de uñas. Súper raro. Dijo que su intención nunca había sido lastimar a las niñas ni a nadie.
Ujú.
Simplemente se sentía solo y quería darles una segunda oportunidad, ya que según él pensaba que la medicina algún día iba a avanzar tanto que algún día iba a poder regresar a las niñas a la vida.
No mames, ahí la cagó ahí. What the hell?
Le pidieron que se disculpara y él dijo que no se disculparía con los familiares. Él le dijo a los padres de las víctimas durante el juicio: ustedes abandonaron a sus hijas y yo las llevé a casa y les di un lugar cálido. Ustedes las abandonaron en un cementerio frío y las dejaron solas.
Por lo que a mí me concierne, su ciclo con ellas terminó en ese momento. Cualquier derecho que ustedes tuvieran sobre ellas, ahí lo dejaron. Estas niñas ya no tienen padres, no conozco a ninguno de ellos y tampoco quiero hacerlo. En el momento que ellas fueron enterradas, ahí terminaron sus derechos sobre ellas, así que no me voy a disculpar. Yo les di una segunda oportunidad, amo a cada una de ellas y sé que ellas me aman a mí. Somos una familia somos una familia, perdón. Los familiares pidieron la pena de muerte y exigieron compensaciones, excepto uno de los padres de las víctimas. Se rehusó a aceptar cualquier compensación de Anatoly. Muchos, aunque no lo crean, simpatizaron con el hombre y romantizaron la historia, diciendo, este hombre no hizo nada malo, está chisqueado pero no hizo nada malo, no mató, no hirió ni lastimó a nadie, cuidó de estos cadáveres y les dio amor. Los humanos estamos hechos para formar vínculos con otros seres humanos. Debería de ser tratado por problemas psicológicos, pero no encarcelado. Y fue así, güey, esta gente a mí me preocupa. A mí me preocupa porque pregúntales esto a los familiares. Uno de los familiares de la primera, de hecho, víctima que él dijo que contó, la madre, ella dijo, su hija, de hecho, fue asesinada, la niña, fue asesinada cuando ella era su primer día de la niña caminando sola a la escuela. Alguien la secuestró, sufrió la niña, la torturaron y la mataron. La madre dijo, nunca me imaginé que tendría que volver a revivir todo eso y enterrar a mi hija por segunda vez. Pensando, a mí no me importa si este hombre dice que la trató bien, que esto, que lo otro. Convivió con el cadáver de mi hija por más de 10 años. Y yo pensando en mi hija como que ya estaba pues descansando en paz. Y de alguna manera, cuando tú pierdes a un hijo, ella fue lo que dijo, nunca lo vas a superar, pero es lo único que te da un poco de consuelo. Que en este mundo lleno de maldad, tu hija, su alma, su cuerpo, lo que tú lo quieras ver, ya está descansando. Y el hecho de que este hombre me hace revivir todo esto 10 años después y que diga, yo no hice nada malo, y que gente esté simpatizando con él, dice, la mamá dijo, like, it's bullshit. No, son chingaderas. Y sí, güey, o sea, es que imagínate, es muy fácil decir porque no estás en la situación de los familiares. Porque de hecho uno de ellos dijo, creo que no había estado como que muy presente en la vida de la hija. Y fue el único padre que dijo como, yo lo perdono, no estoy enojado con él. De hecho, él trató mejor a mi hija de lo que yo lo hice en vida. Pero fue el único. El único. De ahí para el real, como dicen, todos obviamente estaban indignadísimos de que personas estuvieran simpatizando con él. Y como muchos estaban diciendo que los seres humanos estamos formados para formar vínculos, sí, con otros seres vivos, humanos.
Nobody puede vivir solo así como él. Por eso es como, güey, como en la cárcel cuando ponen a los prisioneros en solitary confinement, te vuelves pinche loco, güey. Él es lo que prácticamente estaba viviendo así, sin ningún contacto físico, ni hablar con nadie, ni nada, y se estaba volviendo loco, güey.
Estaba en soledad, güey. Obviamente tenía problemas psicológicos porque qué chingados, puedes sentirte muy solo, pero cómprate un perro, güey. Adopta gatitos, yo no sé, pero hacer esa mamada.
Un pinche cotorro para que te responda para atrás.
No, porque son bien dedos. La casa de la Perry. Me acordé. Sorry. Ok, seria. Ok, dijeron que pues lo trataron por problemas psicológicos, pero que supuestamente no debería de estar encerrado. El veredicto final fue de que Anatoly no era una persona mentalmente competente para afrontar un proceso judicial, por lo que la sentencia en el 2013 fue no enviarlo a la cárcel, pero sí a un centro psiquiátrico. Ahí duró 5 años hasta que en el 2018 los médicos tratantes le aconsejaron a la policía a liberarlo para que siguiera su proceso en casa. Este también fue diagnosticado con esquizofrenia. Los padres de las víctimas alzaron su voz en contra de la determinación. Incluso sus propios padres de él no estaban de acuerdo de que él saliera. Al final se determinó que a pesar de sus grandes avances psicológicos, porque sí avanzó, este no sería liberado, ya que realmente nunca demostró ningún tipo de remordimiento y de arrepentimiento. Y él sigue creyendo que no tiene nada de que arrepentirse. A él lo dice es que no hice nada malo. O sea, entiendo que es un crimen lo que hice, pero nunca les hice nada malo a los cadáveres. Y él sigue firmemente diciendo de que él no se va a disculpar. O sea, avanzó, pero nunca aceptó su culpa igual. Y él sigue firme de que no se va a disculpar con los padres de familias. A este criminal se le dio el apodo y se le conoce de hecho como el fabricante de muñecas. Y esta fue la historia que yo traje el día de hoy. ¿Qué les pareció? ¿Qué piensan de esta historia?
Me dio más miedo, güey. Me dio como...
Está muy tétrica.
It creeped me, güey.
Sí.
No sé. Like, este güey está... si él hubiera estado aquí en los Estados Unidos...
hubiera sido diferente.
Él podía como técnicamente calificar por not guilty for reason of insanity. Porque él realmente...
Y creo que se hubiera librado, güey.
Se hubiera librado, güey.
Sí.
¿Por qué? Porque él realmente no conoce, no sabe diferenciar entre lo bueno y lo malo. Porque he's not apologizing for it. No se está disculpando. Él todavía no piensa que hizo nada malo.
Exactamente.
So, like, he could literally, nomás hubiera recibido, maybe, like, tratamiento en un internado, en un,
sanatorio.
En un sanatorio, pero después de ahí ya suelto, güey.
Sí. Yo también pienso lo mismo. Porque le explicaron, o sea, es que tú entiendes que es un acto de más allá del vandalismo, extraer un cuerpo, eso es un delito, y él dice, sí entiendo, sí comprendo eso, entiendo que cometí un delito y creo que debería de yo pagar por ese delito.
Por robárselos.
Pero él dice, pero es que no le hice daño a nadie, yo las amo, son mis hijas, y él recuerda, o sea, y él obviamente contigo dije, en el caso, les puso nombre, las trató. Sus padres sufrieron, creo que 2 ataques nerviosos y uno al corazón de enterarse de más y más detalles de lo que su hijo, la desesperación de querer hacerle entender que lo que había hecho estaba mal y de que él fuera de que no, es que no, y me las cuidan, porque las van a dejar ahí, ¿verdad? Les digo que agradablemente la noticia es de que cada una de las víctimas fueron regresadas una por una, poco a poco, a su lugar, no de original descanso, pero fueron regresadas y puestas para ser descansadas, esperemos ahora sí, eternamente por lo que les queda. Pero este fue el caso de hoy.
No va a poder dormir.
Espero les está muy dark.
This one freaked me out a little bit. Ese sí me dio un poquito miedito.
En Facebook les voy a poner las fotos, porque tengo las fotos de las
víctimas de las muñecas.
Ajá, de las muñecas, y sí están bien creepy, güey. Están de que, como tú dices, como nadie se dio cuenta de que estas eran...
No eran de
no
mentiritas.
Eran las conservó súper bien. Súper bien. O sea, realmente estaban muy bien conservadas. Es de que este güey era un hombre inteligente.
Tan siquiera no hubo necrofilia.
No.
That's the only, like, the silver lining.
De hecho, se presume, no lo puedo comprobar, pero él declaró de que él era virgen, supuestamente, por lo mismo.
Pero porque él dijo que el sexo no le atraía.
No, y no era gay, no era homosexual, no iba por ahí.
Asexual.
Tal vez. Pero, como les digo, les voy a dejar las fotografías ahí en Facebook. Se van a dar cuenta. Unas no las voy a poner por respeto, la verdad. Aunque no creo que las familias, ¿me entiendes?, vayan a mirar o lo que sea, simplemente como, like, it's just a principle, like, no voy a poner esas, pero las que están como cubiertas, sí, porque hay unas que sí, pues, las pusieron como ya cuando retiraron todos los vendajes y las máscaras o los que ellos tenían, también estaban ahí. No las van a encontrar en Google, tienes que indigar un poquito más, pero este fue el episodio de hoy. Espero que les haya gustado. Nos vemos aquí la próxima semana. Gracias por seguir escuchándonos y apoyándonos. Yo soy Jessica Torres.
Yo soy Jackie Espinosa.
Y esto fue
Zona del Crimen.
Hasta la próxima.
Adiós.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Level up your listening with Bose Quiet Comfort Ultra earbuds and headphones with immersive sound and world-class noise cancellation for a not-so-silent night. Visit Bose.com/Spotify to shop sound that's more than a present.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. This is your host, Debbie. Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. I'm your host, Debbie, and today we have a very special guest. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, Debbie. Thanks so much for having me. I'm Nicole Portwood. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Salad & Go.
Woo! And we're so excited to have you on. So you guys just had your grand opening here in Waco, well, in the Hewitt area. But we're so glad to have you here. So tell us all about it. How long have you been here? You just opened up. What'd you guys do?
Yeah, so we just opened up at Hewitt and Imperial about a month ago, and it's going really, really great so far. Salad & Go has actually been around since 2013, but we opened up in Arizona and have just been expanding ever since. So far, the reception in Waco has been warm and wonderful, and we're just looking forward to continuing to grow and become part of the community.
Yes, I'm so glad that you guys reached out and were able to get on the show and get this scheduled today. I'm glad you guys have a location here in Waco because we don't have anything else like this. What is part of the reason why you guys decided to choose Waco?
Well, our mission, our core mission is really to bring delicious, nutritious food to everyone. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone. So that means we focus on not only just great flavor, but really affordable pricing and convenient access through our drive-thrus and online ordering. And it's funny, I was looking through the Act Locally Waco website before talking with you today, and I saw there was some of the same language about really wanting to build communities that are great for all and opening our arms and welcoming everyone. We just think everybody should have choice. And you're right that there aren't a lot of things like Salad & Go out there. And, ultimately a lot of what people have access to is unhealthy food, or it's really expensive and wildly inconvenient. We're all super, super busy, right?
Yes.
So Salad & Go is a great way to fulfill your cravings because it tastes absolutely amazing. And I would love for you guys to go give it a try, but to do it without breaking the bank. And with the drive-through model, it makes it super simple.
I love that. One of my friends was just raving about it the other day, talking about how they got a whole lunch for only $8, an under $10 lunch here in Waco. That's absolutely fantastic. We're so glad to have that.
Yeah, it's part of our whole promise, right? We serve huge 48-ounce salads where everything is fresh. We control everything in our central kitchens. And that salad, including a protein, chicken or tofu, and our own house-made dressings, is going to come in at under $7. And then we've got all these incredible lemonades and fresh teas and cold brew and strawberry lemonades. So all of that, again, like making it really affordable so that you can have healthy food and make those choices is a big part of what we're out there to do every single day.
Yes, and we're so glad to have you guys here in Waco. I know this is the first place you guys opened here in the Waco area. Are you guys hoping for expansion, hoping to have more going on?
Absolutely. We've already got another store slated for Temple coming soon. I know that's not Waco, but it's
It's close
all,
enough.
it's in that Central Texas area. We're looking at other places around Austin and certainly continuing to grow in the DFW area. We're really finding a lot of love for what we have to offer in Central Texas.
I love that. And with your drive-through model, it makes it so easy to and so accessible. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so our stores are essentially drive-through only. There's no dining area, and that really is so we can offer this really efficient, affordable model for everyone. You could order in the drive-through, of course, but you can also order online or through our app. And we have a mobile pickup lane at the Hewitt location to make it even simpler, right? Like just we have drive-through times of under 2 minutes. So there's no more having to compromise on having something healthy and delicious because you only have a few minutes to go through a drive-through. We want to help people make those great choices.
Yeah, and with the holidays coming up, I bet that's going to be amazing. With Thanksgiving just coming up and passing, it's been crazy eating so much food. So it's going to be great to have that healthy option and that fresh salad available.
I completely agree. You know, we chuckle about it sometimes because we do see our Monday sales and Monday traffic is really, really high. And we always say to ourselves, well, look, you were just, watching football, celebrating with family, indulging in all kinds of wonderful things that should be part of a well-balanced life and well-balanced nutrition. And then you wake up on Mondays and you're like, I think it's time for a salad. I want to reset my body. I want to get those healthy, fresh ingredients. But like I said, the thing that amazes me is that our chef has managed to create these meals that, yes, they are healthy and have these incredible nutrition profiles, but they really do taste incredible. So you don't feel like you're, sacrificing on something that's super yummy, but also really good for you.
So it really can be a guilty pleasure, but without the guilt.
Exactly. That's, I think there's a lot to be said for that because when you try our food, I really think you're going to fall in love, not just with how it tastes, but how it makes you feel. And ultimately, that's what we're all after, right? Like food is no fun if you're eating it and you're like, yeah, it's good for me, but this is not fun to eat. And Chef has really focused on making sure that the food tastes incredible with house-made dressings and, flavor combinations and our signature salads. And of course, you can build your own. You can have it as a wrap. We have soups. We've got breakfast. We've really got something for everybody.
Yes, of course. That's amazing. And tell us what times we can find you, what days, what are your open hours?
Yep, we are open 7 days a week from 6:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. on the weekdays and from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. on the weekends. And you might be thinking, salad place, why are you open at 6:30 in the morning? But as I mentioned, we have incredible breakfast options, really, really delicious breakfast burritos. We have our own in-house cold brew and hot coffee. And one thing that we've actually seen that's just so exciting and solves problems for so many busy people. So if you come through our drive-through in the morning, you can pick up your breakfast burrito and your coffee and your salad for lunch. Take it with you. We keep the dressing separate, so it's going to stay fresh for you all day long. And then when you find yourself in the middle of a really busy day, you don't necessarily have time to go make food for yourself or pick something up that's going to be healthy. You've already made that great choice and it's there waiting for you. It just kind of takes the complication out of the day.
I love that. And that's amazing. And again, you can order online. Give us your website and the app, of course, where you can find all the information.
Yeah, we're saladandgo.com. You can download the app. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok at saladandgo. And we're always out there in the community trying to, build relationships with people. Our folks who work at the store live and work and exist in the Waco community, just like the people that we're serving. And they have a lot of pride with what we're bringing to the table. So we hope to continue to, build relationships and be a part of this really thriving community that you guys have built in Waco.
I love that. That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. With that, we're going to take a quick commercial break and we'll be right back.
Okie doke.
And now for a word from our sponsors. And now, back to the episode. All right, one of the first questions I love to ask when we get back from break is, what is something you would like to see more of in Waco? I know we've already talked about how we're kind of a nutrition desert. We don't have anything like this. What is something you would like to see more of?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we talk about being part of a solution. The food systems in our country are not working great for everyone. And while we know we're not the only answer, things like what Salad and Go is doing are what we'd love to see more of in communities across the country, including places like Waco, where access to healthy, affordable, convenient food is available to everyone. And unfortunately, that's just not really the case as things stand right now. The systems that are in place make eating really healthy either really expensive or just difficult to accomplish with a busy life when maybe you have 2 jobs that you're juggling, or you're running children or elders to different places for care. It just becomes very, very difficult. And I think just an understanding of what a person's life is like on a daily basis, and companies that create solutions that fit into those lives, but offer people the opportunity to have the nutrition and the well-being that they deserve. That's what we'd love to see more of. We recognize that we are one solution in a sea change that needs to happen across the board.
I love that. And you guys are really centered on community as well. And you guys have done a lot of community outreach. Talk about some of that you guys have done.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a program where when we're training our teams in the lead up to opening a store, we always donate those training salads. And in Waco specifically, we donated about 900 salads through the community. We worked with 2 specific partners, Family of Faith and Caritas of Waco. We work really closely with the Texas food banks in North and Central Texas, and they've been so gracious in helping connect us with partners in the communities that we serve across the country. And that's sort of the pre-opening piece. But then once we open a store, it is all about sponsoring the little league games and donating salads to teacher days and really becoming part of the fabric of the community. Because like I said, the people who work in our stores are part of your community, and they want to see it grow and thrive just as much as everyone else.
I love that. And how can people reach out about that? How can people get involved?
Yeah, I mean, visiting our stores, we have an incredible store manager. Shout out to Tyler Gill and the entire team at Store 1433 for all the great work you guys are doing. We're always wanting to hear from people who want Salad and Go to be part of their event, part of the work that they're doing. If there's a volunteering opportunity or an opportunity to feed volunteers, that's certainly something that we want to be able to support.
All right, perfect. That's amazing. And of course, this sounds like an amazing opportunity for people to get a wonderful, healthy lunch for cheap. And it's so great that you guys are here. I know we're already coming up on the end of 2023, beginning of 2024. What are some of your goals for the end of this year and beginning of next year?
Oh boy. Well, we are continuing to expand. As I mentioned, we've got a lot of new stores opening in Central Texas over the course of the next few weeks and next few months. I think what we'd really love to see is the continued conversation that we're having with our guests and hearing from people about what they love, what they'd like to see, what their favorite things are, what their least favorite things are. That communication and the kind of two-way street with our guests is a big part of what's made us successful so far. We take the role of service very seriously, not just in the community service that we do, but in the actual service of the guests that we're sharing our food with every single day. So hearing from people and continuing to grow that dialogue is really important, especially once we have a new store open in a community. It's important for us to be a real part of that space.
I love that. And I'm so glad you guys are here in Waco. I know you already shouted out some amazing organizations that you guys have worked with. And of course, you're an amazing manager. But is there anyone else you want to shout out that's helped along with this journey?
Oh my goodness, there are too many people to shout
I know,
out.
everybody always says that. Don't forget anybody, they'll come after you.
It takes a village. It really does. Everyone from our district managers and market directors who are working out of our headquarter offices to support these teams, to Crystal Cloyd, who heads up our field marketing organization, and Faith Dawson, who's our local field marketing support system for these new stores in Central Texas. And then, of course, the operating teams that make all this stuff actually happen. And I'll say his name again, Tyler Gill, you're doing a great job. But it's our own community, the Salad and Go community, that helps to support these new store openings and make sure they have everything that they need to deliver really delicious, great food to the community.
Yes, I absolutely love that. And one more time, give us all the information where we can find you, find more information about you, and how we get some amazing salads.
Absolutely. Come visit us at 736 Hewlett Drive in Waco. You can find us online at saladandgo.com or on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok at Salad and Go. We also have an app that you can download if you want to order with us that way. We've got 2 big drive-through lanes just waiting to see you. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We're here for you.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us today and coming on the show. Is there anything else you want to share with our listeners?
No, I just want to thank you so much for having me, for helping us spread the word about what we're doing in Waco. And we're excited to be part of the community.
Yay, we're so excited to have you. Find us
us everywhere on all social media platforms, KNOW_Waco. Check us out at RogueMediaNetwork.com, and we're on YouTube under Rogue Media Network. Check out NoWaco.com.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Frozen, frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen, frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Frozen, frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen, frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't right, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. Central Texas Life with Ann Harder presents Central Texas Events.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Central Texas Events, and it's wonderful to have Tiffany Schreiner with us. And it's really a joy, but it's kind of bittersweet because we're here to talk about our mutual friend, Allison Dixon, who we lost in October. What a story she is.
You know, Anne, I knew every single moment with Allison was precious, but I'm not sure that I would begin to fully understand the grace of her soul and her tenacity until I was sitting with my daughter, Harper, at Allison's celebration of life a couple of weeks ago in Temple.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm always reminded the time I was really able to be with her the most was at the fundraiser for Peaceable Kingdom Retreat for Children that you helped orchestrate. And we were all there. It was just a lovely event. And she looked so beautiful. And a lot of people were getting there. I got my picture with her. And so, in fact, I posted on Facebook when I had gotten word that she had passed away. But what an incredible life, because, I mean, she was diagnosed with this rare form of muscular dystrophy at 15 months.
Yes.
And wasn't supposed to live to be 7 years old.
Right.
And lived to 43. And not just lived. I mean, this is a life so exceptional. She's a brilliant scholar. And just a heart as big as all outdoors, but with her philanthropy. And it's just, she's just remarkable. I mean, there's nobody like her. But what you have kind of caught on to, and so many have, is that her favorite saying was, I don't need easy, I just need possible. Right. And as a result, that is a website for you to go to, justneedpossible.com, and you can learn more about Allison's life and what's being done to honor her contributions.
And I don't know that we'll ever fully live up to all that she envisioned,
Oh,
but
my
we're sure
goodness.
gonna try.
Yeah.
And there are multiple ways to give and celebrate and honor her legacy and her mission. Several scholarships are listed on the website, as well as her mission and vision and heartfelt effort to give to McLean Children's Hospital.
Yes.
And that's really where I come in. I want to help with every piece of it.
Yeah.
But the children, if it's a children's philanthropic effort, I'm always 100% on board if I can be.
It's
For
kind
all
of
the
in your
reasons.
DNA. I mean,
that is.
For sure.
And my family. My family and Allison's family just go so far back. My sisters, Tessa and Tyndall, have been so close to Allison, and Tessa, she was with Allison every step of the way that she could be and helped her every way that she could. And I know she too feels so honored to have known her and to help carry on her legacy. So Christina Marshall of Temple and I have been talking and dreaming and dream mapping how we can best use our skills, our networks, our tribe of kind-hearted souls in Central Texas and beyond to help carry on her beautiful mission, Allison's Just Need Possible mission. And so Christina and I are starting with the piece that was so beautifully pioneered by Allison, and I know the Mullins family, Pat and Melissa and their girls, Mary Helen and Sally Mullins, they have helped so much with that endeavor as well. And so Christina and I are doing what we can, and I'm looking to Christina to spearhead that, and I'm helping where I can through our book and through our Peaceable Kingdom connections.
Right. The Peaceable Kingdom, for those that don't know, is a retreat for children just like Allison.
That's right.
That they can have an outdoors experience, a wonderful camp-like experience, in spite of their handicaps.
That's right. And Jim Bomer and Doris Bomer, my grandparents, were the ones who started Peaceable Kingdom, and they were very, very good friends with Allison's parents.
I'm sure they've known each other a
law
long
partners with Allison's neighbors. David Courtney of Texas Monthly is one of our dearest family friends, and he grew up right next to Allison.
Yeah.
He's the Texanist in the Texas Monthly, last page of every
Exactly.
Texas Monthly.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He and his daughter Sarah and wife Kendall Courtney, they've all just been such a part of our Allison Dixon family. And, we're all the better for it.
Yeah,
So much so.
I know. We were so sad, to learn of her passing, but man, what an incredible life. And you have had an incredible life. I mean, everything that you've
Nothing
done.
compared to
But,
Allison.
let's talk about your Cosmic Cowgirl, though. I mean,
Yes, so-
when you've been on this podcast to talk about your book, but it's hot off the press, really.
Well, it is. Yeah, we launched it just after the new year in 23, and it has taken on a life of its own. I guess I kind of knew that somewhere instinctively that it would, but not quite to this caliber. And now I get to use the book. We're partnering with Texas libraries, school libraries. We were just at the Gerald ISD Library reading to hundreds of kids and working with them, teaching them, many of the tenets that Allison believed in as well: kindness, courage, and resilience. And that's what this book's all about.
It is. It's a perfect pairing.
I'm going to cry probably here in a second. It's coming. But So, and we'll be partnering with the Burnett and Bertram and Marble Falls libraries in the spring and their Bluebonnet Festival. And at all of those places, we're taking Allie's spirit with us.
Yeah.
So she's Allie D to us.
Yeah.
So from today through January, we are giving a portion of the proceeds from our holiday book sales to the McLean Children's Project through Allison Dixon's mission and vision.
Okay.
And so if you buy a book with us, then 25% of those sales through the holiday book sales will go back to the McLean Children's mission and vision. And all of the information about that mission and that beautiful vision is on the justneedpossible.com website. And Christina Marshall, again, is heading that up. I'm helping where I can.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about the Cosmic Cowgirl. I mean, we had her little visage when you were here before.
Yes, we did. We brought her lassoing the moon.
We brought her lassoing the moon. But where all are the books available now? I mean, obviously online, but
Amazon. But the Amazon is great because it's so accessible. However, it's a travel size version of the book on Amazon, just because that's the way Amazon decided to package it. If you order directly from us, then you get the hard copy, and if you order today through January, then you get the holiday edition, which comes with the hard copy. It comes with a leather keepsake that you can turn into a bookmark or a coaster, a belt buckle. But one of my favorite ways to wear it is sort of a medallion that you can wear. So it's the size of of a coaster, and it has one of our shooting stars on it and our Cosmic Cowgirl brand, which I actually have on my hand right now
it's
because
on your hand,
I've been at an arts retreat all weekend teaching at Camp Waldemar, and we were doing henna as part of the work, and so they branded me.
It stays with you
So
a while.
I've got it on me right now. Yeah, it stays with you for a few weeks. But yes, our Cosmic Cowgirl, and we also think for us, CC stands for Cosmic Cowgirl, obviously. But it also stands for everything that Allison and I and Christina and Tessa, my sister, and all of the Team Allie ladies and tribe believe in, and that's that courage and creativity is where we're all seeking to grow and help one another grow. So that's our CC, our courageous creativity. And
courageous creativity.
That's right.
Along with your Cosmic Cowgirl. Well, it's you've really certainly got a busy schedule ahead with sharing your book, and it's just catching on like wildfire.
It is. We're gonna need a team to help us wrangle some of this.
Team Cosmic Cowgirl.
Yes.
Well, count me in on that.
Right. You're at the helm, please. But for us specifically, if people want to order the book, if they want to get in on this holiday collection and supporting Allie's mission through the book, they can just hop on our Instagram page at Cosmic Cowgirl Book. All of our contact info is there.
Okay.
Or
good.
they can just email me directly at thewelltx@gmail.com. Thewelltx@gmail.com. So, but the easiest way in social media world is just to hop on Cosmic Cowgirl Book. Everything you could possibly want to know is there. Your podcasts are there, Ann's podcasts are there.
Good.
And, as much as Instagram will let us put on there, we have put on there to share with you all.
Yeah.
Link
away. That's good.
Yes. And Allison was always such a huge supporter of children, of all walks. Yeah. And that's why she gravitated toward scholarships, and that's why she gravitated toward McLean Children's and Peaceable Kingdom and the book. And she and I had many plans regarding the book for 2024. And now I'm going to carry her spirit with me for as long as she'll let me.
Absolutely. A favorite memory of her, of being with her?
A lot of times it was text messages.
Yeah.
The morning, the day before she passed away, we didn't know she was going to pass away. Allison had always just, when she'd gotten sick, somehow she would rally,
I know.
within herself.
She was incredible. Well, yeah, years ago, she had we all thought we were going to lose her then.
Yeah,
and
a couple of different times. Yeah, there were a handful of times where we thought this is it.
I mean, it wasn't a fast bounce back, but she would bounce back.
And so, none of us knew that this was it.
Right.
But the morning before she passed, I woke up like with her energy just all around me, and I said to her in a text, I actually sent it through Facebook Messenger because I didn't want to wake her up, and I knew that wouldn't wake her up. So I sent it through Facebook, and I just said, I've just realized what's missing in my life. And then 6 hours later, she responded, and she said, "What's that, T?" And I said, "I need a WWAD bracelet. What would Allie do?"
Yeah.
I said, "I don't have one." And then her response was all of these emojis that was just hearts and fireworks.
Oh, I bet she just thought that was...
Yeah, what would Allie do?
Amazing,
and so I'm having bracelets made. I'm wearing one right now that says, what would AD do? Allison Dixon, her birthday, September 18th. And Just Need Possible. She had also relayed to Kelly Garcia, who's one of her dearest friends and has been such a angel in all of this, brilliant angel. that she wanted the bracelets. Allison wanted the bracelets to just say "Just Need Possible." She didn't want the cred.
Yeah,
her
I
name
can
on
see
it.
her. I
So
can see
I
her
think
saying
maybe
that,
on
yeah.
the inside we might put a WWAD, but
Yeah.
outside she wanted "Just Need Possible." So I'm
Just
sure that's
Need
what.
Possible.
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't need easy, just need possible.
Yeah, and nothing was easy for her. It can't have been.
Yeah.
It can't have been because of her physical limitations.
That's right.
But she had a team alley.
Yeah.
For sure. In fact, had the little traveling alley. I remember taking her to St. Louis and having team alley at the Arch.
That's right.
She thought that was,
and
she
Laura
thought that was
Palmer
great.
been so great about that. I mean, there's been so many team alley traveling team
Pictures,
alley
yeah.
pictures all over the world.
Oh yeah.
And hopefully we can get a few more of those made as well and continue that tradition.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I hope so. I hope so.
Carrying her spirit with me helps me to remember to be better. Just every day a little better.
Yeah.
Even when it's really hard.
That's a good word. Thank you, Tiffany.
Mhm.
You are awesome.
Thank you.
And again, so they can get The Legend of the Cosmic Cowgirl.
Our book.
And the best place to get the Christmas package.
Yes,
that will help support.
To help support Allison's mission. Email me at thewelltx.com or hop on Cosmic Cowgirl Book on Instagram.
Yeah, the Well TX. We'll have that, in the leader before the podcast. So
Good.
yeah. So folks can click on that. Thank you, my
Thank
dear.
you for having us.
I love you.
Happy holidays. I love you too.
Yeah. And thanks for being
Happy
with us.
holidays.
We'll continue our love fest. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. This is your host, Debbie. Welcome back to another episode of No Waco. I'm your host, Debbie, and today we have a very special guest. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, Debbie. Thanks so much for having me. I'm Nicole Portwood. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Salad & Go.
Woo! And we're so excited to have you on. So you guys just had your grand opening here in Waco, well, in the Hewitt area. But we're so glad to have you here. So tell us all about it. How long have you been here? You just opened up. What'd you guys do?
Yeah, so we just opened up at Hewitt and Imperial about a month ago, and it's going really, really great so far. Salad & Go has actually been around since 2013, but we opened up in Arizona and have just been expanding ever since. So far, the reception in Waco has been warm and wonderful, and we're just looking forward to continuing to grow and become part of the community.
Yes, I'm so glad that you guys reached out and were able to get on the show and get this scheduled today. I'm glad you guys have a location here in Waco because we don't have anything else like this. What is part of the reason why you guys decided to choose Waco?
Well, our mission, our core mission, is really to bring delicious, nutritious food to everyone. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone. So that means we focus on not only just great flavor, but really affordable pricing and convenient access through our drive-thrus and online ordering. And it's funny, I was looking through the Act Locally Waco website before talking with you today, and I saw there was some of the same language about really wanting to build communities that are great for all and opening our arms and welcoming everyone. We just think everybody should have choice. And you're right that there aren't a lot of things like Salad & Go out there. And, ultimately a lot of what people have access to is unhealthy food, or it's really expensive and wildly inconvenient. We're all super, super busy, right?
Yes.
So Salad & Go is a great way to fulfill your cravings because it tastes absolutely amazing. And I would love for you guys to go give it a try, but to do it without breaking the bank. And with the drive-through model, it makes it super simple.
I love that. One of my friends was just raving about it the other day, talking about how they got a whole lunch for only $8. An under $10 lunch here in Waco. That's absolutely fantastic. We're so glad to have that.
Yeah, it's part of our whole promise, right? We serve huge 48-ounce salads where everything is fresh. We control everything in our central kitchens. And that salad, including a protein, chicken or tofu, and our own house-made dressings, is going to come in at under $7. And then we've got all these incredible lemonades and fresh teas and cold brew and strawberry lemonades. So all of that, again, like making it really affordable so that you can have healthy food and make those choices is a big part of what we're out there to do every single day.
Yes, and we're so glad to have you guys here in Waco. I know this is the first place you guys opened here in the Waco area. Are you guys hoping for expansion, hoping to have more going on?
Absolutely. We've already got another store slated for Temple coming soon. I know that's not Waco, but it's
It's close
all,
enough.
it's in that Central Texas area. We're looking at other places around Austin and certainly continuing to grow in the DFW area. We're really finding a lot of love for what we have to offer in Central Texas.
I love that. And with your drive-through model, it makes it so easy to and so accessible. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so our stores are essentially drive-through only. There's no dining area, and that really is so we can offer this really efficient, affordable model for everyone. You could order in the drive-through, of course, but you can also order online or through our app. And we have a mobile pickup lane at the Hewitt location to make it even simpler, right? Like we have drive-through times of under 2 minutes. So there's no more having to compromise on having something healthy and delicious because you only have a few minutes to go through a drive-through. We want to help people make those great choices.
Yeah, and with the holidays coming up, I bet that's going to be amazing. With Thanksgiving just coming up and passing, it's been crazy eating so much food. So it's going to be great to have that healthy option and that fresh salad available.
I completely agree. We chuckle about it sometimes because we do see our Monday sales and Monday traffic is really, really high. And we always say to ourselves, well, look, you were just, watching football, celebrating with family, indulging in all kinds of wonderful things that should be part of a well-balanced life and well-balanced nutrition. And then you wake up on Mondays and you're like, I think it's time for a salad. I want to reset my body. I want to get those healthy, fresh ingredients. But like I said, the thing that amazes me is that our chef has managed to create these meals that, yes, they are healthy and have these incredible nutrition profiles, but they really do taste incredible. So you don't feel like you're, sacrificing on something that's super yummy, but also really good for you.
So it really can be a guilty pleasure, but without the guilt.
Exactly. That's, I think there's a lot to be said for that because when you try our food, I really think you're going to fall in love, not just with how it tastes, but how it makes you feel. And ultimately, that's what we're all after, right? Like food is no fun if you're eating it and you're like, yeah, it's good for me, but this is not fun to eat. And Chef has really focused on making sure that the food tastes incredible with house-made dressings and, flavor combinations and our signature salads. And of course, you can build your own. You can have it as a wrap. We have soups. We've got breakfast. We've really got something for everybody.
Yes, of course. That's amazing. And tell us what times we can find you, what days, what are your open hours?
Incredible breakfast options, really, really delicious breakfast burritos. We have our own in-house cold brew and hot coffee. And one thing that we've actually seen that's just so exciting and, solves problems for so many busy people is if you come through our drive-through in the morning, you can pick up your breakfast burrito and your coffee and your salad for lunch. Take it with you. We keep the dressing separate, so it's going to stay fresh for you all day long. And then when you find yourself in the middle of a really busy day, you don't necessarily have time to go make food for yourself or pick something up that's going to be healthy. You've already made that great choice and it's there waiting for you. It just kind of takes the complication out of the day.
I love that. And that's amazing. And again, you can order online. Give us your website and the app, of course, where you can find all the information.
Yeah, we're saladandgo.com. You can download the app. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok at saladandgo. And we're always out there in the community trying to, build relationships with people. Our folks who work at the store live and work and exist in the Waco community, just like the people that we're serving. And they have a lot of pride with what we're bringing to the table. So we hope to continue to, build relationships and be a part of this really thriving community that you guys have built in Waco.
I love that. That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. With that, we're going to take a quick commercial break and we'll be right back.
Okie doke.
And now for a word from our sponsors.
Hey, I'm Blair.
And I'm Brittany.
And we're the host of
By the Cover Podcast. We cover everything from mysteries, thrillers, romance, chick lit, and even some smut.
Don't forget the smut. Yeah. We're so excited to get this thing going and share this with you guys. We've been talking about this for months, and it's finally happening.
Yes.
Special shout out to RogueMedia for helping us with this.
For sure, for sure. You can find us on Instagram at bythecover_podcast.
You can also find us on Facebook and TikTok, so don't forget to give us a follow on those too also.
We are so excited to dive into some of our favorite books and share those with you.
We can't wait. Hope you love it.
Hi, this is Sarah.
And I'm Carter.
And this is Some of Our Thoughts.
We're two Southern sommeliers, and we want to share everything we love and know about wine. We started hanging out during quarantine and cooking and drinking and listening to music, and we just thought this would be a great way to bring everything we know to you guys.
We will make wine knowledge and food pairings easy and approachable. So put on your favorite vinyl, grab your favorite glass of wine, tune into our show, and let's have some fun.
Wine and vinyl. So check us out on RogueMediaNetwork.com or wherever you get your favorite podcast. We'll be talking about a lot.
Hi, and welcome to Bustles and Bangers with your hostess, Rachel and Christopher.
I love it when you say my name.
And you didn't say hi.
I didn't. You just kept going. I'm going to introduce the book. I'm not reading it because I don't like reading.
Girls like cowboy butts, and those jeans don't hide anything. Find us on Instagram at Bustles and Bangers or on RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And now, back to the episode. All right. One of the first questions I love to ask when we get back from break is, what is something you would like to see more of in Waco? I know we've already talked about how we're kind of a nutrition desert. We don't have anything like this. What is something you would like to see more of?
Yeah, I think, we talk about being part of a solution. The food systems in our country are not working great for everyone. And while we know we're not the only answer, things like what Salad and Go is doing are what we'd love to see more of in communities across the country, including places like Waco, where access to healthy, affordable, convenient food is available to everyone. And unfortunately, that's just not really the case as things stand right now. The systems that are in place make eating really healthy either really expensive or just difficult to accomplish with a busy life when maybe you have two jobs that you're juggling, or you're running children or elders to different places for care. It just becomes very, very difficult. And I think just an understanding of what a person's life is like on a daily basis, and companies that create solutions that fit into those lives, but offer people the opportunity to have the nutrition and the well-being that they deserve. That's what we'd love to see more of. We recognize that we are one solution in a sea change that needs to happen across the board.
I love that. And you guys are really centered on community as well. And you guys have done a lot of community outreach. Talk about some of that you guys have done.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a program where when we're training our teams in the lead up to opening a store, we always donate those training salads. And in Waco specifically, we donated about 900 salads through the community. And we worked with two specific partners, Family of Faith and Caritas of Waco. We work really closely with the Texas food banks in North and Central Texas. And they've been so gracious in helping connect us with partners in the communities that we serve across the country. And, that's sort of the pre-opening piece. But then once we open a store, it is all about, sponsoring the Little League games and donating salads to teacher days and really becoming part of the fabric of the community. Because like I said, the people who work in our stores are part of your community and they want to see it grow and thrive just as much as everyone else.
I love that. And how can people reach out about that? How can people get involved?
Yeah, visiting our stores, we have an incredible store manager. Shout out to Tyler Gill and the entire team at Store 1433 for all the great work you guys are doing. We're always wanting to hear from people who want Salad and Go to be part of their event, part of the work that they're doing. If there's a volunteering opportunity or an opportunity to feed volunteers, that's certainly something that we want to be able to support.
All right, perfect. That's amazing. And of course, this sounds like an amazing opportunity for people to get a wonderful, healthy lunch for cheap. And it's so great that you guys are here. I know we're already coming up on the end of 2023, beginning of 2024. What are some of your goals for the end of this year and beginning of next year?
Oh boy. Well, we are continuing to expand. As I mentioned, we've got a lot of new stores opening in Central Texas over the course of the next few weeks and next few months. I think what we'd really love to see is the continued conversation that we're having with our guests and hearing from people about what they love, what they'd like to see, what their favorite things are, what their least favorite things are. That communication and the kind of two-way street with our guests is a big part of what's made us successful so far. We take the role of service very seriously, not just in the community service that we do, but in the actual service of the guests that we're sharing our food with every single day. So hearing from people and continuing to grow that dialogue is really important, especially once we have a new store open in a community. It's important for us to be a real part of that space.
I love that. And I'm so glad you guys are here in Waco. I know you already shouted out some amazing organizations that you guys have worked with, and of course, your amazing manager. But is there anyone else you want to shout out that's helped along with this journey?
Oh my goodness, there are too many people to shout
I know,
out.
everybody always says that. Don't forget anybody, they'll come after you.
It takes a village. It really does. Everyone from our district managers and market directors who are working out of our headquarter offices to support these teams, to Crystal Cloyd, who heads up our field marketing organization, and Faith Dawson, who's our local field marketing support system for these new stores in Central Texas. And then, of course, the operating teams that make all this stuff actually happen. And I'll say his name again, Tyler Gill, you're doing a great job. But it's our own community, the Salad and Go community, that helps to support these new store openings and make sure they have everything that they need to deliver really delicious, great food to the community.
Yes, I absolutely love that. And one more time, give us all the information where we can find you, find more information about you, and how we can get some amazing salads.
Absolutely. Come visit us at 736 Hewlett Drive in Waco. You can find us online at saladandgo.com or on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok at Salad and Go. We also have an app that you can download if you want to order with us that way. We've got 2 big drive-through lanes just waiting to see you. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We're here for you.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us today and coming on the show. Is there anything else you want to share with our listeners?
No, I just want to thank you so much for having me, for helping us spread the word about what we're doing in Waco. And we're excited to be part of the community.
Yay, we're so excited to have you. Find us everywhere on all social media platforms, KNOW_Waco. Check us out at RogueMediaNetwork.com, and we're on YouTube under Rogue Media Network. Check out NoWaco.com.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. Central Texas Life with Ann Harder presents Central Texas Events.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Central Texas Events with Ann Harder, and we're going to talk about Salado. You know, it's one of my favorite places on earth. I love the village of Salado, and I happen to love Christmas time, so guess what? We're going to talk about Christmas Stroll. And ladies, this is the 63rd year. Let me introduce Bev Turnbow and Kathy Sands. And Kathy, you've been in communication with me and sent me all kinds of pictures and all kinds of information. But it is a big, big event going on for many, many years.
Yes. This year, we have 5 beautiful homes. We have 2 large homes. One is 8,000 square feet. I think the other one's like 7,000.
Really?
Then we have some tiny cottages. So we have a wide variety. We try to do different things every year, and people decorate. People love to come look in Salado and all the homes because they are so beautiful.
Well, there's so many historic homes that have been maintained so beautifully. And I understand you live in one, or you grew up in one.
When we first moved to Salado, we lived in the old Tenney house.
Okay.
Which was built in 1855.
Oh, my goodness.
One of the oldest ones, and one of the professors at the college lived there. And so we loved it. Our children grew up there, and they just loved it.
Oh.
It had the gun ports in the bottom, in the
Yeah.
basement, where they could shoot out the Apaches when they had them back then.
Oh, my goodness.
So we loved it. And we moved from Austin to Salado because we loved the old historical homes.
Yeah. Well, they're these beautiful homes that are going to be on the tour, but there's lots of other stuff going on. There's a parade. Tell us about this. And this is all gets started on December 1st, correct? Or is the parade sooner than it?
The parade is the 30th.
Okay.
And we have 60 entries, which for a small town, I think that's pretty good.
I'd say that's very good.
Yeah. So and it's a really neat small town parade.
Yeah.
It's
What
really
time will
cute.
that happen?
That starts at 6 o'clock.
Okay, so it's an evening
Yes.
parade,
It'll
lights
be
on
lights
the-
and everything. It'll be
Okay.
beautiful.
And that starts where?
It's going to start down by the
at Royal and Main Street,
Yes,
by
Royal
the
and Main.
stagecoach.
By the stagecoach inn, which kind of, to me, is kind of the
Yeah.
beginning of
Yeah,
things.
and it
you
ends
know.
up at the Civic Center.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And so, come on into town and watch the parade and enjoy all the great things that are happening. Now, a lot of the businesses, of course, jump in on this, Bev, right?
Yes, they do. I think the fun thing about the parade, I will just add, the first time I ever saw it, the only word that came to mind is camp. It's so camp.
And that's good.
It's a perfect description of it. Santa Claus comes in on a fire truck.
Of
and,
course.
It's just the small town bands and march drill teams. And
Oh,
all
yeah,
of
the High
that.
School Salado
It
High
really
kids,
is
yeah.
a fun thing.
The
and
businesses.
Fort Cavazos.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Now also has their. They come and bring not only the horses but
Oh,
the
they do bring
tanks.
the
Yes.
mounted cavalry, yeah?
Yes, they do.
Oh.
And that's really fun too.
Oh, well, that's
And that gets
that's
it started.
awesome.
I think everybody is
Okay.
so supportive of them.
So that's Thursday, the 30th.
Yes.
That really gets things started, and then progress on with what all's
And then
happening.
December the 2nd
Mhm.
is our home tour on Saturday.
Okay.
So Friday and Saturday nights, we have the nativity scene every night. We have music throughout the town, and the stores stay open late.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, good.
They
So
stay open. We have carriage rides and all kinds of things.
how late so folks can know?
Usually 9 o'clock, or sometimes
Oh,
they
yeah.
will stay up
Well,
a
that's
little
good.
later. But at
As
least
long as
9.
people are in there,
Yeah,
they'll
stay
keep
open.
coming.
they're happy to let them shop.
That's right. They want to open it up.
Oh,
And Santa Claus sets up in the middle of town, so
Uh-huh.
the kids can go see him. But the live nativity is very unusual. They actually bring animals in, and the First Baptist Church puts that on, and have
Okay.
the angels have the manger scene with Mary and Joseph and the baby Jesus, and it's really a wonderful display.
so that's both nights, Friday
Yes,
and
that's Friday and Saturday night, both
Mhm.
weekends. The first weekend is the stroll, starting
Mhm.
on the Friday night, and then the second weekend we also have the stroll. So the nativity will be out then also.
Mhm. The stroll meaning the street, the village streets, and all the vendors.
And all the shops staying
Mhm,
open
all the,
late.
All the shops staying open
Yes.
late.
We
Well,
love it.
Yeah, I know, and this is something, like I say, it's a historic event. Really, 63 years for something
Yes.
to go on. And of course, there was a period of time where things were a little bit sketchy. I mean, with the highway construction, it was just a devastating thing.
We had a flood one year that wiped us out, so we
Oh,
couldn't
yeah.
have it till later.
Right.
And it was a mess. Everything was a mess then, but everything's back to normal now.
Very good. So the home tour is only going to be on the 2nd.
Yes, it's only one day from 9 to 5.
And there are 4 houses?
There's 5 homes.
Oh, 5 homes,
And then
all
we
right.
have our log cabins, which we always put on. We have the Denman cabin, and then we have the first post office. It was post office and a school that we found in another location and moved it there behind the Civic Center. So we have a little village there with the 2 log cabins, and they're going to be open also.
Well, the decorating has been going on, I guess, for a while.
Yes, everybody's already decorating. It's almost done. It's almost finished.
Almost finished. Well, this is really, it's just such a wonderful way to kind of get in the holiday spirit and get some shopping done.
Yes, it is.
All that kind of fun stuff. So is this an organization that the two of you are with? Are you with the Chamber of Commerce? Or tell me a little bit about
We're with
that
the
yourselves.
Salado Historical Society. We're on the board.
Okay.
And I've been a member for 40 years since we moved to Salado, and it's a wonderful organization. We just love it. And we have so many historical markers. We have the Texas markers, we have the National Register, and we have a Salado Landmark Award that we give locations that may not be able to get a Texas marker or a national marker.
Like what? Do you have an example of?
Yes, we have a building that was moved in. It's called the Veranda. It's right next to the bank, and we're going to give them one really soon. There's a log cabin out in front of the Stagecoach Inn that has one because it was moved to that location.
Okay,
so if it was moved in somewhere from another location, we have to give it a landmark award, a separate award.
Separate thing. Yeah, the history in Salado is just so remarkable.
Yes, and Beverly can tell you about the history.
Yeah,
She's
okay. Well, let's talk. Yeah,
Well,
let's talk a little bit about that.
It's really interesting. We do have 22 buildings that are actually have either a National Historic Marker, it's called the National Register of Historic Places, or a Texas Commission marker, and 20 of those are on the National Registry. So that's fairly significant for
a small town.
Yes,
It's really remarkable. And when you think about, it was right there on the Chisholm Trail, and there was so much that was happening right there in Salado.
And then we have 15 sites that are on the Texas Historic Commission or the National Registry of Historic Places, and we have 12 individual subject markers. Those are mostly outside. We have one marker for the entire cemetery, and then the others are outside. But that's Salado. Was really our goal in the Historical Society is to protect and preserve the history and the integrity and the architecture, if you will, integrity of Salado, and so that's what we're tasked with. And it's also, I'll just throw in, the oldest Scottish festival in Texas is in Salado. We just had it last weekend.
And I could not get down there too. I really wanted to.
It is so much fun.
The pictures and everything and I'm sure you had a really good turnout.
Very good turnout, and had kind of iffy weather the first day.
It was a little kind of icky, yeah, a
but
little rainy.
The Salado Museum in College Park puts that on and has been for 63 years. So that's another amazing thing about Texas is that we honor its history. And we're also trying to do that right now. The Salado Historical Society is trying to save a 115-year-old former Church of Christ building.
Okay, tell me about that. It's something you're going to move, right?
Yes, we want to
site?
move it. It's currently owned by the Church of Christ. It was built in 1908. It was built on one side of the street, on the east side, and they rolled it across the street on logs and to the other side. And then that was in 43, and then in 61, they built the larger sanctuary, and so that building has been just sitting. It was a residence for 30 years, and then the Church of Christ bought it back and has given it to the Salado Historical Society to move and to refurbish. So we're in the process of a huge fundraiser to do that. And the biggest fundraiser we have will be in January. We're working with the Stagecoach Inn to see if possibly we can't have it there. They're
that'd be
really
great.
Trying to accommodate us for that.
Yeah.
And so the Stagecoach has been a terrific partner in this.
Well, it's another historic place.
That's right.
Yes.
Sam Houston spoke from the balcony. I mean, when you think about that. I mean, that just I
really
love
interesting.
this. Yeah.
And we just talked to the manager a few minutes ago on the way, and they are going to start remodeling the restaurant again.
Okay, good.
And it will be open next year sometime.
Okay, so is it
March
still
or April,
closed?
It's closed right now
Yeah, I
for
thought
renovations. They're going to
so.
start in 2 weeks to renovate.
I think March or April it would be ready.
And they did rename from the hotel part
Yes,
to
they
the
did
Shady,
back to the
Shady
old
Inn.
name Shady Villa.
Shady
yes.
Villa, yeah.
Mhm.
Which was the original name
Exactly,
of that inn
Yes.
at the time.
So
But
that's a good deal.
oh, it is so neat. There's something else. You're having also something to do with a play, a Christmas Carol. Is that a part of
That's
what y'all are
well,
doing?
that's at Table Rock.
Okay.
And I'm not sure the dates of that, but it's usually the same weekends as the stroll.
Right.
Yeah,
It's always
yeah.
the same. Now, Jackie Mills was the director for years and years, and
I
she just
had her-
passed away.
Yes.
No.
She
Yes.
did.
Just
Oh, I'm
very
so
We just
sorry
had
to
her
hear that.
funeral about
Yes. About
about a
2
month-
weeks ago.
yeah, about 2
Well,
weeks
she
ago.
was just on this
know.
podcast. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She was 90,
Yeah, very
92.
I knew she was elderly, but
Yeah.
very spunky and all.
Yeah.
Well, my
So that just
condolences to the
happened.
family, to the whole community, because
Yes.
We
she
loved
was a
her.
treasure.
Yes.
A treasure
And she's-
for you all.
national treasure.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
And that play will go on and on, I guess.
Of course
forever.
it will. Oh
She-
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, we're
Well,
gonna
and it
miss
seems like a
Jackie.
very vibrant theater community too.
Yes.
I mean, Salado is so unique, and the history is obviously we've talked about that, but the arts, the visual arts, the painters, the stained glass blowers. I mean, the whole thing.
know.
There's so much that's
Variety.
happening there,
And that's why people are drawn to move there.
Yeah.
And then also the schools are great. But people come from all, we'll be in like Colorado,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll say, "Where do you live?" We say, Salado. Oh, I've been there to Stagecoach Inn. Everybody knows about Salado.
Well,
wherever
yeah.
you go.
If they don't, there's something wrong with them. Let's put it that way. Well, the Christmas stroll is just a delightful thing, and sounds like plans are pretty much in place for things to get kicked off with the parade on the 30th. And folks can just come in, and I guess there's accommodations if they go ahead and make
Yes.
plans. If they want to come and stay, there's
Yes,
lots of
we-
bed and breakfasts. And
Yes, we have a few B&Bs, and then we have the Holiday
yeah,
Inn.
the
on
Holiday
another-
Inn Express is there.
Stagecoach.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So
Right.
there's places to stay, and restaurants will be open late, and lots of entertainment.
We have carolers from Table Rock that in the past have walked around in costume downtown.
Oh, that's
and
fun.
that is really just so charming. It's just a wonderful place to be. I love to just stand around and watch people.
Just watch the
Yeah.
people. I know. Well, Salado is the place.
And
Salado.
we have 2 historical homes right now that are being remodeled
Mhm.
and renovated. One is the Tyler House, which
Mm-hmm.
is right on Main Street. And they have spent a lot fixing it up. It's going to be, I believe it's going to be a weekend home.
Okay.
And then we have the Halley House, where my husband and I used to have a B&B, and Kathy is renovating that. So people are spending a lot of money fixing up these, because they're like money pits.
Well,
They're wonderful, and we want to keep
They're
them.
old houses.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it is.
So we're real excited about
yeah,
that.
yeah. And when you have a problem, and then you've also got a historic home, then you've got an added layer of what can
Yeah.
how can I fix this? How are they going to
And we
allow
want
it?
to keep the charm.
Well, right.
We have a historic district now
Uh-huh.
that was formally voted on. We thought we had one.
Oh,
and it
really?
was not official.
Oh my goodness.
So now
okay.
it's official.
Well, it's good to know.
So we can
Good.
keep it like it was.
So you're all bona fide now. I mean, you are good to go.
Well, the Texas legislature passed a resolution back in, I think it was, I want to say 1997 or something like that.
A while back.
That, honoring us for our historic district.
Well, sure.
But like Kathy said, we weren't aware, so we just had an ordinance passed. So that's,
Okay, well,
that's
good.
a blessing.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, it sounds like things are on the move and on the grow, and I'm so glad to hear that, because Salado is just such a charming place. It's chock full of Texas history and just fun stuff.
We want you to come for the auction. It'll be in January. Seriously.
Okay.
We're going to have some fairly big ticket items. We're going to have a smaller statue of Serena,
Oh yeah.
a bronze statue by
That's-
Troy Kelly.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Like the one that is
Yes,
there there
yes.
at the park right there.
We're
the
going to that
Serena,
up for
the
auction.
mermaid. Yeah.
And at least 5 Wilbur Foster wagons. This gentleman is the father of Morris Foster and Lynn Haney, the longtime Slato people. And his dad was almost blind, but hand carved these wonderful stagecoaches and wagons. And they're just phenomenal. And he's since died, and so to be able for a Wilbur Foster wagon to come up is really something special.
And he was a maintenance man at the Stagecoach Inn for over 50 years.
Oh.
And he told me stories about working on the highway, the interstate, when he was a teenager.
And his son owned the Stagecoach for a time, too. So it's just a real sweet time, but we'd love you to come up for that.
Well, that would be good. So what time is the auction in
We're
January?
working that the date
Okay.
today, and hopefully with the Stagecoach by Tuesday, so we'll let you know.
Okay, right, to be determined.
Yeah.
We'll have to come back and we'll talk about it then.
We would love you to
Oh,
come.
well, Christmas stroll, though, I mean, you cannot miss
No.
Salado Christmas stroll.
Absolutely.
Everything, it's the weekends of December, 1st through the 3rd and 8th through the 10th.
Yes.
Exactly.
You may want to go back both weekends. It's so much fun.
Yes.
Oh, but ladies, thank you so much.
Thank
Bev
you.
Turnbow and Kathy Sands.
you.
And thank you for all the work you're doing there in Salado to keep it the vibrant community it is.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you for
welcome
having us.
anytime.
And thank you for being with us for Central Texas Events. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Caroline, you should tell them about the newest thing that Bloody Happy Hour is doing.
A Patreon.
It's a Patreon. What is that?
That means you're basically like a VIP member, and you get some perks. You maybe get like merch a little earlier. You get
Or exclusive merch.
exclusive merch. You could get first dibs on signing up for a live show. You get episodes with no commercials.
You get our video because our video is no longer available on YouTube. It is only on Patreon. And the most important to me is you get videos of our live shows, but also bonus episodes each month. But if you're on a Patreon, you're VIP, you're going to get more.
Because I always have a lot of details I want to go to. I can law-splain. I might read a book.
This is also going to be the exclusive place that Dirty Chat is going to go to. In order to hear the full content, it's going to be Patreon. Where do they go again?
Patreon.com/bloodyhappyhour.
Hey y'all, I'm April.
And I'm Caroline.
And this
is your Bloody Happy Hour.
Caroline, are you ready for this?
This is your newest guilty pleasure.
It's the bloodiest part of your week.
Did we say something about it also being happy hour?
Show did.
Because we about to be sipping on some murder. Bloody Happy Hour.
Hey y'all, this is April.
And this is Caroline. And I'm out of a beverage. I've sucked it down. I've drinking it dry.
What do you have in there? Nothing?
It's
I have
just
Tito's in
a
my thing.
very tiny little piece of ice.
Well, you timed
It's a
this
tiny
horribly.
cube. I know. Let me tell the people of the things while you're making my beverage, because that's the best. That's what friends are for. I don't know. I'm just going to tell them everything. I'm going to tell them about that this is Thursday, and y'all, it's
Happy
been
Thanksgiving!
Oh my gosh, happy Thanksgiving. This is Thanksgiving. Wow. What more do you need besides
Tito's, True Crime, and Thanksgiving?
The time to get away from your family and go listen to some murder? I mean, what more could you ask for? Can I use this?
Yeah. You are welcome. You are welcome for some true crime on Thanksgiving. And Caroline's keeping it local today. Tell them what you did if they didn't listen to Tuesday's episode.
If you didn't listen to Tuesday's episode, shout out to Camille, who was my best friend at the trial, because guess what, bitches? I went to the Caitlin Armstrong murder trial in Austin, who was the suspect to be the one who killed professional cyclist Mo Wilson. It's labeled the love triangle murder, which
I don't know if it was a love triangle, but yeah, I did that, and it was amazing in the sense of it was very surreal, and it was very. It was just I've never gone to a
It's a
trial.
different perspective
It's
of the crimes
very-
that we do because you had the
Yes.
people, the victim's family right
The
in front of
victim's
you.
family was right there, and it is just heartbreaking to see them, just seeing them, and knowing. So they're from Vermont, and just knowing like they've had to come here from Vermont this happened in 2021, 2022.
They probably hate Texas. They probably hate Austin.
You know what one of the worst parts of it, which I just found out about, which was whenever one of the girls, anyways, one of the worst parts of it was this girl who was murdered was staying at a friend's house, and I'll tell you all about this in a second. But she was staying at a friend's house, and the friend, her name was Cash, and so she had taken a picture of Mo, who's Mo Wilson, the one who was murdered, and sent it to Mo's mom, and was like, you know, your daughter is safe here in Austin. I'm taking and she mentioned that in the statements, like the victim statements or whatever, and then apparently like the mom just like burst out and crying in the courtroom, and it was just like so. But I didn't see that. I was there the day before, which it was still just. It's just like, yeah, they're from Vermont. They came here. They've been here for almost 3 weeks for this trial, having to see this person who murdered their daughter in cold blood, and just seemed like a very wholesome family. They're very like close. They just did everything together. They were very outdoorsy. They were all about nature. They were just natural people. And
what about the the murderer's family? How did they seem?
You know,
you didn't even watch them.
I did watch them.
Okay,
but with the victim's family, it was mom, dad, brother. It was the girl whose house she was murdered in was there, and then it was. I don't know if they were aunts and uncles, but it was about they probably had like a crew of 10, I guess, that like solid 10 crew that was coming in. With the defendant, it was mom and dad, and that was it. It was mom and dad, and they're divorced. So it was just them two sitting there, and then sister came in on the last day.
Yeah, I mean, but
and
wouldn't you expect that? I would guess.
Yes, and
I mean, you're not going to have
you just feel even like looking at. Yeah, they didn't look.
They didn't appeal to you.
They did not appeal. The other family, like they were all just very like close. You could tell they were just loving, and they were very close and just wholesome. They were wholesome.
Yeah.
It just seemed like, and the other ones were just kind of like, none of them, not even Caitlin, the defendant, she just did not have any emotion or reaction or anything ever. She seemed cold. She seemed just dead in her eyes.
So that's how our family seemed.
And that's just how the family seemed. It just is. It is.
I hate that. Okay. So tell us a story. Let's go to Austin.
Okay, we're going to Austin. So this is the case of Caitlin Armstrong, and she is she was the girlfriend at the time of Colin Strickland. So we have Caitlin Armstrong, Colin Strickland, Mo Wilson.
Okay.
Mo is her name is Anna Mariah Wilson. She goes by Mo. So she's basically a professional cyclist. She's 25 years old. 25 years old. Y'all, she is a baby. And she had just started she had just started writing in 2019, really. And this all happened in 2022. So she had just started,
She was already a pro?
Yeah, like she had sponsors, and she
Wow.
was, according to a lot of the people who were testifying, and then the family is like, she was so good, and she was like excelling, and she was going on. I mean, she was traveling, she was riding everywhere. A lot of people knew her. That's how this girl Caitlin Cash got to know her, because she went to a cycling event and just kind of like looked up to her, and ended up, they became friends, and she was just kind of, she was coming up. She was going to be a prodigy kind of a thing. She was just that good.
Yeah.
So this all happened. It was May 11th, 2022.
Mother's Day weekend.
Her birthday is May 18th. She would have turned 26. So she's a 25-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Who
Away
is
from home.
Just so she was from Vermont. She lived, and I'm kind of just going by, this is going to be a little bit different because I'm going by a lot of what I know and what I've heard. So I'm not really just kind of reading off of stuff. But she is from Vermont. She came down to Austin because she had a race. And so she comes down there, and it's she knows this guy Colin, right? Because Colin is also a cyclist. So Colin and Caitlin had dated off and on.
So she didn't even live in Austin?
No.
Oh, no. That's even worse.
Yep. Yeah. Let me just say. So let's start with the day of the murder. Okay. Let's start there. May 11th, 2022. Colin Strickland picks up Mo Wilson.
Okay.
From her friend's house. So she goes and she comes in town. She's coming in town for a race. And she goes and stays with her friend Caitlin Cash. Her friend's name is Caitlin Cash. She no longer wants to go by Caitlin because the person that murdered her best friend is named Caitlin. Murderer Caitlin is with a K. Friend Caitlin is with a C. But she now, and a lot of these things that I'm saying she now is because
she said it.
She said it. I've either read the testimonies or I was there for the testimony because, you know, I was at the trial for one whole day. But yes, she now, and that's what oh my God, I forgot to play the opening statement.
We're not at the trial yet.
I know, it's fine. I mean, the closing statement. So she no longer even wants to go by, like, she hates her name now because that's all she thinks about. And so it's wild.
So is Caitlin also from Vermont? How are they best friends if one lived in Austin and one lived in Vermont?
They weren't necessarily best friends. They had actually just recently met and they became friends.
Okay.
So then whenever Mo came down to Austin for this race, she was just staying there for the weekend or for the race while the race is going on. So her and Colin are friends because they're friends in the cycling world.
Okay.
And they will like text each other back and forth occasionally. You know, just like based on like cycling questions. Like, oh, what do you think about this race and this training thing and all this stuff.
And now a word from our sponsors.
I guess back in, I feel like I'm skipping around a lot, but it's just fine. Caitlin and Colin had met, I don't even know when they met, but they knew each other in 2021. In 2021,
Caitlin Cash?
Oh shit, no. When I talk about Caitlin Cash, I'll call her Cash. Okay. When I talk about Caitlin Armstrong, the murderer, I'll call her Caitlin. Okay. Caitlin and Colin knew each other in 2021. That's when we in Texas had the big freeze.
Yes.
Caitlin's apartment flooded. Sound familiar? But it actually did flood because there was a freeze.
Yeah.
So then she, at that point, moved in with Colin. they were kind of off and on dating this whole time.
Okay.
They dated, they didn't date, but they still lived together no matter what. So there's times where I think that was January of 2021. Yeah, that's when, no, the freeze was like February. That's whenever she moved in with him.
Okay.
They dated for a little bit. It came to around October, and that's whenever they had broken up. And so when they broke up, she went to Mexico. So basically when Caitlin, murderer, gets frustrated or overwhelmed or pressure, when she feels pressure, she flees.
Okay.
So they date, they break up, date, break up. October 2021, they broke up. This whole time, Caitlin she's trying to maybe start doing some cycling because she's very into yoga. Okay. She's starting, I want to ride with you, Colin. I want to ride with you. But then Colin, this guy he's very odd. He's an odd duck. And I hate that this girl was killed over this guy because he is
not worth it.
Not worth it. So he goes and she is
trying to become a cyclist.
She tries to go on rides with him. He says, "Bitch, no. You ain't good enough.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be training I ain't riding with you because I'm gonna go with my friends because you're too slow." That's basically what he said.
Yeah.
Said to her. But she was trying, okay? She was trying.
No, she wanted to smother him.
Well, I think she was trying to just do what he liked and wanted to be involved and probably smother. That's why I'm naive. But then she's really very into yoga and tried to get him to come to yoga. But he was like, "Fuck you, bitch, I ain't going to no yoga." And he never did go to yoga with her. So it's like it's almost like she's just, how's your perspective? She's trying, or she's like.
I hate people. I've known people that say this white girl dates a black guy and now she loves hip hop music and
oh yeah,
and she's real urban, and then she dates a hard rock and roll guy and she's wearing leather and headbanging and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't like women that mold themselves to the men.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're not being your true self, and they don't respect that either, and that's why he was like, "Bitch, you don't cycle now. Let me go on a ride with you every month. Okay, if you're a runner, okay, I'll go for a jog for you. But cycling, that is a big hobby, a big expense. You buy a bike, you buy these shoes. That is a big thing that you don't just wake up one day and say, I want to become a cyclist. And it is freaking hard.
Yes.
It's hard.
Mm-hmm.
And a pro is not going to want to train you. You better go join the Waco Cycle Club and go with them. It's just not. That's my perspective. Is she was already trying to smother him.
So then, whenever he denied her that, basically she was trying to be like, "Well, come with me to yoga since you won't let me go cycle with you." And he was like, "Bitch, I don't want to do yoga."
No.
Yeah, no.
He's a hardcore.
He's 6'7". He's this huge guy. He has no interest in yoga. He's sponsored. He's a good racer. Okay,
Yeah.
He's weirdo, but he's a good racer. Whatever. So he goes and or where does she go? Man, where was I going with it? She ends up yoga. They don't do the yoga. So she becomes his business manager because he has sponsors. He is doing these races where he's getting paid. He has this business out in Lockhart.
Is that him? No.
He has a business. So she basically becomes his business manager. And she's very smart. Yes, that's him. She's really smart as far as she's savvy with finances. She's savvy with money. And obviously she is in control of his social media. She knows all of his passwords. She runs all of his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not only she cannot infiltrate his cycling, but she's going to infiltrate in other ways that he needs So he needs to keep her around, in my opinion. He needs to keep her around because she has become his business manager. She is the one that knows all, which she's a smart person. So, I mean, it's whatever. Well, if you know the passwords and you know all this stuff, you can get in. Like, she's got his iPad. She's got this. She can see all of his text messages. She can see all of his emails. She can see his location. And there's also this app.
Which was her real reasoning behind doing all this.
Clearly. There's this
Not
app.
to help him.
Yeah. There's this app called Strava. Do you know about Strava?
Yeah,
Tell us about it.
Basically, it's like a Map My Runs or a whatever run keeper. So you can do it for a bike or you can do it for a run. But cyclers love it because it will line out your routes and like your mile per minute or mile per hour or something for each route. So I have a bunch of cycler Facebook friends that would put their whole route that they did, and they don't just go on like an hour bike ride. They'll go on like a 20-mile, 60-mile bike ride on just like a Saturday morning, and they'll put their Strava app on there. But it's a GPS. It basically maps your ride. Map my ride.
But you can have your location on, and you can have it to where it's like
GPS?
live track, like anybody can get on there and see.
And watch you. Yeah, like live running. So if there's a race, I used to do this when I would do my marathons. Like I would sign up my family, and bikers can do it. And when you hit mile 10, it'll send them a text. April just hit mile 10, and here's her time. So it'll Colin can do the same thing with his rides and his runs. His rides, whether it's a race or whether it's just a training ride.
So I guess you can follow anybody. You can find somebody and follow them and follow their live.
If they're on Strava.
Yeah. Well, that's what Caitlin did. And they're broke up together. So at this time, they're broken up. Okay. But they're still living together. She's still living at his house.
Oh, her apartment's still flooded in October?
I guess she just never... Now that she's his manager, I mean, she just has to be there. But it's this whole thing. They have this very toxic relationship. They know, like, she sees his text messages. He goes out of town at times he goes out of town for months at a time. Like, so he went to California for a month at a time. She's looking at all of his stuff. She sees that some random chick sends him a picture of her in her bra. And she then texts him and is like says something smart about it, and then she's on dating apps and she's going out with guys, but he doesn't know about it, and he's over here.
He don't give a shit.
No, he doesn't. But she is monitoring his everything, but he doesn't know it. I don't know if he's just I think he just is not paying attention. I don't know what it's not. Sorry, I'm not him on his brain, but. So basically, she is all up in his business and knows everything. And she has the Strava app. She's trying to infiltrate the cyclist stuff. She can't do it. So now she's on the next level. And she knows about Mo Wilson and that she is this upcoming professional cyclist. She knows that Colin and Mo talk. She's seen them at races together. She saw a video of the two of them. I think it was him, and then she's in the background. She then texts Colin and is like, oh, tell Mo I said hi. Just like, and he responds like, well, stop being so passive-aggressive. So it's like they're back and forth, and they know, and they are very toxic together, which sometimes crazy. I mean, you have... Well, no, you can have crazy one and not crazy two. You can have just one crazy person, and you still like.
Was he still screwing her at this time, though?
Which one?
Was he still doing screwing Caitlin?
Oh yeah.
While they're living together, like they're not together.
I don't know, like how. But it gets bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can see how he's like, oh, you can do this and this and this for me, but I'm not going to commit to you.
They never called each other boyfriend. He never called her his girlfriend. He always just called her as like.
Yeah. So I can screw you. You can live here, but I'm not going to commit to you. And if I want to go do this over here, it's a very convenient relationship for a guy. And I can see how she felt used or thrown away.
Yes.
Right?
But then she's like putting herself in that position.
Because she stayed.
Yeah. So then you have Mo over here, who's just this person from Vermont. She's just this cyclist, and she's like, they text back and forth every now and then. They did have a romantic relationship for a little bit. They had sex before, like a year before all of this. They weren't, it's like the where you're texting and you're just like, we're both very busy. We're both doing races. We live so far apart. Maybe if we're ever in the same area, we'll like see each other or whatever. So, on the evening of May 11th, 2022, Colin Strickland picks up Mo Wilson from Cash's house because Mo is over at Cash's. She's going to stay because she has a
big race,
bike race coming up. So they had dated in 2021, like I said, and this is whenever Strickland and Armstrong were on a break. Okay, so he gets his motorcycle because he has a motorcycle. He drives over to Cash's house to pick up Mo. This is like at 5:45 in the afternoon. So Wilson was, it's called the Gravel Locos Bicycle Race. It's a 157-mile race. Okay. And so they left on the motorcycle, went for a swim at Deep Eddy Swimming Pool.
Ooh.
So it was like the swim.
We should have been drinking some Deep Eddies.
Oh, shit. I'm pissed. It's like a swim up burger bar as well.
What? I need to go there.
I know. So they said they had the meal. They ate, and then they had like one drink. And
after the race or before the race?
This is before, because you gotta
you gotta go to bed.
Yeah. And so they like ate whatever, and then they had like one drink, and then there's this pool burger cafe that they went to. So they like swam, and then they ate, and they had burgers, and this whole thing. Well, he then drops, like, night's over. They drive home. He drops her off into the night. He doesn't go inside. They don't have sex. They don't do anything. He's like, that was great, and bye. Okay, whatever. So during the trial, they looked up Caitlin's Strava stuff, and they said that Caitlin had looked up Mo's Strava app at 4:54. So Caitlin is currently tracking Mo Wilson because she knows that she's in town because she has access to Colin's text messages. So she knows exactly where Colin is, and he's lying to her about where he is.
Oh,
because he then goes on to say that it's this whole back and forth. He is going to pick up Mo. They go have this dinner. He drops her off. Caitlin's texting, asking where he is. He doesn't respond. She texts again. She calls him. No response. She knows exactly where he is. And he then finally, when he does respond, he says that he went to go, like his phone died. He went to go drop off some flowers for somebody, a coworker or whatever, and this whole thing. And then she doesn't respond because obviously she's murdering somebody. And then it's this whole back and forth, which wasn't a back and forth at all. So it says at 4:54, that's whenever Caitlin looked up Mo on the Strava app. 5 minutes after Strickland and Wilson had been texting. So this is the whole thing. Later that night, Caitlin Cash is the one who, that's the house that they're at, okay? She gets home because she had left to go to dinner. She had friends that were coming in town. She went to dinner. She's not at home. She gets home at 9:45.
Okay.
She opens the door, and she sees Mo lying on the bathroom floor.
Oh, shit.
She says, quote, "I can't tell what's happened." She calls 911. That's what she tells them. She said she's not awake and there's blood all over her face. So this is when police start searching through, eventually police end up searching the cameras, neighborhood cameras, ring cameras, all these things. And they see a black 2012 Jeep Grand Cherokee, which is like the car that Caitlin Armstrong owned.
I bet so.
But not only was this black Jeep Grand Cherokee, because there could be a lot of black Jeep Grand Cherokees driving around town. But this bitch got a bicycle rack on top of her car.
Because she's all of a sudden cyclist. What? She went that deep into trying to be a cyclist.
And she is strolling the hood. Slow. It's on footage
Looking
everywhere.
for-
She knows where they are because she has their locations. And she has Mo's Strava, so she knows where Mo is. She has Colin's
apartment?
text messages, so she knows exactly where they are at all the time and is just slowly just driving around, like waiting. She is waiting for Colin to drop her off.
Okay.
Waiting.
Okay.
So they have this on video, and then at 8:37, so Caitlin Cash, the house owner, she has this app on her phone to where she can tell if the door is locked and unlocked. She can't tell if it's open or closed, but she gets a notification if the door is unlocked, whatever. So she gets a notification that the door has been unlocked, so she knows that Mo is home. Okay, and so then at 8:37, this is on video surveillance. 1 minute after the electronic lock recorded Mo arriving at the house. But so the Jeep is tracked. It's circling around everywhere. They have the Jeep on ring footage, all these footages around the house. They have it everywhere. And then this is, let's go to this. This is what one of the Ring doorbells catches at the time of the incident. So if you didn't really hear what that was
Scream.
Two screams. Let's play it again. Two screams.
And some gunshots.
It's a
unknown caller.
Two screams. Two shots. Silence. And another shot.
Again.
So Mo is dropped off by Colin. Colin leaves. He goes home. Caitlin comes in. She goes in through the back door with her gun. Colin had suggested that Caitlin and him buy guns months before. I think it was January, because she had gone to shooting ranges and stuff like that. So she it seems that she had been planning something. And so she goes in, catches Mo completely off guard. I think she's trying to like shield herself behind a couch. She shoots her in the head first time. Second shot, also in the head. She falls to the ground. And then, as you can tell, there's a little, like, 4 to 5 seconds of a like, silence, which means, okay, she's laying there, stands over her, and shoots her in the heart.
Oh, shoot. And they did not even have sex. Like, she was sitting up here thinking the worst, thinking Colin's about to leave her for this great professional cyclist, and thinking the worst, following them, and then Colin didn't help by lying.
Yep.
And then she's probably in trial when she finds out the truth. That all they did was swim.
But she should have known that Colin wasn't, she would have known Colin wasn't there. She was pissed that he was lying to her. She was very much...
Oh, yeah.
She was never going to live up to his standards.
Yeah.
She knew that Mo was a threat to her, even though I'm like, you're not even in the same realm. You're yoga. She's a cyclist. Y'all aren't even... You're 35. She's 25. Y'all aren't even in the same realm. Like, it's not even a thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Why are you so intimidated with her? And you don't even know that. You don't even know. They don't even know each other. They know of each other. But it's so annoying. It's very frustrating. So she does that. She then grabs her bicycle, Mo's bicycle. So Mo's bicycle is in the, like, doorway or whatever. Yeah. She grabs the bicycle, goes out. I don't know about the blood. There's nothing about blood spatter. There's nothing about... I don't know how she didn't have blood. Anyways, she grabs Mo's bike. She, like, rolls it a little bit and then ditches it in, like, this brush. Like, not far away, but she rolls it a little bit or carries it or picks it up and just, like, puts it out in some bushes.
What is that going to do?
I don't know. I think she just, like, was like, anything that has to do with you and your bicycle and your cycling, I want to just get rid of. I just think that had to have been her thought process. So she gets her bike, throws it in the bushes, and then gets in her car and just comes home.
To her and Colin's house.
To Colin. Colin is already there. Colin at this time has called her and texted her, and she's not responded. And obviously the whole time her phone is, like, off or, like, not registering or whatever. So, you know,
she pulled a Brian Kohlberger.
Who was driving the car? We'll never know. Like, you know, that's the whole thing. The defense. So she goes and she is, eventually they find that her DNA is on the bike. And it's on the handlebars and the seat of the bike. So they have 3 DNAs on the bike. They have Mo's.
Okay, wait, but you skipped. The friend called 911. The police come.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. The police come. How do they find out that it's Caitlin?
Okay, so the friend calls 911. She's freaking out, obviously. They're telling her do CPR. So she starts to do CPR, and she is doing CPR on a dead person.
Okay.
How terrible is that?
Mm-hmm.
And not only this, but this is like, they've only known each other for like 6 months. I said they're best friends, but they just are acquaintances, and she's coming in, and that's where she's staying for the week, and it's just like they became close or whatever. So she's doing CPR on this friend, and as she's on the phone, they haven't released the 911 call yet, but she's like, they had the transcripts, and she says that her brain is seeping out because she's shot in the head.
Oh gosh.
And you know how those 911, they're like
stupid.
They're like, keep doing chest compressions. And
no.
I don't know if that's just protocol or whatever, but it's, you know, there's some people, you know, the fake ones where they're like, oh, I'm doing it, you know, and they are obviously the ones that killed him. But she actually did it. And
you never know. You never know.
So there's blood so it was very traumatic. Can you imagine? It's just awful. And so she does that. Finally, like ambulance. Everybody comes and they relieve her of that, pronounce her dead, and it was horrifying, obviously. And what was your next question?
How do they tie it to Caitlin?
So then they finally are like, okay, well, where did she, what, like, who was she with? Okay, she was with Colin. They go to Colin. They talk to him, question him. They look at exes. She has an ex that was a abusive ex who she filed DV charges against him. They talk to him. All their alibis check out. Fine. And then that's whenever they start looking at surveillance and they look at the gun and they get all these things and they are like, oh, like whose black Jeep is this? And then they find out that, oh, this black Jeep is this Caitlin's Jeep. So let's go talk to her. But then they go, this is where when you defund the police, it comes into play, because Austin did that. And then they have a shitty police department.
So does Hewitt. So did Cleveland.
Did we all defund too?
No, I'm saying we all got a shitty police department.
Well, okay, so it was pointed out to me that was, it could have been part of it, because they had a lot of, well, the defense was very, like, they basically put the law enforcement on trial. They didn't put Caitlin on trial. But anyways, they go and she gets arrested, but she's not arrested for the murder. They go to the house and they are like, okay, we have a warrant for your arrest, but it's for stealing Botox.
What?
Stealing Botox. Yeah, for stealing Botox. So that's what they have on her to get her to the station.
Okay.
And then they're like, okay.
Use it.
Yeah, so then they get her there. They talk to her, and she's like, they were like, well, there was like a murder that happened recently. She's like, oh, yeah, I heard like that this cyclist was murdered. This bitch. And so anyways, they ended up, she asks for a attorney, or she says, do I need a lawyer? And they're like, you're free to go. And she doesn't leave because she wants to know all what they know and blah, blah, blah. And then they can't keep her because they have some discrepancy on some file, and they don't have her name right on on the warrant. They don't have the right last name of hers, and so they have to let her go because these are baby deputies who are just recruited from underground. I don't know. They're not professional, and it's just I think they're just new and they don't really know how to go about things, and so. I don't think they did it right. That's why she was able to leave custody and flee to Costa Rica.
Well, but they didn't have a reason to keep her.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, they had her on those other charges, but
that's not a reason to keep anybody in jail.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree. But they ended up letting her go. But if they knew that she was part of the thing, you would think they would at least come up with something. I guess that would have been kind of shady. But she ends up fleeing and she goes to Costa Rica. And how she does this is she flies to Houston. First of all, she sells her Jeep. She goes to a CarMax, sells the Jeep, gets rid of the Jeep. She then buys a ticket to Houston. She goes to Houston. She flies to New York. Her sister lives in New Jersey. That's where she gets the passport. She steals, or allegedly steals, her sister's passport. She then claims that she is Christine Armstrong because that's her sister's name. And then she flies to Costa Rica, which is where she stays for 45 days.
Damn.
During those 45 days, she gets a nose job and a brow lift.
She already done had a bunch of Botox.
And you know what is real bad is that she got a reverse nose job. So, like, she had a great nose, and she made it into a bad nose. And so she made herself look worse. But what's even worse is that they found her.
Because she went to the freaking yoga. Because she's working at a yoga place, right?
Yes, and this bitch was walking around the airport with the yoga mat as she's trying to escape. And so then she ends up going to Costa Rica. She's there like, okay, well, where are the yoga studios in Costa Rica? Let's try to see if you're there. So she stays in a hostel, and U.S. Marshals show up in Costa Rica, and they are just, trying to look for her. And the one that catches her actually has a conversation with her and is talking to her and doesn't recognize her. But finally, after, I guess she had, a bandage on her nose because there was this whole dramatic stuff about her whole nose. And she's over here Googling this and that. And this is another thing that leads to her guilt is she Googles herself. And she Googles nose jobs or rhinoplasty. And she Googles and she just is, the Googles that she does is incriminating to her. And then, so the U.S. Marshal that finds her notices that she's walking around, I guess, with this nose bandage, but he's talking to her, not knowing that it's her. But then he says that he finally realizes it's her by her eyes, I guess. And so then he goes and is like, whatever, however you extradite or get people back, as far as I don't know the rules from Costa Rica. But anyways, they get her back. It's been 45 days. She comes back. She's dyed her hair. She's cut her hair. She has this red, curly, beautiful hair, but she's chopped it off. She's colored it. She has this face that looks totally different, but she ain't fooling nobody. So sucks for you. And and so. Well, so it was she had sold her car for $12,000, so she had $12,000 to do all this stuff with. So she gets her ticket, she flies, she goes, she gets this $2,500 or $4,500 plastic surgery, and
she ain't gonna live. That's not a lot of money to live off of. I mean, if you're staying in hostels, you can stretch it a little bit further, but she didn't have a good plan.
No, she did not have a good plan.
And obviously, her only skills are yoga. Right? Because wasn't she working there, or she was just working out there? Was she working at a yoga studio?
Yeah, I think she was.
I thought she had got a job there.
Yeah. So on May 20th, they released this wanted poster. They end up finding her. She's at this beach, and she's been staying at this place called Don John's. That's where she spent most of her day. She had her computer out. She was doing things. She traveled to San Jose. She was going by the name of Allison Page. I mean, she was going by different names. She had an alias and all kinds of things. So she was trying to do the most. So finally, on June 23rd, U.S. Marshals are interviewing people, and they finally track her down, like I said, and they get her, and they said, initially, it did not appear to be her, but as I got closer, I realized it was her. It appeared that she had a bandage on her nose, and her lips were a bit swollen. She got the injections. Her hair was a little bit lighter. Armstrong is transported to local jail and then extradited back to Texas to face prosecution. So, she's now back in Texas, and now we're heading to the trial. 3 weeks before the trial, October 11th. This bitch tries to escape. So she says that she has, I have the exact situation. She had said that she had, she needed to go. Okay, so this whole time in prison or in jail, she's been running, she's been working out, she's been staying fit, all these things. And she knew that, she knew that she had, she started, coming up with her plan because she knew she needed to escape. Her trial was about to come up, and so she's, thinking about it, okay, how am I going to get out of this? How am I going to get out of this? So more details emerge as this escape, because I know we talked about it before, but she was wearing, so she had her zebra outfit on, And so she's wearing like thermal tights underneath her pants. And she had planned to disguise herself after that was her plan. So she was going to plan to take off her clothes and have her thermals on and then be able to like disappear into the abyss or whatever. She's like Cavalcante or whatever. But she said that she had an injury and she was not able to, so she had to go to the doctor because she had a shoulder injury or leg injury or whatever. So they didn't have ankle chains on her. So they took off her ankle chains. So she goes to the doctor. This is all fake. And up to this point, she is like working out furiously in her prison cell. I mean, she's doing she's running, she's doing squats.
She's trying to be dedicated.
She's doing yoga. She's doing recreation time. So she's like staying fit. Okay. And so I guess there was paperwork that was exchanged, and that's whenever she decides. So she's at this doctor's appointment, and then she's like, okay, here we go. I'm going to flee. And she starts running. So she runs out the doctor's appointment. She has no leg chains. She's already made up this whole story for them. And she goes and tries to scale the wall. She ends up slipping her cuffs, but they end up finding a key, like a pick for handcuffs in her cell. So I don't know if she didn't have it on her, but I feel like she's so small that she can slip out the cuffs. But anyways, so she flees, and there's video of it, but it's only a few seconds of it. She ends up being free for 10 minutes. She runs a mile because this bitch is fast and she's in shape. I mean, she's fit. She goes
slow. That's an average mile.
Well, no, I don't think she's running the whole time. The total time that she is loose is 10 minutes.
And she gets a mile away.
And she does get a mile away, but that's with trying to scale the wall, failing to scale the wall, but then keep running, and you're in this like weird gear. But the funniest part is that the police officer that was chasing her like tried to run up this like tiny little grassy knoll and like slipped and fell, and it was real bad. And I'm like, why are police officers just eating donuts all the time? No, she's in shape and she's fit. And so she gets far enough away to where they have to like chase her down with the car. And then they finally catch her. And, they put the restraints back on.
Laughed at.
And she got laughed at. So not only is this is obviously consciousness of guilt because you're like fleeing. This is the question were they going to be able to put this in the trial? Or were they going to have to keep it out of the trial? They were able to put it in the trial.
Why would they keep it out?
Well, the defense could argue blah, 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 blah. I don't know the reasons why, but the defense could argue maybe it has nothing to do with a murder, but...
What would it have anything to do with? That's probably why it was put in the trial.
I know.
I don't know.
It's I read stuff, but I don't remember. But I do know that it could be... It can be an argument to whether it is let into the trial. I mean, there's all kinds of things that are left in it. Like with Maya Kowalski, she claims sexual abuse. It was Maya.
Oh, yeah.
Take Care Maya. She recently filed claims of sexual abuse from one of the nurses or doctors, but that was not let into the trial because...
Separate crime.
I don't know. It wasn't valid. It didn't pertain to some certain. I don't know. I don't know the legalese, but I know that some things you just have to argue about it. So they can argue, like the defense can argue why this should not be in. Prosecution can argue why it should be in. So then they do the arguments. That's what they do is they argue. But it was let in, and the jury was able to hear about it.
Okay.
And so that they could consider that whenever they decide the verdict. So she's now tried to escape the second time, and then now she's on trial. Here we go. It is time for the trial, and we have people test. We got Colin Strickland coming up. This is where we find out that he's like a major douchebag, and how good of a person that Mo is. And the whole trial, Caitlin is no emotion, completely like nothing. She's a nothing burger. She's a zombie. She has, I don't know.
And I wonder what they tell them. Like, I wonder, do they tell them to make facial expressions or refrain from it? Because anything's going to hurt you if you accidentally laugh, if you accidentally cry. Because say she did shed a tear, nobody would take it seriously. So I wonder what the lawyers actually tell them. I've never been on that side, right? Like, I wonder what they're told. Are they told try your best not to react, not to show any facial expressions? Because that's when the photojournalists are going to take a picture of that, and that's going to be pasted everywhere.
Well, the thing is, with this trial, there's no cameras. So it's all based on what people in the courtroom are seeing
yeah,
and reporting.
I remember, when I was a juror, I would watch, especially when they were saying something incriminating about that person. I looked at Liliana, and I wanted to see, does she look remorseful? Does she look whatever? And she cried the whole time. And I was like, bitch, there ain't that many tears. So for a person to be remorseful as a jury, would you really even take it seriously?
With Charlie Adelson, when I watched his trial, he was very douchey. He wore his emotions on his sleeve or face or whatever you say. And anytime like something came up wherever they were talking about, your mom called Dan Markel, which Dan Markel is the guy that he was convicted of hiring. Anyways, this guy died. And whenever the prosecution said something and said the word fucker, he just starts laughing. And he's like covering his face and he's like,
yeah,
like an idiot. Like he just looked like an idiot. So then you look like you're stop reacting. But
So
then
yeah.
So then over here it's like
they can't win either way.
But then it's like, do you just
look like a robot? So and then people think you are very robotic.
I think here's what it was.
There's no winning. You can't cry, you can't react, you can't laugh, you can't look angry because then you look like an angry, aggressive person.
Can you be like this? Puppy dog?
No, because you didn't like Sherry Papini's husband because
oh God, he cried all the time. But what I found interesting was how still she was. She was like, maybe it's because I can never sit that still. But she was just like frozen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that. I can't.
And then I don't know, even when she walked in, like even Brian Koberger, when he walks in, he at least like nods or like you can sometimes see him give a smirk, but then he's chastised for smirking.
Yeah.
Which, whatever. Anyway, the whole thing, it just seems like she is like the most heartless, cold, just evil person you've ever met. It just seems that's just what it comes across as.
Oh, and she killed her like she was.
And she killed her like she was.
With
so opening statements for the trial began November 1st in Austin, and there was a couple of friends that testified on Caitlin's behalf, and one of the friends, I think they brought up Mo, and they were like, well, what would you do? Like, what would you do if they started dating? And she literally said, I would kill her. And this was testified to in court. So that's not good for your case.
No.
So after that and after several videos and witnesses and Colin, who was very odd on the stand and very just quiet and low talking and low T and very like a wet noodle and kind of simp-ish or whatever.
Yeah.
Just like I have no balls. They came to a conclusion that she was guilty of first-degree murder after 2 hours and 22 minutes.
22 minutes.
That's including their lunchtime, by the way.
They're like, guilty, 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 12 times. Okay, let's go to lunch. We'll tell them when we get back.
Yes. And then it was, they had what do we figure out it was? Well, we'll show you on, I guess, either at the end of this episode or on Patreon, where we're going to play the interview with a lawyer.
I don't know if we can do it here.
Well, so I had a couple of questions because the way that this trial worked was we were trying to figure out, there was some character witness or
the character
victim
phase.
Impact statements,
No, it
which
was the
I
character phase.
thought was victim impact statements because it was family going up and talking to everybody about
the character
of the victim and of the murder. But we had to call a lawyer because we had no idea what was happening. And so that...
I knew what was happening.
Well, I had no idea what was happening.
Impact statement is when you get up and you talk to the person and you're like, remember the Jeffrey Dahmer when they get...
That's what I thought it was!
No, but not on both sides. Both sides don't get to have victim impact.
I mean, I'm literally watching this as a tweet, as it's coming through tweeting, and they didn't... This judge is the quietest judge. She does not say anything, and she does not give any information. And so it's very like, well, what's happening? All of a sudden, just something's happening. She's very different.
Huh.
I've never had a judge like that.
So they did the character phase, and Caitlin's family got to come up and say how amazing Caitlin was. But then, Mo's family got to come up and say how amazing Mo was, and then Caitlin's family got to come up and describe everything around this incident. Like, let's take this incident out of there. She was this, she was this, she was this, she was this. But they got to cross-examine them and basically put holes. So what was the example of
the example was of the sister, because how she got to Costa Rica was by using her sister's passport. And I was always like, why are they not getting the sister to testify? Like, what's happening? Like, I mean, because did she know about it? Did she whatever? Well, then as the sister goes up there and she's talking about it, and she says, this is what she says. We were best friends. Caitlin was brilliant with finances. She excelled at math. She was working in finance, and she had been doing yoga. And she talks about how athletic she was. And she said that she had moved to Austin in 2019, and Caitlin moved in whatever. So yoga was a huge part of her sister's life. She was loving, caring, beautiful, a bright light, just a special person. She's always been such a special person. And then the prosecutor comes up and is like, but can you please tell us, like, yes, she was the one that murdered Mo Wilson? And she was like, yes, I respect the verdict of the jury. And then they go and they ask her, did you give your sister your passport? And she says, no. And they said, so she stole your passport? And she says, I didn't give it to her. And they said, so she stole your passport? And she said, I didn't give it to her, so she must have taken it. And they said, pass the witness.
Mm-hmm.
Why? She's still protecting her. Yeah, she stole your passport. Why can't you not say she stole your passport? Because you gave it to her.
Mm-hmm.
Because you knew. I think. So, yes, that is the... Where were we going with that? Somewhere. There was just a lot... This was a jealousy and...
Yeah.
Was she like a course of control kind of
they didn't even try a crime of passion.
Oh, I forgot one thing.
99 years.
I forgot one thing. The night of the murder, Caitlin comes home. Finally, Colin's home. He's having a whiskey drink. And Colin testifies because they're like, well, were y'all intimate that night? He said yes.
Oh, they were?
And he said that they had sex, and it was very rough sex, and it was very unlike the sex that they had had before. And it was just unlike her to have this rough sex. And
so
then
they did have sex.
Yeah.
Caitlyn didn't even try a crime of passion?
Why would she? And then you think about, why would she not just kill him? You know, you always like, why are you killing her? And when he's the one that's doing it.
Because she wants him.
Because you can't justify a crazy person. You can't.
In her mind, if this amazing girl's out of the way, then maybe her and Colin can be what she wants them to be.
Or if she gets rid of her, then he can't have her, and she doesn't even care about herself. She just is like, haha, this is worse for you than it is for, like this will hurt you more than me killing you, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
You can't I guess you can't talk sanity to a person who is a murderer.
I mean, it's an age-old,
yeah,
I guess, crime of passion, which is why, and I guess maybe because they're not married, but you just described, and I'm sure the court described, that Colin did. That was a little shitty. He treated her a little shitty.
Oh, he was very shitty.
And
he
a vengeful
cheated on her.
woman.
Yes.
A vengeful woman.
She needed to leave. She just needed to leave. And she wouldn't.
I'm not
and I don't.
justifying what she did. Like, Mo is the innocent one. But Colin.
Yeah, Mo is.
He didn't commit any crimes. But I can see, I don't identify with what Caitlyn did. I can see how Caitlyn, like, being in her feelings and being frustrated and probably being in love, or what she thinks is in love with Colin, and he's not giving her the time of day. She's trying to make him jealous. She's going on dates, and he don't give a shit.
Nope.
She thinks, oh, if I go do this, maybe he'll see that I can have somebody else and he'll love me, but he don't give a shit about her.
No, because he was all about this cyclist shit. Well, he wasn't even all about her.
No, he probably wasn't even about that. It was just something new and different, and he respected her sport.
He had done, like, he was hanging out with several other cyclists. And so I don't know why she focused on her.
It's the one she thought was the biggest threat.
I think so. But one other thing is the big red flag.
What does she look? Oh,
whenever Caitlin's parents got up there to give their character witness, whatever that you call it, this is what her dad said. That she... Okay, tell me if you think... Okay, oh yeah, they were trying to kind of like humanize her, like you said. Okay. Oh, she's very interested in yoga. She cared about her health, well-being, other people's health. She eats a lot of vegan food, and she's very healthy and athletic and ran track. But whenever I saw vegan, you know what? It gave me a red flag.
Well, and it's still not speaking to her heart. That's very, like, things she likes, very routine. Like, you haven't told me, like, how great. It's like I got onto you, like, when you describe a guy that you like, you're like, oh, he's so pretty and he's in great in shape, but you've told me nothing about, like, what good of a person that they are. Like, so they still haven't said, like, okay, that's a.
This is what the father said. Caitlyn doesn't. Okay, the defense calls Mike Armstrong. She was a very special person who he loved since the day she was born. He acknowledges that she is, that his other daughter, who he calls Christy, also loves her. Okay, great. He described Caitlin's interest in yoga. He said that Caitlyn cared about her health, well-being, other people's health and well-being. Says that she eats a lot of vegan food and she's very healthy, that she's athletic, she ran track and she played volleyball, and that she wanted to be a veterinarian. And says that she fiercely stuck up for her friends. She supported her family and would watch out for everybody so that she was always in awe of her he was in awe of her willingness to travel and go to places without fear. Her education and experience. She was in real estate and banking. She was very intelligent.
Oh, okay. Now I see.
About the murder trial, it was very different. He did say this. He said it's been very difficult. It's been a very difficult time. It's been a tragic time. But I also want to say it's far worse for the Wilson family. I can't imagine what they're going through. I've always known that it's horrible what we are going through, but I know what they are going through is worse. He was dismissed. And then this dumbass Dr. Knotts, who was like the chaplaincy program, she's like, Caitlin has enriched her life during the 7 months that she's been here. I feel honored to have met with her. And she's been meeting with us and going to Catholic services together.
Oh, hell.
Caitlin reads the gospel to the group, and she's very insightful. And
she's going to get out early because she's going to be the model inmate.
Oh, yeah. Well, she said, I said to her, Caitlin, what do you do all day in isolation? Caitlin says, well, I meditate, I do yoga, and I read. So Knotts helped her get new books so she could read them in jail, since she had read most of the books already in the jail library. And Knotts said that she was a delight to converse with. Yeah. Are you also
She'll get out
like
early.
Banging her or something?
She'll get out early.
Yeah. The words that she used to describe Caitlin were extremely positive, very kind, but most impressive is her empathy.
So she's guilty, and we don't know her sentencing yet. We will have to tell you at the Quickie next Tuesday because they're doing sentencing tomorrow.
Yes.
The day after we record.
And it's going to be 99 years.
Facing up to 99 years.
Yes.
You think she's going to get max?
I mean, I hope so.
Okay. All right, good story. We went to Austin, and we've been following that story since the beginning, like when it happened, in real time.
In real time.
When it happened, like trial, escape, everything. So we finally put the seal on that story, and it's done. You're welcome.
You are welcome.
Great story. Okay, and Caroline was there. Watch the news. You might see her on some of the footage. Don't forget to
stay aware,
stay alive,
and always BGTF.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Hey, I'm Blair.
And I'm Brittany. And we're the host of
By the Cover Podcast.
We cover everything from mysteries, thrillers, romance, chick lit, and even some smut.
Don't forget the smut.
Yeah.
We're so excited to get this thing going and share this with you guys. We've been talking about this for months, and it's finally happening.
Yes.
Special shout out to RogueMedia for helping us with this.
For sure, for sure. You can find us on Instagram at bythecover_podcast.
You can also find us on Facebook and TikTok, so don't forget to give us a follow on those too also.
We are so excited to dive into some of our favorite books and share those with you.
We can't wait. Hope you love it.
Hi, and welcome to Bustles and Bangers with your hostess, Rachel and Christopher.
I love it when you say my name.
And you didn't say hi.
I didn't. You just kept going. I'm going to introduce the book. I'm not reading it.
It's
because I don't like reading.
Girls like cowboy butts, and those jeans don't hide anything.
Find us on Instagram at Bustles and Bangers or on RogueMediaNetwork.com.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast. Welcome to Holiday Stories. Why He Carried the Turkey by James Baldwin. In Richmond, Virginia, one Saturday morning, an old man went into the market to buy something. He was dressed plainly, his coat was worn, and his hat was dingy. On his arm he carried a small basket. "I wish to get a fowl for tomorrow's dinner," he said. The market man showed him a fat turkey, plump and white and ready for roasting. "Ah, that is just what I want," said the old man. "My wife will be delighted with it." He asked the price and paid for it. The market man wrapped a paper around it and put it in the basket. Just then a young man stepped up. "I will take one of those turkeys," he said. He was dressed in fine style and carried a small cane. "Shall I wrap it up for you?" asked the market man. "Yes, here is your money," answered the young gentleman, "and send it to my house at once." "I cannot do that," said the market man. "My errand boy is sick today, and there is no one else to send. Besides, it is not our custom to deliver goods." "Then how am I to get it home?" asked the young gentleman. "I suppose you'll have to carry it yourself," said the market man. "It is not heavy." "Carry it myself? Who do you think I am? Fancy me carrying a turkey along the street," said the young gentleman. And he began to grow very angry. The old man who had bought the first turkey was standing quite near. He had heard all that was said. "Excuse me, sir," he said, "but may I ask where you live?" "I live at number 9 Blank Street," answered the young gentleman, "and my name is Johnson." "Well, that is lucky," said the old man, smiling. "I happen to be going that way. I'll carry your turkey, if you will allow me." "Oh, certainly," said Mr. Johnson. "Here it is. You may follow me." When they reached Mr. Johnson's house, the old man politely handed him the turkey and turned to go. "Here, my friend, what shall I pay you?" said the young gentleman. "Oh, nothing, sir, nothing," answered the old man. "It was no trouble to me, and you are welcome." He bowed and went on. Young Mr. Johnson looked after him and wondered. Then he turned and walked briskly back to the market. "Who is that polite old gentleman who carried my turkey for me?" he asked of the market man. "That is John Marshall, Chief Justice of the United States. He is one of the greatest men in our country," was the answer. The young gentleman was surprised and ashamed. "Why did he offer to carry my turkey?" he asked. "He wished to teach you a lesson," answered the market man. "What sort of lesson?" "He wished to teach you that no man should feel himself too fine to carry his own packages." "Oh, no," said another man who had seen and heard it all. "Judge Marshall carried the turkey simply because he wished to be kind and obliging. That is his way." Happy Thanksgiving. This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill.
check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Breathe, breathe, and all my people just breathe. And all my people just breathe, breathe, and all my people just breathe, breathe, and all my people just breathe. And all my people just breathe, breathe, and all my people.
Hello, welcome. This is the Give You Blues music show where we discuss our blues while listening to the blues. That is blues that was, is, and has come to be in terms of music. And today we have the genuine Jatori, and he is a singer, a music video producer, director. I'm gonna let him tell his side of the story for real, for real. And yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us your.
I'm Jatori.
Yeah.
I'm Jatori. Bajatori is my Instagram name. But I'm a creative director. I'm a singer songwriter first, creative director, art director, producer, videographer, graphic designer, web designer.
Okay.
I do a lot of stuff. Anything creative, I pretty much do that.
No, that's cool. And something that I always like to ask my guests as well is if you could tell us your name or your birthday / astrology sign.
What am I? Can you turn the music down just a little bit?
Yeah.
Um, my I'm an Aries.
Oh, okay.
Look, don't start hating on me. Don't start hating me. I understand. We like one of the most hated out here. We ain't doing nothing to nobody but make y'all love us. So look, but yeah, I'm an Aries.
No, that's cool. I don't believe that Aries is the most hated sign, but that's neither here nor there. But it's good to have you on the show, for real. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, the music is just too loud. It's like I hear the music way louder.
Way more. Okay, so sorry. Anyways,
That's perfect.
I definitely want to get into you out here saying that Aries is the most hated sign because, first of all, why do you feel that way? I feel like Aries are very like head-driven people, so they're out here, just going after what they want. And I don't know, I never get that energy from y'all to be hated. Like y'all are just very, spontaneous, straightforward in a way.
Yeah, I agree. Like I think I feel the same way, but Twitter don't like us. Twitter hate us, man. I'm telling you, like we get one of the most toxic traits to date. Like that's crazy. I'm just like, wow. It usually, like I said, it usually stems from somebody really loving us, and that's the reason why you really love us.
That's fair.
I'm paying no mind.
That's fair. I was just speaking about toxic traits with one of my other guests on the show, so now I have to ask, do you feel like you portray these toxic traits, especially like in songs, because it was more so in pertaining to songs in general, so whenever creating music or whatever, do you feel like you kind of let a toxic side of you show in your music, or not so much, you just, it's whatever you
I think that I'd be way more honest before I be toxic. I don't think that I'd just be like, I mean, like I can understand that some of it probably could come off as toxic, but for the most part, now I think that I'm very honest. I try my best to be honest and be very careful with what I say because I don't be trying to. Not that I don't be trying to offend nobody, because I try my best to not care about what nobody think, what everybody think is when I'm writing, because it's for me. But for the most part, like I say, like I think I'm way more honest than I be toxic for sure.
I feel that. I feel like it's also interesting, like, as, like, creatives and artists, like, whenever we go to, like, write down our authentic and genuine feelings, like, it's hard not to kind of hurt somebody's feelings. So, like, I definitely understand that. But speaking about your music and stuff, because I kind of want to talk about, like, the genres of, like, your music, because sometimes you, like, have it listed as R&B and soul, and sometimes you have it listed as hip hop, but it also kind of doesn't always just give just hip hop or just R&B as well, especially like your song Don't Be Dramatic and No Fun, that little like EP like single pack that you released, it kind of feels like house, and it feels like everybody is about to be on this wave of tapping into more like electronic, like house vibes. So would you
Yeah.
say that you kind of have like a specific genre that you fit into?
Nah, I try my like I just be making music. Whatever come out, it come out. My people be mad at me because they be like, "Bro, you gotta stick to a brand." But I don't really believe in it as an artist. I don't believe in it. Like I feel like it's my duty to talk about however I feel the most honest way I can do it. And like whatever that may be at the time, that's what it is. Sometimes it's R&B, sometimes it's hip hop. But I think I'm more so an alternative artist in no matter which way that you put. I mean, in any genre that I decide to go down, whether it be pop, then it's alternative pop. It's not really just pop. It's like pop with a splash of hip hop and R&B with a splash of this. If it's R&B, then it probably got a little bit of like something in it. It's always alternative. It's never just a genre.
That's fair. And also, you didn't say where you're from, but I know that you're living in Austin right now.
Yeah.
So do
Well,
you?
right now I'm in Houston.
Oh, okay. Well, shout out to Houston. Where are you from?
I'm from Houston.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Bet.
I'm from Houston. I'm from Houston. I just moved to Austin probably like 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago.
Oh, wow.
I was like, man, Houston been having a hold on me for a long time. It's just like I'm ready to try something new, do something different.
Yeah.
So I just decided to.
Do you feel like because you're from Houston, do you feel like there's like musical influences from like Houston music on your music? Because I feel like I haven't heard a lot of R&B and kind of like the alternative sound that you have come out of Houston as much, except for like
Yeah.
in like our generation of music. I feel like I've heard a lot of artists that are coming out now that have like a similar sound, but do you feel like you're making like this new wave of sounds for your city?
I think that I'm influenced by a lot. Um, I feel like I'm influenced by Mike Dean's production. That's what I think I am. It's like it's kind of you never just know what you're gonna get, you know. Um, but as far as like artists, I think Big Mo he got some type of influence. I think everybody got some type of influence on me. I think Scarface and Ghetto Boys was probably like one of the reasons that I started making music in the first place. Um, uh, like Big Mo, and that was a big part of my like childhood. Watching my uncle just play those songs over and over again. Chop and screw music is like a big part of my childhood. Travis Scott being from where I'm from, and Beyonce being from where I'm from. You get what I'm saying? Like I feel like Houston is a lot more musically inclined than people give us credit for. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we started a lot of sounds that you hear today that we just don't get credit for. But so I probably would say I'm influenced by all of this. I'm more influenced by the city itself than I am by the music, though, for sure.
That's fair. And when you say you feel like Houston is starting a lot of trends, like for me, I'm not from Texas. So when I came here and everybody says that about Texas, I'm not gonna lie to you, like y'all are very proud of being Texans. And
For sure,
so
yeah.
it's really like it's funny to see, but it's also just like interesting to hear y'all talk about it and have so much love for your city, because sometimes when we go outside of Texas, people have this idea that like y'all not out here with y'all own culture, like it has like this whole thing, like stigma. I don't want to say stigma, but it's low key a stigma that is on Texas, and you feel like, I don't know, do you feel that you have like some kind of stigma being from Texas? Like, how do you feel about it?
I think it is a stigma. I feel like people think that we like years behind or something. Like I don't, I don't know. I think people just kind of have like this. I mean, for a long time, it was just like being from Texas. Everybody thought we was just like cowboys walking around. And to their point, where I'm from the north side. I'm from north side of Houston, and it's people every Sunday we used to ride horses down the street and like you know what I'm saying, like. So we from that too, but I think it's way different than people think. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason why every one of these artists out here, every one of these rappers either moved to Texas or moved to Houston or always visiting here. It's a reason. You know what I'm saying? Our lifestyle out here is one of like Atlanta's maybe, but like it's our own, but it's kind of like like a Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's fair. I think it's also just like being in the South, like a lot of like musical influences. If you're not from the South, it's hard to like see what's happening in the South because of just like, I don't know, the dichotomy and kind of.
You breaking up a little bit.
Oh, my bad. I was just saying it also could just be like being from the South. I feel like people have a lot of things to say about the South, especially like
Yeah.
because I'm from New York, so like it's completely different. Like people really don't be knowing what's going on in the South
Yeah.
unless you know.
You say you from New York?
Yeah,
What part? What part of New York?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Brooklyn, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah.
work with New York. New York's like a. I ain't gonna say it's a second home because I don't go there enough for it to be a second home, but for sure, it's like I feel like it's a aspiring place to be always, especially for Houstonians. There's a lot of my friends that live in New York, and also just like being in New York was probably like some of the best times of my life. Honestly, I love being in New York.
Yeah.
Love it.
Nah, it's a good time. It's always a good time in New York for sure, especially Brooklyn because we're the best borough. But that's neither here nor there. So also what I wanted to talk about, because you touched on it a little bit, is like speaking on like your brand and something that I've been thinking about, like as like independent artists and kind of like growing your, I guess, audience as well, is how do you feel about kind of like fame? I know that's like a wild question, but you know, like
No,
with
I feel
trying to
you. I
like
feel it.
boost yourself, like you have to walk that line of like whether or not you're ready to be, or not even ready, if you really are wanting fame or fortune, or like building this brand and what you want to build your brand around, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think about that a lot. I think about fame, fortune. Like I said, me and who's been a part of my team for so long, like we always had different views on who I could be, like potentially who I could be, or like where I could go. And it's just like a lot of this stuff is stuff that I don't want for real. I really enjoy creating stuff. Like it's not really, it really don't be about like, I seen something today that was like, would you still make music if people don't listen to you? And I was like, I kind of do that right now. It was like at this point, with it being like 8 billion people in the world, it's like it's always nobody listening to you. If it's not a billion people listening to you, it's nobody listening to you, bro. Like it's literally nobody could know you in one part of the country,
Yeah.
or in the world, whatever. But I'm kind of scared of fame. Honestly, I'm scared of not being able to go to the grocery store when I want to. I'm scared of not recognizing love for what it really is because you don't know what their intentions are. I'm scared of not being able to have privacy in my own home or being under a microscope of anything that I do wrong. I'm scared of being a role model because things that I say, I'm not perfect because I'm a human being,
True.
Yeah, it's scary for sure. But I think I'm not in it for fame at all. I really enjoy creating stuff. I really enjoy making music. I really enjoy writing. I really enjoy directing. I enjoy those things. That's the reason why when people offer me jobs to creative direct, I gotta like the song first. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ask me to come help build your business's brand, it's like I need to like where you want to go with your new brand. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very much so invested in doing it, creating how I would like to create it, elevating taste level, and like trying things and being honest. And you know, I'm not really with fame like that, but of course I'm taking the money, baby.
Yeah. Well, as you should, as you should. I can't knock you for that. But also, when you
Yeah.
speak about your creative directing, it's hard to find stuff on you. I was out here trying to do all as much research as I could. Can we
You
talk
know what?
about your creative directing? Because, you were out here talking about you wanted to get into like a photo book and all that. I want to know, like, what's the progress on that? Have you done your photo book yet? Like, what's
No,
the
I'm
tea?
actually okay. So my photo book, I'm working on something called Cavity, and a lot of my brother get on me about this too. But I don't. As far as I just recently did a name change to Jatori, which is my real name. Jatori is my real name. I was going by Don't Ask Jen before, and you probably can still find a lot of stuff on Don't Ask Jen. But Jatori is like just started this year. He just started making music. I feel like for the first time, I'm able to be myself. And I hadn't been able to be myself. And I kind of didn't, I wasn't able to be myself because I didn't know myself. But I kind of got to sit down, talk to my mom, and try to figure out where she came from and who she was as a human, like before having to be a title, which is mother, you know what I'm saying? Before you have to be that title. Had sat down and asked her some questions and got to know my pops and my living grandpa and grandmother. You know what I'm saying? It's just like trying to figure out who am I? Like what am I? You know, what do I want to do? And that was that. But as far as the book goes, I'm actually in the process of working on a project, and the project will have that book connected to it. I'm doing the shoots and stuff right now as we speak. I'm super excited about a lot of stuff. It's not really just the book. I didn't even know people paying attention enough to know I was coming out with a book.
That's okay. That's okay. It was because you mentioned it in the interview, and I was like, okay, so you dip your foot in a whole bunch of different bags, and so I just kind of wanted to tap into it because I wanted to know, like, are you also like a photographer, or is it mostly like the creative direction, and you're mostly just kind of?
No, I'm a photographer too. Like anything creative, I can do it. If I can't do it, it's easy for me to do. I just have to sit down with it. I think that I've been gifted. Like my mom was like, when I look back on my life, me being a writer, me being a songwriter, me being just like this one to always set a scene of how things look, sound, feel, taste, touch. Like my mom was a author and an interior decorator, and my dad was a creative. He's an architect. He's a carpenter. He was a barber for a long time. He was a barber, and I feel like all of those creative avenues kind of gave me the opportunity to see myself as a full all around creative. My mama always wanted things to look nice. She always wanted to look nice. She always wanted to be when she wrote, she always wanted to be very expressive and to exactly how she felt and make sure that you was emotionally triggered by something that she said. My dad was always make it look nice. I need things to feel good when I come home. I wanted to be like this. I wanted to be able to create something. I used to find his tablets and he'll just have a whole bunch of drawings of like what he want his living room to look like or what he want look like, and then coming home and seeing him actually work on it, installing wood. I mean, installing floors or building a table or building a deck outside. It was just like I kind of got used to building these, watching my parents build worlds. So as a creative, it's like that's what it was for me. It's like I kind of just want to build a world. I want to not to offend nobody, but I kind of want to be as close, like as to God as I possibly can. I think the creative. I think that being a creative is as close to God as you can be, because that's what God is, the creator. He's the one. So for me to be a creative just shows that how much of a seed of him I really am, you know.
I feel that. I don't think you can offend people by saying that because I'm pretty sure they be saying that we should aspire to be as much like God as we can be, and so when you take that into also creation, I feel like that's pretty cool too. So I commend
for
you.
sure.
Yeah, and I can't skip over you saying that you're into writing because my favorite thing to do on the show is have poets. So
I'm a poet too. I do that too, baby.
Oh, okay. You trying to share any poetry with us today?
Today, let me see. Maybe if I can find my other phone, let me see. I might have some on this phone actually. I'm always writing. So let's see. Let's see if I got some poetry on here. No, it's my other phone. I just got song and creative ideas on here. But I'll look at my other phone before we. cool. Before we get off, I'll look into my other phone and like read your poem or something.
Okay, bet. Cause I'm trying to figure out. You saying you're world building. I'm like, are you also out here writing novels or something? Like,
Um, I don't think I have ever gone that far. But it's crazy because I had the idea the other day. One of my best friends, she's an author, and she's working on 2 books right now. And as I was at her house the other day, and I was just thinking about I was watching her write, and I was like, I wonder what it would sound like, what a book by me would be like, you know. I also like kind of really be into, I don't know, what's up, bro? You gone? All right, love you, bro. I'll talk to you later. That was my big brother. Um, I really got into Rick Rubin's book, and it's like I've been reading that. It's been like my little Bible, you know. And I was just wondering like what it would be like for me to build a world and put it in a book, but I doubt it. I doubt that I would. It just seems like a lot of work.
low key, yeah. It's a lot of research that
Yeah.
goes into it that I feel like not a lot of people understand too when they're really
Yeah.
creating a whole world. So I feel you. Well, that's cool.
I just be wanting to try stuff though, to be honest with you. I like trying it. Poetry was the first thing I did before I started making music, before I started writing music, before I started rapping. It was poetry and then it was rapping and then it was like, hey, I wonder if I could sing. And it's like I'm just gonna try it. Then it's like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like I just like trying stuff.
That's cool.
I don't life be too boring to not try it.
High key.
Yeah, you gotta put some excitement into your life. So the only way you can do that, well, the only way I feel like I can do it is just trying stuff. Like, let's go jump out of the plane today.
Okay, listen, I'm not jumping out of no planes. That's where I draw the
Wow.
line. That's where I draw the line. I like
You-
my heart. I don't think I could take it. Like, it's really like that's like a lot. Like, I barely like roller coasters. Like, I don't know, my stomach going up in my chest. Like, if you force me and we're at this amusement park, we're finna go. Like, I'm gonna get on. I might not enjoy it the whole time though, cause like
Y'all
that's
got
a lot.
y'all got like roller coasters and stuff in New York somewhere?
In New York, people usually like me and my friend. We used to actually go to like I think it was called like Dorian Park or something like that. That's where we went one summer, and it's like
We're gonna get you. We're gonna get you on a roller coaster at
listen,
least.
no, because she tried the same thing, and it was a wooden roller coaster, and that's like the last thing I want to get on. I'm not trying to get on a wooden roller coaster. It's rickety. I don't know, like that's a bit too much. Like that's real life scary.
Yeah, I feel it.
So
I feel you.
yeah,
I
but
feel you. I ain't
support
gonna lie.
you.
I'm a jump.
You would jump inside the roller coaster?
No, no. I mean like from the plane. Like I jump for sure. Like I be needing those thrills. Like you know, like you said, I'm an Aries. I'm spontaneous. I just be wanting to do stuff like whatever.
That's fair. No, that's cool. That's cool. I guess. Would you try bungee jumping too?
Bungee jumping ASAP.
Oh my god.
I'm down for all of this shit. I mean, can I? Oops, I'm sorry.
You could curse. I was already cursing. You good? I broke the
All
safe
right, yeah,
voice.
I'm down. I'm down for all it. Like whatever we trying to do, well, let's do it.
Yo, that's cool though. I respect that. I respect it. You got a good heart. I know you out here doing good cardio. No, but that's cool. That's cool. Speaking also, I guess of like your routines, you out here? Do you practice self care?
No, for sure. Actually, I just said yesterday. I said I was so mad at myself. I felt I'm sorry, whatever. But I'm not apologizing. I'm gonna stop apologizing for it too. But yesterday I was just saying like, I was disappointed in myself because I feel like God keep giving me blessings and I keep messing them up because I won't add structure or routine to my life. So that was like 3 days ago, and then ever since then, like every morning, self care. If I got to get up early before I go to work, it's okay, bro. Like wake up an extra 30, 45 minutes. Make sure all your skin is good and da da da. Like starting with your skin and hair. Then we're gonna make sure we're gonna stretch. We're gonna da 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 because it just feels like my body appreciates me more. Like my body be like, all right, bro, we good now. We can do whatever you want to do. But before it's like just being stiff. I tried to start a couple of months ago, but sticking to things is not my thing. Like
fair.
Yeah, like I'll start something and I'll try something and I'll do it for a while, but like sticking to it, it's just like not haven't had before this. It hadn't been a big thing for me, but yeah, but I really want to add some type of structure. I feel like I'm just missing a step or something. Like I don't want God to not give me what I feel like he got for me just because I won't, you know?
That's fair. I honestly was thinking the same thing literally last night, ironically. And I was like, I need to get me a planner. I've been sitting here like 6 months. Like, I usually keep a planner on me, like, just to keep things in line and in check for myself. And then I realized that, like, June came and that was when my planner day ended. And I fully have been just raw dogging the rest of the year without a
Yeah.
planner. Like, it's not okay.
Yeah.
Like, a calendar is cool, like, in the phone, but, like, I need a place to write down goals, like all that kind of stuff. So I get what you're saying. I think it's
Yeah, for
important
sure.
to be out here, you know,
But
having some
self
type of
care for sure.
structure.
Everybody needs to be doing it.
Truly, truly. So you out here, you out here like on some offset, having a nice nightly routine to unwind as well, and not just in the morning too.
Nah, I don't have no one at night. Just like shower. All right, bro, you ready? Let's go to sleep.
That's okay too.
That's
That's
it.
okay.
That's it. That's it. Like, nah, but I gotta get up in the mornings. Like I wake up like 6 a.m. sometimes and just like everything. Cause it's the only time I really just feel like my thoughts are not just engulfed in the world. I be super consumed. I feel like I be super consumed about social media or like making sure everybody around me is okay or like just like um I just be too consumed with everything. It just be like a rush of thoughts always, but early in the morning, my brain is just like calm and it's like, okay, you don't have to think until you have to think. So while you don't have no time to think, take it to yourself. Like, so that's the reason why nighttime is so hard for me to go to sleep. So, and it's just because everything that I did earlier that day, I'm thinking about all of those. I'm thinking about what I got to do tomorrow. I'm thinking about how I can make some more money. I'm thinking about how I can do this. I'm thinking about how I can build the brand. Think about and it's like, bruh, just go to sleep.
Your mind really be on go. I see.
Yeah.
That's fair. I feel like it's nice to have like at least some like time for yourself too. So that's cool that it's in the mornings. I appreciate that. But also going back to what you had said, because you were also talking about a book, and I realized I don't know that author that you were talking about, Rick Ruins. What book are you reading?
I said I'm gonna show you.
It's okay.
The name of the book is no books library. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Take your time.
This book is amazing, bro. It's called The Creative Act: A Way of Being Unabridged. Basically, where I'm at in the book right now is just talking about not owning ideas and like kind of letting it just come to you and being careful to it's really just like stripping away the stress of creating for me. So like right now it's just like knowing ideas aren't yours, that they just like floating around in the air and being able to tap into the source, which is my source is God. So being able to tap into my source and then allowing that source to be able to tell me what I'm writing about, or allowing the source is the music, allowing the music to tell me how I feel. I mean, to expose how I feel, and then me be able to just find a way to communicate what that is, like what those things, whatever that thing showed me, to be able to communicate that is my responsibility, you know.
Yeah. No.
So that's that book is so good so far. And I'm audiobooking, of course. That's the reason why I was able to look it up on my phone. This is my audiobook. So I'm audiobooking because I'm not a big reader. I'm not like a line for line person, but I always like to hear new ideas and new approaches, and I'm that type of nigga, you know.
Okay, no, that's cool. I have some friends that were telling me also to like get something. It sounds kind of similar to this book called I think it's The Artist Way. I haven't tapped into it. It sounds very similar, but I'm gonna check out both because I've been slacking on reading these type of books. Like right now, I'm reading like some classic old English stuff because my friend is like an English teacher, so she got us in this book club. But that's cool. I'm gonna
You
check
said
it out.
you said what is it you said you're reading right now? Some
It's
old English?
yeah, it's like this like classic literature thing because my friend, she's an English teacher. It's called
Mm.
The Picture of Dorian Gray. It's real interesting. Shout out to my friend for putting me on. We're in a book
The
club
Picture
together.
of Dorian Gray. Shout out to your friend. I'm finna steal another book.
It's by Oscar Wilde. I don't know if that's the vibe for you, because I didn't really know too much about Oscar Wilde, to be honest. But it's an interesting
I don't
book.
even know who that is.
Oh, he's like apparently a very famous like old English writer. It's like one of those things that you read in high school. She's a high school English teacher, so like it's like one of those type of books.
Yeah, shout out to her, man.
Yeah, it's cool.
She be making her kids read that.
I hope she's gonna force them to read it after making me read this book. But it is interesting. It is interesting for sure.
What is it about for real though? Like,
honestly, I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm only at chapter 7, but right now it's just kind of like there's like multiple storylines going on like between these two characters, and like one of them is a painter, and so it starts off by explaining how he painted this picture of this guy, but he's scared to put it out to the world because it feels like he's showing too much of himself, even though it's just a portrait painting. Yeah, and then now it's like going into the person that he painted, his subject's like life, and so
yeah,
it's pretty
I
cool.
ain't gonna lie to you. I feel him.
What you feel?
I feel him. I feel him like creating something and then feeling like people can see. I talk to man. I'm telling you, I have so many conversations about this type of stuff because I feel like first of all, that's the whole branding thing is something that I'm trying to strip down and like kind of make it. I feel like everybody talk about photos that you take with your friends like it's a piece of content. Like, oh, this is gonna be good for, bro. Like these are friends. Like people be picking their friend groups on what people can do for them, or like it'll be a good look if we go out together type. And it's like, bro, that's lame, bro. Like I can't do that shit, bro. So like I'm in a space where it's like I'm trying to strip all of that branding down. Like, yeah, I want things to look good and I want things to feel a certain way, but also like I want to be honest. It's a life. I'm tired of people portraying a lifestyle to me. I don't want you to show me, man, this is elegance or this is luxury or this is da 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 da. So like being in a space where I have all these songs, it's like tucked inside. Like I got this song called 17 Minutes. That's about my son's first 17 minutes of his life. My son passed away in 2021, and it's about the first 17 minutes of his life. He couldn't breathe, and it was just like, man, I couldn't release this song, bro, because people will know what I cry about. Like people will see me, and it's like one of the I think scariest things for I don't know about any other race, but I'm a black man, so I'm gonna talk about from my perspective. As a black man, I think one of the scariest things for us to see, even when it's around our black women, is to be seen. Is to know for people to know your strengths, your weaknesses, what you love, what you don't love, what you care about, why you care about it. And it's like I was so scared to show people that. I was so scared to show people that. Even when it came to my love life or it came to like the lack thereof, like it just felt like I just don't want y'all to know that. So I was always, don't ask Jen, the character that I built was always trying to like tell a story through somebody else's eyes. Like I had the song called Here For You, and it was just like I would talk about it from like if it was me talking to a woman, like I'm here for you. Like, you ever had somebody tell you good, like I'm that they there, like da da da, you going through this, and you treating yourself like this, boom, boom. But all of those, when I listened back to that song, I was like, that was me. The woman that I was talking to was myself, and I feel like maybe I call me a she in that moment because I was always taught that that was feminine for me to feel those ways. You get what I'm saying? So it's like I didn't want nobody to know that I was talking to myself and that I had been in that I was in that space currently. I was currently in that space, so people could just listen to it and be like, "Oh, this is a good song." The issue was that I was still in that space after the song was out, and people wasn't calling and asking me, "Are you okay?" People was just calling and saying like, "Bro, this a fire ass song," and it was just like, "Yeah, appreciate it, bro." And the reason why I could never and I feel like that was a disconnect between me and my artist. It was my audience. It was the lack of honesty between us two. You know, it's like because now we're not able to have the conversation
Yeah, I see what you mean.
because you just think it's a song, but this is really going on in my life. So now we can't have a conversation to where it's like you don't even if they're not asking me, "Are you okay?" But we can't even say, "Nah, mental health is serious, man." We can't say that like we can't even have the conversation to where it's like, bro, you've been going through that. I've been going through that too. I can't have that conversation with my audience, but because I'm lying. But if I decide to be honest, then I can actually talk. You know?
Yeah. So is that something that you're striving for in your next project that you're gonna release?
No, this project, not at all. Honestly, this project is well where I'm at right now in the project because it's very early on. But
Okay, no worries.
where I'm at right now, it's really scary how honest it is. Like, damn, and it's more so like a perspective of my neighborhood, like where I'm at in my neighborhood. Or I'll give you an example. So, um, I feel like my community is demonized in general, not just from outside sources, from ourselves, starting within. Like we even like me and at one point in time when we was doing, me and my homeboys was even calling each other demons or calling each other like gang or demon Tom. It's like all of that is just like a lot of the stuff be circumstance. A lot of the stuff that we were doing was circumstance. A lot of the stuff that we were doing were reactions to something very positive. So if I was going, if I was going to fight somebody, it probably wasn't because like this is just who I am. It was probably because, man, you hurt something I love, or you disregarded me as a human being, and I feel I love myself too much to let somebody not treat me a certain way, or even when you take in perception, like, I mean, if you take in consideration what's happening with these like gang wars or like how things just keep happening over and over. They kill somebody, one of your homeboys, you go kill them. And outside looking in, it's like people just killing each other. But it's really like you just killed my cousin. And we don't have a lot to love in where I'm coming from. Where I'm from, we don't have a lot to love. We don't have a lot, period. So it's like, so for me to have these very special things or these things that I just care about a whole lot stripped away from me by a hand of somebody else, that would make me retaliate in a way that's like that feels like monstrous, but to me it just feels like it's really just because I'm in pain. It's really because I'm hurting. It's really because I'm broken on the inside. It's something that I really cared about, and I was broken about this, so I reacted. I didn't think about it. I just reacted. I knew that my friends would be like, "Nah, bro, I understand it. It's not really on a let's go do it, but it's like I understand how you feel right now. So I'm willing to help you because you somebody I love. I love you a lot, and you going to react is I understand it. So it's just like that's what I'm trying to strip away. It's like stories behind these useless killings that people would call it.
Yeah.
It's like it's stories behind it. It's stories behind the mother that's going in there and stealing from the store. You would call her a thief. She would call it providing for her kids because she don't have no other way to do so.
Fully, yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So it's like that's what this project is. I think.
Okay.
So far, that's what it's been.
No, that's cool. You giving the story to the streets. I respect it. Also, speaking about like the song about mental health, because it's interesting whenever you say like, you know, you're saying it from a feminine point of view. I feel like a lot of times, like in the past, because I'm also a DJ, I used to like make a lot of mixes, like especially like playlists. I had like this one specific playlist that I had like recurring called Take You Back. And I was listening to it the other night, and I feel like every time like I have an experience, and I'm also just gonna put this out there for the world to know, I am a bisexual woman, so I date, you know, all genders. So like sometimes whenever I like have a song where like it's a woman talking about a man, sometimes that's how I feel talking to a woman. But then like when it's a man talking about a woman, that's how I feel talking to a man. It's very strange. So like I don't know, gender roles is something I've been thinking about a lot too, because we have all these ideas of how like men should act and how women should act, or how men should feel and how women should feel about certain things. But that's not always the case. And I feel like recently it feels like we've seen like a lot of changes where like, you know, women's are really out here kind of being cold-hearted in a lot of ways in how they interact with people in terms of love. And we're kind of seeing like this shift. I don't know if that's something that you noticed, but I've been peeping it.
No, for sure.
Like, especially like with celebrities and how people have been approaching like their relationships and love. It's like very different than I feel like maybe like my parents' generations have seen. But I honestly don't know what they were seeing. So it's just interesting.
I agree with you. I think that a lot of roles are changing because I'm sorry, give me a second.
It's all good. I
I
was
think
like,
that
you changed your whole camera around. I was like, we gotta keep
nah.
it one way, sir.
No. I was trying to get something on the camera. I mean on my phone. But anyway, I think that a lot of the gender things is like it's kind of based on, it's like it's systematic kind of.
Yeah.
Where our parents came from, where their parents came from, where their parents came from. It's just like, say for instance, I just watched a video about this, but say for instance, uh, uh, um, I'm trying to find a way to say this without, I don't want to be offensive.
It's okay,
but
be offensive.
all right, cool. Say this. All right, cool. So basically, the way I feel is that our household, where we come from, the mother has been the head of the household for a long time. Like in my household, the mother was the father and the mother. So much so that sometimes at one point in my life, I would give my mother gifts on Father's Day. Okay, so like my mother was the head of the household, so a lot of times she talked at me and she didn't talk to me. Right? So that was how I felt, like that was her being a father, like doing things that my father would do, or like telling me things that my father would tell me. And it was like now that I'm going into, when I started going to dating, that was something that I recognized as the masculine side of a woman. So whenever I seen it, because I was also disconnected from my feminine side as a man, because when I seen it, I feel like who you talking to? I feel like, who you talking to? But really, it's just that this is where she come from too. She come from this space too. So like, she's talking to me as if like how she learned how to talk to somebody. So it's like, also, I just think people just need to learn how to be more open to new ideas. It's just like being able to say, hey man, I understand. Like I get that, which is my definition of love, unconditional understanding. Like no matter what the condition is, we'll try to figure it out together. Let's try it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, people should just love each other. It don't even matter what it is. Like who's saying what or what you saying. Like I think if you just find a way to love somebody, or try to understand where they're coming from, understand their perspective, it makes things a lot easier. But understanding their perspectives means taking time to get to know where they came from, what their household was like, and what their household was like. And same thing with me. understanding where I come from, what my household was like, and who my parents are, where I come, like all of this stuff. It just all has something to do with each other. I feel like.
Yeah, no, and that's valid points. I feel like that's something that, like, I don't know, since seeing all this news about like Palestine and Israel, I feel like a lot of people have been out here like speaking on like empathy and also like kind of straying away from like this whole like individualistic thing of just like being so tunnel vision on all the things that you got going on, but also seeing how everybody else kind of like the human experience is like out here. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
is having all these different types of feelings and emotions, and we all come from these different backgrounds, but sometimes they also overlap and are similar in a lot of ways too. But I don't want to take up too much of your time, and we've been having a good conversation, so I do want to ask my pivotal question, and that is,
Okay, go ahead.
what gives you the blues and how do you get out of them?
What gives me the blues?
You can take your time.
What gives me the blues? Too much.
Oh, it's okay. Maybe like
A lot of things give me the blues. Just like one, my probably biggest thing right now is just like people not being willing to understand. Like people not being taking the time to try to figure things out, try to understand people, try to communicate it and figure out the whys. Please just try to understand me. Just listen to me, you know. Um, but that come, I feel like that mean for me it's just like to be able to get people to even do that. It took some fixing for myself because I had to be able to communicate it. Had to be able to say, oh no, this is how I feel, or so what's been helping me get out the blues of people not understanding me or always feeling like I'm falling short because of that reason. It's been one, stop giving a fuck about what people got to say, uh, think about, or if they understand you or not, because that's not your end goal. Your end goal is not to make everybody around you understand you. My end goal is a lot different from that. So I one is to stop caring so much, not taking everything so personal. It's not about you. And then two is being willing to stand on the things that I care about, which is I love me. So if something is not treating me or acting in a way of love with me, then I'm just good on it. Like separating myself from it and still going to get the things that I need because I still need love. I do. I'm human. I need it. I still need love, but just go get the love from the places that's willing to give it to you. You know, like you ain't gotta, and that makes me happy. It makes me feel good to say, "Hey man, those they not loving you right now. You should go love yourself. You should go and do a self care in the morning. In the morning, self care it out. You know what I'm saying? Like talking to God a lot. That's my thing. Like making sure that I'm right spiritually. That makes me feel better. Listening to great music that makes me feel better. It haven't been a lot of great music to listen to.
Oh, don't say that. Have you not been listening to my mixes? You trying to shade the artists I've been having on the show?
Now put me on, man.
Okay, let me send
Put
you
me
all the
on,
links
man. Like,
because I be out here. I'm tired of people saying that. That's why I started this show so I could mix music that people will like and feel like it's saying. But it is blues. Like it's gonna be sad
yeah,
music sometimes, most of the time because that's the preface of the show. But
yeah.
yeah, I'll definitely
I
send
feel-
you
But
links.
that's what I do to get rid of my blues.
Okay, okay, that's fair. What kind of music do you like to listen to then?
Like I said, like
Because you
I
said
had found myself
cool hip hop and
like
stuff.
I had found myself like not just loving music any like falling out of love with music.
Oh no.
And it's just like so every once in a while I catch something that's good. It haven't been much. It don't really matter though. I have an ear that's like anything can come. If it's good, it's good. If it moves me, then it moves me. But
Okay.
just haven't been a lot, like
That's
it's such a struggle finding something that I just be like. I'm gonna tell you the last time that it was just like all the music felt good was Black Swan. Smino was coming out, and the last probably great album that I listened to was Absolutely by Dijon. That was the like I still listen to that album once a month at least. I gotta hear it once a month.
Okay.
You know, like I love that album. Um, I mean, it haven't been it just I haven't been catching it. I haven't been, a song that my little brother just asked me about. Told me about yesterday that I used to be really in love was like "Look Easy" by K Tronada and "Lucky Day." I love that. You know what I'm saying? Some music, it can be something that make me move, something make me cry, some just move me somehow. It ain't just nothing has just really been moving my needle really.
That's fair.
Even if I respect it as good music, like this song is good. It's just not like I'm not gonna listen to it every single day because I'm not in love with it. You know?
That's fair. That's fair. I will say though, my mixes are all independent artists that you may or may not have heard of. So when I send you the music, keep that in mind.
Nah, I love independent artists. I'm us.
This is true. But you know,
You
like
know?
when I say like blues and then they're like expecting me to play like Summer Walker and it's like I can't play Summer Walker, like I can't play SZA,
Yeah.
I can't play like some of these people that are like really big right now. So just prefacing
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I'm ready. Send me your bag. Send me your best. Make me a playlist.
Oh my gosh. I'll get
Give me
to it. I haven't made a playlist in so long, so maybe I'll
Come
make
on, man.
one.
Tap in. Get back in your bag.
You right. I'll see. I'll let you know. I'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know, y'all. She not gonna make me a playlist.
We don't need to call me out. But I got you. Again, thank you for coming on the show too. If you want to shout, where we can find your music for Jatori, not necessarily don't ask Jen if you're not really willing to share that, but yeah, find you on Instagram, a website or something so people can tap into
Instagram, all social medias. It don't matter what social media is. By Jatori, BYJATORRE. And yeah, man, I got new songs about to drop probably in like 3 weeks.
Okay.
And videos and stuff. Yeah, so y'all listen to it, man. Listen to me. Act like y'all love me, please. Even if y'all don't, just act like it. It's cool. It's cool. Just vibe.
I feel you. We spread the love out here on Give You Blues, so we got you.
No, thank you for having me so much. I really do appreciate it. I enjoyed my time being here. I enjoyed our conversation. And
I appreciate it.
Yeah, chop it up with me, man.
I got you. Okay. Until next time.
All right. See you. Thank you again.
Yes.
Breathe, and all my people just breathe. And all my people just breathe, 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 and all my people.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Two of a series of interviews I'm doing with John Kamenek on the research that he's done, as he proved in part one, the extensive research he's done into the case of and execution of Roy Mitchell. He's done detailed work looking through the archives to help us understand this case that is an important local case, definitely an important state case, and has national implications, I think, as well. John, thanks for coming back with me.
Yeah, good to be back.
I was reminding you before we started that we left off the case of Roy Mitchell with the killing of Jesse Thomas and the way in which Jesse Thomas's life gets wrapped up in these series of killings that are going on. And so maybe if you could help pick up for us where Roy is at the time, or bring Roy back into the story for us.
What do you mean as far as what he's doing right now?
Well, he was released. We know he was released. He was arrested under suspicion, but when Thomas was killed, Mitchell is released. And so
actually he was arrested at a crap game, and that's why he was there, surprisingly. I happened to find that out again as I was going through some of my notes. So, well, he kind of laid low after that summer. He didn't do much of anything that he's got caught at. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
No telling what he could have been doing.
Okay, so Jesse Thomas was May 1922. So you're talking about the summer 22. He lays low.
Right. Yeah. His mother remarries, so he might have gone down there. He did steal some inner tubes, 3 inner tubes worth $9 altogether, but I don't know what became of that case because no record on it other than the arrest.
I see.
So that's nothing, So, his brother also got married down there in Belton. He married a woman, Vera Robinson, and never had any kids, but he had a good life after that. He was a sergeant in the Quartermaster Corps in World War One.
Oh wow!
Roy at the time, when World War One was going on, Roy was maybe at the county farm in Marlin. Well, actually, it was Travis. I don't know if you know where that is. It's just north of Rosebud.
Okay.
It's probably nothing there now.
Yeah, but Falls County, County,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He after the problem he had with Mr. Enoch out there at Tekla, where he robbed the store, he ended up. They said that he had time that he needed to serve in Falls County. That nobody ever explained what it was or anything. Well, anyway, next time he really pops up on the radar as far as killing anybody was just about 101 years ago, almost today. Was out there. He killed a Grady Skipworth at Lover's Leap, and the Grady was out with his girlfriend. Now I always call her Butcher, but I was told the proper way is Boucher.
Boucher, yeah.
But anyway, Naomi Boucher was 19 or 20 years old, and he was about the same. He's maybe 21. Well-liked man. He worked for his father as a carpenter, and you could write a whole book just on this case because it goes all over the place. Everybody gets involved. Everybody messes up. It's terrible. The couple is out riding around, and they end up going to Cameron Park, and they decide there's a car there at the time. Grady gets out, goes, talks to the people, gets a cigarette, comes back, decides he doesn't want to be there right then. They go driving around a little bit. About 9 o'clock or so, he suggests they go back to Cameron Park. He gets there. Roy Mitchell was there hiding behind the pavilion up at Lover's Leap. And after they park, he goes and makes a noise, gets their attention. She announces, "Hey, somebody out there." They go and Grady gets out, comes over and sees Roy, and Roy tells them both get out. Roy's got a shotgun with him, a single barrel, and Grady starts to approach him, and he ends up shooting him, and hits him right an inch or so below the chin on his neck, and then it comes out his backbone. So he dies instantly. And then the girl starts screaming. Well, he goes, "Wait a second, you a white girl or a black girl?" He says, "Well, I'm a white girl. It's so dark out there. You know what Cameron Park looks like."
Yeah.
Anyway, and he goes, "Well, who'd I shoot then?" And she said, "Well, you shot Grady Skipworth." And he checked, and he didn't know who Grady Skipworth was. What he'd done, the confession that he put in the paper later, it was somewhat edited, And what they did was he said that he was out looking for a friend of his and a woman that was supposed to be there. He had taken his shotgun up there. He was going to kill the guy. It was a revenge type killing at that point. Guy didn't show up. He got the wrong person. He just shot the first person he seen or barely seen in the dark. And he goes and drags the body to the cliff, throws him off the cliff then. Has her drive the car to the Baker house. J.W. Baker was the old sheriff, and he was also the county clerk at the time. And Baker Lane runs in front of his house, but at the time there's another road that goes right behind it, and now it's a street. But at that time it was just dirt trail and went to barbed wire fence and stopped. Well, he drove in there with rape on his mind, and before anything could happen, there's 3 people come walking up the road. I mean, along the fence line on the opposite side of the fence. It was J.P. Williams and his son Gilbert, he was 16, and a black child that was with them. They were out possum hunting, and Roy goes and turned the lights on in the car in their face and told him to stop. And Mr. Williams continued a little bit, and he said, "No, stop." So, and I think he might have seen the shotgun at that time. Well, Mr. Williams thought he was talking to a white man, and that causes lots and lots of trouble after that.
In the investigation.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Everybody, right off the bat, the people thought that it was a white person that done it, but she said it was a black guy, and they didn't believe her. Well, they go and he tells them to go the other way, and they get smart and they go the other way to their house. They were living out there in the Cedar Breaks, further north of there. And when he got home, the wife said, "Hey, did you hear that shot?" And he said, "Man, didn't think nothing of it. He never heard the shot, so he didn't think anything. He didn't think it was strange that some guy told him to get away from his car and his woman at night." So Roy then, he gets in the car, according to him, he backed it all the way out 400 feet down the dirt road. And Mr. Williams real impressed on that. He said that he could handle a Ford real good, and he had to be a white guy. And he sounded like a white guy. So, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Well, he takes her over to Circle Point then, and somebody was parked there, but they left real quick. And then he parks, has her take his coat. They walked down to the north, to the left as you get into Circle Point, and it starts downhill right there. And anyway, they went over there. They he raped her at least once, maybe twice, and then he goes and he's getting the stick and he's poking the stick down the barrel to get the shotgun shell out. This thing's been empty all this time.
Oh my gosh!
She could have run off, or it wouldn't have helped her any. But if she had known it, she could have tried to get away. But it'd been pretty tough. And the possum hunters, they could have done something. They didn't know. She could have run at that point, possibly. But anyways, and then she asked him what he's going to do, and he says, "Well, I'm going to kill you." And his side of the story is that she just kind of walked off a little ways and then jumped off the cliff. And her side of the story was he said, "Well, it makes too much noise anyway," so he just picked her up and threw her off the cliff. Later on, the Texas Ranger said it was a 200-foot tall cliff, and all this kind of stuff. And it's 100 feet from the top of the cliff to water's edge, basically.
Yeah.
Of course, now you got that road down.
There's a little river trail there.
Yeah, that river trail. It's there because there's a water line that runs through there that they put in.
Mm-hmm.
So it could have been sloped a little bit more. It didn't have that nice grade on it right there. He goes and if he threw her off, the police that checked it out later said they found where she bounced about 3 times. And really, with walking down the trail first and then the debris at the bottom of the hill and everything, she might have fell about 50 feet of the 100 at the most. And she come to rest in a cedar tree where somebody had thrown out an old bed frame. And after she got loose, she tried to climb up the hill. It didn't do any good. So she slid down to the water's edge. And first she tried to go to the mouth of Bosque, which is about 1,500 feet. And then she changed her mind because no good going that way. So she heads towards town. And she ended up having her right leg was sprained and her ankle was sprained. And then she had bruises and stuff like that. So she was able to walk, hobble actually. She ends up walking all the way to the main gate of the park at the time, which is right there on Herring. And then she went down 5th Street hoping to get a trolley, but they were closed at the time. I mean, off.
It's too late.
Yeah, way too late at that time. And then she ended up walking about where the Harrison house is.
Mm-hmm.
And she knew some people there, so they took her in. They called the cops. Cops come. The doctor come. Her brother was out looking for her, so he came too. Anyway, they got her home, and then the mess started.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they first off they had to get Grady.
Yeah.
So they ended up one guy. If you go far enough, there's some ravines there you can go down, but you ain't going down that cliff.
Mm-hmm.
And they tried to say that the policeman went down the cliff at night. Yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Nobody's going up and down there.
Yeah.
So anyway, they ended up getting a boat at the mouth of Bosque, rowing up, get his body, have an inquest out there, and then took it to the undertaker. And in the meantime, they were trying to figure out how a white guy could dress up like a black person and confuse a person in the night. Oh, that's the police for you.
Mm-hmm.
They get a theory in their head and they're stuck.
Yeah.
Well, they had all kinds of different people investigating, and one person said that there was a car went to East Waco that night and he got 3 of the license numbers, and it had 2 men and a woman in it, and they just sure that it could have been something to do with that. And the Mr. Skipworth, Elijah Skipworth was his name. He was sure, pretty sure that it was a family affair from the Bouchers.
I see. Okay.
Now, the Boucher brothers, both of them were at home, had witnesses that they were inside the house and everything. There was no way they could have been involved with it at all. About 1 o'clock or so, the one brother had gone out looking for her, but that was, this has all happened at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, something like that.
Yeah.
The cops all got together and they started arresting people and then releasing them right and left. In fact, at one point, they arrested the 2 brothers and a brother-in-law, I think. And this was right at Thanksgiving. How you look at, your sister gets, attacked and everything. And she said, they were trying to say that for somehow they had maybe Grady had done something wrong to her, and they decided to kill him. But then they decided to also throw her off the cliff, and and make her walk to the because they found the footprints all down the riverside and everything.
So they discounted her sexual assault, and they said that was all staged.
Well,
yeah.
Well, the falling off the cliff and all that was staged. They thought.
Okay.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Too much evidence for that.
Mm-hmm.
And the one main thing was Elijah Skipworth said that his son had a black eye. Well, and it had to have been caused by a fight before he died, not after he died. Well, he was dragged on face down to the cliff and then thrown off. Doctors will tell you, if your heart's not pumping, you're not going to have bruises on you. They're not going to bruise up afterwards. But I don't know what happened, what they thought this black eye was.
Mm-hmm.
But they just knew that was the reason. Later on, when Roy Mitchell was caught, Roy Mitchell actually confessed to the father at the jail. He came to the jail to see Roy. Roy looked at him and said, "I'm sorry I killed your son," all that kind of stuff. Forgive me, whatever. And he said, "Well, I can't do that because he was a good kid and all that. You ruined my life," that kind of thing. Mm. And then he still continues there's a guy named Joe Miller. Joe Miller had stayed with the Bouchers after he got married. He come from San Antonio, got married, and they stayed at the Boucher house for a while. After Naomi got thrown off the cliff the next day, well, it was a Sunday later on, him and a bunch of people just went up there looking around, see what it was. They're going out gawking. Even went with the Boucher's cousin. They go up there, they park, and Mr. Williams is up there. He's cock of the walk now. He's getting to tell his story to everybody and all that kind of stuff. And he hears Joe Miller over there, his voice, and he says, "That's the man." He gets the license plates, turns it in to the police. The police check it out and everything, and now he's suspected. Of course, he's a white guy. He knows the family. He might be involved with a murder. It had to be a family thing. It couldn't just been a random act of violence. Mm-hmm. Well, he goes and Joe Miller, like I said, is a suspect. They end up having a little examination trial, and then they arrest a black guy named Ivory Clay. There's a letter that is sent to the police, to the Sheriff Buchanan at the time, and it says that they describe him as man number 1, 2, and 3 because it was real confusing. You always have to give him some kind of designation because if the guy that was caught on Saturday, you can't give the person's name until they're indicted. And you have to kind of work it out like a puzzle. Well, I just said man number 1, 2, and 3. They said man number 1 and number 2 and 3 lived at this one place, and said they were involved with this killing of Carl Brenner, who was shot and killed. His car was taken from him on Old Springfield Road at the Twaukene Bridge. He was shot in the back of the head, and his car was gone, and he was thrown off the bridge there, and he was found and never did find anything who did it. And he was one of the 3 unsolved killings. There was a Mr. Starling that owned a store out there about a mile away from that same location, and he'd been killed, robbed at his store. And then there was a guy named Mr. Walter Shropshire that was he was maybe a bootlegger. There was talk that he was involved with bootlegging, but he'd gone out with to he lived over here in East Waco. He went out to Tawakoni Bottoms to pick up a load of wood. He was going to come back and then park his vehicle and then deliver it the next day. Well, he's riding down the road with his vehicle, and apparently somebody hops on the back of the wagon and shoots him in the back with a load of buckshot, because there was seven pellets in a nice little pattern on his back and 2 off to the side. But his horse just keeps going. His head goes down. He looks like he's sleeping. And he gets all the way over here to the compress, and the horses decide to stop and eat some grass. And that's when some people driving by and knew him, stopped to joke with him. And it turns out,
wow,
he's not joking.
Yeah.
So they go ahead and that was, like I said, those 3 people were the unsolved murders, and Roy was kind of suspected of all of them, but that was after he got caught for the other stuff.
Okay.
Well, let's see, where was I?
So in Grady's case, he's not arrested, and Roy's not arrested in that case.
No, he's not arrested till way later, and he's arrested for the let me go on about Ivory Clay. Ivory Clay, the only reason I mentioned him is because the tie into Brenda. Well, but then the note writer says, and I'm the one that killed Grady Skipworth, and I'm the only one. And if you come and arrest us, we'll make bond and we'll kill all the law. Well, what's that going to do? That's going to they named man 1, 2, and 3 in the note. So they're going to get arrested. They're going to know who number 4 is, who supposedly killed Grady Skipworth. And if they don't know, they're going to figure it out real quick. Well, they go to and they arrest all 4 of them. Grady Skipworth lives at the house with a couple, and one's the landlord, and then they go and they find a window blind with a bloody handprint on it, and green on one side, white on the other handprint. They find some shells, and one shell is a 10 gauge and looked like it had been tried to be forced into a 12 gauge shotgun. It had some scratches on it. And then there was a coat too. And I think it was a light colored coat, and they were, at one point when Grady's car, well, it was a brother's car, but it was found at 19th and Sanger in the alley. There's a trolley ran down Sanger at the time, and somebody thought they seen a black guy leaving the area and getting on the trolley, but they said he was either going to East Waco or Cotton Palace, one or the other.
Yeah, not very helpful.
They weren't real helpful. The only difference was he wasn't wearing the light colored coat like they found in Grady's house. He had a dark coat on, which Driscoll's coat was dark.
Okay.
But the one that he used had Naomi Boucher carry. And then they go ahead and they arrested Ivory Clay, and they took all 4 of the people up there and showed them to Naomi. And Ivory, unfortunately, must have been a wise ass, because said he had kind of a smile on his face and a semi-sneer, and they just didn't like him. And he was light-skinned, and apparently he might have had gold tooth too. So, so he matched some of the. But the guy that when they were dragging Grady's body off, he had his hat pulled down over his eyes, so she couldn't see real good. But she ended up saying, she thinks maybe that he could be the one. And next thing you know, Red Burton was really pushing it, and he wanted, that was his man, was Ivory Clay. And they went ahead and arrested him, and that was the best thing that ever happened to him, because 2 other murders a carjacking happened, and another murder happened while he was in jail.
I see.
And
yeah,
it was, like I said, the best thing that ever happened. And the day that he wasn't given bond, somebody got killed.
Okay.
So, and John Sheehy was his lawyer, John Sheehy #1, and he went out with a Texas Ranger named R.D. Shoemate, and John Bessenecker in one of his books says that Shoemate basically said he was the stupidest person in the world. That he did the most foolish, asinine thing. He ends up, Ivory Clay ended up getting off. He had a little trial. The jury and the judge and all. Well, I don't know if he had a jury. He had a judge. I know it was an examination trial. So, judge said there's not enough evidence. He releases him, and the courtroom applauds him for that. So he's out of the picture. He gets on and goes down. He's told by Sheriff Stiegel to go down to the jail next door and tell them to give him his stuff that he can go home now. And I was wondering if Stiegel was just making fun, seeing if they do that or not.
Yeah. That is strange.
Guy walks in and said, "Oh, they said I could go."
Yeah, can I have my stuff?
Yeah. Well, his dad put him on a train to Chicago, and that's where he ended up.
Okay.
He had a pregnant girlfriend that he married just at the time of the trial, and they ended up in Chicago, and the baby was born. This all happened in let's see, November and December, and they went up there right in December, and next thing you know, his baby dies up there. He's born, and you figure out the dates. She must, and then one of the the attorneys, when he was questioning the woman about alibi, wanted to know if she was pregnant. Yeah, I'm pregnant. You're not married yet? No, I'm not married yet. But they got married, and yeah, the baby was before the birth certificate.
I see.
Wedding certificate. But anyway, it died up there, and so it said that's another one of the collateral damages of Roy Mitchell. She had to go 1,000 miles up to Chicago in the wintertime.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, the shoemate was determined that this was a family affair and that he needed to go and question them more. So what he does is he goes and takes and he picks up Naomi. She's with her mother going to her chiropractor down here around 9th in Austin. And he picks her up, and she's in terrible shape. She's the nerves are shot,
trauma
of it all. And she spent time in the hospital, and it's, and then she's not hurting real bad from the leg. It's not anything that's major, but still she's on crutches. Looks good when you show up in court and everybody's picking you up and carrying you. She weighed 85 pounds.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Well, that's why it's so easy to throw her off a cliff.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, anyway, he gets her and says, "I just want to talk to her, Mom," and then takes her, and then he drives down, picks up the other brother was down at 7th in Austin somewhere, and then he called the other brother and told him to meet them, and he picks them all up whisked them out of town and took them to Dallas and hid them out there. Well, everybody's coming up saying, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then it got involved with the courts. Governor Neff got called. Governor Neff put it on, I think the guy's name was Barton, was the head of the Rangers at the time, and said, it's on you. You take care of it. Unless you can't, then I'll take care of you. That kind of thing. So they the next thing they do is they put a warrant out for the Rangers' arrest, and he ignores ignores it, and he moves them around a couple places. They're up in McKinney, and I think one might have been in Rockwall for a while, but then they hid her out in a female deputy sheriff's house in Dallas. And then finally, Stiegel caught up with him and served the warrant and said, and then they said, well, I need to go talk to Mr. Barton. And then he after that, he was going to come back and appear before the judge. And he releases, he says, if you just give me a little more time. He said that it was some woman in Dallas had said that she knew who the murderer was and named a name, and that's how they arrested them somehow. Somehow they connected them to that. And he just wanted to talk to a couple more witnesses and then he'd be satisfied. But he said that there's something, he knows that she's hiding a deep, dark secret. She can't sleep. She's having terrors and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
of course she is.
She's still dealing with the trauma of that. Yeah.
She saw her boyfriend killed in front of her, saw her body thrown off a cliff.
Yeah.
She was taken over, almost could get away from when the possum hunters come, but that chance went up in smoke. She was taken over and raped. She was thrown off a cliff. Then she had to save herself. And he's wondering why she's a little upset. And there was another woman about the same time, a 17-year-old girl named Margie Matthews, that had been raped by her landlord, who was 50-something years old. Well, they had a trial, and I think I'm not sure if they had two trials or not, but anyway, at one trial, the last trial, she walks in there with a pistol, shoots him 3 times, and then in front of judge, jury, bailiffs, everybody. And that was just for being raped, where all these other things happened to Naomi.
Yeah.
So, and he's wondering why she's upset.
Yeah. Wow.
Lucky she didn't have a gun then.
Yeah. Well, and they're also not believing her. I mean, yeah.
Well, they give her, her and her brothers are brought back to Waco, and they get bail. William Cameron and his vice president go the bail for them. And I think it was $2,500 bail there, and then it's like 15 to 1 now. So, but anyway, he did the bail for all 3 of them.
Oh, wow.
And then they were scheduled to appear at, later on in February. In the meantime, she was in and out the hospital and everything, and being cared to and all. And then the brother had been married. He had a new wife, and he was an idiot. Turns out he forgot he'd married this other girl as a joke. And after his name pops, what happened was he'd seen this girl and said, hey, you want to get married? And they went down, they got married. And then it turned out, and then she went on back home and forgot all about it. Then his name pops up on the news and everything. And she goes, Dad, I got to tell you something.
Yeah, that's my husband.
Yeah. Turns out we might be married. And he said, what do you mean might be? Well, so anyway, judge annuls that for him. He's nice. After all they've been through, you might as well get one little favor.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, he'd married this other woman, and then he had to go remarry her. And strange thing was the second wife and the third wife, actually. She died in the New London explosion.
Oh, wow.
She was one of 16 teachers that were killed in that.
Okay.
But by then they were divorced, and he married number 4, I guess, if you keep count that way.
Yeah. Wow.
But anyway, they were, like I said, scheduled later to have a trial. But in the meantime, they're going to have the examination trial for Joe Miller. Well, Joe Miller is brought in there, and Elijah Skipworth claims he went and checked out the tires. And he was looking at the tires that were there at that little road where they met, and the tires on his car. And he said, oh, they're just perfect match and everything. And the Texas Rangers said, no, they ain't no match. Mm-hmm. One had, it was supposed to be bald on the one side, and the other side, and the other 2 tires had a horseshoe print on them. Mm. And he said they don't look nothing like Grady Skipworth brothers' tires. And so they ended up going and John Sheehy went out with Shoemate. Figure my enemy is my friend, that kind of thing. So Shoemate was going to, he said, some terrible places here in Waco to get information. And Sheehy was following behind him as a lawyer to I guess, I'm not sure which one he was a lawyer to, but Ivory Clay was his client.
Okay.
And he figured any dirt they found on Joe Miller, that cleaned Ivory Clay up. And in the end, that's basically what happened. They didn't have anything against Joe Miller because, there's nothing against.
Yeah. He didn't do it.
There's no evidence. I mean, some guys, what do you want to call it? Ear witness.
Yeah.
And he had alibis and everything. So and then they announced that that's okay. You can go home because we've caught the right guy. And at that point, they had Roy Mitchell.
Okay. This is January 23. 23.
Yeah.
23.
About January 29th or 30th of 23. Yeah, what happened was he'd tried to carjack one individual down there on South 12th Street. There was a Mrs. Foster and a Alessandro and Tony Alessandro. And I guess he's related to the Alessandros that were involved with Alessandro's band that was here. But anyway, she was driving, he was a passenger. They're driving along. Roy jumps on the car on the running board with a shotgun, sticks it in the window, points it at her, and she guns the car. She's driving for all she's worth. He supposedly was teaching her how to drive. Apparently, she did real good.
Yeah, she took to it.
Yeah. She did what everybody should do. So anyway, she guns the engine. They're driving along. Alessandro comes up and figures out he can push the gun away from her and pushes it down and it fires and said it made a hole about the size of a bucket in the floor. And then Roy gets in and they start tussling, and they end up in the back seat wrestling and all. He still got the shotgun, and Roy says, I got a pistol, and he didn't know if he had one or not. So he said, well, if you shoot the gun out, the other barrel out the window as we go, then you can get out. And he got out. Well, he left his hat behind.
Mm.
And previous to that, Christmas time, there was a black family, Mr. and Mrs. Carrington. They'd been married about 10 months, and they were driving around on South 12th Street as well. And Roy jumped in there and apparently run Mr. Carrington off. He left his wife behind and took off across the fields. I find him later on, he ended up moving to Montana. But that's the last I ever heard of him. And apparently she must have got a divorce because Roy ended up raping her and then was driving with her. And she jumps out of the car and jumps in this other guy's car. And then he jumps out, gets on the car. They're driving real fast, and the other driver makes a quick turn and throws him off. And then he's able to get to the police station. And the next day, Roy, his wife, and the woman and the police chief are all there. And the woman says, yeah, he did it. And the wife says, no, he was home at 8 o'clock, or we were at the movies. Unfortunately, Minnie was, she always had the same story. He's there at 8 o'clock all the time.
Yeah.
But the cops didn't treat that as too much. I mean, apparently he was arrested and maybe bonded out real quick, but he is indicted for the woman's rape later on after all the others are arrested when everybody else finds out what he's done. But up till then, they just kind of letting it go. Black on black crime. They didn't So, but
you said the cat. He left the cap behind.
Yeah, the cap was left behind.
Yeah,
they were showing it to a whole bunch of people. A person that was it was a brown checkered cap, I think it was. Sometimes I think it's green, but it could have been. I think it was brown. And anyway, he showed it to quite a few people around. One guy was Mr. Wedlow, who worked with Roy in the past at 2020 Tire Service. And he said, yeah, that's Roy's hat. And apparently they also showed it to another individual that was a storekeeper somewhere near where Roy lived. So he was on the radar all of a sudden.
Okay.
And also Mr. Farmer, the district attorney, and Stiegel had gotten together, and they were trying to figure out, a short list of suspects. And Roy's name came up apparently, and the Farmer was the attorney for Roy's accomplice when on the George Enoch store robbery in 1915, and Roy had said at the time that he had a thing about raping black women. He said if white men would quit raping black women, then black men would quit raping white women. And it was a grudge he had. So they said, well, maybe that has something to do with some of this, and so they just kept him in the back of their mind. Then when somebody come up and said, hey, this is his hat is in the wrong car at the wrong time. So they went and had Philip Hobbs go down and arrest him either 4th or 3rd in Austin Street one day, and took him to the sheriff's office, and he said, what's this for? And he said, oh, it's a crap game. We caught, you ran out of, or we seen you running out of. So it was just, they just made it up on that. There was no warrant. They said, and he said, well, can I bond out? And he said, no, not going to let you bond out. And he said, tell us where you live and we'll send somebody down there and let them know, tell your wife that you're not going to be in tonight. And so he tells them it was 608 Jefferson. And there used to be, on that side of Jefferson, there was 3 shotgun-style houses, but they're long gone now. There's a tilt wall building right where Roy's house would have been, a concrete one right there on the corner. And he gave them an address, and they did just to find out where he was. They sent a couple police down there sheriff's people down there to check it out. And when they did, they found a pistol in an armoire. They found a shotgun, and of course it apparently been fired recently. How they could tell, I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, and then they found what else? A few little things, but it all tied into the gun, tied into several murders and stuff like that. Then they went back a day or so later and investigated again. This time they find there's a chimney there that, you know, vents the heat from the kitchen and heat from any stove you got in the living room area. And they went and there was something, usually you got a little flue cover there. Well, there was something covering it. I heard like 3 different stories as what it was, but either way, something was covering it. They pulled that off, and there was a rope sitting there with a nail it was hanging from. They pull the rope up, and there's a gun on it or something, but the rope is what got them all excited, because the rope was the same kind of rope as was tied to Ed Holt, who had been dragged after getting killed.
Yeah.
So they said, I mean, of course, it's identical.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. A grass rope, and it's a small one. And then they found a scabbard underneath at the bottom of the flue. They found, ink pens, razors, shaving mug, all kinds of stuff that belonged, the coat that belonged to Mr. Driscoll. They tied it to all these people.
Okay.
Well, now, in 1977, Roy's granddaughter come back into town. She had lived here for several years, and then she moved to New Jersey she was an educator up there. And she'd been told by her mother, who at the time was a 9-year-old child.
This is Marguerite's daughter.
Right.
Yeah.
Marguerite had told her that when she was 9 years old, the cops had come there and put a gun and like a rope in the garage, and then left. And then the mother got told about it that day, and so she went searching for it, couldn't find it, she said. And then she said they came back and put more stuff in there. Well, I can't see a cop saving all this stuff that's missing from crime scenes.
Yeah.
So anyway, and then deciding on who to give it to or hide it on.
Yeah.
Well, they go ahead and arrest Roy, and then. But before this, he killed 2 more people, and that's Holt and Dennekamp. They were killed a week or so before that.
Hey, let's take a break. Just one second.
Okay. Well, anyway, on January 20th, that he killed the couple. What happened was he was working at this gravel pit out off of Loop 340 in that area. Old Springfield Road follows Elk Road basically, except where it cuts around to the south now. But I mean, Old Springfield cut around to the south, and that's where Brendan and Starlings had been killed. Well, anyway, he around Christmas time he went to work out there at the gravel pits, and I think it was a Friday or whatever. He goes and decide he put his team up. He said, and his mother-in-law was living at the Coates farm. Coates, if you go down from Loop 340 going out the Fountain Parkway, first big curve it makes to the right is basically where the Coates farm was, and then Tawakney Creek, and it was across Tawakney Creek. It's about 300 acres or so. So anyway, and then there's a fence right there. I mean, a gate, and if you go down that gate, that's the Old Springfield Road, goes that way, and then it comes back around the other direction. Well, anyway, he put his team up and then walked to his mother-in-law's house, and the whole family was there. His in-laws were all there. He eats supper, takes a shotgun that's there, puts it outside the house. He's got some shotgun shells that are hidden up above a door. He liked hiding things above doors. They found some at his house as well, some shotgun shells. But they're, you can't tie them to anything like a good pistol shot. That was before they did all this primer stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Check that.
Yeah.
But anyway, he ate and then walked down to it's Old Springfield Road, about 600 yards. That's all. 600 yards, shouting distance from his mother-in-law's house. Yeah. And there's an intersection there. It's called Clinton Lane, and sometimes it's called Pipkin Lane. And then right there at the intersection, he found a place and he took a nap, and some cars went by and everything. And then finally, Mr. Holt's car come by with Mrs. Denenkamp in it. And they slow down. They go up Clinton Lane, he said about 150 yards or so. And it was real dark, and they turn the lights off, and he goes to get them because he said he went down there to rob somebody. He goes down there. The only way he can see the car is to get down low and see it on the skylight before he finally almost walks up on them. Well, they've got the cushions out of the car and they're having sex there. This is January.
Oh my goodness!
In Texas, come on. But anyway, and he's amazed. And he stayed and watched. He said he was amazed. They took him 10 minutes, and then he said they got in the car real fast and like they were in a hurry or something, and he had to wait for Mr. Holt to get in the car because he didn't want to shoot her. He ends up shooting through the top glass of the window with a shotgun and hits him. It takes off part of his nose and some of his face, but it's not a kill shot. And he gets out and he's screaming and asking her if she can drive and all that kind of stuff. And then he takes off running. Roy takes another shot and misses. And then he reloads and he finally shoots a third time and hits him near the left side, near the kidneys. And then he kind of staggers off and disappears and drops. Well, at the same time, this other car she starts running and he has to grab her. He ends up hitting her in the back of the head with a shotgun, and it knocks off a piece of wood underneath the double barrel. And he's worried about that. And she stops. She's not going to scream no more. She's had enough. And this car shows up, so they have to run and hide until the car disappears. And then now they're worried they need to find Mr. Holt. he could gone off somewhere and got help, or he could have died, and they find him the next day and all that. And he's thinking all these problems. So they drive all around this guy's field, plowed field. This guy's going to love, Mr. Coates going to love this. And they can't find him. This is his story. His story is that she gives him a false name and tells him that, and she says, well, I'm a good fella. Might as well get this over with, and you can take me back home then to town or somewhere near town. So he has sex with her, and then they go, and this is, like I said, it doesn't say that it's a rape. It just says it. And then she goes, they drive around some more, trying to find the body, can't find it. He goes over, there's a little spring there, there's a spring with a little gully there. He drives over to that and talks her into having sex again, and then goes and as he's standing there by the car, he puts his hands up there, and he's got his hand, and he hits the butt of a pistol right there in the door, and pulls it out, and it's Mr. Holt's gun. And he thinks about it a while, and he ends up, well, okay, and then shoots her 4 times and kills her. Now he drives back to Waco, and then he starts saying, well, they're going to find that little piece of thing, and they're going to, my mother-in-law's house right up there, they're going to definitely go check out, see if anybody's got a shotgun. And here I am, I've got the shotgun. They're going to tell them there's 2 shotguns there because there is another shotgun there. And when they say there's 2 of them and they can only produce 1, they're going to wonder, and then everybody's going to go to jail for a while until they can figure out who's done what. So he goes and decides, he turns around, goes back, and he eventually finds Mr. Holt's body. And then he doesn't want to get all bloody, so he ties a rope on it. He drags that to where she is and puts him there. And then he drives on home with a car with a windshield busted out of it and blood stains on the fenders, and drives on home, and not home, but he drives to 8th and Austin. In fact,
right in the shadow where we're
right by the Raleigh.
Yeah.
He parks it right there at the alley where there used to be a Safeway on the corner. He's right there. And nobody notices it till this is about 1 o'clock in the morning. A cop did see somebody drive in there, but he didn't know it was what it was, and didn't see it, and didn't see anybody leave it. And then he walks home, and it isn't until the next afternoon somebody notices the blood on the car.
Oh my gosh!
And they take it in, and in the meantime they're reported missing, and they got. They were looking at hospitals and everything for the family, hospitals and hotels, and they couldn't find them. Then the sister has a dream, and the sister says, I think they're at the Twaukene Bridge on Old Moreland Road, which is the wrong bridge. Wrong road too. But anyway, so a friend and 2 sisters, a brother-in-law and the 2 sisters drive out there looking, and they don't find nothing at the bridge. So they drive a little more, and they get on those Springfield Road, and they say, well, what's this little trail go? And they go up that little trail, and sure enough, there's the bodies. So they report it. At first, he tried to not disturb the women, and he was going to act like, well, I'm just going to turn around and hope they didn't see the bodies, but they spotted him. So anyway, they go ahead and report it, and well, Roy also found that little piece of wood when he came back from and found Holt's body too. So he was all happy with that, but because he went out the next morning and found the piece of wood.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay.
He hid the body that evening, went out the next morning, and before anybody else got to work, and found it. And then he had his stepson work for him that afternoon. He went on home at lunch. Stepson was like 12 years old or so, running a gravel truck or a gravel wagon.
No.
But so anyway, they start wanting to know who done it, and they there was the sister, Helen, was a piece of work. Holt was her boyfriend for 2 or 3 years. There was a Everett Smith that was her boyfriend as well at the same time. Those two had fought quite a bit between themselves. There was an incident up there at Holt's sister's house that they got called on. There was also an incident at the Jacobs house, which was Dennecamp's mother's house. So, and then there was another guy. I don't know why he got arrested. He was some kind of student, and he had a raincoat that had some blood stains on it that looked like he tried to wipe them off. And then there was a woman that got arrested too, and don't know why, but she got arrested. They let her go, and then they arrested her again because they thought she looked like she ought to know something. And I said, well, that's something the cops would never have to worry about. They don't look like they know anything. But she finally got out, and so, and then several relatives went down there and asked about Smith and the other guy that was in jail at the time, and they got arrested. So you just stay away from the cops. But Everett Smith they finally ended up, he's the one that when they was looking at a hearing when Roy got caught.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So, but Helen, apparently she was going to have a date with Mr. Smith that night. Ethel Dennekamp had come down from San Antonio. She left. She didn't leave her second husband. She just went to visit her family, and she hadn't been out for a few days. So Mr. Holt shows up, and Mr. Holt had gotten married like in March or something like that. I guess he got tired of waiting for Helen. He gets married in March or so, and then by December, him and his wife both have divorce papers. I read hers. She said that he threatened to fill her head full of lead and goes on there. It's written up and called me and they had son of crossed out, but then they had bitch there. So she took that personal. And both of them, like I said, he had divorce papers in the car with him when he.
Oh, wow.
So, like I said, he was a piece of work. She was a piece of work. And so when they get the phone call, Helen says that, I don't know why my sister left. I don't know. Well, apparently either she was going to go out with Mr. Holt because Mr. Smith was coming over and didn't want them to run into each other right there, and she was going to be the peacemaker, or she just wanted to go out with a man twice her age. She was 21, he was 42, and a ladies' man for sure.
Yeah. Wow.
And go driving in the country. They just happened to park at the wrong place.
Yeah. So So Mitchell is arrested. You said the evidence that they found from some of these earlier murders.
Oh,
yeah.
Everything that was missing except some watches and a gun or two that he claimed was either in the river or sold to a Mexican or something like that. Yeah, it was conclusive evidence. And it was in the paper, and he gets arrested and taken up to Hillsboro. And while he's up there, he gets a hold of the paper. And he kind of freaks out. He said, oh, heck, here I am. They've got all this evidence. They found every. Grady Skipworth had a watch chain that had a pair of dice on it, a green dice, and it didn't have the pips on it. It had numbers, regular numbers. Him and his brother had drilled a hole through it, so it was custom made. Dice with numbers on it on a chain. Roy had taken it and pulled up some wallpaper and stuck it in a crack in the wall right there by the flue. And they found that. And it's kind of, how are you going to explain all this away?
Yeah.
He tried a little bit, but when he got the newspaper up there in Hillsboro, then he started not really acting crazy, but sort of. And I don't know if he was just shocked or what. He quit eating. He quit talking. He growled a little bit. Of course, that's only mandatory if you're going to act crazy. But they checked him out and said that they thought he was just malingering. They gave him some tests, and the tests involved sticking needles in him, lighting matches under his nose, pouring water on him, pulling his hair, seeing if he'd react. And he was pretty cool about all that. He didn't react to it, but they still said that he was malingering. And they ended up having to force feed him for a while.
Wow.
And
well, I'm assuming they moved him up to Hillsboro because of mob. I mean, they were
yeah. Well, Ivory Clay, the two brothers and brother-in-law, Naomi Boucher, had actually gone to Elijah Skipworth and asked if they could get with them and get a mob going to get Ivory at one time.
Yeah.
But they were the sheriff was doing his best not to have no mobs.
Yeah.
We had many black eyes when it came to that.
Yeah.
The sheriff, the mayor, the rangers, everybody, making sure that didn't happen again.
There is so you talk about when he's in Hillsboro, he stops eating, kind of stops being responsive. When did the confessions come in? I know there is a confession.
Well, they brought him back to Waco.
Okay.
Because they figured it's cheaper to force feed him here.
Yeah.
They'd run a tube down him, and he got sweet milk, a quart in the morning and a quart in the evening. And anyway, they brought him back. Now there's the confessions is another thing. There's like 3 different stories. If you go with Ethel Farmer or Ella Farmer, she was fed a bunch of hooey from Mr. Farmer and Stiegel because they were doing their best to kind of cover up the Driscoll murder. And according to her, he just decided to confess, especially since he already knew what all the evidence was against him. Now, he always maintained that the district attorney had promised him he wouldn't hang, that he would make sure that he didn't get the death penalty. Well, he's accused of 8 murders and multiple rapes, carjackings, robberies. You throw a white woman off a cliff, and what's going to happen to you is bad enough. You you kill her boyfriend, you throw her off the cliff, and they're gonna see you hang. So anyway, he, like I said, he maintained that he was given promises, and that he was, and then he went back to the psychiatric test that they were doing up there in Hillsboro and saying, "Oh yeah, I just couldn't take any more abuse."
Being tortured.
I was being tortured,
Yeah.
and couldn't take any more abuse. And so that's one story. The other story was that, this is really interesting. There was a sheriff from Nacogdoches that named A.J. Spradley that was well known for the interesting ways he would go and get confessions. And according to, he gave an interview to a student, and the student come up and wrote a paper on it, and it was in a teacher's journal that I read. And in it, he says that when he came back from Hillsboro, they put him in a cell, and in the cell they had put in a dummy that looked like a dead body. They said it was a dead body. They hooked it up to wires. They hooked it up to. They said there was a ventriloquist nearby in another cell, and after everything, they said, "You're going to have to spend the night here with him, because in the morning we're going to move the body out. The undertaker come get it then." Well, anyway, Roy's sleeping there or whatever, and things get quiet, and all of a sudden, the bedclothes move a little bit, and the voice comes up, "Roy, why did you kill me?" And supposedly he freaked out and then wanted to start confessing then. That was that story. Now, they got the timing a little off as far as when it happened, because he was here, a day or two before he started confessing. But then Sheriff Stiegel and Farmer, their side was that they confronted him with all the evidence, and then he just said, "Yeah, okay," and then confessed.
Yeah.
And kept confessing and kept confessing.
But we have, you read some of this from the court record. I mean, the confession that's entered into the
I have
official record.
I have the confession for Holt and Dennycamp.
Okay.
It's the same one. That's the only one he appealed.
I see.
Well, he appealed that, but then he, and that paperwork went down there to Austin. Two other ones, the Driscoll and the Driscoll and who else? Anyway, he those were in the newspaper, and they were just cleaned up a little bit and edited a little bit so they weren't as accurate. It leaves out a little bit because Naomi, in one of the examination trials later on, turns out, she apparently hadn't told her mama where she was supposed to be with this boy, and Roy asked, "Who are you? Who's your family?" All that kind of stuff. "Does your mama know where you are?" And she said, "No, she thinks I'm at the movies," and that kind of thing. So everybody kind of spins confessions just a little bit. And Roy didn't tell all the truth either, and all his, but they were real proud of the fact that they checked it out and verified each and every fact that he said to be true, which then just before he dies, he goes and gives up where the watch is and where what else? A watch and a gun that he said had been disposed of. And one was in Detroit and one was in Elmont.
Were they able to find both of those?
Oh yeah, they went and got them.
Wow.
And the people that had them gave them up quick too. But the thing was, Richard Scrambler that had the watch originally. I mean, he had 2 watches. He was given 1 watch, and he was supposed to sell it, and he never did. And then he was told they went up to Detroit and got it, and then it turns out I think it was the Bolton watch was the one was missing, and he goes and a week or so before he dies, he says, well, he's got the Bolton watch as well. That's going to be an embarrassing conversation. Why didn't you give me the both watches?
Got to go back for the other watch.
Yeah. But it kind of, I always worry about Mr. Stramler, because Mr. Stramler, when the Driscoll got killed, Roy went north out of town, up either 15th or 18th Street, one or the other. It kind of varies a little, but he said he went up 15th. Stramler lived in the 1600 block of West. And there was also talk that a witness had thought she seen 2 people in the car when it left out of here, if she got the right car and all. But anyway, she thought she saw 2 people leave out of the Driscoll location, the alley. Roy had shotgun, he had a pistol, he had all this other stuff. You dropped the car off up there in North Waco where he was playing up around Park Lake, then how are you going to get home with all that stuff? So I would think he would drop his accomplice and drop the stuff off there.
Yeah.
And then Stramler, next thing you know, he's moved out of town and he goes to Detroit. And it's probably to get away from Roy.
Yeah. Wow.
But I can't prove nothing. Nobody can prove any of this really, except for confessions and this and that.
Talk about the March trials, just kind of as you got into the documents, what stood out to you from those trials in March?
Well, they kind of carbon copies of each other.
Yeah.
But starts out they would either Farmer had kind of a formula on it. He would either, there'd be somebody come up and say how they found the body, maybe justice of the peace or whoever, and describe the wounds, and then maybe Farmer would get up there and read the confession, and then they had to tell how they got the confession from him. It was all voluntary and everything. Then Stiegel would get on and maybe confirm the facts that that's what happened. Then he would, Roy was testified in the first trial with Holt. Didn't do much good. And after he read the confession in open court. And
so he in the Holt trial, he refutes that confession.
Oh yeah, he says that because I was under duress and because he had a good lawyer. Kingsbury was his lawyer, and several objections and stuff like that, trying to prove stuff. And Kingsbury was trying to get. They also had the Barker family, the Calcorn murder. They wanted to get that read in there, just kind of show that maybe he'd confess to any old thing, you know?
Yeah.
Because I don't know about the 6th trial, if he was guilty or not, but he knew a lot. But then again, he also went to 3 of the trials, and he knew and the people were in jail some of them were in jail with him, where he could talk to them. And he had nothing to lose by that point, the 6th trial.
Well, you talk about the testimony in the Holt trial. He doesn't help himself. Talk a little bit about what you mean by that when you say he doesn't help himself.
Well, he denies. He says he's got religion. He denies that he did it, and they say we got this evidence, and some of it he makes some excuse for some, and others he just says I don't know. Deny any knowledge of it, and you'd think. And then it is until about the Bolton trial that he finally comes up with some wild stories to tell.
Yeah.
But anyway, the first trial, he found guilty. It doesn't take but 4 or 5 minutes after, the confession's hard to beat. And because he can't tell anything to refute it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second trial was Denny Camp. Well, he decides not to testify in that because he got reamed out on the first one
Mm-hmm.
when the DA went through his confession line by line and said, "What about this? What about this?" And
Mm-hmm.
so he didn't testify in that. His wife testified in both of them. Said he was home at 8:00.
Mm-hmm.
He came in. Daughter took his shoes off. I fed him his supper. He fell asleep in his chair. I woke him up. He went to bed. That
was kind of the stock story.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And then the third trial. Let's see, what was that? That was Grady Skipworth.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, he'd already confessed to Elijah Skipworth, and they were still trying to still trying to say Joe Miller had something to do with it. And then finally, in this trial, the DA comes out and says, "Listen, are you going to try and blame Joe Miller for the killing?" And the defense said, "No, we're not trying for that." And he said, "Well, I want to exonerate him in public right now. Just get it over with." And I still don't think Elijah believed him. And they even had Roy had gave a sample of his voice to Mr. Williams, and Mr. Williams said, "No, he doesn't exactly sound like the man." So when he has him in front of him, he thinks he's a white guy, but he's a black guy. And then when he has a second chance to ID him, he says, "No, he sounds like a black guy, and it was a white guy that did it." Mm-hmm. So he lost all credibility. Mm-hmm. But they still found him guilty. But
did he testify in that trial?
Yeah. But still, same old thing.
Yeah.
You got the the confession to try and beat.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds real good. If you ever read all through it, it sounds just like him. And you say, well, he doesn't sound like he's being arm twisted or nothing.
Yeah. And you said Naomi didn't get a good. Was she a witness in that?
No
trial. Okay.
Never, because she'd already testified against Ivory Clay.
Okay.
In court, identified him twice in court.
I see. Yeah.
So the same thing with Mrs. Hayes. She never testified because she picked out Jesse Thomas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Naomi could never have taken a grilling from a defense attorney anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the third trial.
And let's see, fourth trial was Driscoll.
Yeah. And you established they had a lot of evidence for that trial, just the stuff they found in his house. Yeah.
Oh, lots of material, and he admitted he had a confession to it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that was the one that. What happened was when he started to confess, and Stiegel comes up and says, "Oh, hang on a second, Roy. Let me see if I can run it down to you how you did it." Well, everybody knew how he did it. He stood behind the door. He hit him with an axe. He drug the body off. He gets in his car and he drives off after stealing all the stuff and hiding. There's a blood trail with where he put cottonseed over it and all that kind of stuff. And it was real obvious how he did it. Mm-hmm. Everybody wanted to know why. Well, Stiegel was making sure nobody found out why. That's the one where Roy had written down a note and said, "This to teach him to fool with my wife."
Yeah.
Well, he had a black maid there that had been working there about a month, a cook. and had a previous maid work there about 2 or 3 months before that. But anyway, the Ella Farmer, in her true detective story, she said that the maid had left her husband and taken her kids. He was a farmer out somewhere and had taken the kids and was living in Waco. And Roy had done a lot of handyman work for Mr. Driscoll, so he was around. One story was that he was living with the maid. The other was that he was dating her or something like that. Driscoll supposedly told Roy to quit coming around because he didn't want the man's wife, the woman, to have her husband show up and get mad at Driscoll because somebody's visiting his wife.
Mm.
And Driscoll's a constable, old white guy with a gun, and a badge. He's on his own property. Some guy shows up and tells him that, I'm mad at you because so-and-so seen my wife. He says, well, you, your wife, everybody just get off of here. Go, I'll get me another cook. That kind of thing. Or if you don't get off, I'll shoot you. So anyway, Driscoll supposedly got in a fight with Roy then because Roy didn't want to stay away. And supposedly hit him with a chair. Roy hit him. Roy got hit with a chair. And that's why he was mad and wanted to kill him, that kind of thing. That's Ella Farmer's story, which she gets from Mr. Farmer and Mr. Stiegel, and who are trying to kind of quiet things. Because Stiegel was a pallbearer at the funeral, along with 6 other guys, and there was like 20-something honorary pallbearers, all policemen and everything, and dignitaries. So
they're trying to guard his reputation.
And said she had a good image and everything. And I already said how he had he was divorced. And so anyway, they go and so that kind of covers up.
Yeah.
Nobody looks into it very hard. And Roy agrees, oh yeah, that's all right. But also I drove up this way and that way instead of this other direction. And Roy wasn't admitting to anything else either. So, so yeah, that was, and I'm trying to think if there was any other cover-ups on that, but Ella Farmer, she had some other stuff that she did. She tried to say that Roy had snuck a car out at the Concord funeral cemetery. Not cemetery, but the murder scene, and had an all big elaborate thing, and got his name put out there in the first 2 killings, and then when the Cottrell and the Sheffield people show up and end up being wounded, and eyewitnesses who didn't jump at the first person that they were put in front of them. They went through dozens of people. Every time some black guy get arrested, they take him over there to Cottrell or Sheffield and say, "Was this the guy who shot you?" And then, "No, too short, too fat, too ugly, too black, too white, too whatever." And so, but she doesn't even mention him being a suspect in that, which he wasn't, because nobody saw him there. And he wasn't a suspect in the first 2 either, apparently.
So there's going to be a total of how many trials?
6.
6 trials. Yeah. And I think the next one is the Bolton trial.
Yeah, the Bolton trial. And they got a lot quicker as they went along.
Yeah.
He had a bunch of groupies there for a while.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. The first 2 or 3 trials were well attended and newspapermen were always amazed that women would want to be a trial like that. good gossip.
It's a big event. It's a
Yeah.
trial of the century in
Right.
town. Yeah.
It kind of slowed down later with him, but he's still drawing some.
Well, I want to talk about the Bolton case because I feel like it was pretty central in I know that was
Jesse Thomas.
Yeah, Jesse Thomas killing. But let's pick up there next time. We're going to have to do a part 3, John. You told me we're going to have to do a part 3.
Well, we'll see about 4 after that.
All right. Thanks, John.
Okay.
Thanks for listening to the Waco History Podcast. Like what you heard? Subscribe, rate, and review our show on iTunes so we can reach more listeners. You can find show notes and info on every episode at wacohistorypodcast.com and more info on Waco's past at wacohistory.org. Our theme music, used with permission, is Cross the Brazos at Waco, performed by the late Billy Walker. For more info on Billy's music, go to billywalker.com. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next time. This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Frozen, frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen, frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hey, I'm Zach.
And I'm Mike.
And we have a fantastic new podcast to tell you about. Bros, Foes, and Heroes. It's the two of us looking into the world of comics, breaking down some characters that you may have never heard of, and some that are just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so Zach comes up with a character each time, and I go into it just completely blind. I don't know who this person is or what their abilities are or anything, and basically I guess we kind of go over their origin story and just some of the ridiculous stuff that maybe, especially Golden Age stuff.
Oh, Golden Age stuff is always the best, and we will make sure to highlight all of the shenanigans and just absolute weirdness of everything.
Yeah, that's right. So subscribe today and follow us on Instagram at Bros, Foes, Heroes.
And if you don't, I know where you live. Not really, but please subscribe.
Frozen, frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about frozen, frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
Hi, I'm Hank. You might remember me from a show called King of the Hill. Check out a King of the Hill rewatch podcast. These boys ain't rap, but they are funny. Find the podcast anywhere you get your podcasts or at RogueMediaNetwork.com. I tell you what.
Benjamin Betts. It's all about the Benjamin Betts, baby. You know what's up? Yes, Benjamin Betts, baby.
Yeah, it is the season, everybody. I know everyone's getting their turkeys ready. Everybody's ready to watch some football. And with that, Benjamin Betts is here to guide you through the seasons. We don't want to have you hanging out with our family. We want to be eating and watching football. So this is Benjamin Betts. This is the show where we make bets. All the money that we win is going to charity. With me is my co-host, Corey, and we've got some new flavor on the show. Marcus, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Thank you. I'm glad you're here, Marcus. Glad you're here.
Now, listen, I want to remind the listeners here of something, and this is a big reason why Marcus is here. We were cooking last season, if you listen to the show. We were well above 60%. People were making money. Mortgages were getting paid. And then we started betting on Thursday games on Thanksgiving. And this is the fulcrum. This is the turning point of when Benjamin Betts went downhill.
What did we call it? What did we call it?
I feel like there were I don't remember. I felt like there were D-Day comparisons.
The turkey trio. Remember we had the turkey trio.
That's right. The turkey trio.
And it was the Ofer. The O for trio.
So here's my promises for today, and then we want to get to know Marcus a little bit better. Corey and I will not be betting on any Thanksgiving Day game. It won't happen. It won't work. I don't trust it. However, Marcus will be helping us.
Oh, we got Marcus here for that.
Will be helping us out.
He
with
had no
those
idea.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys.
To put it back together. But before we get into the craziest, Marcus, again, welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about yourself, man.
I'm just a local Wagoan. Just live here doing what I do. Love sports, and I typically just gamble on them. To be honest with you, I mean, like it's kind of what I do.
What's like your specialty? Like, would it be NFL? Is it NBA? Is it college?
NCAA is what I've really been focused on over the last couple of years. I've gambled more on NFL this year. I won on the Eagles and the under last night.
Nice.
So it was a pretty good bet for us.
Good.
But just the NFL thing, I kind of got out of it just because of some of the drama and all the other stuff that was going on with the NFL, and I was really into the NCAA. And now the NFL is kind of back into play.
Yeah.
And actually, the NFL has been kind of unpredictable. It used to be where it felt like Vegas knew what the bets were every time. This year, it doesn't seem that way.
Yeah, no, it's been very crazy. Some of those, I think it was four games in the last 2 weeks were like spreads of like basically you still covered, but the other team won only by like a point, if that makes sense. But you still were able to cover in those close games, which is just crazy to me. So
yeah, it wasn't like that a couple years ago. It seemed like Vegas odds were just going to beat you every time.
They knew. Well, okay, Marcus, this is what we're going to do. So we're going to jump in. You're going to pick each of these 3 games. Okay. Now we can go all across the board. You can go spreads, money line, over unders. You can alternate bets, whatever you want here. But we'll do 1 bet per game. Okay. So do you want to just start off? Green Bay at Detroit. It's the first game of the Turkey Trio.
So Packers Lions. Packers are up. Packers are down 7.5.
Yeah.
You just had Love break a record last week, right?
Yeah.
I'm taking the Packers.
Okay.
But I'm going to tease it.
Okay.
I'm going to tease the Packers down to 0.5.
Okay.
And then I'm taking the over at 40.
Okay, so we're doing like an alt. So basically, you're alt betting the Packers down to a half a point.
Right.
And then you're taking the over at what?
At 40.
At 40.
The over and under right now is at 47. So if you tease it, you have to do 2 bets.
Gotcha.
So I'm taking the Packers at 0.5. I'm taking the over at 40.
And what odds do we get there?
Do you know? Is it
like a plus 100, something like that?
No, you're going to get less money, but I think it's probably the right bet to do.
Okay.
I mean, because it's kind of a crapshoot all the way around.
Yeah.
I think the Lions have been strong ever since they did HBO last year.
Yeah.
They what are they, like 8-2 this year or something like that?
Yeah.
But, 7 points
Yeah.
is a pretty good spread in the NFL. So if you can tease it down and you can win $50 on the 100, I'm taking that all day long.
And maybe like if someone here on their fantasy team had like Jordan Love and maybe like Romeo Dobbs and I think even a running back on their Packer team probably hasn't been doing super well with those guys. I don't know. It wasn't me. I don't think it's you, Marcus.
I actually have Love on my fantasy
Oh, you do?
team.
Oh, it's like I knew. It's like I knew.
Yeah, he scored me 28 points last week.
Hey, Marcus, would you have traded Love and the Steelers defense? This is probably after week 2.
Okay.
Love and the Steelers defense for Joe Mixon?
No.
Okay.
No, I would not have. Actually, Love is my backup quarterback. So.
But that was because you. So I should have done the trade. That's what Marcus is
You
saying.
should have.
I should have done the trade. I should have done the trade.
You'd be over 500 now. I probably would be too.
I picked up Love in week 4.
Jared was rooting against me last night. I was in a very close matchup with one of my good friends from back home that I grew up with, and Jared was actively rooting against me, and it was terrible. And
we're both competing for the last playoff spot. What do you want me to do?
Okay, all right. I like that bet. Let's go into the next one, Marcus. We got the NCAA Washington Commanders at the Cowboys.
That's a hard bet for me. I'm a homer.
Okay,
so I'm a Cowboys fan.
Cowboys fan.
Now, Commanders and or Redskins or Commanders,
whatever you want to call them
nowadays. Yeah, whoever it is. It's a 50-50 game for me on that because they want to just kill each other every single time they play. It's just a rivalry. I'm looking at it. So you got 48.5 is the over, or is the line on that? They're saying Commanders plus 11 right now. Okay. I'm taking Commanders. But Cowboys will win.
Okay.
And I'm taking the over.
So you're taking the plus 11.
Commanders.
And the over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I'm thinking the Cowboys are going to win by a field goal.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit more. Maybe there's some weird stuff that happens.
Yeah.
I hope the Cowboys win because I'm a homer.
Yeah.
But I think 11 points is hard to overcome in the NFL,
Sure.
especially on Thanksgiving Day.
Okay.
I'm taking Commanders.
Yeah.
And I'm taking the over.
I think Sam and Jared, you chime in here. I mean, I think Sam Howell for the Commanders could easily get that garbage touchdown. You know that we always kind of talk about.
No, they totally could, and that's the interesting part of both of these bets from Marcus is taking the spreads even with the tees for the away team.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. You get these Thursday games coming off a short week, and it gets mucked up.
Yeah,
like these guys are working hard. I wouldn't want to play on Sunday and then go play on a Thursday.
No.
That sounds miserable.
No. The only thing that scares me, and you could get the cheapy Howell touchdown, but the Cowboys those pick sixes right now they're just on fire, and that could be an 8-point, 9-point game with Washington trying to come down, and then that pick six could mess you up. That's my only concern. I like it. I think you stay at it.
I like it. I mean, I think it could happen.
Yeah,
but I think even with the pick six, I think the Commanders are still going to put points on the board.
Put points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be pick sixes on both sides of the ball.
I like it.
It's a Thanksgiving Day game.
Yeah.
They all want to eat the turkey leg.
Yeah.
Okay. So like every DB is going to be out there wanting to be on the big screen for his mother eating a turkey leg.
Yeah.
I think there might be pick sixes both sides.
Cool.
Or there might be a pickup six.
Okay.
Right. So
I like
I think it's just going to be a shootout.
A little scoop and score.
Yeah.
All right, man.
I like it. Hold on. Now, Marcus, you got to be careful on this next one.
All right.
You know, you said you're a homer for a Cowboys fan. You're talking to a homer Seahawks fan sitting next to you. So just be careful there. You
Be
don't
careful,
have to worry
Marcus.
About me.
Okay.
Be careful, Marcus.
A lot of points right here.
Okay.
A lot of points.
What do you like going into the night game, Niners at Seahawks?
I think it's the same. I think it's a rivalry. I think it's a West Coast battle.
Mm-hmm.
I think that those teams are going to beat the crap out of each other no matter what.
Yeah.
It's 43.5 is the line, 6.5 to the Seahawks. I'm taking Seahawks and the over all day long. I'm not going to tease that at all.
Oh, baby. I did not ask Marcus to do that, by the way. That was his own pick. I love night game in Seattle. Like, come on, guys. What are we doing here? 6.5 points. That's a slap in the face.
Well, here's what we're gonna do now, and I think this will be fun to get like an outside opinion. So, Marcus, what Corey and I are gonna do now is we're each gonna pick 3 games. We're gonna leave Thanksgiving to you. Those are the Marcus bets. We will be sure to post those. If you're trying to get on some Thursday betting, do that. Listen to Marcus. Again, Corey and I staying away from this like the plague after the turkey trio of 2022. But let's hop into the Friday schedule as well. What do you like going into this week? And then between each one, I want to give Marcus the opportunity to comment and say, does he agree with us or would he say something different?
Oh, I like it. Okay. All right. So we're picking.
Where are you going?
Wait. We're each picking 3 games or
yeah. We're
2?
We're keeping our format the same. We're keeping our format the same.
Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah, I like this Black Friday game. I think this is really juicy. I hope. I'm sorry. I know, and you know my team is Seahawks. Jared is a Dolphins fan, so I feel like I might be taking this from him. But
no, you're not. I want no part of this game.
Black Friday means sales, right? Discounts.
Absolutely.
Well, there's a fire sale right now, Marcus, in New York, and it's the Jets, Jets. They're done. They got Tim Boyle. Did you know at UConn? Stat line, NCAA guy, I don't know if you know this. Yeah. 1 touchdown, 13 interceptions. 1 touchdown, 13 interceptions. That's
crazy.
That's gonna be the story of this game. 9.5 points is not enough for Miami. It could be minus 18.5 points, and I'd still take them. Give me Miami. Just cover the game, minus 9.5. Easy pick here. Their offense will run over the Jets. The defense, they're not bad. That defense is formidable. Is it going to win you a Super Bowl? Probably not. I don't know. But they're not scrubs, and the Jets right now, I think, are going to mess, and they're moving into more of a mess. So give me Miami minus 9.5.
I like that. I'm going to a city where you and I frequented very recently for a lovely weekend of board gaming and alike things. We're going to Indy, baby.
Oh yeah, we're going to Indy.
The AFC South is just befuddling me right now. Like I expected I think I even said at the beginning of the year I considered Jacksonville an outside Super Bowl shot because they're going to make the playoffs and because they're going to make the noise. Who are right?
Yeah.
I didn't see Houston coming in at 6-4, and then you have this Indianapolis team sitting at 5-5 that is playing better football right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So at home against a Tampa Bay Bucks team that doesn't have it together, -2.5 seems great for the home team, especially the way that the Colts are trending. So I like those two, but I want to throw it to Marcus real quick. Marcus, what did you think of Corey's Friday night or Friday game, Black Friday game, and what do you like about what I said on the Colts?
I mean, I don't like his option. I think that the Dolphins will win.
Okay.
Do you think it'll be close though?
No, I don't think it will be.
But it won't be over.
But
10.
I wish the Jets would actually do something, to be honest with you. I mean, I hate that Aaron Rodgers broke his or tore his heel and all that stuff like that. So I think the Dolphins is a good pick on that. I think it's kind of a sure bet.
Sure.
I mean, like, I would love for the Jets to upset that program.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. Would they score like 6 points?
Yeah, 6 points.
6 points on Sunday?
The Bills. Yeah.
I mean,
rough.
like it's kind of a joke. And I wish that young quarterback would do better. I mean, he was first round pick.
Zach Wilson,
and he can run. He's got wheels of steel.
Mhm.
Actually, I think they need to move him to a slot receiver and find a quarterback that can actually send him.
What if they
would light him up in the slot? They would light him up in the slot.
I think he should be the placeholder. I've always thought the backup quarterback needs to be your placeholder because then there's so many trick plays.
Not after Romo.
Well,
Not
that
after
was a little.
Romo. We
That
don't-
was a little boo boo.
Seahawks, Romo.
That was
We'll
a
never- that
that
will
was a
never
great.
happen again.
We were watching that in Applebee's in
Oh,
Dallas. I
my
thought I was
God.
going to get shanked.
Oh, God. Never again.
All right, so no go. Not really digging Corey's bet that much. What do you think on our Indy with Tampa coming into Indy?
I think that's 50-50. I think it's a good bet. I mean, like, both teams are not great. I mean, 5-5, 6-5. Okay, like so you've got like a 1 game difference between the two of them, and I think they're kind of go back and forth on having a good game and having a horrible game, and it just depends what team shows up. So I mean, I think a homer is going to be an easier bet, but also a team that wants to come in and destroy someone at home is going to be someone that has more aptitude to do something like that. So I'll take Indy. I'm probably not going to bet that game. If I'm betting my money right now, I'm not betting that game. Just based on the line and the fact that it's just such a crapshoot right now. I mean, they're basically both suck. I mean, they're not going to do anything.
Okay. Corey, where are you going next?
There's tried and true, Jared, and then there's the things you stay away from. I don't even know what you're saying, and I'm probably taking this away from you. There are what's the phrase? The immovable object meets an unstoppable force. Did I say it wrong?
Yeah.
That's the Chiefs who can't really score. Okay, let's be honest. They have Patrick Mahomes, and that's a shiny thing. They don't put up points. And then you have the tried and true, can't get over 20 points, Raiders, and they play each other. And this is at 43.5. This is embarrassing for the odds makers in Vegas. Give me under 43.5, and you can alt bet that. If you want to make some more money on this, put that at like 37.5, because this is not, this ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole. Marcus, if you don't know, 6-0 this year on taking the under on any game the Raiders are in.
Yeah.
That has been that. If we could just make one bet every week and put all our money on it, charities would have been very happy so far. So that was the surest thing of the slate, in my opinion. Give me under 43.5. Chiefs at Raiders.
Oh, good. You barely dodged.
What?
Taking Chiefs at 9.5.
No, we're taking under 43.5.
Oh, just one bet.
Just one bet. We're just one bet. Just one bet.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say this because I'm taking the bet. I'm taking the bait on this one. I'm taking it. I'm taking the bait on this one.
Take it.
The quarterbackless Cleveland Browns.
Oh no.
Against the trending Denver Broncos, who still win but don't put up massive amount of points. This is a very low under.
Oh.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care at all. Maybe if this game was at Cleveland, sure, fine. But it's in Denver. It's getting colder out there. I understand Cleveland, it gets cold there too. There's no way this game is not like a 1930s game where the game ends 9-3 in favor of one of the other. This game, the line could be set at 25 and a half.
You
And
know-
I don't care. I'm taking the under.
You don't
Take the under.
You don't think Russ will cook in this one?
No, we're talking about one of the best defenses in the NFL right now. They just can't do anything on offense.
All right.
This is an easy under. Easy under.
Okay, you're
Marcus,
under 35 and a half.
under 35 and a half. Marcus, what do you think on the 2 under bets?
If I'm just picking one bet, because I typically tease and all those different
Yeah,
things
yeah,
like that. Okay, so
yeah.
if I'm just taking one bet, under definitely on the Broncos game because those teams are horrible.
Yeah.
Chiefs game.
You're not liking the under on the Chiefs game?
I don't like the under on the Chiefs game.
Just-
no, I don't.
You know this is not the same Chiefs team, right? They just don't score.
It's not. It's not.
You did
and
the
we don't
under.
and we don't have Taylor Swift going to be at the stadium.
There's no Swiftie,
So
yeah.
there's no Swifty. So Kelsey's going to probably only
Sure.
score one touchdown, maybe.
Right? Maybe, yeah.
Because he's going to be distracted checking his Instagram, make sure what she's doing.
He gave me a heart attack last night. The guy I was playing in fantasy had him, and I was sure to lose after that touchdown happened. But I grinded.
If Scantling catches that ball, you also lose. Like, it was crazy.
Wait, was I only up? Because I
You were
wasn't even
up
up a
less than a
point.
full
Yeah,
point.
he would have got the extra point there.
I was
no. But I think I hear you. But I think Hurts would have gotten them down the field for a game-winning or a game-tying field goal, and I had the field goal.
You could argue
We'll
that, but
see,
you would
we'll
have
see.
at least been down. You would have at least been down.
It was a crazy game. Hey, and Marcus, I will say, so we picked these 6 games. We do a 6-team teaser.
Oh, really?
We're gonna we tease all these together.
Tease them together.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. So we do tease.
No,
them.
we parlay.
Oh, we parlay them.
Yeah,
I'm so
parlay 'em.
sorry. And then we do a 2-team teaser at the end.
But I got the over on that game.
Sorry.
I think the Chiefs are going to come in after losing to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Which they should not have lost that game.
Sure.
Because they were up. Second half, Philly came in. They absolutely put no points on the board. And if Reed doesn't come in and put his foot in their butt all week long to go put up 35 points, I don't think they're not a Super Bowl contender this year.
Okay.
And so I think that they're going to come in. I think the Chiefs are going to score 35 points themselves.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We noted. It has been said. All right.
No, I may be wrong. Whoever's betting on this right now, listening to this, like, don't.
No. Do exactly what Marcus told you.
Don't send me any hate mail or whatever.
the hate mail's coming.
That's what I'm taking though. I'm taking the over. So if you lose, I lose. So we're both in the same boat.
All right.
What you like for your last one, Corey?
We got Buffalo at Philly. Okay. The Bills, I know their record has not been great this year, but they have been in games. Okay. They have competed. Their plus minus, if you had to take a guess what their plus minus is this year, what do you think it is? I'll ask each of you that question.
Plus or minus on the
like
spread?
yeah, like their point differential on the year for the Bills.
Oh,
They're 6-5. What do you think their point differential is?
7.
7. Marcus?
I mean, they just beat somebody to death last
They
week.
did.
So you're talking about an average?
Yeah, or like the total for the year. Like if you add up all how much they won and lost by.
Probably 4.5.
4.5. 104 plus. They are plus 104 points. That's second. That's second in the league.
Wait. You said average though.
Oh, does that mean average? Total is what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Well, even if let's play your averages. They would have been like 40. You would have been at like 40 or 45. You still would have not been close. Okay. The point
Doing the
being,
math right now.
the
Doing the math.
point being, they either blow you out or they keep it close. So, give me Buffalo plus 3.5 at Philly. I just think the Eagles, they're not going to blow the Bills out. The Bills are going to be a second half team. They're going to keep this game close. They might lose by a field goal, but they'll cover the game. They'll cover the spread. Give me Bills plus 3.5.
All right. I burned us last week on this pick, but Mike Tomlin is my ride or die. And I just don't know how you can roll into a Burrow-less Cincinnati and not come away with a win after the big news this morning that you fired your offensive coordinator. Right? Because like we've seen this year. Like these coaching positions get lost. The team seems to galvanize around it. It really doesn't matter who the new person is for this week. And then you just have big offensive pushes. Like I think it will open up that. If Burrow's in this game, I wouldn't take this, but I'm taking Pittsburgh -1.5 going into Cincinnati this week.
Pittsburgh -1.5. Okay.
Yes.
Are there only
Marcus, your thoughts?
Yeah, that's not match. Okay. Yeah, what do you think, Marcus? What do you think of those last two? Bills +3.5, Pittsburgh -1.5.
So you took the Bills?
I took the Bills.
I think that's a good bet.
Okay.
I actually think I think it's. I mean, it's hard. I mean, when you get down on those like sub 5 numbers, is what I would tease, and I would take 2 bets at the same time. But like if you're gonna just take it straight up.
Well, I'm going to take the points. I'm going to take the Bills +3.5.
What the straight up?
Yeah,
just the money line.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, 3.5 is. I mean, that's field goal.
That's field goal.
Right. That's field goal.
Yep.
I think that is a pretty good bet. I think if you're going to put that in there and you just want to put one bet in, I think that's probably the right bet to do on that game.
Ooh, you heard it from Marcus here first. The one bet of the week. Take the Bills.
I got his blessing. Let's go. Let's go.
But if you tease it, you change that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We're just going to start calling you the tease.
I mean, I just look at the lines and anything. I look at I do it for a living. I just look at majorities and minorities all day long.
Yeah.
On a spreadsheet. So
Marcus is in insurance. If we didn't cover this earlier, yes, the riveting field of insurance.
Riveting. It's so exciting. So exciting that at 1:00 on a Tuesday, I'm here doing this podcast with you.
We do work. Right. We do work.
Will Pittsburgh go into Cincinnati and win by more than 1.5?
No.
Ooh, okay.
The Bengals.
Okay. No, I mean I think Pittsburgh will win, but I think it'll be a barn burner. I don't know if the 1.5 is going to cover it.
Oh,
okay.
I like that.
I think it'll be a 1-point game.
1-point game. Game-winning field goal by Pittsburgh doesn't cover it. That would be awful.
That'd be dirty. All right, we're gonna head into the last section of our show right now. And Marcus, I know you're new to this, but this is right up your alley. Okay, this is what we call making the mortgage. This is a bet that Corey. It's a 2-team teaser parlay.
Yep.
And right now, Corey's 500 on the year, I believe. Or what are we at? Are we 5-6 or?
We're 5-6. You know what? We were 5-3, and now we're on a 3-game loser. But that's okay. So you've only lost one of your months of your mortgage right now, which you can make that back. You just put.
You should have 6 months anyway.
Yeah,
I mean, like
completely.
You got 5 months left.
Yeah, so you're fine. So Marcus, the idea here is whatever your mortgage is, it could be